It doesn't have volume on it. You can't hear the music like you heard it on the last one.
The audience is gonna hear this part, sis.
Yeah, I think we live, right?
Yeah, my bad. Give me 1 second. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. For the people that's listening on the recording, it's a glitch. Last stream. Apologize, but we are back. So we'll get a chance to come back through. What's up with it, one love? And I'm moderators that's in the chat for right now. Y'all make sure y'all pass the link around. I know we had a pin on the last one. We'll try to get it pinned up on this one as well. That's what happened with these fire ass topics. Oh no. My bad. I'm trying to get the YouTube chat queued up. Some people still on the old stream, so don't worry about it. Okay, we live now. Y'all can go back to the what y'all was talking about now.
Yeah, everybody, y'all gotta forgive me. I think I fucked the last stream up, screwed it up. It's part of my language. We've beginning of the stream. I want to do too much cussing, but yeah, I think that was my raggedy computer did that. But
So what? We can't say damn, hell.
well, at the beginning of the stream, you know what I'm saying, when it first go live, you want to get at least a good clean 5 minutes out before you start cussing and stuff like I just did. You don't want to come in on the derogatory side of the game.
Derogatory. What did he say in 2 Corinthians? What does it say? He said, even though my tongue may be rude, but my knowledge is not.
Okay. I'll feel you on that. So yeah, I hope we get Taz back up. What's my man? Who was dropping all the links? Hope we can get them back up. But in the meantime, in between time.
Yeah, I want to talk about Kennedy. Now, I think that Kennedy, when Trump decided, first of all, it was a big old thing. That's how you know they sleeping in bed together, right? Big old thing. We didn't want the Kennedy around here, blah, 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 blah. And Kennedy was he was going to run for president. And brothers and sisters was like, oh, yeah, I will vote for Kennedy. The family, this and that. But that Kennedy family also ties in with the Rothschilds and all kinds of stuff like that, right? So all of a sudden, Kennedy is in charge of the medical thing or whatever. And when Trump was in office last time, he had put Ben Carson in, on his, his board or whatever. But he put Ben Carson in charge of housing. When Ben Carson also was known for doing brain surgery, and he got tumors out of people's brain. He was at Johns Hopkins. I think he was a professor, a teacher, whatever, and a doctor. But they put him in charge of housing. You put Kennedy up there because he talked about the vaccine or whatever. And then next thing you know, he's in charge. And all of a sudden now, all these reports and stuff are missing from the CDC, and people are leaving the CDC. And when they talk about having proof, those reports, as in those CDC reports in Georgia, on how they constantly poisoned our people over and over again. Okay? It wasn't just syphilis that they poisoned us with. They did way more than that. It's in those reports. And some of those reports you can send up because it's supposed to be public record anyway. What about the children they was putting down in the basement and they was doing shock treatment on them, kidnapping them, right? And then also what was going on in Detroit when they had them abandoned houses and they didn't want to fix that up, and the children are walking home from school and getting kidnapped up in them houses. And supposedly someone from the politician group, oh, we know where the children are. We're going to get them all and bring them back. No, because you was also part of the deal for the children to get kidnapped in the first place, right? So even when it goes to HIV, AIDS, and then Trump says that he's not going to turn around and fund anybody that has HIV or AIDS, he's going to take the funding away from that, when you already know that they turned around and created HIV. Every disease that's out here is man-made disease. It didn't come from no green monkey or anything else. And I land like that.
Oh man, that was a lot.
And they also promoting bestiality. Don't look at that as well. They're promoting bestiality again. They're even doing other commercials promoting the bestiality, even to the point of how your pet can be your partner now. So now you don't have to have a homosexual partner. You can have a pet partner and do whatever you need to do for your pet, because they love their dogs and cats and everything else. Not only, like they said, it's a man's best friend, but it's also their sleeping partner. They allow the dogs to lick on them, kiss on them, and also in private places. And I have witnessed it myself, because I used to be a postal carrier worker, and I had to walk through the grass, and I had to drop the mail off. I looked in the window.
What happened to the reparations topic, man?
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. So, reparation, yeah. But anyway, yeah. Like,
Man. Okay. So, let's talk about Alfred Irvin, former slave. He was believed to be the last person to be freed from slavery in the United States. Alex Skrobaric and his daughter Susie were indicted in Laredo, Texas on October 2nd, 1942 for holding Irvin in slavery for 5 years. The pair were arrested at their secluded farm by representatives of the Sheriff's Department, the Traffic Police, and the FBI. The filed police report stated that Skrobaric kept Irvin shackled in inhumane conditions and that they repeatedly physically abused him to the point of permanent physical disfigurement. The Skrobaric family pleaded not guilty. They were found guilty of violating 18 U.S.C.C. 77 peonage slavery and trafficking in persons by a grand jury on March 18th, 1943 in Corpus Christi, Texas. Now,
okay, so can I ask a question? With that alone, of being in shackles, that means that also includes brothers and sisters that are incarcerated because, and that's a lawsuit altogether, because what about them ships that they have brothers and sisters incarcerated that are on them floating jails, okay? We don't know what's happening to them over there. And what about brothers and sisters that are in constantly refinement and they only get to come out their cell 1 hour a day? What about brothers and sisters that are incarcerated and cannot get medical attention at all, and they know they're dying and everything else, they will not give them medical attention? Okay, and brothers, we
You're
already
talking
know.
about people that have been convicted of a crime. He's not talking about that.
Well, that is a crime when they treat.
No. The people that you're talking about were accused of a crime. Okay, whether they were guilty or not, whether they were wrongly accused or not. The people that he is talking about had nothing to do with the crime. So that's different. It's not the same thing.
Wait a minute. So you're trying to say that every black man and woman that is incarcerated actually did a crime?
No, I said accused of.
Okay, so they were never accused of a crime. So that's different.
Yes, the people that he was talking about were simply looking for a job. That's it.
Okay, and I'm sure that brothers and sisters that have gotten incarcerated was probably looking for a job.
But they didn't go to the jail looking for a job, though. That's the difference.
They didn't have to go through a jail. You can walk down the street.
Okay. I'm trying to not conflate things. That's how, a lot of things are confusing and not really being able to express freely or into a way that people that are listening on the other side, I mean, you're making it seem like what he just read was an actual case, and then what you're talking about has something to do with the legal system. That's totally two different things.
But isn't that also legal? So
No.
Okay.
That's what he was reading. What he was reading was not legal.
Okay, when we're
So
talking,
you misunderstood. You misunderstood what he was reading.
Okay, so let me just say this. Okay, and then I'll close it out. I feel like that the brothers and sisters that are incarcerated falsely on the fake charges also deserve reparations, and that's all I want to say. All right, Black Power.
I got another link. I just put up another link. Reparation payments.
Who was that? Was that first one or that second one, Mercy? Or both of them?
The second one.
The second one. You mess.
And I still want to know where them floating jails are going at. And then where are they floating to? Where are they sending them to? And how do they get their mail? And how come their family or whatever, and they just got these brothers and sisters floating? And what about that floating boat that has people on there that doing operations on people on the boat, and they be picking people up from all these different countries doing experiments on that medical boat that is still going on right now?
Floating boat.
Oh, you don't believe me? Look it up. Look at the floating boats. They have a few floating boats out here. They have a jail boat. And you know how I found out about that one? I was looking at the news and I said, what the hell is that boat going back there? Because they found a body in the Hudson River, right? So I'm looking at New York news and I'm trying to figure out who's a dead body that they found in the Hudson River, because you know they always throwing bodies over there. Matter of fact, that black woman that was a judge, they said that her body was found in the Hudson River, and she's a black judge, and you know she ends up dead in the Hudson River. What was it, like 2 years ago? And she was a Muslim sister, and you know she's in the Hudson River. And so I'm looking, and there's a boat going. I say, what is that boat? So I pinned it, and I'm looking. It's a floating jail. They got a floating jail in the water, and it came through the Hudson Hudson River in New York. Where is it going? Where are they taking them to? And then what about what happened to everything that happened in Guantanamo Bay? And don't forget, Guantanamo Bay is still alive and active right now. Nobody's talking about that though, right? And then you turn around, and every time you turn around, there's somebody getting missing. There's a whole list of children being missing, melanated black children being missing, and the parents can't find them. What? But then you got this and that. Then you got Guantanamo Bay. Then you got the alligators. Then you open up Alcatraz. Then you got shit underground, stuff in the water. What are you doing? Epstein files. Are you? Hey, look, children get found, cut open, their organs taken out, and got newspaper stuffed inside of their bodies. Hugh Hefner, how come he ain't locked up? Oh, he dead now. But why not all the members that used to go to the Hugh Hefner bunny farm? They need to be up on charges too. That right there is reparations right there. Hugh Hefner bunny farm, that whole thing is ours and needs to be owned. Don't forget about the organs he was transported in the back. Do you need proof on that too? Talking about proof. Yeah. Hugh Hefner, Playboy bunny farm.
Yeah, we need proof for all that stuff you're talking about.
Go back into
you know, it's amazing how we want reparations. They say they ain't got no money. But did you know they paid reparations to the slave owners? That link is up. They paid reparations to the slave owners. Oh my God.
They did. Yeah, we're aware of that.
How do you pay reparations to the slave owners? I bet the goat don't want to hear that.
They did it too.
See what I'm talking about? That is some BS, man. That is some BS.
They ain't got no money to pay the slaves. When we say we want reparations, they say they got no money. But when the slave owners say we want reparations, they got money. This country is just amazing to me, man. It's just amazing.
And then on top of that, when Trump got in office, don't forget, he gave, $80 million to Israel. Right?
And Ukraine.
And Ukraine. But nigga, you ain't got no reparations money, right? You know what? It's time for us to start pulling up. Hey, y'all ready to do that drive-by?
Can I say this one more time? Can I say this one more time? I'm gonna say this again because I really want you to digest what I just stated. When we say we want reparations, they say they ain't got no money. They pay reparations for each slave owner, for each slave they set free. So they got a payment for each slave that they lost. Oh my God, yo!
We was considered property.
They could have just gave the money to each slave.
Where did this happen at? To the brother that's speaking. Where did this take place at? Because it didn't happen in the South, and it wasn't the totality of slave owners.
Hey, bro, you can click the link. I got the link up there, man. You can click the link. I got the link up there.
I don't have to.
Everybody call me liars.
I didn't call you a liar. I asked you where it took place.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying, the link is there, all the information is there, bro. I just like to.
If y'all want me to read it, I can read it because it goes back to the proclamation.
Hold on, sis. Right. There's an audience, and the audience may not be aware of that. This isn't about just throwing darts at the board right now. This is to inform the people. So respectfully, I'm going to ask you again, where did these slave owners get reparations at?
the president passed an act, and the act is in the link.
Go ahead and read it, Mercy. You can read it.
I mean, come on, man. Let me read it. I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and read it.
If you don't want to read, I'll read it.
Go ahead and read it.
Read it for him. Good guy. You know we on a chopping block, bro.
Go ahead and read it. You go ahead and read it.
Look, I'm trying to get my drive back. Can I get my drive back?
Go ahead and read it then, Lockett. You got the link? It's the third one in the back chat.
I know exactly where it's going to take them.
So here we go. When slave owners got reparations, and this was in April 17, 2019. On April 16, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed a bill emancipating enslaved people in Washington, the end of the long struggle, but to ease slave owners' pain, the District of Columbia Emancipation Act paid those loyal to the Union up to $300 for every enslaved person freed. All right, so yeah, I see how that is. Abraham Lincoln, come on now, we got to do better than this shit. That's right, slave owners got reparations. Enslaved African Americans got nothing for their generation of stolen bodies, snatched children, and exploited labor other than their mere release from legal bondage. And that's not true either, because even after Abraham Lincoln, there was still the bondage thing, and it still continued, because Abraham Lincoln did not free any slaves. The compensation clause is not likely to be celebrated today, but as the debate about reparations for slavery intensifies, it's important to remember that slave owners, far more than enslaved people, were always the primary beneficiary of public largesse. The act is notable because it was the first time that the federal government authorized abolition of slavery, which hastened its demise in Virginia and Maryland as runaways from these states fled to Washington. It offered concrete proof to enslaved people that their allies, and to enslaved people and their allies, that the federal government might facilitate the destruction of slavery everywhere. So this is just some Coons shit. Y'all can read the rest of it, but yeah. So in actuality, Abraham Lincoln didn't free no slaves. When it came to the freedom, we actually freed ourselves. And then on top of that, when they were giving the $300 or whatever, because they're talking about, yeah, when you look at it legally, say, oh, your property, you're this and that. But you have to remember, the District of Columbia became a district because they couldn't do what they needed to do in Philadelphia, because the brothers ran up there and when they was having that tea party, told them, hey, y'all got to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? They came in there locked and loaded, and that is factual too. So they had to come with a capital in order to create what they needed to create, starting their fighting for the agenda of capitalism. And so District of Columbia is actually part of Virginia and Maryland, and that's how you get a district, and that's why it's a district. But yeah, that's still bullshit propaganda, which is irrelevant as far as what they're gonna do, because that right there is actually irrelevant from what we're doing right now. But we can countersue that of saying that, hey, you gave the money to the wrong place, but then you're gonna say, well, where does it say that you were not property, right? Because it's like somebody, if you order something from Amazon and the thing is functional, or somebody steals it, or they go somewhere else, they give you a refund, right? So again, when they see us as property or product, that's a whole different thing when it comes to being the human being, which they don't see us as human. You already know who's not human. That's them. That's why they teach you about evolution. That's why they keep on saying they came from a monkey. We did not generate from a monkey.
Okay, before we get too far away from the slave owner aspect, there's a reason why I brought that up, Mercy, and it wasn't to call you a liar. Okay? Now, yes, they did give slave owners reparations for their property in Washington, D.C. You can also see accounts of, let's just say that upper class, middle class slave owners. A lot of them was getting paid or getting compensated to let their slaves enlist in the army during the Civil War. But the reason I asked where that took place was I had a follow-up question. Are you familiar with Gabriel Coakley? This is to Brother Mercy.
No, go ahead and tell me about it.
Okay, Gabriel Coakley was one of those people in D.C. that got reparations for his slaves. What makes Gabriel Coakley a standout is Gabriel Coakley was a black man. And yes, he had quote unquote slaves. But his slaves his slaves were not for his personal advantage as far as how the system worked. He just
can I
simply
ask one question right quick?
hold on, sis. Let me finish.
I want to ask about Gabriel.
He accumulated enough wealth to purchase back his family. So as he's collecting his family members and buying their freedom, they become his property. So when Lincoln issued out that decree, he got reparations for freeing his family. So for every family member he got out of bondage, he got a $300 check for due to that reparations via Lincoln in D.C.
Can I
Now
ask
the
you one
follow up to
question?
that is, are y'all familiar with the 14th Amendment? Anybody on the
Can I ask you one question right quick about Gabriel? Is Gabriel the same brother that was also during the time with Nat Turner out of Virginia? Is that him? I just want to ask.
No, that's
okay. That's not him. People. Okay, all right.
But just to add on to what you just stated, I got another link that talks about the number of black slave owners, and I got that up there too.
That's all fine and well, but let's finish this aspect first, though. Respectfully, we can get into that. But anybody on the panel? Is anybody on the panel familiar with the 14th Amendment? GQ, you still there?
All of us should know what the 14th Amendment
is. Yeah, definitely. I'm hip to the 14th Amendment.
Well, just in short, what is the 14th Amendment?
To grant citizenship to all the slaves.
Okay. But in that, there's different sections.
Now, hold on. Let's clarify. Does that grant citizenship, or is that just about slavery was abolished unless you commit a crime? I thought that was the 14th Amendment.
No, it gave us citizenship.
No, it gave us citizenship.
And giving us citizenship is going to take us out the realm of that being able to happen, because now we're citizens.
Right.
But to expand on the 14th Amendment, Section 4 mandates that the federal government is not responsible for giving reparations to any of the damages done in the war and of loss of property, which would include slaves. So this is how your slave owners in the South don't get reparations.
From the 14th Amendment.
Exactly. Okay, I'll go back to mute.
But wait a minute, you also said that enduring wars. So does that include the wars that our ancestors had to go?
The war, and the war is referring to the Civil War.
Civil War. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And brother, I'm only bringing that out because I hate when we get blindsided in these conversations, especially by the buckra. So I'm just giving you ammo versus challenge you at the moment, because I don't know you yet to play ping pong.
Well, as I'm reading the 14th Amendment, it abolished slavery unless someone commits a crime. That's how I'm reading it. That's the actual words of the amendment.
Okay.
I only can go by what it says. I'm not going to read between the lines. I'm just going to go by what it says.
Okay, as you're reading it, does it say section 1, section 2, section 3,
Yeah,
section
yeah,
4?
of course.
Okay, go down to section 4.
Okay.
Well, you do see where it says granted citizenship, right, to slaves.
Well, it says in section 4 that it validates U.S. public debt, but invalidates Confederate debts and enslaved owner claims. So it says right here, validates U.S. public debt, but invalidates Confederate debts. So that word Confederate, that has to do with the South. Debts and slave owner claims, but invalidates. So that's still a contradiction right there. So when you're talking about it invalidates Confederate debts, right? That's dealing with the South right there. So you can validate the U.S. public debt, but invalidate the Confederate debt. So, okay, explain that.
So does it say citizenship in section 4? I'm still trying to find that.
But you say no, citizenship in this section 4 is about the debt. Is about
Which section is citizenship?
The citizenship would have been probably a section 1, granted citizenship to all people in America, including slaves.
Section 1 says it grants citizenship.
Section 1 actually says a lot more than that.
4 was dealing with the debt to the slave owners. That's what Vyasa was pointing out to you about. That was section 4. No, I was just saying citizenship. That's what the 14th Amendment was. It granted citizenship to rights, equal protection under the law at all levels of government. It was primarily intended to grant citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people, and to prohibit states from abridging their rights.
Well, them troglodytes already violated the Constitution dealing with the 14th Amendment altogether, and that's a lawsuit right there. They violated everything because if you look in the 14th Amendment, also it says right here, it says you're supposed to have the due process clause, which prohibits states from denying any person life, liberty, or property without fair legal procedures. So that's a lawsuit right there. Them jokers, they have violated that alone in section 1.
Yeah.
So that's again why I say that this Constitution and this fucking government is bullshit. Because they turn around and they gonna put a Constitution and all these Bill of Rights and everything together, and they don't even follow the damn shit, but they want you to follow it. How does that make sense? Make it make sense to me, because I don't understand how this makes sense. They don't follow it one thing, but you can't turn around and because they have their coup, and that's what they have. And that's what the Democrats are, the Republicans, them liberates, or whatever they want to be, Earth people, I don't care, liberals, whatever they want to do. You already know they laying in bed together. So the thing is...
But I thought the Constitution already stated that if you're born and naturalized, you're a citizen.
No, it didn't. Before the 14th Amendment, it didn't.
It didn't say that?
Well, you talking about the Bill of Rights?
Because I know that's somewhere else. If you're born in the United States and you're born on U.S. soil.
No, that didn't come until the 14th Amendment. That's literally that's literally when it was presented during the with the 14th Amendment, that if you're born on U.S. soil, you're a U.S. citizen. And that's why Trump made the statement, "No, that's for black people," when he was running for election. You remember that, Mercy?
Oh yeah, I remember him saying that. But what I'm saying though,
because it comes from the 14th Amendment. So he was pointing out that law actually was passed for black people. You know what I'm saying? But
of course, I mean, I know what you're saying.
But they use it for everyone who's born in America.
Right, of course.
Because it actually states that in the 14th Amendment that any person born here, you know what I'm saying? That's the actual wordage of it. It doesn't say any black person or specific. It says the citizenship clause states that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside.
All right, so let's look at Donald Trump's panel all together. Them motherfuckers is not citizens of the United States, not even his wife. Okay?
Right. But you get what I'm saying, Mercy?
Okay, so but see, this is the thing, man. So this is what I'm trying to say. How do you establish citizenship, right? Mm-hmm. You have to be born, correct? On US
or naturalized.
Right, of course.
Can we break down the definition of naturalized?
Let Mercy.
Look, watch this. Let me read this. It says here, this is prior to the 14th Amendment. It says common law. Generally, people born in the U.S. were considered citizens.
Well, common law.
Right. So they already had that.
No, it's not. That's
negative.
That's like common sense. That's negative. It wasn't an actual law. It wasn't an amendment. It wasn't part of the Constitution.
Okay, but
that's an assumption.
But
we know that not to be true because prior to the 14th Amendment, niggas was born in America and were not considered citizens. They were considered.
I know, but let me finish reading though. Let me finish reading. A principle inherited from British common law, because remember, it's a principle inherited from British common law because they were under the British, right? Birthplace-based citizenship, or just what it says, but this is mainly applied to white individuals.
Well, what is common law? So
hold on. Let them finish.
All right.
So what I'm saying is they already had that standard for what they applied to white individuals.
Yep. They
had
a standard, a principle, a common agreement, a principle, a standard, all those words you could use, but it wasn't law. It was not law. But for white folks, it was generally understood that they was born in America, so they was American. But prior to the 14th Amendment, it wasn't law. The 14th Amendment made it law, and it made it for everybody.
What about the Declaration of Independence, which says all men created equal?
Oh, get the fuck out of here!
Right. So that existed. That existed prior.
All men created equal. Then they turn around and say you 3/4 of the man.
That's what my point.
That's the Declaration of Independence existed prior to slaves being free, right?
But I'm trying to make a point. I think she understands what I'm trying to say. They already had that in document. All men created. We already had that. Declaration of Independence.
Well, no.
Why was black folks not equal?
All right.
The way they applied it. See, that's what they were telling you. It's how they implied it, how they interpret it. That's why you got different branches of government.
It's not this Constitution and Bill of Rights is not for you, not for us as melanated people. That's for them crackers. Let me tell you something. That thing was not existing until 1780 something. We were look, our ancestors was around. We had our own government, whatever. This is their dictatorship. You just said British about common law. So there are states that are here in the Americas that is under common law jurisdiction, Virginia being one of them, and something that common law allow them crackers to do is to change the government anytime they choose. Also, who else is common law? You got Delaware that's common law, Pennsylvania is common law, and if I'm not mistaken, New Jersey is also as well. So
Commonwealth, not common law. Commonwealth.
Huh?
They commonwealths. They're not commonwealth.
Common law, same thing. Make the changes, but it goes back to this. They were trying to help their people. That's what that's about. And they help and they will work. All that shit is for them and changing the narrative and make you feel like you are nothing. That's why they put in there 3/4 of a man. And then when he want to tell you what you get, motherfucking 50 acres and a goddamn mule after everything that your ancestors did. It's time to what? Play the music. It's time for a motherfucking drive-by.
That was your point, Mercy?
My point is this. It was already written that all men created equal. I love when Dr. King said that. Because it was already written that way.
Didn't Dr. King tell you that he walked his people through a wrong path? He said it some kind of way. He said, I didn't messed up my people. He said, I apologize to you for taking you down this road. He had to apologize. Am I talking too much? Go ahead, brother. Y'all can shut me up. But the thing is, look, Martin Luther King, all man's created equal. You know them crackers never once thought you. If they
we trying to see where Mercy was going.
He ain't going nowhere but dealing with some damn cracker shit.
No, all I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I mean, what I'm saying is, you saying the same thing my dad always says. That was made for them. But that's not what that document says, though.
That's exactly what it says.
Oh, it says it was all white men created. It says that. It don't say that. So this is the problem I'm talking about.
What the hell? Who do you think they talking about, man? What are they talking about? The cat? They might be talking about the cat down the road or the dog. They might be, but I know as hell they ain't talking about no black woman, no black man, or a child. When you had George Washington, they already took out who the first real president was. That was a black man. Had George Washington up there fucking women over and over again. After he get them all done up, then he gets some more in here. Thomas Jefferson, come on, man. You actually think that them low-life pedophiles, stinky bug carrying, look, they didn't even know how to brush their teeth. This is the thing right here. Do you really think that they are talking about you as a man? They wanted to cut they not only want to, they did cut your penis off, put it in a jar, and they turned around and call you a eunuch. Made you a eunuch because they were scared because you had that black snake. You had that anaconda, and they didn't want you to put in no white girl like somebody wants to fuck that.
All I'm saying
is nervous. They got fascinated with your penis, and they said he can't be real. Oh, this dick. They got fascinated with the black man's dick alone. And you
all I'm saying is, if they truly believe what they wrote, we wouldn't need the 14th Amendment.
This is where we get anachronistic.
How in the hell you gonna ask the oppressor to believe anything when the motherfucker's the devil? Look, they crashed in a plane. The motherfucker, y'all love y'all crackers, huh? They crashed in the plane. They crashed in the plane. Look, this is what I'm saying. All right, let me just tell you this, and I'll shut up. I promise I'll shut up. The motherfuckers crashed in the plane. It was out there in some kind of mountain or something. The plane crashed. It was not too long ago. And the motherfuckers, they were stuck out there. Instead of them, because they were getting hungry, instead of them eating the snow, because you already know water fills you up. No, they started cutting each other up, eating them. And then the rescue came, but they already done killed. They and ate they friends that went hiking with them on the motherfucking mountain. And you really want to talk about them crackers? All right, go ahead with your cracker stuff. All right, go ahead.
But like I said, we can trace this all the way back to the Declaration of Independence, which Dr. King quoted. So it must have been important to Dr. King for him to quote it. He's like, man, this has been going on since the Declaration of Independence. I mean, way back. I mean, we can keep going way back, is all I'm saying. I mean, we got plenty of ground to sue them all.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Dr. King also
let me jump in, G.
Okay. Now I'm kind of my fault, yes, but now I understand a little bit more what you was. I was trying to figure out, like, you know, what you saying as far as the reparations argument. Okay, I got you now. I got you.
I mean, we've been fighting this for a long time. We had to amend the Constitution. We had to do all this stuff.
Mercy, are you familiar with Elizabeth Freeman? And GQ, if you got access to it, you might want to pull that one up, hold on the screen in case people don't know. This is going to go directly into where Mercy's talking point was. Are you familiar, Mercy? Are you there?
Oh no. I was saying I was waiting for you to put the link. You put the link up in there?
No, I didn't put any link. I can if you need me to. I was just asking if you're familiar with him.
Oh no, I was looking it up while you was talking.
Okay, Elizabeth Freeman sued for freedom and somewhat got reparations based off that very notion that you are alluding to, that all men are created equal. So you will see cases of us attacking that phrase, especially if we're hearing it at the time of bondage. I think her case was 1780, 1784, somewhere in there.
Yeah, 1780.
I'm not looking at anything.
Get it, baby. Get it.
But to speak to Jefferson in the context of what he's writing, he's not looking at that phrase in a racialized term. He's looking at it at a political and social status term. You got to keep in mind that you're dealing with people who's not far removed from feudalism. They still adhere to a monarchy system. So when he's saying that, he's speaking to his quote unquote brethren and saying that all men are created equal to the status of a king or hierarchy or governor. That we are equal to them, not humanity, not black people, not Chinese people, that we are all equal amongst ourselves. That's what he's alluding to. Because this very man that's writing that, like y'all are all aware of, had Negro slaves bringing his tea while he was writing it.
While he was writing it.
So he's not thinking about that. And the emphasis of bringing that up is you got to remember, they not seeing us as, this goes into the 3/5. They not seeing us as human beings.
Oh, it's property.
And you know, like, and see, this is my point I'm trying to make. And that's I'm glad you brought that up. So I'm looking it up now. That's good. But what I'm saying is, and I know we want to get into, that's why we got to be different branch of the government to interpret what was said. But if I write a letter and I say I owe you $10, then we go to court and you sue me and you say, Judge, this document say that this man owed me $10. And I go to court and say, well, you know, Your Honor, I bought him a $10 gift last week. You know what the judge gonna say? They're gonna say the document says you owe him $10, right. and that other thing was a gift. And they do this. I've seen cases like this.
No, that's a fact.
But that's a fact, though.
What happens when I say, hey, GQ, I'm gonna cash out you $20. Put some bomb in my car so I can blow this motherfucker up when I get off work.
And so you can interpret as much as you want on a document.
But do you see where I'm going with this?
Whose courthouse are you going to?
GQ, I know you got that.
Yeah, you know I got it.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, you talking about somebody owes you $10. Whose courthouse are you going to, whether they put it on a paper or not? This is the thing right here.
That was just an example, but I understand, like, we getting somewhere with that. Like, he's saying, so anyway, okay, so the case, the judge is going to say, the documents say that you owe, you owe X amount of dollars, so that's what you got to pay. It don't matter about the gift. And so what? So what about that, Mercy? Where you going with that?
You know,
nowhere.
Because we're getting into who he talking to, what his mindset was, all of those things. And I'm just like, nah, I don't need to get into all that. He said,
hey, Mercy, you know what you remind me of? There was an episode on Boondocks, right? They was on Boondocks, and they had a homeboy that was down the street, and they was with the granddad, and they was in the house, and they were doing something. And they had the guy that you remind me of the guy down the street, the one that's in the suit. He said, "Oh no," because he was all down with doing like Black Power, revolutionary stuff, and he was like, "Oh no, I can't get in jail, because what's the name kept saying, if you go to jail, they're gonna rape you. But anyway, and then he was like, "Oh no, I can't do it." So his whole shift changed as far as whatever. We can never ever put ourselves in a position of comparison with the oppressor. We do better and exceed higher, because all that stuff that they trying to sell us ain't nothing but a trick. It's a lie. It's not for us. Just like welfare, EBT card, a hive, whatever. You can't get no you can't get no baby milk, or hive or whatever. What you gonna do now? The people crying on TV when the brothers and sisters looted the places, and why y'all want to take a celebrity Black woman up there? Why y'all want to mess with Gucci bags? They didn't ever do anything to you. This is the retardation that we have right now. What the fuck did Gucci do for the Black community alone, having the desire, a Dapper Dan as the person, and that's what, you know what I'm saying? What does that have to do with the Black community altogether? And again, when it comes to their Constitution and Bill of Rights, it's not for you or me. Don't forget, and let's go back to the original history. We was already here. We had our own government. Matter of fact, we had our bartering system and so much. And even after all the bullshit these motherfuckers crackers took us through, we had our own Black Wall Streets. Come on, top that with any motherfucking government. Them motherfuckers can't do it. They gotta have a military a march down in Washington, D.C. to say, "Who am I?" Boom, 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 like he's beating his chest like he's motherfucking King Kong or whatever he doing. It's time for us to take these motherfuckers down a notch. Fuck them, they Constitution, and this motherfucking government. It's time for us to do what we have to do as brothers and sisters. Shit. You know, we got to watch where we pissing and shitting at. You know them motherfuckers like to eat and drink our piss too. You know that, right? Motherfuckers like
my
that.
uncle, let me tell you what happened to my uncle. It's a real live story. My uncle had his son in private school. So he decided, because he had his son in private school, he was buying his son clothes, he was giving his son allowance, he felt he didn't need to pay child support. So he was arrested for not paying child support. Although he had all these receipts, all the stuff he did for his son. You know what the judge said? Hey, you didn't pay this child support.
And that's right. This is the thing right here. Let me tell you something about being in the movement. And one of the things that I want to encourage brothers and sisters to do, because I do have my organization here, Quet Copper Ass Song Self-Empowerment Center, and I work with various organizations all together. And this is the thing right here. One of the things that we have a problem with is, especially when it comes to healing, when you had a child, it took the sperm and the egg. We already know how it happens, you know? And so why would the sister have to go? And I'm not worried about your receipts. I'm talking about, why does she have to go to the cracker to tell them to take care of your son? And that's one thing that we would not tolerate in a Quet Copper Self-Empowerment Center, because when you come in as a single parent, trust and believe, we will find out who the baby father is as well as the baby mother, and they will play a role in that. You don't have to go to child support to do anything. You can come to us and we will take care of that. Now, because you are in the system, the only thing you can do now is to get her to turn around and say, hey, I don't want you to take child support from him any longer. But guess what happened? They already cut the check already. So somebody's going to pay for the money because they went to the cracker to look for resolution like they the motherfucking great white hope. And all that it was a miscommunication about two adults because you loved each other enough to lay down and have that baby. And now you need all these other people in your business. So whoever does the child support, you know what I'm saying, you get what you deserve. Because
this is my point. This is my point.
Let me finish why I say that. Because even as a man, right, somebody should not have to ask you, and I know men get bullied, you know, and I know the women bully y'all. I know that
you're taking this in the wrong direction. You taking it, it's not about that. It's not about child support. It's about the fact that he owes child support, and we're not getting.
Well, how do you get off? We got to start with the root.
Don't cut me off.
Start with the root.
What I'm saying is simple. What I'm saying is simple. We don't get into all the well, what did they mean by the child support? Or how do we interpret that? See when we get into the all men created equal, we gotta look into who he was talking to, the context. We gotta get into all that.
What? And you can never be equal. Why do you want to be equal?
Hold on, let me finish. All men created equal means exactly what is written. Means exactly what is stated. I don't need nobody to interpret that for me.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Who do you want to be equal to?
Let me finish. I can clearly understand what's written and what's stated. Now, maybe he didn't mean what he wrote, but that's what he wrote.
All right.
So therefore, I'm gonna hold him. No, hold on. Let me finish.
All right.
I'm gonna hold him to it. Sorry.
All right. So let me ask you.
Let me finish. I'm almost done. Can they do us like that? They hold us to what we.
They already do. Let me ask you a question. Who do you want to be equal to? When that thing says all men are equal, who are you? Who are they telling you want to be equal to? Do you really want to be equal to that low vibrating devil ass troglodyte? Do you really want to? Because the last time I checked, you are way past being equal. You are above him. And you are. Look, your foot should be on his neck day in and day out. Do you really want to be equal to that? Do you really want to have your character tarnished to even be equal to that raggedy, stinky ass troglodyte? And they can keep that shit, because I don't want to be equal to the white bitch, let alone that cracker motherfucker.
All right, cat. We talking about reparations though, so you got to try to stay on the topic.
And see, that's why I was going with it. She thought I was talking about child support. I'm still talking about reparations.
I know you were.
I'm still talking about reparations.
I know you were.
Reparations is us chopping their head off with the machete and doing our drive-by and taking our shit back, because they ain't gonna give us a goddamn thing.
All I'm saying is I'm
turned up over there, okay? What you drinking on over there? Vodka.
I ain't drinking on nothing. What's the name did that when he was talking that retardation stuff and got me all twisted because I went into a flashback. I'm like, oh my God, are you talking about my ancestors? Man, I'm in my voodoo thing. I tell you what, who y'all want to get rid of today? Let's do the ritual. Let me see how many people got there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Pick a cracker.
Let's get them right now. Let's do the ritual and kill him.
Donald Trump.
Yes, Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump. He already wearing a pamper. They said he has some blood clot. Let the blood clot go all the way to his heart. Damn. Fall asleep in your sleep. Woo, woo, woo. Get it, ancestors.
and what that means to me, all men created equal. That means I owe you a certain level of respect. just as a human. And
I know you ain't talking about no cracker respect.
I'm just saying. And
hell no.
And when
hold on, let the man talk again.
And when you decide to treat me less than human, then that's a lawsuit.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yep, I agree with that too.
That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm with the reparation, bro, and I'm with it from the U.S. government. See, Taz, he want to go on a case by case basis, which ain't nothing wrong with that either. I don't disagree with that either. I mean, however we can get it, but I'm still sticking to the United States government or it, and they the ones that can pay it because they got the big purse. You know, like insurance companies, you go after the big bag. You can't go after the small bag.
Oh,
COVID-19,
them motherfuckers is moving money right now, creating them fictitious goddamn corporations in Delaware. We gotta also find out where they putting that money at. They already got that Black Rock and they got that Black Stone. They moving money right now. They moving it around. They doing their gangster shit right now. Them fucking thieves.
I mean, during COVID-19, they found a way to give everybody a check.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
They found a way to do it.
Well, they got it. No question. Caused inflation, but we deal with that. We cross that bridge when we get to it.
All we gotta do is raise tariffs, and then we'll raise the money back.
Tariffs. Really?
All I'm saying.
Solution. That's your fucking solution.
No, all I'm saying is they got the money for reparations. That's all I'm saying. Because that's what we're hearing. They ain't got the money.
They got it. They got
that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
That's why we got to play the music. It's ready for the pull up, drive up with the legal document. Hey, it's time for you to get up out of this space. Hey, nobody move anything. Shut them cameras off. Matter of fact, you supposed to be in that building already ahead of time, shutting these cameras off. Hey, look, where the paperwork at? Yeah, this is a sister and deceased right now. Hey, everybody need to exit the building right now. Oh, get on that bus right there. Brother, can you take them down to that port over there and put them on that boat? Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, that's how we going to handle that shit right now.
Okay.
I think 1 million Americans fought in the Vietnam War. So that means they had enough plane tickets, enough airline and boat tickets or whatever. I'm just talking about how much money they spent to put 1 million soldiers across the world. You know how much money that took? That cost a lot of money, but they had money to do that.
But see, and that goes back on what they did to our brothers and sisters. You see how much it costs for war. So every time they come and antagonize our brothers and sisters, bully them, do you realize, and burn our property, burn our stuff, burn our home, beat our children, put dogs on us? Do you know how much money that costs in order to bring it back to where we have to be? And I'm not even talking about financially. I'm also speaking about psychologically. So again, the United States government does not have enough money to pay us back. So we need to take everything because it is ours. And that goes from here, right here in the Americas, as far as it go over to them other countries as well, because we already know that Queen Elizabeth turned around and stole artifacts, and they got it hidden in that damn house that they have up there talking about the Queen of England or whatever. And you know they did. That's like they putting that museum together in Egypt. How did y'all get all them fucking artifacts to put in that museum of Egypt that people could come and see right now? Come on now. They are working together. There's only so many of us that are out here that really want to get to the root of it in the nitty gritty. And I'm going to tell you something. If we continue to work together as a collective, they can't beat us because we're coming with truth. They want truth. We're going to give them motherfuckers truth. When we bring that doctrine in front of their ass and tell them, you need to exit to the left. Exit to the left. That's where you're going right there. See, under this Constitution, one of the things that they did that was so marvelous, because they turned around and we already know that you have been ordained as a citizen, because all this stuff or whatever. So that means if they can turn around and you are a citizen, you can prove that you're a citizen, and just being American alone, you don't even have to say anything about black, whatever you want to put on there. That means that we can turn around and we can also, what? Under that same Constitution and Bill of Rights, if you pull it up right now, we can create our own military, right? We can create everything that we need for ourselves just based alone on that Constitution. So one of the things that we need to do when we're looking at that Constitution, if you want to utilize that, look at it on how it's going to benefit us as brothers and sisters to reach where we need to go as sovereignty, because the steps is about a pace in order for us to get to our right of self-determination and everything else. See how we can utilize that for us to have complete sovereignty away from these demented, pedophile, degenerate, illiterate, troglodyte, altogether white supremacist, honorary supremacists, and I yield. So if you can do that on how, and not so much this and that, but on how it can, so we can create our foundation to reach us to sovereignty, with also getting the money, because that money in the World Bank is ours too. Because that money in the World Bank goes back to our Social Security number. Because if you go back to that number, at one time, if you read the book by Pio Chang, right, and it said word magic, you will realize that being born here in the Americas altogether, if it's on any record, that you are still property of the state that you were born in. All right. Anybody want to talk about that one?
Yeah, and I wanted to say too that if being born makes you a citizen under the common law and under the Declaration of Independence, that then we got another problem. Then we can get them for domestic terrorism, because see, that's really what we experience. Yes. Terrorism. Domestic terrorism. It's really terrorism. If they burn down your houses, burn down the crosses, we got Black Wall Street. We got a whole, burn down churches.
They did more when it came to the Wall Street. The United States government alone put bombs. They ignited a bomb within the United States, in Oklahoma, Florida, as well as in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Jim Crow was domestic terrorism. That's a fact.
So it's not just civil. This can be criminal.
Of course it's criminal. You know it's criminal. And so all right, so what we gonna do? We know they criminals. What are they gonna do? It's the mafia. Let me tell you something. It's a different form of the criminality. So what we have to do as brothers and sisters, instead of being so focused on what these motherfuckers is doing, we have to turn around and unite with inside of ourselves to do what we need to do. And the war is not the war amongst our brothers and sisters. The war is amongst the troglodytes, and we hit them on every which way they go. It's not about checkers anymore. It's about chess. In chess, what do you have to do? You have to protect your kingdom. You have to protect the queen. You have to do whatever. See, they playing chess with us. I know what they doing. They putting this stuff in, dealing with waves and everything like that. Like, that's a joke. You don't even know what the temple and everything that can do with you psychologically. But our ancestors started. That's why they said, hey, sometimes when you ain't feeling, go into a deep meditation so you can keep on pushing that energy. See? But they playing these same games with us, keep you in distress, keep you worried about this and that. And then you want to act up at home. Now your baby mama or your wife want to get you locked up for domestic abuse when you already know you taking it out on her and your family when you already know the oppressor gave it to you. We got to stop sucking the dick of the oppressor. And I yell, Black Power.
Oh man. Yeah, well, you know. We have some sources to look at.
What's the title of this one?
Setting the record straight on Black Power Pan-Africans versus FBA, Hebrews, Coons, Psuedos. Join the convo.
Oh man, it's gonna be a long ass Sunday morning sermon.
Oh yes, I'm excited. Isn't this better that brothers and sisters pay tithes for this instead of you going down to that fake church or that Catholic church and they sitting over there and telling you how whatever. You know, this is the thing that gets me about these churches and stuff. Every time you go in there, you never get cured. You always got drama after drama after drama. You got to bow down and tell Jesus every time. Yeah, right.
I'll be getting some good ass church plates. I don't know what you talking about.
Look, the food is good. You can't deny the food. Them sisters in there know how to cook some good food.
The music's pretty good too, though.
Yeah, some of that stuff. I don't know. They be putting that. Whoa. No.
The old school was music. Now, they got a lot of that new shit going on with that fun boy jumping around and running around the church nowadays, man. It's
okay. What about the coats they give to the babies in the winter and the toys?
Well, let's go back.
What about them being there by Big Mama when the family turned on her and she in her deathbed?
Let's go back to.
Or what about the community activism they do when little cousin catch his first case?
Well,
and need
every
somebody to go speak on his behalf.
you got to do whatever. Let's go back to
They handle a lot of the funeral services. A lot of the HCUs came from black churches.
Well, let's go back to the original black church. Now, when you had the original black church, even going back with Nat Turner and everything, because they wouldn't allow us to be able to talk to each other. We couldn't talk to each other. So, we would say, okay, well, tell the master or whatever that, we're going to have a church sermon. And, you bring the Bible. And then, you're talking about the little gay ass King James. So, but in the midst of that, when they, because people was watching, right? So they be like, all right, so somebody's coming to check or whatever. So then you have to change it again. Brothers and sisters in the original black church before the Vatican actually took over, when you got these ones, because if you look at the Methodist, Pentecostal, all that are governed under kings, and it still goes back to the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican. But when you talk about the black church, they were the original revolutionaries before there was any such thing as a Black Panther Party. And this went on way before you had Martin Luther King or any of the other big, even with Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike, don't forget, he came from that era. Y'all remember Reverend Ike? Reverend Ike was telling you that even with his perm there, y'all got to take care of yourselves. You got to look inside of yourself. You do this and that. And, he was teaching you, telling you that everything is inside of you. So that was the revolution. And that was the time that brothers and sisters really knew what it was to love your brother and sister and have that unconditional love. Right now, we get afraid of even speaking to our own brother and sister. When you're walking down the street, you get nervous. I don't know what you're trying to do. But if you have that truth and everything inside of you, You don't have to be nervous of your brother and sister. Matter of fact, they nervous too. You know why? Because of the conditions and everything they put upon us. So they nervous, you nervous, and all you gotta do is just give them a hug. I'm gonna tell you something. When you show brothers and sisters love, they gonna give it back. The problem is we've been giving our love to the wrong beings instead of giving it to ourselves. And I yield, Black Power. But all y'all sleep around here. I'm on the east.
Nah, GQ. I don't know how to pin the link. I haven't officially asked Q for the keys to the palace yet. So
keys to the palace. There's some handsome black man in there that I can look at. I want keys to the palace too, as long as I can look. You know what I'm saying?
Do you so what you think about FBA? Arquette, since you
Arquette.
You so vocal.
Please get her name right.
Yeah, thank you, sister. I love you.
What's up?
Yeah. So as far as FBA, foundational Black American, I can just say this. I am foundational Black American. But as far as everything, I'm not caught up in all the hype with Tariq Nasheed and that Hollywood stuff with Smalls and all this stuff. Man, ain't nobody got time for that shit. Where the money at, yo? So the thing is that I know who I am. I don't need anybody to tell me my identity. I had my great-grandmother, my great-great-aunts, my great-great-grandfather, my great-great-grandmother. I know who I am. I don't need that. You know what I'm saying? We are the all. I'm not saying that, I'm not a part of the Moorish side. I have a bay on there. I have this and that. But we are. If it wasn't for our ancestors all together, motherfuckers wouldn't have shit. And even when it comes to any African, if it wasn't for what we did here in Americas, your motherfucking ass would not be able to do what you can do right now. And that goes from the fights that we had. See, those are the wars they don't want to tell you about. Those are the wars when people sit over there talking about the only people here was the Indians. Who do you think the Indians was? It was us. We come from the soil. Even if you read that Bible, there's only 3 shades that come out there. Red, black, and brown. That's it. Red, black, and brown. So you got the maroon, you got the black, that can go with Judah, that can go however you want to do. And then you got the brown. And through the brown or however, whatever, because we turn around and we can turn around with our melanin, create any race we want to, even when it comes to our hair, our living antennas that go in our brain. So the thing is, all of this shit is bullshit. So like I said, we are one. And that's it. All this other shit, brothers and sisters may speak a different language, or we may have communication problems, but at the end of the day, if you check the DNA, we are one. We are one. We are one. Don't let these crackers fool you. We are one. They want to divide us. They want to take our black men again. They want to take our children again. They want to take our black woman again. They want to take our black woman and send her make her a whore, send her every chocolate day. They want to take our black man and make them a breeder and everything else. And then they want to take our children and let them have the waveform so they can continue to create their own race, even through that, because of the mitochondria cell. See, that's a lot of stuff going on that there's a reason why that they're coming after us so hard is because all of us has the key. It wasn't just David had the key. It wasn't just Joshua had the key. It wasn't just Michael who had the key. You know what I'm saying? All of us as melanated beings have the key. And we do. That's why they want to eat you and kill you and do some more shit and burn your shit up. Let me ask you something. If our history was so bad, if we did so much and this and that, why do you want to steal it? Why do you want to use it? Why do you want to get butt injections in your butt, make your lips bigger, turn around, make your hair thicker? Why do you want to darken your skin? Why the hell you go to a tanning booth to look like me? You know what I'm saying? Why the hell you get all this plastic surgery to have full voluptuous breasts like I do and my booty? Why you want your booty look like mine? But see, this thing right here on your hair like mine, right? But then they burn our shit up and tell us that we ain't nothing. But why them motherfuckers trying to be like us? I'm trying to figure that shit out. Make it make sense. So what have we done wrong? Nothing. The only thing we have done wrong is sit around here, keep on fucking with that goddamn white devil troglodyte. Leave that motherfucker alone. Come back home, brothers and sisters. Come back home. Leave that troglodyte alone. Leave it alone.
You gotta relax. You gotta relax. You got to relax. You don't bust a blood vessel.
See, that's what everybody tell me. They say, Desiree, look, they say, you get so hyped, you gonna bust. No, this is natural. I love this. This is love. Confucius says that if you find something you love, you will never want to stay in your life. Never want to stay in your life.
You gonna quote Confucius. That rant you just did, then you gonna quote Confucius.
Yeah, that's what she did.
Confucius is an Asiatic, and the original Asiatic are black. We are the original criminals. We are the original.
Bro, yeah. Now,
GQ.
what
GQ.
What's up?
Listen, let's argue.
Huh?
Let's argue.
Argue?
Oh yes, let's argue.
Oh my God, this is some late night good sex, y'all. They get ready to argue. Ooh, everybody get ready to get on.
I'm not mad at that. You know, sex is nothing but sacred energy exchange, and that is what I'm looking to do at this moment. Because GQ, I hear you on the panel all the time.
Okay.
You know, when we over at we'll be over at Psycho's house, and you're one of the ones that gets to arguing and everything. But whenever I jump on the panel, everybody jumps on their P's and Q's, and nobody want to argue with me. I've been in this debate league for almost 4 years now. These ninjas don't do anything but argue with me.
Listen to your voice. It's hard to argue with you, sister.
Oh, come on now.
Damn.
Come on.
It's hard. You hard to argue with. What you want to argue about? I'll argue with you.
I don't know. I'm a true debater. I can take any side of an argument, throw something out there, let's get it.
I know. I heard say you was a bad girl. I don't want to get beat up.
Yeah.
That's why niggas jump on their P's. That's another reason they jump on their P's and Q's.
Well, December is Black History, Black Woman History.
You got that voice going there, and you element debater. Shit.
You operate your feminine energy.
I don't.
December is Black Woman History Month. Get it, sis. Get them. I want to argue too. Yeah.
Were you there last night? When I had to jump out my body. True Storian was in rare form. I've never seen True Storian like that. He was calling me all out my name and everything, and it just it flipped a switch. Yes.
Who was doing that?
Yes.
Hold on,
who's doing
Hold on, Arquette, relax.
You weren't there?
I came at the end. I was there early, and I came at the ass end. I missed the middle, but
it was crazy. I've never seen him like this, and all I did was come up on the panel. But like I said, it flipped a switch in me. So of course, I'm all at my body. I'm doing and saying stuff that I do not even like. I don't even use the N word like that. And finally, I got pissed off, and I told I told Psycho, I said, sit this nigga down. I'm sitting the Cash App right now.
You said truth down.
Yeah, I did.
I don't think that ever happened. That's
I
probably the
said
first
him,
time that nigga ever got said.
man, I sat him down for 20 minutes. I'm like, you don't even understand. I got it. Okay.
Was you all talking about the because I did catch when he came up and gave a presentation about what the hell was it at the end?
No, that was before.
Columbus,
and I promise
Columbus
you,
having the black Columbus
yes.
having the black man with him
So
when he
I was the one that sparked that conversation off because I
okay,
was
so
like,
I
no,
caught that
there was
part.
one. Yes, but he just like, I don't know why he flipped out
So
because he
what was your
said
position?
that there was a black navigator. That's how Columbus ended up over here because he didn't know where the hell he was going. And there was a black navigator named Pedro Nino.
That's right, black navigator.
So they saying Truth's position was that he was a servant, he wasn't a navigator, right?
But he was actually a navigator. Christopher Columbus wrote about him being a navigator in
Christopher
his
Columbus was a drunk.
in
This lady right here, man. You got to
in
chill for a minute. I can't let us finish having this conversation, argument.
yeah, in this
What happened?
in his travel logs, he wrote about picking up Pedro and how Pedro was the one that got him here. I'm one of those that you can't tell me that we did not originate in Africa. But at the same time, I also believe that there were some Africans here because we were traversing the world. We had been. The Moors that they truly did go over to Europe and save the European because the European was a nasty, dirty animal.
We wasn't here though.
You don't think so?
Oh my God!
There we go. There we go. There's the argument. There's my argument. Right there. Right there. Okay, so I
around. Come on.
need some information why you don't think that we were here.
Yeah, I would like to see your facts of why you saying that we were not here. Instead of us having to prove that we were here. Show me some facts that we were not here.
Well, we do this all the time. We had these. And Truth came back. So did you catch when he came back up and showed?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, so did you see the part? Did you see the part where Pedro got flogged for dealing with an Indian in America? He called slack. Pedro got over here and went to bucking when he got here. He went to
and I'm not mad at him. How you gonna get in a boat? Show these white boys where the hell that you going?
Why didn't they say he hooked up with another black person, another Moor, another whatever term they wanted to use because they was calling? I mean, why did they say specifically he hooked up with an Indian?
Well, you know that they had called us Indian. They were calling us Indian.
They called a group of people Indians, but it wasn't us.
Yes.
It wasn't.
No, they called it. Look,
then who was it?
What he said?
It was the Asians who crossed the land bridge and came to America and had been here way before Columbus got here. Those wasn't black folks. They wasn't African.
Okay, but how do you know that? Because the Inuit people exist. They do. Let's just be honest. They do. So if we're talking about Asians crossing, how do you know it wasn't the Inuit? Because we have remnants of them here when you look at the true Eskimo.
All right, so let me just put this out here right quick. Just give everybody some common sense class. All right, so what do brothers and sisters do right now? Because I tell you one thing.
Come on, okay, you gotta chill. You were talking about Pangea and all that just a little while ago.
Wait a minute, hold on.
We having a serious conversation right now.
Hold on. I'm giving you a serious conversation. Hold on. Let me finish. Just like right now, I'm in San Francisco, but I was just living in DC 20 years, so I travel around. So the thing is, I think that what we need to stop doing is saying that our ancestors were primitive, like they couldn't move around, they couldn't do whatever. You do it right now. Brothers and sisters move from the East Coast, West Coast, move over to Africa, they move over, they go to India. Do you know we got brothers and sisters right now that live in India, all over the goddamn country? So you trying to say nothing is new under the sun? So you trying to say that our ancestors didn't do that back then? We was all over. And guess what? People been having sex since the universe actually been created. Here we go. We got the mother, father, God with the stars out here. So sex was going on. People was having sex. They was traveling around. So the thing is, we need to stop looking at the oppressor, thinking that we run around in some motherfucking jungles. And I'm not saying that people didn't do it because people want to do it. Shit, you got motherfuckers right here, right now, want to walk around naked. And they walk around the streets of San Francisco naked every day. So the thing is, we need to stop putting ourselves in a box as melanated beings. We are the Alpha and the Omega. We are the starter and the finisher. And now it's time for us to what? Take back our crowd. Black power to brothers and sisters. It's time for you to get back on what? Our throne. And that's the bottom line.
Well, I would like to add that if we look at the average African speaks multiple languages even to this day. So,
absolutely.
And so we're the only people, including the European, that only speaks one language. The average white person speaks one language. The average black person.
I don't want to hear nothing about no Europe.
Hold on, relax. You got to let somebody else talk, man. I don't want to drop you.
Trying to make a point.
Just keep on doing that.
So if Columbus is discovering America at this time, he has to be able to communicate with the Indians. He can't talk to them. So maybe that's why he had the slave with him to communicate with the Indians. You got to think about language.
That was definitely one of the reasons.
Y'all putting carts before horses.
All, he was not a slave.
No, I'm just saying.
Y'all putting carts before horses. To say he had people on board to be translators of a group of people that he never knew existed, you putting a cart before the horse.
Right. Why would he need translators if he thought he was going to India?
Exactly.
Well, how about this? We know Africans speak multiple languages. We know.
No, what you're saying does have some validity. And here's why. Yes, African slaves, due to the fact that they are multilingual, and your Spanish, French, and even English-speaking people, particularly only spoke one language, we were used as translators in the early inception of colonization of this hemisphere. So yes, that took place.
Okay.
There's multiple skill sets. There's multiple skill sets that they would have taken. There's multiple skill sets that we would have been utilized for. Navigating rivers, swimming, being I don't want to say bilingual or trilingual, but our ability to pick up various languages. So to that sentiment, yes, there's historical validity to it, but that is not anything to argue with the inception of Columbus coming this way.
How? If you're acquiescing to the fact that
because Columbus did not know he was finding newfound land.
This is true, but this is what I'm saying to you. You're acquiescing to the fact that Columbus used people that look like us.
I didn't say Columbus used them.
Oh, okay, fine. Whomever used them to get here, to speak to the people that were already here, we were utilized for these things, correct? We can agree on that, right?
No. We can't.
No.
We don't agree
Anybody
on the
that knows
fact
the
that.
story, everybody knows Columbus was trying to find a way into
But
Asia.
I thought we just took Columbus out of
He was
here.
used. He was used. No, if we're talking about getting here, why would he use us to get to lands that nobody knew of?
He wasn't utilized.
Because
Columbus
so are
was
you
looking
saying
for the
that he didn't
fountain
know
of
where he
youth.
wanted to go?
He was looking
He
for
He
the
knew
wanted to
where
go
he
fountain
wanted
of
to.
to
He
youth.
was
go. He
trying to go to
wasn't
India.
He
He was
wasn't
trying
Yeah,
to get
he
to
was
expecting
India.
to
not trying
find
to
new
get here.
land.
He was trying to find
He
some
thought
earth.
he was in India when he hit the Americas. That's why he called the people that were here Indians. He thought he was
Okay.
in India.
And you don't, but we still don't think that he utilized the navigator to navigate.
No, he
No,
didn't use
he
the
wasn't a navigator. First and foremost, he wasn't a navigator. But even if you
Oh,
wanted,
He
okay.
was a navigator.
even if you wanted to say he was a navigator, then
Okay.
he wasn't. If you want to say that, which he wasn't, but because the letters from Columbus say that he was his servant. But if you want to say he was a navigator, he wasn't a good navigator because they were trying to go to India and he ended up in America.
So he was
No,
trying
and it
to
goes back to go look at some more letters. It goes back to
Well, can we look
Columbus
at the map
with
though?
alcohol.
Can
He
we
was
look at the
drinking.
map? Look at Great Britain and look where India is located, and you telling me you take a boat there?
Yes, he took a boat.
All right.
Well, we know. Look at the map.
All right, look at the
You have to
map.
take a boat there.
Okay.
You have to
Okay,
take a boat.
here. I offer this from the Sankofa studies, described as El Negro, navigator and explorer Pedro Alonso Nino, son of a white Spaniard and an enslaved African woman, has long been acknowledged for accompanying Columbus on his first voyage to the Americas in 1492 as the pilot of the Santa Maria. Now, I'm going to stop right there before I even go any further. He was known to be an explorer and a navigator, and Columbus said, "Hey, get on this boat here and pilot this boat." For what? If he didn't know where he was going.
Well, it was something more deeper than that. So let's go back into looking at more history because Columbus and him were kind of like homeboys. And he knew Columbus, he liked to drink. I'm telling you. And so he writes about this. All right. Oh, here we go again.
DQ, Dev. If that's my offering, what do you have to counter that?
Well, I'm trying to find my source now for you, so I can show.
That's what I'm talking about. Source up or shut up.
Yeah, I'm trying to share with you, so you can see that.
You know what? I think I'll be honest. That's because I offered that to True Story and last night, and he was like, he did the same thing. He was like, no, and so I told him, no, you got to source up or shut up, and it pissed him off, and that's why I was all kind of bitches and.
Say it again now.
True Story and last night we were having this.
What you just said? Hold on, I can't.
Yeah, so
look, invite him on this show right here and let him say that same language.
Right, you know who truth? Come on, relax. I'm gonna have to mute you up, man.
So we were having the same conversation. I was, giving him my source. I cited my source, and he was just like, "No, that's not right." And so I told him, "No, you can't do that. That's not the way this works. You have to source up or shut up." And he got pissed off, and I was all kind of bitches last night.
That's crazy. I don't know. I can't speak for truth what his mindset was on that.
I don't know. I don't know what in the hell.
He is a source up or shut up type individual.
He is. And that's why I don't understand why he flipped.
He wasn't saying much to tell truth to source up because he got the sources. I mean,
let's state some facts. Okay, first of all, he's traveling now. If he's traveling from Great Britain, it wouldn't make sense for him to travel to Great Britain and think he'd get to India. The only way that
No. Wait, hold on. I got an alternate for you. Remember, he's a Spaniard. His name is Pedro. He wasn't coming from Great Britain. He was in Spain. Columbus.
Columbus coming from.
That's what I was about to say. Columbus wasn't coming from the UK either. He was actually he was a Spaniard as well.
From Europe or from Europe?
From Europe. Okay. I can take Europe. I can take you saying Europe, yes.
Even from Europe, though, you can't go to water to get to India. It doesn't make sense. The only way this would make now, most of the slave ports were on the west side of Africa. So even if you travel from the west side of Africa, you don't get to India. So that don't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does. Let's pull up a map.
I said the west side. I just pulled up the map.
All right, can we put
it on? The only way you get to America by coming from the west side of Africa. That's where most of the slave ports at. I've been to. I don't know if you guys been to Africa. I've been to some of them. Okay, on the west coast. So there's no way he gets to India from the west coast of Africa. You got to go from the east coast of Africa to get to India.
Do you know the term circumnavigate?
What are you talking about?
I do.
Mercy. My bad. Do you know what the term circumnavigate means?
It means to go around. That's it.
So he went around the whole continent of Africa. Nah, man, I ain't even going for that. I'm not going for that, man. That don't make sense.
No, he literally went. He literally went east. He literally went west to get east. So that's how he bumped into America. He was trying to get to India. I mean, that's what we know. But
from the west side of Africa, so he got to go around all of Africa.
That's not necessarily true.
Like, why? Just a question for you. Why do you keep saying the west side of Africa? What makes you think that he was coming from the west?
That's where the slave ports are located.
But he wasn't carrying slaves. He wasn't. We talking about when he discovered America. He wasn't.
Right.
Columbus wasn't.
Right. He wasn't carrying slaves.
You way off, Mercy. You might have to relax.
So he traveled with somebody black, and who's this black person?
He was half black. He was a Spaniard. He came with him.
He was a navigator. My position that he was a servant.
Spain. So
of course they did, because Pedro's mother was an enslaved African.
But even from but they had slaves in Great Britain. Anyway, they had slaves in Spain because they colonized America too. So anyway, point. But we'll just say from Spain. You don't get to India. That's landlocked.
You gotta know the history, bro. They wasn't even slaves yet. They wasn't transporting slaves at that time. When they first took the slave over there to the Pope.
I'm not necessarily talking about international.
No. They did at that time, GQ. They did have slaves because Pedro's mother was an enslaved African. But remember the difference in the treatment, like Pedro being a half caste, like he went into the caste system. He wasn't necessarily how in during chattel slavery, because these white boys couldn't keep their hands off of us. We were having half caste babies left and right. And so they changed the laws and said, hey, I don't have to take care of this child. I have nothing to do with this child, because this child, their status follows the status of the mother. And the mother was enslaved. So all the half caste children were enslaved here, but not there. They actually have those. That's why that there's a mestizo, a mulatto, the European. There's a caste system there during that time, because they were mixing with us. He was free. His father was a Spaniard.
Comes way later.
Well, of course, with the caste system, everything all together, you already know that was a plot to do that. They had to figure out how to get everything together. And so one of the things that they did was still trying to procreate and having their sperm inside of the black woman. And also they did the same thing with the black man when it came to the mulatto children. And that's also the basis of Howard University. It was actually built alone because the Freedmen University was right there. They took that over and they created Howard University that's named after a white general, and let you know it was actually for what? The mulatto babies. So like I said, all this cracker history is bullshit. Christopher Columbus was an alcoholic. That guy that she's speaking of, he was melanated. You have to realize this is going in colonialism, neocolonialism, as even when it goes to the various languages, because we also have languages that goes within a tribe. A lot of this stuff actually comes natural to you because you think you don't understand something that goes into the fear, but in actuality, us as melanated beings right now, we know how to speak various languages too. And it goes back into the mental cycle of us being telepathic, and we can also feel the energy and the vibes and everything like that. I think that everything together, we are taken away from the point that of who we really are.
Well, even I want to accept your story about how he thought America was India. He definitely don't have very good navigation skills. I mean,
who gives a fuck where the hell Christopher Columbus was trying to fucking go? You know what I'm saying? What the hell does that got to do with us today as far as reparations and doing what we have to do for our brothers and sisters? Fuck a goddamn Christopher Columbus with his drunk ass and whoever his navigator was. Who fucking cares? Because I already know what they was doing. Dr. Sabi talking about they was looking for the goddamn tree of life because somebody told them, you know, he was already drunk any goddamn way that he could drink and live forever. You know what I'm saying? We have to get out of that mentality thinking that everything is everything when it's really not. You know what I'm saying? Fuck a motherfucking Christopher Columbus. That's why the holiday, his birthday is changed anyway, was the Indigenous Day. Indigenous Day is saying that what? We are one in tune with nature and we are the original beings here. Fuck a Christopher Columbus.
I think he had navigation help from a black man. That's what I think.
I think that he's like the rest of them. He want to sleep with a black man. How about that?
I mean, he didn't even know where he was at.
Shit, what fucking cracker does know where he's at? Come on, look at him. They don't know where the hell they at right now. Look, come in San Francisco. They up here smoking, what is that stuff called? Crystal meth. They don't know where the fuck they at. They was probably smoking that shit back then. So, you know, hey, look at the retardation. The lower vibration.
She said retardation.
Don't know where the motherfucker. He don't know where the fuck he is now. He don't know where he's at now. He thinking, you know, then he got y'all thinking you in Mars, and then he's saying he over there. They had the military war. So I don't know where the fuck are we? Did anybody know where the hell we at?
What you got? Who you was talking about? What was? Oh shit! She talking. Oh, okay. So Akasha, we talking about who you talking about? Pedro Alonso Nino, right?
You know, like when I went to Brazil, I don't know Portuguese, but I know Spanish, and Spanish is a language that's close to Portuguese. So I'm able to communicate using my Spanish when I'm in Brazil. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because I know a language that's similar to the Brazilian language, I'm able to communicate. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, now, I'm glad you made it out there. They didn't kill you.
Hey, you two, hold on, y'all. You two, hold on, because GQ asked a question.
I was talking to Akasha, but I think she.
Nah, I'm with you, GQ. I'm just trying to give her time to respond. I will say I don't recall Truth snapping out though.
You was on there, right, Vias?
Yeah. Some stuff I don't be paying full attention to, but I was there when this manifested, and I'm thinking the sister uh, misinterpreted Truth speaking to someone else as the disrespect, because
Well,
we
it
are.
still doesn't matter. No
Hold
black
on,
man
sis. You gotta
did.
stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. We all know Truth don't get down like that unless absolutely provoked. And he took getting set down like a champion. He never bashed. Is it Akasha? He never bashed her for it. He made jokes of it, and he just wanted to clear up how we've misinterpreted this Nino phenomenon, and he did so in live time. He went through how we've all been misled in the past, where it originated from, and how to resolve the issue. That's why even Sabio was like, "Damn, thank you, Truth. I didn't know these things."
Well, can I just say this? That still doesn't give
Then he highlighted.
a
Then he
man
highlighted.
a
Then
reason to call
hold
a
on,
woman out of her
hold.
name.
He didn't. That I
She just
guess you
said
missed.
that he called her a bitch,
But he didn't. Is
but she
what I'm
said
telling.
he did.
But he didn't. It
So you
didn't
trying to say
happen.
she's lying?
I'm trying to say she may have misheard something because
Oh,
that
get
didn't
out of
take
here.
place.
Somebody knows if you get called a bitch.
Sis, I'm telling you flat out, it didn't happen.
Well, let's go to the recording. Do you have the recording so we can hear it?
No, I don't have it. I'm not going back to dig it up either.
Oh, wow. Well, she said that he did.
Now, what he did do is he broke down the Nino brothers. Then he highlighted who the black man was that came with Columbus. After he was done, that's why I asked him if he would chat GPT the question I asked about. How did I ask him? A true, since
So
I
the
don't
black
use
man,
chat
so the black man
GPT.
that was with him, Vias.
Yeah.
Go ahead, finish what you're saying, bro. I don't want to cut you off.
That's when I was asking him if he would bring up Africans with Columbus settlement La Isabella. Because this is where we get definite proof. He went around that and brought out Juan Pedro
Right,
or Pretty John. You
right,
get where I'm going?
right.
But the reason I was asking him to hit La Isabella is because I wanted to see if Chat GPT was going to highlight the skeletal remains there. And through those skeletal remains, you can see a clear distinction in between the native populace, the European populace, and the Africans. And the way they did this is by analyzing carbon isotopes that get remained on the teeth, and I think they said in the femur bone. And guess what? You don't, and that those carbon isotopes and that wear and tear comes from heavily consuming maize. Well, guess what? You don't see those in the African or the European. Why?
Okay, we're
Because you
still
don't have maize, aka corn, in Africa until after the Columbus exchange.
all right. So we're still deflecting here. The problem is that we're not addressing is how she was disrespected
She
by their
wasn't. She
brother.
wasn't. And I'm not going to revisit that with you. She wasn't. There was multiple people on the panel. Somebody said something. Truth made a joke to that and said, okay, let me show y'all something. She took it as disrespect and she wasn't even being spoken to. And he never said the B word. That's what I'm telling you. That it didn't go down the way that she is interpreting it taking place. It just
Well,
didn't happen that
Sister
way.
Ashal, can you come on here, sister, so we can hear your side? Because I just want to believe her because I'm sure if somebody disrespected the sister, she's not gonna lie about it.
In the meantime, we cleared up GQ.
Yeah.
And if you want a source, because I don't know if
No, I got him. Juan. Yeah, Juan.
no. I was going somewhere else with it. For the
Okay.
mother. For the mother. If you want a source for the mother, because I can't remember if True dropped that they even know who the mother's name is. They have that information. And nothing alludes to her being African or a slave at that matter.
Right.
Of the Nino brothers, that is.
Where's the sister at? Asha, because I really, really bothers me. It triggers my PTSD altogether when I hear that our brothers and sisters disrespect Black women. And I tell you one thing. I've been on this podcast. I think we almost been on 2 hours, and all the brothers on here, very good, very kind people. They never once, even with me talking or whatever, never once disrespected me as a Black woman. And so that has to be eliminated, whether they have truth or information or not. You put them jokers in check. This is the thing. All of us came out of a vagina. We did not come out of a ding-a-ling. Go ahead, sister. Tell us what happened on the show.
Okay. Dev, can you give me that source? Because I'm searching for something that says that his mother wasn't African, and I'm not finding it because everything that I am finding is that she is.
Whose brother?
I'm mother, not brother.
I know whose mother? Pedro?
Oh, Pedro. Yes, Pedro.
Yeah, Pedro wasn't Black though. Now Pedro, you was correct. Pedro was a navigator, but he wasn't Black. The black person that Columbus wrote about in his letters was John the Black. Juan the Portuguese, Juan. He had several names. Prior to Columbus dying, he was Juan Prieta, which was John the Black.
Pretty John,
Juan Marino, Juan Prieta. Now Nino Pedro, he was a sailor actually, but he wasn't Black. He was Spanish.
Yeah, well, he was Afro.
He was
Spanish.
Afro-Hispanic.
Well, but he wasn't.
But he was. His mother is African.
Wait a minute. Yeah, let's see the proof.
There is no evidence.
I'm glad. Hold on, y'all.
His mother
Sabio, before you go, I'm glad you up here. And hope that you heard my covering of what took place last night as far as the disrespect and how this all got started. But y'all was right at a good point. When Moreno came out, and then this is where the fuck is his name? Madon jumps in the argument that it means brown and him trying to tie it into more.
Afterwards, though, yeah.
Yeah. No, it was all in together.
Yeah, I mean,
now Sabio jumped in and tried to break down the etymology. I stayed out of it. There was something I wanted to contribute, but I just stayed out of it because y'all know how this goes. It's just 87 mics rocking and nothing gets heard. If you know enough to go digging in that time, they had a term for these people, in particularly mixed breed people. And if the Nino brothers were that, they wouldn't have used Moreno or any other terms used. They would have used Loros, Loros.
So is AI wrong?
Which is signifying this is a brown person, a mulatto. That would have been the term they used. They wouldn't have used mulatto. They would have used Loros.
No, they also use niggeritas too. They use
No, we talking about a time frame where that was not used yet.
So
according to AI,
I mean, like I'm straight in the encyclopedia right now of all places, and it describes him as a Spanish explorer known as El Negro, a native of of
was later, Akasha. And see, True Historian did a great job because I used to think I'm very familiar with the Nino brothers. The way I got familiar with them is not because of Columbus, it's because of the Ottoman Empire. And knowing that they also worked in the Ottoman Empire. So I also thought they were Afro-Latin because of the sources. There was no mention of his mother. There's no mention of his mother being African, black, or anything. These are later inventions, the El Negro and all that. We wouldn't know that because we don't look into the 15, 16 sources on Pedro Alonso Nino. But when True Historian brought out the sources from the 15th, 16th century on Nino, none of them ever called him El Negro. That's all later, 18th, 19th, 20th century. There's no evidence his mother was African or his daddy was.
Okay, so you say about the evidence. Okay,
Hey Sabio, take that link in the
let's
back
go
chat.
back to
I don't know if your device will allow you to translate it, but
other
it's written in
mulattoes.
Spanish.
They do not tell about
If you
Africans.
translate it, it'll highlight who the Nino's mother is. It gives her name and it gives a brief biography of the Nino brothers on a whole. Then it starts breaking into Pedro, but it tells you who the mother is and exactly where she's from.
Pedro Alonso Nino is the second of the Nino brothers. In documents, he may be found as Pedro Alonso, Pedro Alonso, or Pedro Alonso. He was married twice, first to Juana Muñez, with whom he had Juan Nino, Isabel Quintero, and Leonor Fernandez, and then to Leonor de Bordia, with whom he had Francisco Nino. He was a pilot, a great mariner, and a daring explorer. He was one of the great figures of discovery and conquest that shares some similarities with Vicente Yanez Pinzon. Like him, he participated in the voyage of discovery, was present on the first voyages to the New World, and therefore had the opportunity to enrich himself, but he did not.
Yeah, you read that whole thing and didn't even say nothing about the mother. He came over here and told you about the mother. You didn't come with that.
I'm looking for it, sis.
Right.
Can you
So
be
you're
patient?
reading nothing. So this is the
Can
thing.
you be patient?
What about
Actually, there's more to what I was reading. All you have to do is be patient. Stop jumping out the window.
Well, stay on the subject. Is his mama black or white?
His mother. So again, his mother. Let's see exactly what it says about her. Because for some reason, people trying to make this Spaniard black.
Oh, get out of here. We are the original beings, and those Spaniards that you speak of are also black.
No, the hell they not.
Get out of here. What are you trying to say? Them Puerto Ricans, them Dominicans, and them other...
No,
they're not black too?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. They are not black.
Oh, please, get out of here. I know you jokers love the girls anyway. Look at the brothers. Y'all been going to Brazil ever since the 2000s, going over there and messing with them sisters over there. And they got the darker ones that are underground and the lighter ones above ground. Everybody talking about they going to Brazil to sleep
Hey
with
sis, hey, you gotta chill. Let him finish reading.
All right.
I'm trying to find out where it talks about his mom. I haven't ever read this. And it's a lot of reading. So I don't want to bore y'all with all the reading.
Well, of course,
I mean, there's got to be some truth to what
who
she's
is the
saying.
mama?
Then why not look over it? I've got something that I'd like to
there is
offer
no
up.
record. There is no record of his mother primary.
All is colored too, so you know that includes more than just black.
There's a monument to Pedro Alonso Nino in the convent of San Francisco de Maguire, Spain. That's his hometown. In 1940, Nino was honored with one of the 33 dioramas at the American Negro Exposition in Chicago. GQ, isn't that your stomping?
Yeah, he came back up later and finished it. The recording is up if you want to go through the whole thing. But like I said, from 15th century, 14th century, 16th century, and 17th century, there is no record of.
Do you remember what the source was, Dev? Because I can't go back and listen. At that point, you only get 11
Yeah,
hours and
the
33
source.
minutes of a
Yeah,
stream.
yeah, the source. What you saw, what you heard, Negro, were only coming from other people that were using the term. There was no direct reference of him specifically African this or African that or being tied to this or that. So
Wouldn't
that's what
that
I'm
okay, so
in the
wouldn't that
statue that you was talking about. Yeah, we pulled that up too, and he don't look nothing like what was being written.
Right.
Yeah,
so if
yeah. You're
we
just gonna go on
if
their
if
dynamic.
we're
You're
if
not.
Yeah, that's
if
all
I
you have
look
to
at
go on,
you,
because no other
if
black people were going across global waters at that
but
particular time.
but
That's
yet
all I'm saying.
Lie. Let's
at
go
that
back
So
to
name
time,
the names.
traffic.
So
That's
so name the name. Name the names of the
okay,
ones who were then. Name the
I'm
Dev,
names.
talking about. All
Dev,
right, let's go back to
Dev, I
China.
have a question for
China.
you.
Let's go back to China. Let's go back to China altogether, dealing with the Asiatics at
Dev,
the time.
And what was the name again?
Um,
Dev,
they're called the not what's that tribe name? Because I when I went to when I came into San Francisco, I went to go see them up here. They in Chinatown, and they all black. They samurai and
Dev, can you just answer my question?
Go ahead,
anyway,
Tasha.
Thank you.
all
Okay, so my question to you is if um you are being called a name by many people to the point of it being recorded in history, and it is off of your appearance, why would they call him the black if he was not that?
well, they was going with his complexion. So that's why that's why they say Negro. That goes, and Negro in Spanish means black, Moor means black. So they was actually looking at his color tone, and you already know that he was of dark complexion as well as he was probably a copper tone as well.
And
So
they
And
call
all the Moors were not black. That doesn't because the word Moor does not
okay,
automatically make you
okay,
black.
all right. The original Moors were black until they turned around and wanted
Wrong.
to.
But they had no
Wrong.
origin
The
in
original
Africa.
Moors were
Oh,
the original Moors were Muslim. The
oh my God!
original Moors were Muslims. See? The
Yeah.
original Moors were Muslims.
I
Savio.
mean, are y'all familiar with the
What
one
does that
drop
have to
rule?
do with
Savio.
the color of
Savio.
your skin because
Savio.
you're Muslim?
Savio. Quick
Mm-mm.
question.
What's up?
What was Scipio's nickname after his Punic Wars and battle in Carthage with
Scipio
Hannibal?
Africanus? Scipio
Did that
Africanus?
did that mean Scipio was a black man?
Nope.
No. It just
Did it
mean
mean
he was
Africanus?
did it mean he was from Africa?
Nope.
no.
Wait. So you're trying to say that Cyprio
can I finish? So when Pedro is being dubbed El Negro as a nickname, it's in reference to his knowledge of Africa and his involvement with the transatlantic.
And the
okay,
It has
sub
so
to do
you're
with the
saying
color of
that
his
No
skin as
different.
well.
I'm drawing a
so
comparison with
right from
Scipio.
Cyprio Africanus, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that he was nicknamed Africanus?
yes. He was
Yes.
named Africanus.
That was
And
his
Afrikaners with
last
a K.
name. No, he was not African. Africa was named after him, and his
no,
last name was
no,
Africanus.
no,
Get it,
no,
sis. Get
no,
it. Get
no,
it.
no,
Get it.
no,
Get it.
no,
Get it.
no,
She
no,
blowing you
He,
up. She blowing
he was named after Africa. After he conquered those places mentioned,
At that
just
time, it was called El Kebulon. So how could he have been named after Africa?
no, stop. Kuban was a specific area, just like Ethiopia was specific areas. Sometimes they called the whole continent those names, depending on the people using it.
Get the fuck out of here. The only person that changed the names was the troglodyte in their colonialism and neo-colonialism. Because all of these names did not exist because they were not the original names of any of our countries, let alone the motherland was not Africa. And let alone the America.
So you want to know something crazy? I was watching a video on geology yesterday, and they were talking about the great. I mean, what is that? The rift over there in Kenya. And you want to know who they mentioned, Vyasa? You want to know what they mentioned? They mentioned the Afar rift and the Afar people.
Yeah.
From Kenya, where Africa possibly got its name.
Oh please, that's
scholastically where
they got their name through invasion.
That's scholastically the most agreed upon idea of how Africa becomes Africa is the Afar people.
Afar people. People don't know this. They don't read enough. This shit is annoying.
Really, you are annoying. And this on top of this. Africa was not the original name of Africa. They even talk about Noble Jew Ali talks about in the Moorish Science as well. And we already know that. Why would we name a country after a dictator or a joker that's out there trying to kill us all together, working along with other corporations?
You should have stayed away from the Moronic Science Temple. You should have stayed away from the Moronic Science Temple. You should have never got involved with the Moronic Science Temple.
You talking about the Moorish Science Temple?
The Moronic Science Temple.
I said the Moorish Science Temple.
The Moronic Science Temple.
Well, that's your opinion, brother. All of us have one like an asshole. But the thing is, Noble Jew Ali has a lot of stuff to offer, and he is also, whether you want to believe it or not, he is a foundational Black American.
He was white. Do you know the majority of those people was Arabs and mixed Caucasian and white?
Oh, get out of here. That's whitewash. That's called 5%. So that goes again with y'all fucking everybody. That's why we got the mulattoes now and everything else. People are having sex. So what? But that has nothing to do with
Noble that the founders of those two of all that
do with Noble Jew Ali
talking. They weren't black.
That has nothing to do with
Okay, one at a time.
He ain't gonna be talking about Noble Jew Ali. Do I need to bring out?
No, but I'm saying though, nobody gets a pass from not getting criticized though. And so Noble Jew Ali, he ain't nobody special.
Showing the hell not.
I'm not. Look. The thing is that there is appreciation everywhere.
And what makes him noble anyway?
What makes you noble?
Okay, then he's the one using the term. You came to us with the term noble.
All right.
Nobody knew anything about nobility. What does nobility stand for? He's noble because of what?
What does nobility stand for you?
Yeah, we're not talking about me in the history books. We're talking about this dude named Ali.
Noble Jew Ali.
So show me where Ali go back to Africa.
Can I ask a question then?
Well, actually, he did. He traveled all around the world.
I know he traveled there. I said origin.
I already told you. He's right here in the Americas. He's foundational Black American like we are.
Well, let me ask one question.
Not original to nothing.
Yes, he is. Right here. He was born right here.
Yeah, there were no black people in the United States before 1492.
Oh,
we already went through that.
God, that is a lie.
Okay, then.
Okay,
then. So until you show evidence of that, undoubtedly, then that is going to have to be the way it is. You ain't going to be able to show that. Where are you going to show that at?
All right, I'm gonna show this. Look, we need to meet up. That's how.
No, we don't have to meet for that. We got the internet. That's why we on the internet. We ain't got to meet up for that.
Yes.
That shit happened 500 years ago. We're gonna meet up in 2026 for.
Gonna shake them beans on you.
It's 2025 anyway.
You hungry? Yeah. Okay, I'll get you some breakfast. Okay, so here's my offer for that. Scipio himself was adopted by Publius Cyprio, the son of Scipio Africanus the Elder. How could he be named after Africa if his father was Africanus the Elder?
Didn't you just say adopted?
His father had previously conquered parts of Africa.
But I'm saying though, didn't you just say adopted?
Yes.
So where's the bloodline at?
Wait, Dev. How are we jumping the bloodline when it's simply the fact that the child was named after the father? This was the junior.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He was called
So,
Scipio
me
Africanus
naming
the
somebody
younger.
after somebody, that doesn't automatically make them
That's not
ethnicity
bloodline
or
like
genetically black.
No.
I never said that the
That's
Scipio
all.
was black. You all offered that he was that Africa was not named after him. He was
Oh
named
yeah,
after
that was
Africa.
on another argument. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
Who's making that argument?
and I'm offering that he couldn't have been if his father's name was Africanus the Elder.
Okay. Listen, like I just Scipio Africanus was named after Africa because he earned the honorary title Africanus for his decisive military victory on the African continent.
It means the conqueror of Africa.
Hannibal. Hold on. Can you chill out? Can you chill out? I'm trying to correct
Hold on, let him
misinformation.
finish.
Scipio Africanus was named after Africa because he earned the honorary title Africanus for his decisive military victories on the African continent, most notably defeating Carthage Hannibal at the Battle of Zama in 202, ended the Second Punic War, as he said, and secured Rome's dominance in the region. It was a recognition of his conquest and a lasting testament to its achievement as the conqueror of Africa.
Okay, and what's your source,
I'm hearing that
before y'all go any
Africa
further.
was named after Scipio, and that's grossly incorrect because Scipio got his name from Africa, from conquering Africa. The name Africanus simply means the conqueror. When he I think it was the war that Sabio just said with Hannibal.
And they was only using that in comparison to why they called Pedro Nino El Negro.
The name Africa was already
Sabio,
associated with the
since you was
continent.
reading.
It was
Sabio,
already associated
since
with
you
the
was
continent
reading,
before Scipio.
can you look up if the Afar people were in Carthage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's
Can
one
you
of the
tell me what that source is, Sabio?
Mauritania. That's the Afar region.
Sabio, the source that you just read from, can you tell me what that was?
1 second. What you say, Vyasa?
Amin answered it, but I was trying to walk somewhere with it.
Getting ready to tell you.
Basically, was the Afar people in Carthage where Scipio would have been?
Evolutionists, finish saying what you were saying while they're doing their research, because I want to hear what you were saying as far as your statement. If you want to continue speaking.
Sure. What I was saying is Scipio, Africa couldn't have it's not logical for Africa to be named after Scipio when Scipio gets his name from conquering Africa. You get it? So the name Africa was already associated with the continent even before Scipio went there to war. He only acquired that name.
But his name was Africanus prior to him going.
Yeah,
his father was Africa. His father was Africanus Senior.
His father was the
I
conqueror.
can cite my source, sir.
His father was the conqueror, but
I can cite my source.
What was the name?
Can you cite your source?
If I go to Mexico and conquer Mexico and then change my name to Mexico, it doesn't mean the Mexicans get their name from me. It's the other way around. The sources literally says it's the other way around.
What is the source?
What is the source?
Sir, what is the source?
And
sir, what is the source?
What is the original name of Africa?
What is the source?
I just use
No.
Tasha,
Yes.
I used Wikipedia.
Okay, I use the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh my God. All y'all getting y'all resources from goddamn crackers. You going from one oppressor to the next oppressor.
Come on, okay.
You know that you cannot use Wikipedia as a primary source because I can get on there and change it to whatever I want to. And so can you.
Primary source. It's not a primary. It's a source. It's a starting point.
Okay, well, I'm
you
offering.
do that.
You're right. You're right. It's a starting point. That would be a primary, but okay, that's fine. But my starting point is the Encyclopedia Britannica.
And that's also
and Britannica Encyclopedia actually said exactly what
around
Sabio
here
is
that got
saying.
some history older
Okay.
than stuff.
Okay. You haven't shared the source since you've been up here. You have to stop hollering over everybody.
I did share a source. I told you how Christopher Gomez was a drug addict. I put that in the site. And then I turned around.
You did not share no source for that. They let them finish talking, please.
Okay.
Africa is not named after a Roman general. Africa is not named after a Roman general.
The Britannica source is actually saying exactly what Sabio is saying. Nothing is known of Scipio's boyhood, his childhood. And
how could it be? Would you like for me to read it? Would you like for me to read it again straight from the Encyclopedia Britannica? Because you're wrong.
You share the link or something so we can see it.
Absolutely, I can.
Hold on, GQ. This is stretching way too far. Do y'all not realize that Scipio was their last name?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
His father's name was Publius.
Let the sister show her source, man.
Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus.
The sister sourcing up on y'all.
Wait, the source that the sister brought literally said Scipio Africanus. He adopted that name. It literally said he adopted the name Scipio Africanus. He wasn't born. He wasn't given.
Hold on, because now the claim is that the father already had the name Africanus, which is not true. The last name is Scipio. That's the last name.
So his dad was Publius Scipio.
Publius Scipio, Cornelius Scipio.
Yeah, that was his dad.
And he black?
No.
Oh.
He's not black. Far from it. They were Romans. White, blue-eyed, blonde-hair looking Romans.
Here come Afro to add to the stupidity.
All right, so I'm getting ready to put my and tell you guys the real name of Africa. It is not that, and I'm gonna put my source in there because the brother said I put my source, and maybe you guys will look into the real history because Africa is not the name of the motherland. And why would our ancestors actually use them letters when those letters that they're using, even to describe Africa alone, is not part of our alphabet? Even when you go into the alphabet of the tribes in the motherland, they don't use them letters. It would be better with a K, but not with a C, unless you're going to speak some tweet.
In linguistics, you can substitute
how Africa got its name.
Interchangeable.
How Africa got its name.
Yeah,
Africa means land of the Afri. So the whole continent is now officially named after a single tribe of people who just happened to live there. The Afri people, from afar. I just mentioned them. People don't want to listen. They want to be right.
Don't turn up, Savio. Let's keep it calm.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask y'all a question. If you're not familiar, it's okay. Does anybody know that Scipio had a brother?
Yes, Lucius.
I think that's moving.
Yes, he did. He also had a sister.
Okay,
I mean, but what does that mean?
What is
the afar? The critical point.
Lucius Scipio.
Can I finish?
Sorry. I'm letting you go.
What does Scipio's last name over history become?
Africa.
It's okay.
Sabio.
It's okay if y'all don't know.
Sabio.
No.
What you mean?
Asia Cottis, because the brother went and conquered parts of Asia.
Oh,
Yeah, but just to add on real quick
is it becoming clearer?
Yeah, that's
no, because I'm like I said, I put my source in the back. So
yeah, the Afar are East Africans though. The Afar Triangle is the entry point from West Asia. If we look at the map, if we are familiar with geography and we look at the Afar, one second. If we look at the Afar Triangle, we can cross-reference genetics and demonstrate that much of that ancient DNA is indeed from West Asia, and there's a heavy mix of Cushitic, Tamashek, Nilo-Saharan, Niger-Congo, Kordofani, all of these language groups split in that area of the world. We can reference a source called the Hadza and the Sandawi. These Hadza and Sandawi people possess both E1B1A and E1B1B markers. No, I'm not going to stop. Sabio.
Talking to
Yeah,
you,
but these people possess E1B1A and E1B1B markers. They return from West Asia. Well, I'm giving you the backdrop on what you said afar. The Afar Triangle is the entry point from Arabia.
I'm not talking about the entry point.
Well, we talking about the Afar. You said the Afar. You said the Afar. Now I'm gonna take you to school. I'm gonna take you to school on Afar because you don't know nothing about the Afar Triangle. You just bringing up little Google sources.
Why are you
I
trying
wasn't
to make
talking about the
triangles again?
You're a Googleist. You're a Googleist.
Always trying to make
You're a Googleist.
How you make up? Do you see how you make
I didn't make up nothing.
We've been talking about Eric.
The Afar Triangle geographically is the entry point from West Asia. It's the entry point from West Asia. The Afar Triangle. You don't know nothing about the Afar to be talking about the Afar. They have massive West Eurasian genetics.
Hey, bro,
massive, bro.
Afro, the timeline that we're
Massive
talking
West Eurasian
about has
genetics.
nothing to do
In the
with
Afar Triangle. The very people that you are saying that Africa is named after. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you.
Cool.
The Afar
Now chill
Triangle.
out. Now chill out.
Hold on.
Hey, no, sis.
One at a time now.
Sis, can you chill out? Because I need to respond to what he said. I appreciate everything you said. Hey,
Mr. Quet,
I'm almost, all you got to do is chill out. So, I appreciate all you said. The only reason I brought him up is because I was watching the video that happened to mention the Great Rift Valley and the Afar area. And those
you got background, Mr. Kasha. You got background.
My apologies.
And those people. That's the only reason I mentioned them.
And where is the Afar Triangle located, Sabio?
In the Great Rift Valley.
That's right.
Over by
at the entry point from what? Arabia.
I don't.
Do you understand? Do you understand that the Red Sea is a part of the Rift Valley? Do you understand that the Rift Valley goes all the way up into Anatolia?
Afro, can you chill out and stop telling me things that I've already known?
Okay, so where do historians postulate that the Kushite expansion came from?
I don't know. I don't care. I'm not talking.
You don't know. You don't need to be talking about the Afar Triangle.
We're not talking. It did not come from Asia.
You don't need to talk about the Afar Triangle because you don't know about the Afar Triangle.
Bro. I wasn't talking about the Afar Triangle. You made up an argument.
The Afar people come from the Afar Triangle.
Hey, bro, chill out. Let me say what I was saying.
Afro, let him finish, man. We weren't talking about no Asians, yo. We was talking about somebody else specifically.
Man, your man just getting his ass whooped, bro.
No, he's not getting his ass whooped. You came in with another argument that we were not on before you came through. That's all.
He said the Afar, not me, devastating.
Oh, okay then. So that does not change what we were talking about. We still were talking about one man.
I brought up Scipio.
Don't worry about it. It's not that serious, man.
To draw a correlation how Pedro earned his nickname. due to his triumphs, if you want to call it that, through a European lens. I brought him out Afro.
This nigga sad.
I'm trying to show how these people get these names applied to them in history. And
So
sis, if you read from your source, the Britannica on Scipio.
Either they want to make us Moors, they want to make us
so
Arab, they want to make us Indians. We're everything except
so
African.
I'm about to read
Yeah,
something real
looking at
quick.
somebody's name don't make you black. It didn't make you black in
Everything
2026.
except African.
It
Hold on,
don't
y'all.
make
Man,
you black
genetics is
now.
irrelevant, man.
And it
Y'all
definitely
going
People
real
change
quick.
your
looking at
genetics.
somebody somebody's
The
name don't
genetics
make
is
you black
irrelevant.
in the 15th century or
The
16th
genetics is
century.
public.
How is someone
Hold
else
The
gonna
on,
make
genetics
you?
is public.
hold on. In the Britannica,
That's not the
in the
but that's not even the argument.
but this is
That's not
your
in the argument.
this is yours
Afro
this
to
is your
understand what we're talking
source.
about. Okay.
It clearly
Right. I mean,
states for
this
his
yeah.
victory he won the surname Africanus.
No, it
He
does not.
won that.
Well, how can he be called
Once
Africanus
again, in your own
when that is his father?
source,
And
in your own
so in my
source,
source, you're
in
not
the first
in
paragraph,
my source. Are you not reading?
in the very first paragraph, it
We are
breaks down
all
Okay,
on
where
the
he was
I'll
Britannica
read
born.
it
stage.
to you then.
It says he was a Roman general noted for his victory over the Carthaginian leader Hannibal in the great battle of Zama, ending in the Second Punic War. For his victory, he won the surname Africanus.
So
That,
and I'm
that,
reading
that was the dad. That was
I'm
the dad.
That was
No,
Scipio.
no,
this is
that was
Scipio.
Scipio.
Oh, okay.
And I'm reading
Plu-
from the
Plubis,
African
and
American
we have to
Register.
understand. Hold on, Sabio. Let me get one
Plubus
more point out.
Cornelius Scipio was his dad.
We have to understand that the origin of surnames is fairly new. In
Yep.
most cases, you would have been named after the father, where you're from, or what you did as a trade. And over
And
time,
that
that becomes the surname.
okay, and
But
but
I'm
that's
trying to
incorrect as well,
I tried to
because
show y'all, like, at
what
the
the
same
son
time you got him being labeled
See, his dad
Africanus,
wasn't called
you
Africanus.
got the brother being
his
named.
his
You
father
got the
was
brother being
No,
Africanus,
named.
no.
the
In your
elder.
Can I
Britannica, go to
finish
family
speaking?
background in your Britannica and read it for yourself.
I'm
Go to the
looking at
last
it
book,
right
family
here. The
background.
general of the Second Punic War, Scipio himself was adopted by Publius Scipio, the son of Scipio Africanus the Elder.
What? No,
Please go down up under
I'm not
background,
seeing that.
background and early life of my source.
What I see here is Publius Cornelius Scipio
Okay,
was born into one of the great politician family in Rome. His father, great
read the whole thing.
grandfather,
Just
and great
you don't have to read
grandfather
the
all
sir. You
had
don't have to read
Thomas
the
in
whole
their
thing. Just
name.
jump to the bottom. Just jump. You're in the right place. Just jump to the bottom.
Okay.
Famous general of the Second Punic War. Start there.
I'm reading from where it says family background. I just started at the top of the chapter, family background.
Right. And I'm telling you, you don't even have to do that. Drop to the bottom. The very first word that is a hyperlink there, start there. How it says that he was the son of
I mean, what you
Scipio
want to
him,
look. I mean, what you want to
Scipio
look
himself.
for is it says nothing is known of Scipio's boyhood or the
I've
date of
seen
his
that
marriage
part.
to Amelia,
Yeah,
daughter
I've seen
of
that part
Amelia's.
when they arrange a
Keep
marriage
keep
to Amelia.
keep reading.
How can we not know anything about his boyhood if we know that he was adopted?
Oh, shit.
Well, again, family background, it literally started off saying Publius Cornelius Scipio was born into one of the greatest politician families in Rome. That
Okay,
shows you
sir,
his
please
born,
don't,
the name, hold on.
please
His
don't,
name at
no,
birth,
no, don't do
his
that.
name,
Please
his
don't be
birth
willfully
name.
ignorant. I'm holding the same source in my hand. Please just go to the bottom and read to us. Please do not do that. Be honest in your assessment here.
All right, yeah, are you anybody able to share their screen?
If I go any further, I'm going to reach where he was arranged. a marriage to Amelia, daughter of Amelius. That was in Council of 216.
So you're just gonna sit there and totally skip over the part that says that he was adopted by
I'm not
Publius
so sure
Cyprius,
y'all in the
the
same
son of
section.
Scipio Africanus. No, we are. We are.
Well,
He's
I'm
just not
saying though,
being honest.
he was reading the top. I don't know how long it's supposed to take for him to
And
read. It's
I know,
obviously it's
and
a
that's
lot of
why I
words.
said
It's
that it, but it's not.
obviously more
But it's
than one
not.
sentence.
All right.
Yeah,
So
it
for
is.
you
It is.
to ask him to specifically go from a specific
You know what
section
I'm
where
gonna
he
do?
was reading from
No,
to another
I'm
section.
gonna put it on.
Dev,
I'm gonna bring it up on my
Dev,
computer.
Okay, thanks.
thank you.
I'm gonna do that.
Dev, I mean, like seriously,
I'm saying though, everybody's
the
kind of like over talking and emotional, and believe me, I get it. It's
the
not
last
nothing
thing I
brand
am
new.
is the last thing I am is emotional. I do feel like
It's not brand
I
new.
do feel like something is that is coming from
No.
you. However,
It's not brand new.
What's the
And
I
difference
didn't,
after
and I
man?
didn't say that it was.
it's not new.
I didn't.
But
I didn't
he
say
was
whether it
literally
was
trying
brand
to
new or not.
read a
So I
section
asked him to
of
do
his
right.
background,
But
which
why
is
are we
trying to point
listening to
out
that whole thing
that there
when we
was
can just jump to
inconsistent.
the bottom and it's clear because there's a hyperlink there.
The gods.
Well,
He doesn't
you
have to
already
search
read
for
that
it.
he was adopted. So I mean, what does that say about him being born or anything about his childhood? Just because
Come on,
he's the word
Dev,
adopted, that does
Dev.
not automatically lay out the events of his childhood.
You're
I
right.
mean,
It does not. What it does is it gives one event of his childhood, and in that event of his childhood, he was named after his father. He became a
okay.
junior.
So
That's
we're
the
not
part
really
that matters.
arguing what he is genetically.
But
Is
we
that what
gotta
you're saying?
wait a minute.
No,
But we gotta
Okay,
no.
that's
hold on,
all.
hold on,
This
hold on.
has
I'm gonna
everything to
share.
do with how the
Because that
Hold
was
name.
the original
on,
argument. But go
No
ahead.
one thinks I'm being
Akasha.
disingenuous, so I'm just gonna share my
Now,
screen.
hold on. How we getting around? Okay, your source, same exact source, right? Same
Right.
exact
All
first
right.
paragraph in your source, the very first paragraph. Scipio Africanus,
Is
born
this?
236 BCE, died 183 BCE. Living room, Campania, now Portria, Italy, was a Roman general noted for his victory over the Carthaginian leader Hannibal in the Great Battle of Zama, ending the Second Punic War. For his victory, he won the surname Africanus. This is in the
Okay, and
name.
keep going down.
Okay, family background.
No, not there. Background in early life.
Okay, well, let's start there because we're gonna start.
Well,
This is show source.
we're
This is
talking
perspective.
about his father, so we should be guessing his family background.
Family background. Publius
Publius.
Cornelius Scipio was born into one of the great patrician families in Rome. His father, grandfather, and great grandfather had all been consuls in their day. In 218, Scipio's father, also named Publius Cornelius Scipio, held the consulship in one of the most critical years of Rome's history. While with him during an engagement on the Tixamus River, the young Scipio made his first appearance in history. According to the Roman history, Levi, the Roman force was outflanked by Numidian cavalry. Seeing his father wounded, the younger Scipio charged forward, an action that allowed Scipio Peer to escape with his guard of cavalry officers and his young son. The anecdote was also recounted by the historian Polybius on the authority of Scipio's friend Lalilius, and it may well be true. Okay, so they said who his father was then. There was no Africanus, which it also, first fifth paragraph, he won the name Africanus after defeating the Carthaginian. So now nothing is known of Scipio's boyhood.
All right. This is where she's a little bit confused.
Yeah, or the date of his marriage to Amelia, daughter of Amarilius Polius, consul of 216, who fell at Cannae Scipio, had two sons. Publius, who was debarred by ill health from a public career and who adopted the name Scipio Africanus the Younger.
Okay.
And
Hold on, GQ. Hold on, GQ. Stick a pin.
Yeah, so these are his children.
These are his sons. Scipio Africanus.
These are Scipio Africanus' children.
This is not Scipio Africanus.
Yeah, this is not Scipio Africanus.
So his dad, as I was trying to let her know, his dad is not called Africanus. This is his dad's name. Publius Cornelius Scipio.
Listen.
Publius Cornelius Scipio is the dad.
Okay. Let me help you. Soon after Scipio's birth, Paulius divorced his wife Prepria, and it was probably after their fathers remarried. Sir, I did not interrupt you. After the father's remarriage, that Scipio and his elder brother Quintanus Fabius Maximo Aureliamos were adopted into other families. Although both remained in close contact with their natural father, while the elder brother was adopted by a grandson or possibly a son of Quintus Fabius Maximus Quintanus, the famous general of the Second Punic War, Scipio himself was adopted by Publius Scipio, the son of Scipio Africanus the Elder.
Right. You understand?
Okay, so yes,
we're talking about
we're talking about Scipio being adopted by a man named Scipio Africanus the Elder. He became the younger. You just read it. The Scipio that we're talking about became the younger.
That was his son.
You just read it. No,
his son is the younger.
How? Okay, that's fine. But how do you get around Scipio the Elder?
That's the Scipio we're talking about. The original character Scipio.
No, that's the man who adopted him. It literally says that he was adopted by Publius Scipio, the son of Scipio Africanus the Elder.
Exactly.
Who's screen sharing?
You're absolutely right.
Who's screen? Who is
my screen?
Hold on, y'all.
The guy named is Scipio
That's
Africanus.
the meaning.
Same guy we're talking about.
Who is screen sharing?
That's a meme.
That's my screen.
Go to the top. Just go all the way to the top to where you
absolutely
do that again.
She's absolutely right.
You see right there?
That's her
Scipio
son
Africanus. Now, if you don't mind, click on the younger. Take it off of Africanus. Yes, go to Scipio Africanus the Younger.
Exactly.
This is where all the hiccups are happening.
Scipio Africanus the Younger. Okay.
That's his son.
These are two different people. Go down to family background, and this is where you're going to see it. This is what you're going to see what she's reading verbatim.
Yeah, that's his son. It even went to the grandson.
Scipio was the second son of Lucius Aemilius Paulus Macedonicus, hero of the Third Macedonian War and son of the consul, who fell at the battle of what do you call that? Cannae in 216. Paulus himself, twice consul, was an outstanding Roman general who combined traditional Roman virtues with the keen interest of Greek culture. So after Scipio's birth, Paulus divorced his wife, Papiria, and it was probably after their father's remarriage that Scipio and his elder brother, Quintus Fabius Maximus Aemilius, was adopted into other families. Although both remained in close contact with their natural father, while the elder brother was adopted by a grandson or possibly a son of Quintus Maximus, the famous general of the Second Punic War, which is the Scipio we're talking about. Scipio himself was adopted by Publius Scipio, the son of Scipio Africanus the Elder. Okay, let's click on Scipio Africanus the Elder. So Scipio Africanus the Elder is the Scipio we're talking about.
Right.
So all this adoption and divorce and stuff, it happens.
Wait. Now, if the elder is the one that we're talking about, go back and read that sentence again. How does that make sense that he adopted himself? That he was named after himself when Publius right. Publius adopted him, right? We can agree on that. It says it right there in the text. Publius adopted him being Scipio, and he was the son. He being Publius was the son of Scipio Africanus the Elder. The only thing in question here is that one word, Africanus. You're saying that Scipio Africanus took himself over to Africa and was named Africa.
Maybe if we read the last, actually, just read the last line, you will get an understanding.
Let us finish so we can straighten it out.
So if you're saying that he went over there and was named after Africa, but his grandfather is the elder.
Yes.
Africanus.
It tells you here. Let me read it. Continue. Let me continue reading, and you will get the understanding.
I've read it. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
It will make sense in a minute. It will make sense in less than a minute. Thus, Scipio succeeded to the family tradition of two of Rome's greatest general, the victor himself, the victor against Hannibal of Carthage. We all know who this victor is. That's the Scipio Africanus we're talking about. And then there is his son. Maybe it was his adopted son or some offspring or some.
No, that was just his son. It wasn't his
adoption
son.
Was also called Scipio, the conqueror of Macedonia.
Yeah,
just like
he was the younger. He was the younger Africanus.
Yeah, when Scipio Africanus the Elder went to Carthage to fight war, his brothers went to Asia to fight war. Right. And same thing with his sons. Some of his sons went to Asia to fight, and some of his sons went back to Greece to fight for Macedonia. That's the Scipio the Younger. The elder is this guy. This is the elder, Scipio the Elder.
Right.
And then his son, his adopted son, the one that you're talking about, that bears the name Scipio the Younger, is this guy. It's not that hard to understand.
Scipio the Younger was not adopted. The grandson, he adopted. Scipio the Younger adopted the grandson. The grandson or the nephew. He was either his grandson or his great nephew.
He was his nephew. He was his brother's kid.
He was his brother's. It was his brother's grandson.
Yes.
And he adopted him.
And hence, if you read it, hence the reason why they keep rotating the name Scipio, because it's a family name.
Family name, yeah. And even the Pablos, even the Lucius, they keep recycling that name.
And they would only give the Africanus to one who conquers somewhere.
Yeah.
Like Scipio the Younger conquered Macedonia. Scipio the Elder conquered Carthage. Hence they wear the name Africanus.
Yes. An adoption in that system did not have the same implications as we view adoption.
Look again. Look right here. Scipio upbringing is described in the passage. Biography of his father, Aemilius Paulus.
All right. And adoption didn't have the same implications then as it does now. You
Right.
could adopt a full grown male. This was about maintaining estates.
It was more like
Whether
patron.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whether you had sons, didn't have sons, it didn't matter. If GQ had an estate and he seen Sabio worthy of maintaining the estate, he would adopt him.
Yes.
Meaning
Right. And
this
I
is
would
going to
become,
be who's
and I would
going to
become,
rule the estate once I'm
I
gone.
would become GQ
In
African.
fact, most
It's
generals back
not it's
then
not
would
adoption
adopt
in the sense
warriors. Like if
it's
a
it's
young
not
man in their
the
family or if
sense
their
of
village is a
adopting a
warrior, they would
child
adopt
to
them.
give them a family.
Yeah.
That's not what it meant back then.
Don't we call
Adopt
that in our
them
nowadays? We
alive.
call it like taking them under your wing or mentoring them some way. Like you're taking a youngster under your wing. You're bringing him up.
Well,
That's what it
I
meant.
mean, you could see a tradition of this if you look at the Greeks and what they was doing in Sparta with the Sparta. I forgot the name of the school where you
Yeah,
had to bring
yeah.
when you had to bring in a young boy and train him.
Oh, the
You
gymnasium.
The
yeah.
gymnasium. And
No, not no, not the
an elder
gymnasium.
warrior or
No,
a
no,
seasoned
no, no.
warrior
It's not the
would
gymnasium.
a
No,
seasoned warrior would take the younger under
that's
his
where
wing.
it takes place. There's a name for the school of thought. That is not a building.
I know what you're talking
It'll come to me in a minute. But then you see the same thing with, I don't know, just to give an example, um, Aristotle and
And
Alexander,
Plato.
Plato
Mhm.
and Aristotle.
Socrates and Plato.
It's almost synonymous to what we would call mentorship. You're bringing in um, basically just somebody else. You're hiring a new CEO to run the company.
Yeah.
right. It's more of it's like patronage basically. You
Hmm.
give somebody you take under you, and it's like wanting to keep your family name alive type shit. So you give that person your family name and your because you don't have a son, you don't have a daughter, you don't have an heir, so you don't want your shit to just go to nothing.
And remember, in their culture back then, some of
A
the highest
goji. I
status
mean,
was either through
in
politics or
Sabio.
military. So
Uh,
for a general to adopt you in his regime, that's a big thing. That was a big thing back then.
yeah, and you can also do it
Well,
with your
I have
slaves.
a
You could
example of
adopt adopting
Yep.
your slave would take him out of that class.
so there's a perfect example of this during the
But the school I was talking
The
about
the
is
the
Agoge,
Muslim used to do that, like the
Agoger.
Ottomans and stuff. They would adopt their own slaves, especially if they have certain qualities.
so think speaking on what we speaking on, I can think of a perfect example of this during the Spartacus War. There was a general who Crassus, Marcus Crassus. He's the one who went and got Spartacus, but there was another guy who was able to infiltrate Spartacus's camp. I can't remember his name. Crassus' son wanted to do it, but he wasn't able. So Crassus sent in this other guy who was a warrior, who was able to infiltrate Spartacus's camp and become like one of Spartacus's men, and then set him up. And he adopted him into the Crassus family. He took on the Crassus crest to represent Marcus Crassus. That's a perfect example of patronage or being adopted into a family that's not your family.
That's usually how it is. Either you're from a powerful family or you got some skills like you know to do something, you're a warrior, you could make shit, then they find you useful and they would adopt you into their family or their regime, their army. And that means now that you're gonna get status and pretty much you're gonna be treated like royalty amongst them. Yeah.
Yeah, because his son Publius, who they called Africanus, who took on the name of Africanus the younger, he was struck by ill health at a young age, so he wasn't even able to have public service. So that's how you know they was talking about the next generation.
Yeah.
They killed 6,000 of them slaves, man. Crassus.
It's because Noble Drew Ali and those pseudo Moors from back in the days gave us the story backwards. You know, they gave us the story backwards, and it you know, they all have an agenda. It was to discredit Africa, to make black people kind of shift away from Africa, to shame us, telling us, oh, your continent is named after a white man. It's the other way around. The white man is named after the continent.
Right.
It's always been the other way around. But to shame us as African descendants, they try to push that. Too bad. Now everyone knows how to read a source. Too bad.
We even get
Chat GPT that shit.
We even get pedagogy from the Agogi. That's what I was thinking about with the Spartans, y'all.
But Kasha, if you there, don't none of that take away from the fact, because the point was that's why Pedro got his name, the Black or El Negro, and from everything that I'm reading, it probably was more because he was half black. His father was African.
Yeah, right.
I think they said his mother, not his father.
Yeah, that's what I thought. His mother, but
yeah, his mother was African. One of his parents was African.
But again, saying his mother is African doesn't automatically make her black. She could be North African and Berber.
Right, but again, there's no evidence of his mother. There's no record, and I didn't know this until
Berbers are black people.
Not all.
Come on, man. Come on with the generalizations, yo.
The base of the Berbers are black.
We can't put blankets over everybody. I mean, we in America now. Yeah, that person's an American. That person is an American, and this person behind me is an American. Neither one of us are nowhere near the same. So we can't do that today, and we're not gonna do it on BC time.
Yeah, Berbers, though, we have the history of Berbers. The Berbers are in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso right now. They are black people. We don't have any respect or regard for what the people say that they are. That's the problem. They say that they are Berbers and Moors in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso right now. We can look at those populations and assess whether they are black or not.
Let's do this after. Let's Google are Berbers black.
Mali. Let's look at what the people say. Mali, the people in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso say that they are descendant of Berbers and Moors. They are black Muslims who are, in fact, ruling Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso right now, and some of the staunchest Pan-Africans that we can find on planet Earth right now. Berber, Moors, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, black people.
You shout out the enslavers. Make sure you shout out the enslavers.
We ain't got to shout out no enslavers. We talking about Berbers. Who's a Berber? Who's an original Berber? Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. They have all of the cultural markers that would indicate that they are Berbers, but we refuse to accept what they say out of their own mouths.
I want you to think of it like this. Every time you say Islam, think of slavery, nigga.
Yeah, you want to get into some foolishness. What do the people say? The people who are in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, along the Niger Bend, saying that they are Berbers and they are descendants of Berbers and Moors from Ganawa, which is Ghana, which was furthermore
for the
that
slave
ruled
master.
North Africa.
I get tired of you
That ruled
pining
North Africa.
for the enslaver. I get tired of you pining for the first enslaving religion.
And you want to get into some silly yelling match, brother. I ain't got time for that, brother. Let's document. Let's look at documented history. Let's look at the oral traditions of the people who are saying they are descendants of Moors and Berbers. They are black. They are not white.
Moors is the next on them.
Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, the staunchest Pan-Africans on the planet, militarily, economically, and politically. Not no motherfucking fake-ass, empty Pan-Africanism. Not no weak shit. They on that Pan-African time for real, and they Muslim. Whether you like it or not. It don't matter if none of y'all don't like it. It's the truth. The people in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are the staunchest Pan-Africans on the planet, and they are Muslim.
I disagree.
Who is more Pan-African than Ibrahim Traore and Simi Goïta and Abdul Rahman Chana? Who's more Pan-African than them? Militarily, economically, and politically. And sit your silly ass down.
Me, because I don't have an Arabic identity.
Man, they moving on Pan-Africanism. Militarily, economically, and politically. It's not no empty. It's not no empty lip service. It's not no empty lip service. They are black. They are Muslim. They claim they are Moors and Berbers.
My shit is
you can call me all the niggas you want to. I don't mind being a nigga. That's not an insult to me.
My Pan-Africanism.
Who's practicing Pan-Africanism? Who is practicing Pan-Africanism?
They're practicing.
Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso are practicing military, economic, and political Pan-Africanism. Not no empty cultural bullshit. They are decolonizing their countries as we speak. And we ain't got no respect for it because we pissed off because they Muslim. Too fucking bad.
Cool. You done? You done? Chill out. Are you done?
No.
Oh, so watch this.
Go ahead.
So watch this. Because I just let you speak. I just let you speak with your weak shit. Now, don't interrupt me. I'm going to say this. The one thing that I see that they're pushing very good is Pan-Islamism, nigga. They're spreading Islam all throughout those countries.
So you're just going to be disingenuous and lie.
Hey, chill out.
You're going to lie on the brothers.
Chill out. Here we go.
Because you're mad at the truth.
Here we go.
And the Pan-Africans, the real Pan-Africans are Muslim.
Can I finish?
It don't matter whether y'all like it or not.
I finish?
Look over there in West Africa right now. Those are the real Pan-Africans.
Hit dog will holler. A hit dog will holler. So again, these Africans who are indigenous Africans who had their own practices before Islam got there, and they started trying to co-opt Pan-Africanism and mix it in with Pan-Islamism, which is the dominant, which is getting rid of all the indigenous African ideologies or spiritual systems, you weak nigga, is what they're spreading. It's not Pan-Africanism, it's Pan-Islamism, you Arab enslaver.
Which countries are de-dollarizing, decolonizing, taking control of their mineral resources and wealth that is in the ground? It is Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso at the tip of the sword on this planet with Pan-Africanism. Whether you like it or not, they are Muslims. They don't lead with Islam. They don't impose Islam on anyone, but they are Muslim, no doubt. And they are staunch, real live, active, practicing Pan-Africanists, taking over their countries. 3 countries. Chad has now joined them officially. Officially, Chad has now joined them. It's a revolution going on in Africa right now. It's being led by Muslims who are Pan-African, and dudes are pissed off because it's the truth and it's in your face.
And it's called Pan-Islamism. Pan-Islamism is a political ideology that advocates for the unity of all Muslim people under one Islamic state or caliphate. What they're pushing over there in those
You gonna lie? You gonna sit up here and lie on your own black brothers? On your own black brothers, you gonna lie on your own black brothers because you mad that they Muslim and they leading Pan-Africanism on this planet, militarily, politically, and economically. They have taken over their resources, taking their resources back from Europeans, and they are Muslim. We all know the truth, Sabio. Ibrahim Chiori is a straight up Pan-Africanist. Straight up, cold-blooded, in your face, leading Pan-Africanism on this planet. And you ain't got you gonna read from some weak, corny ass source that you Google when you can look over there and see what's unfolding in front of your face. What's unfolding in front of our faces is militant, military Pan-Africanism. It's not empty. It's not lip service. Like what's being done up here on this planet, up on this panel. It is active. It is live. There are Muslims.
Yeah, Muslims. Exactly. There it is.
Leading Pan-Africanism. The real Pan-Africanists on this planet are Muslims. It's always been that way.
Because Pan-African has nothing to do with Muslims. Checkmate your damn self.
And the Mosi of Burkina Faso have a 5,000-year-old Eurasian genetic marker.
There we go running.
The influx. 5,000 years old. You body. Anybody that can see what's going on in West Africa.
Muslim has nothing to do with Muslim. Why you say that, Sabio?
Huh?
Why did you say Pan-Africanism? What you saying? It's a Christian organization?
No.
Well, okay, so it has nothing to do with any religion. It's just Pan-Africanism.
Bingo, exactly.
Right. So you can't say that it don't have nothing to do with Muslim. You could be any religion and be Pan-African.
No,
that is correct. That is correct.
So again,
no, there's not a direct. He was saying there was not a direct correlation. I don't know why Afro keep bringing up Islam or Muslim. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Because it's the fact that they're Muslim.
But I'm saying though that has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism though.
They are the staunchest.
That doesn't have anything to do with Pan-Africanism. That's their own personal belief, even if it was Pan-African or not.
It just so happens that they're Muslim.
Pan-Africanists.
It just so happens that they're Muslim, but they're extremely Pan-Africanists.
Yeah, they Pan-African. It just so happens that they're Muslim. That's just
right.
No, they're Pan-Islamists.
No, they're not Pan-Islamists.
Okay, cool. What's spreading? What's spreading over there? Islam.
Taking over their resources. Taking over all of their resources.
Islam.
What's spreading over there is the takeover of African mineral wealth. That's what's spreading over there.
With the religion.
What the Afar people and the Arabs are doing in Sudan right now is not taking over their resources. They're committing genocide on sub-Saharan African people.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Unless we're just planning
because of their religion.
Let's not run from West Africa.
I could play the Coons game. And
let's not run from West Africa right now.
But that's what's happening right now in Sudan.
Let's not run from West Africa and what's going on in front of our faces with those Pan-Africanists, with those real economic, political, and military Pan-Africanists.
So while you're hyping up this Islam regime, just remember,
I'm not hyping up nothing.
They're the one committing genocide on sub-Saharan black people.
I'm telling the truth, and I've been telling you the truth.
Don't skip over that.
I've been telling y'all about Abraham Traore.
Don't be skipping over that.
I've been telling you about Abraham Traore.
You want to push your Arab agenda.
I've been telling you about Abraham Traore.
Every week you come with the same bullshit. Don't be skipping over the Arabs committing genocide.
I've been telling you about Abraham Traore.
And Abraham
all right, man, he's trying to address another point.
Arabs, and he's not fucking with them Berbers. He's sticking with his African people.
That was the original topic, the Berbers. What happened to that topic?
About Abraham Traore, as if you see
the Berbers.
Is Abraham Traore, is he a Berber?
The people in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso openly tell you that they are Berbers and Moors. They are descendants of Berbers and Moors from northern Nigeria all the way down to the Bight of Benin. They tell you that they are a mixture of Berbers and Moors that came
So
from
how do you
North
know if
Africa.
you're a Berber or not? How do you know if you're a Berber or not? Because that was only the original
Well,
topic.
they saying it based. They have all the cultural markers. They have the dress. They have the Islamic
So if you
religion.
put on
They have
something, that automatically makes you a
all the
Berber.
cultural markers of Berbers.
All I got to do is put on some
North African
fashion.
Berbers.
All I
Just
got to
because
do is
they
put on some
migrated-
fashion, and
just
that
because they
automatically make me a
migrated-
Berber.
Just because they migrated south. It's because they migrated south.
And that
into the
automatically
Bight-
makes them a
into the
Berber
Bight-
because they went somewhere.
No, I didn't say that automatically. I'm talking about what their own tradition is, what they tell people, that they are descendants of Moors and Berbers in West Africa.
Moors, you might as well say they're Muslim, because
This
Moor
is crazy.
is not an ethnic group. Moor is not an ethnicity.
Berber, first of all, Berber, how did the port of Berbera get in Somalia?
Berber is an ethnic group.
No. Hold on. How did the port? How did the white people name the port of Berbera in Somalia? Did white people do that, or did they name themselves Berbera? Did they name themselves Berbera?
The Greeks call them barbarians.
Which one of you smarty passes know that there's a port of Berbera in Somalia? That there is Berbera in Somalia.
The Greek named them
Because
barbarians.
they came from the east. It's not Greek. It's not Greek.
Calling these niggas barbarians.
White people named them barbarians. Hence
Barbarians.
Berber didn't come from Moors or
because people so silly. You let white people take the names of your own people and tell you what it is instead of looking at what your people say.
That's not my people.
Well, it ain't gotta be your people. The fact is they named the port. How did the port of Berbera get in Somalia then? Did white people put it there? Did white people put the port of Berbera in Somalia? No, they did not. Black people named themselves Berbera. Before any Roman contact. Before any Roman contact, they named themselves Berbera.
Don't you ever fix your mouth to call Berber my people. What's wrong
All
with you?
right, whatever. The port, who named the port of Berbera in Somalia then? How did that get there?
Somalia was
They ain't no fucking barbarians. White people convince you that the word Berber means barbarian, and you believed it, you fool, because you don't read. You don't read.
All right, bring a source. Bring a source.
The port of Berbera. How did the port of Berbera get in Somalia? Answer the question, somebody, please.
That man just said the barbarian.
How did the port of Berbera get in Somalia? Why are there East Africans known as Berbera as well as West Africans known as Berbers? Because it's a migration that stretched across the Sahel. It's talking about people that traverse the Sahel. How did they get sickle cell? How did they get sickle cell? When did they get sickle cell? They got it in the Green Sahara. And it's all in West Africa now because the people moved. But you idiots think that Africans didn't move. You think they just sat there and swatted motherfucking mosquitoes. You think Africans just sat in Africa for 300,000 years, Homo sapien sapien, and just fucking swatted mosquitoes. You dudes are fools. You think Africans did not move. You think Africans just sat in the Green Sahara and swatted mosquitoes and didn't move and travel. How did malaria, how did sickle cell anemia that developed in the Green Sahara, how did it get to West Africa if the people didn't move? How did it get to West Africa how did it get in the Bantu if the Bantu did not move?
When we're talking about Berbers and Arabs, we're not
when did sickle cell develop?
The most we will go is 4,000 or 5,000 years back.
Jackson, this is windmilling at this point. At this point, this is what you call windmilling. Yeah.
I ain't windmilling.
Yes, you are, man. Ain't nobody making that
Sickle
argument.
cell.
Nobody's making an argument that everybody on an entire continent just stayed in one place. Now, you never heard anybody on this panel, even if they're not on the panel right now, you've never heard anybody come up on this panel and say that all the people that on the continent of Africa stayed in one place. Afro. I don't know where you got that from, bro.
Y'all, because y'all think Africans just sat there and swatted mosquitoes and
Why
they
would
didn't
you
move.
say that? Like you never said that before. This is like brand new shit.
Because how did they get the sickle? How did the sickle cell get from the Green Sahara to West
Dude,
Africa?
we talk.
How did the sickle cell get from the Green Sahara to West Africa?
You got me, bro. I'm my hands is up. White flag. I give up.
Sickle cell anemia developed in the Green Sahara. It is now prevalent in West Africa. That is indication that people traveled.
And fuck.
That's what I'm
Who
saying.
said that, Aaron? Who said that everybody in the continent of Africa just stayed in one place the entire time? Who said that? Since you said you heard it.
Y'all give off that indication. Y'all act like the people didn't move.
No, you ain't never heard nobody on this panel say it, boy. Man, what the fuck is you talking about? I'm talking about a regular. I ain't talking about some random motherfucker that come through. Shit, there be a whole bunch of motherfuckers come through saying wild shit. Like all the Berbers were black.
Yeah, all the Berbers, the original Berbers are black.
Well, that's cat also.
They are telling you who they are. They are in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso right now.
Who said that, Aaron? I'm having a couple conversations. Go ahead.
Ooh, this shit is stupid. This shit is stupid.
Come on, quit saying niggas, man, and give up some goddamn names. Yeah, you ain't been holding back on getting motherfucking name dropping. Nigga.
Afro, sickle cell is not just unique to one population. It's a genetic mutation that people occur with that develop in certain regions.
Y'all said we didn't sell to America.
That's correct.
Right. We did not sell to America by ourselves. Right. That don't mean that they stayed in their goddamn fucking neighborhood in Africa. We literally said that the boats that they were making, that they were trying to reference, that were supposed to rival cargo ships going across the ocean, were only designed to go up and down like the Nile River, up and down the motherfucking Red Sea. I mean, around that part, not sail across the goddamn continent.
That's not true. Egyptians
that is true, nigga. Africans did not go from Africa to goddamn America before 1492. And you don't have no fucking evidence of it.
Vessels, nigga, on the Red Sea coast. Quasir Port on the Red Sea coast already is indicative that Egyptians had boats that were seaworthy.
No, I was only responding. No, I was only responding to the going from West Africa to the America. That's all I was responding to.
This nigga went to Egypt. This dumbass nigga all the way through to the third.
We're gonna go to, we want the boat technology or not? Quasir Port.
Yeah, I know you a lot now and shit. I ain't never said motherfuckers in Nigeria stayed in Nigeria. Motherfuckers in Ghana stayed in Ghana. Motherfuckers in Somalia stayed in Somalia. No, I ain't never said that.
That's not how it is. West African literally migrated from East Africa.
Yes, they did. That's correct.
So why are you claiming that people were sitting around picking mosquitoes out their nose?
Well, when you say West Africans migrated from East Africa, what do you mean by that?
No, nigga. Just because I said motherfuckers didn't go from Africa to America, that don't automatically mean that they stayed in their goddamn homeland over in Africa.
We think
so that shit ain't gonna work, Aaron. You got to come with something else.
We think Africans was dumb.
Or play it back like you normally do. You know how you like hit the link and then play back the fucking evidence? So play back the evidence where I said not only did they not go to America, they didn't go nowhere else in Africa either.
Yeah. They always jump to that conclusion, as if you don't know that Africans used to traverse the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, and the Red Sea.
That's correct.
Places that they traded. They
That's
had
true.
no reason,
And your claim is cap, nigga. That's what I fucking
cross
said.
the Atlantic. Give me a reason why
Once again, you trying to make a claim that nobody ever made. Y'all motherfuckers kill me. Y'all hate to be fucking wrong about every goddamn fucking petty ass thing. Especially on some goddamn 5,000-year-old shit. I can see if this shit happened last night or last week or some shit that actually, took place. But damn, boy, y'all be motherfucking crashing out over goddamn ancient motherfucking history. That shit is extra wild.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Dad, if you
background,
don't mind. Somebody
Afro.
echoing.
That's Afro. That's Afro.
I'm just saying the
Yeah,
sickle
man.
cell is evidence of migration, man. It develops in the Green Sahara and it spreads into West
Nobody
Africa.
ever said that people did
That's all
not
I'm saying.
migrate. I don't understand. People migrate in fucking America.
I just
They
like
go
to give
from
it to you
Georgia,
as an
they go
evidence.
from North Carolina to goddamn Illinois to California. They go all over this motherfucker. They've been going ever since, beginning the goddamn colonization.
That's
Fuck.
true.
Right.
Hold on.
So basically what's going on is he was
I
trying
can't
to
win
get
this
back in the
argument, so I'm gonna win something. So let me just
Right,
throw in some random shit that we
right.
was
Let
never
me throw in
talking
some
about
random
and
shit.
see can I get some goddamn credibility.
Oh shit. Oh shit. This shit crazy, yo. This
But
shit
we damn
crazy.
sure wasn't talking about no fucking migration.
What how the fuck do sickle cell and migration pops into the conversation?
Because sickle cell developed in the
Watch
Green
this.
Sahara 7,000 years ago. It developed in the Green Sahara. The populations in the Green Sahara moved to West Africa, obviously, because sickle cell is not dominant in West Africa.
So
Hey,
It's
cell is
indicative of
also
migration.
Afro.
It's
Sickle
indicative.
cell is also found in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean, in the eastern region like India and those places.
And it
Southeast
comes from
Asia.
Africans. It comes from Africans.
What do you mean it comes from Africa?
It comes
It's a
from the
genetic
spread. It
mutation.
comes from the spread of African people.
No, you can't find no evidence of that.
Yes, it's plenty of
Cell is a
evidence.
genetic
You ever heard
mutation
of?
that
Have you
occurs
ever heard
in
of
people.
the African American, Benin, Arabian sickle cell haplotype? You need to study, brother. You need to study because there's a thing called the African Arabian Benin. African American, Arabian, Benin sickle cell haplotype. That's a real thing. At one point, those populations share a common ancestor.
All right, can I just read a little passage?
Again, I'll say, at one point, those populations are traced to one singular common ancestor in the Green Sahara.
Okay, I'm just gonna read a quick 1 minute passage, probably 30 seconds about sickle cell. It's an AI review. If you want, I could go deeper and find sources.
Of course, it's AI.
Yeah,
because
that doesn't
around here are AIologists.
You're not gonna use that trick. You're not gonna use that straw man.
Googleologists. That's what we got. That's what we got in front of us. Googleologists.
AI is giving you citation that you're not offering. So AI is giving more than you right now. It's giving citations for everything it's saying.
Googleologist.
Yes, it's a computer. That's where we get information, you dumb fuck.
Googleisms. Go ahead.
Go buy DVD of freaking from Sanida. Sickle cell disease.
I don't even like Sanida.
But is most common in people with ancestry from sub-Saharan Africa, Mediterranean, Middle East, India, Spanish and Spanish-speaking region of Central and South America. Because malaria, which is the cause, malaria, not lineage, not haplogroups, malaria. Because malaria was historically prevalent in those areas. It's an inherent blood disorder where parent has altered gene, meaning mutated gene, making it crucial for those with
Hey, Afro, you
African,
gotta mute while
Hispanic,
he talking.
Middle
It's
Eastern,
echoing.
Asian, and South European background to know their status, with millions worldwide affected, especially in Africa. Yes, Africa is more tropical than anywhere else. Hence, it's going to have more malaria.
Because it started in Africa. The source is an African girl in the Green Sahara. The source is shut up, I mean. The source is an African girl in the Green Sahara. You don't have no idea what you're talking about because you're a Googleologist. A Googleologist. That's what you are.
And the Googleologist
The
is telling you that
is an African girl in the Green Sahara. The Green Sahara is where sickle cell began. The Green Sahara.
You're telling me that Asians, Southern European, Middle Eastern, and Mediterraneans are all Africans. That's what you're saying now.
Well, why don't you Google and see where it starts?
Are you saying Asians?
Why don't you Google and see where it started?
A direct question.
And I guarantee you, I bet you $500 right now it started in the Green Sahara. Google.
Asians African?
Let's put 500 on it that it started in the Green Sahara. Now Google. Go.
I'm asking you a direct question. Are Asians African?
Go. Where did it start?
Yes or no? Not go, nigga. Yes
no, let's put money on it. Put your money where your mouth is. Where did it start? I'm saying Green Sahara. What do you say?
Are Asians African?
I got 500 that it started in the Green Sahara. Go. Google. Google.
I'm asking you a question though. Are Asians African? Yes or no? Why is that so hard to answer?
Where did it start, I mean? Where does the sickle cell mutation begin? It begins in the Green Sahara between 7,000 and 14,000 years ago. In the Green Sahara. Those populations that developed sickle cell later moved to West Africa. We see that it's indicative in the Dafuna boats that started in that area and end up off the coast of Nigeria where they find a large Dafuna. Where Lake Chad once stretched to the Nigerian coast, because that's how big Lake Chad was. But that's where we find the Dafuna boats. They come from East Africa and they spread across. East Africa with the tumuli and the boats and sickle cell. 8,000 ka. Sickle cell begins to spread across the Green Sahara. They come down into West Africa. That's why we find the greatest concentration of human beings with sickle cell on the planet are Africans, because it starts with Africans.
And you understand that modern human came from Africa. You understand that part too.
You already know I say that, brother. I opine that.
We're talking about the gene mutation now. We're talking about the gene mutation.
It starts with Africans. It starts with Africans, I mean. It starts with Africans.
Obviously, it would have started in Africa. Humans have been in Africa for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, they were exposed to malaria.
And they moved from that Green Sahara, they moved into West Africa. That's why we got. That's why the Jamaicans got sickle cell trait. That's why African Americans got sickle cell trait. We descend from those populations.
Green Sahara, like you're a dinosaur. It's not saying.
I didn't say nothing about dinosaurs.
It's actually saying that the most likely place where it would have started is in Central Africa, around the Cameroon region.
It says the Green Sahara.
No, it did not say Green Sahara.
Why don't you? But you don't want to put the money up, though. You don't want to put the money up.
You can't answer one question, though. I can't bet you're
put your money where your mouth is.
Africans, Asians. Are Asians Africans? I'm asking you that.
Who has the highest concentration of sickle cell? Africans.
Are Asians Africans?
It starts with Africans, and it disperses. out of Africa in multiple directions.
Yes,
They
it started in Africa. It did not start in no Green Sahara.
That's right. It started in the Green Sahara. Genetics, a multitude of genetic papers demonstrates that it began in the Green Sahara. A multitude, not feelings and emotions. You got to get rid of these feelings and emotions trying to be disingenuous to win an argument. When it's obvious that Africans are the source of what we call sickle cell.
You are the disingenuous one. I'm going to ask you again.
Green
Are
Sahara
Asians African?
This nigga proud because we the source of a disease.
I asked
this
it
nigga
1,000 times now, and he can't answer. He wants to babble about everything else.
I hear what he's saying, but I just got to take into account that the nigga's bigging up that Africans, people from the continent of Africa, are the reason one of the most deadliest diseases is around. This nigga bigging up diseases.
But he wants to take it from sub-Saharan Africa.
I'm not bigging it up.
From Arab. That is why he's talking about.
I'm not bigging it up. What it's really pointing to is that Africans have the most adaptive genetics on the planet.
Yeah,
Africans have adapted. One second, Africans have adapted to more stimulus inside their environment and their conditions than anyone else. We have the most adaptive genetics on the planet. The ability to adapt to different environments, to handle different diseases.
I don't think
I didn't come to that conclusion. I didn't make that up. I didn't make that up.
I don't think anyone would disagree with that though. So what you're saying is like.
So why are you talking about me bigging it up? I'm not bigging it up. I'm pointing it out as a data point, a reference of evidence.
No.
It's evidence.
I'm gonna tell you.
Evidence of migration.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something that you should think about in these conversations. If, as what I mean was just telling you, you agree with, then that means a lot of diseases or viruses would start with Africans. So we would have to do what? Develop immunity and ways to fight that shit off.
That's correct.
So yes, we will. So yes, everything that everyone's saying, no one's disagreeing with, but it's not about that. So stop just bigging up sickle cell.
I'm not bigging up sickle cell. I'm pointing it out as a data point. It's a data point that demonstrates where the populations were and where they moved to. It's a point of data. I'm not bigging up sickle cell. I'm not bigging up syphilis. I'm not bigging up AIDS. It's a fucking data point.
Hold up.
That's deflection that you're doing right now. That's called deflection.
No. I'm just trying to get you to think about something. This is called a thought exercise.
It's called deflection.
No, it's called. This is what I'm trying to get you to do is think. So if what you were doing was trying to bring up a data point instead of bringing up sickle cell, why you didn't bring up inoculations?
Because sickle cell is telling us who has sickle cell, where sickle cell originated amongst Africans, and where they moved to, where they moved from, and where they moved to. They moved from the Green Sahara into West Africa.
But would inoculations do the same thing?
I don't know what you're talking about with inoculations, bro. You want to talk about vaccines? I don't want to talk about vaccines. I didn't bring up vaccines.
Wouldn't vaccines show the same thing as sickle cell?
No.
How come it wouldn't?
And this is deflection from the evidence that Africans were in the Green Sahara and they moved to West Africa. That's silly. That's non sequitur. That's non sequitur right there. That's irrelevant. Non sequitur.
Because if you don't understand how vaccines play up and they show traveling and migrations and shit like that, then it's obvious she was just trying to show
vaccines
don't.
So the vaccines that Bill Gates is putting out, that's evidence of his migration. Fuck out of here.
What? That's Bill Gates putting out vaccines. I don't know no vaccines Bill Gates are putting out.
Bill Gates is the #1 proponent of vaccines on the planet, especially of Africans. What you talking about? You gonna be dishonest about that too?
Because he stands up for vaccines. Does that mean anything? I stand up for vaccines in Africa. I think a lot of people, a lot of Africans, and a lot of other places need vaccines.
Inoculations that Africans were doing are very different from what these crackers are doing.
Oh shit!
Very different, bro.
Here we go. Because the inoculations were thousands of years ago, and the science
weren't adding aluminum and all of these different chemicals to vaccines. The two practices are two different things, bro. You acting like the vaccines that these white folks come out with, Bill Gates and all of these people come out with these vaccinations. You acting like it's the same thing that Africans were doing with inoculations.
I'm not acting like shit.
It's not.
It's not the same thing. This conflation of the thought of the thinking experiment.
You acting like it's the same thing. It's not.
No, I'm not. I'm not. It was called a thought exercise that you obviously have not ever engaged in, and you fell in miserably, bro, because you didn't think. For you to jump to Bill Gates and comment, and I'm speaking of things that travel and happen in antiquity with ancient tribes of people, and how these vaccines and these inoculations will be in the genetics of people when they go to other places. You don't see how that plays up, but your thought somehow jumps to modern day vaccination.
That has nothing to do with the spread of sickle cell or the origin of sickle cell in Africa. Nothing whatsoever.
Afro, I find it strange that your 2018 BBC article that is propagating that sickle cell started in the Green Sahara. I find it strange that no credible university or scientific source with later article, I'm reading a 2022 article, and it's not claiming those claims. So I don't know if you're standing on BBC as a source when actual science and university sources are not going with that claim, that old ass bullshit claim. What they're saying, this is from Brown's University of Health, or their health department of Brown's University. The origin of sickle cell. Let me read it right now.
You lucky I got to go to work right now, because you know I source up on your ass.
I know.
And I'll take your head off in front of everybody.
I look it up already. It's a BBC source. It's a news article.
You lucky I got to go to work right now.
BBCs are not scientists. The origin and distribution of sickle cell. Before you go to work, just listen. The sickle cell mutation first happened generation ago to protect people against malaria, which is a serious life-threatening infection common in certain parts of the world, including sub-Saharan Africa and India. Those individuals with sickle cell trait have a low risk of developing malaria. We already know that. Importantly, due to perspective, in many African countries, as many as 1 in 4 people have sickle cell trait. This is also why most Africans with sickle cell disease in black or Latinos or Latin with African ancestry. Importantly, sickle cell disease is not a condition of color. People of any skin color can and do have sickle cell disease because it's a genetic mixing that happened over thousands of years since this mutation first occurred. Again, they're not making the claim about sub-Saharan Africa.
They just said it is a consequence of genetic mixing that happened over thousands of years. What is that talking about? Genetic mixing. What is it talking about? Genetic mixing.
You don't know
over thousands of years.
Yeah, people.
The source is African. It spread into India from Africa. It spread into the Mediterranean from Africa.
Yes, we agreed. It comes from Africa. It started in Africa. But what I'm saying is it did not start in no Saharan, what do you call it? Green Sahara, as you claim. That's a BBC article, unverified.
It ain't no BBC. It ain't no BBC art. It's time. It's a multitude of genetic papers on it. Fuck BBC. Fuck them crackers.
Then
it's a multitude. People, if you out there, read the genetic papers on sickle cell and where it begins. It's going to tell you Green Sahara. Fuck the BBC News. Fuck them. Go straight to the source. Go straight to NIH, National Institute of Health. Go to the National Institute of Health.
Right.
And research sickle cell development.
Afro.
Fuck the BBC.
Listen again. Don't let me have to share my screen and embarrass you.
You know I don't pump no crackers, bro.
Science Direct with a 2025 article. And they're dating sickle cell back to 50,000 years.
You're lucky I gotta go to work, man.
Dates
Come on, the NIH is literally white people, man. Come on with that.
You're lucky I gotta go to work.
Is bullshit. Science Direct with a 2025 article is dating it back to 50,000.
I'm gonna catch you out, man, when I have my AK with me, my laptop. I'm gonna catch up to you.
Anytime.
And you know I got you.
Anytime.
Respect you though, man. Respect, bro.
All right, Afro.
Yo, that's Afro still. Afro always coming with the heat.
No, it's cool, man.
Always pushing an agenda though.
That Arab shit.
Yep. I saw his BBC article that says something about Sub-Sahara. Not Sub-Sahara. What them call it?
Green Sahara.
But here I am looking at a Science Direct 2025 article, and it says the gene is predominantly found in malaria epidemic region of sub-Saharan Africa and India. This is dating it 50,000 years back, and I'm not seeing no Green Sahara. At this time, the Green Sahara actually had water in it. It was actually green. And they're not dating sickle cell back to that region. As I said, it's just common sense. Why would it not be in sub-Saharan Africa, like Central Africa, Congo, Cameroon, places where malaria is more? Who the hell is catching malaria in the desert? Mosquitoes don't live in desert. They live in jungles, humid environments where they need water to survive. Like, it's basic common sense. Well, it's probably not that common, but it's basic logic. If Google confirm Afro, show me a 2024. I'm using a 2025. I'll take a 2023 article that says otherwise. But you ain't gonna come with nothing beyond pre-COVID to prove sickle cell. You ain't gonna do that here. Let me find his BBC article and read what his BBC article says. And it's funny enough, it's the first article that pops up. That to show you how pseudo it is. BBC.com. March 13, 2018. New research suggests they don't give no source, no scientists, not one citation. Just new research suggests that history of sickle cell disease goes back to a mutation in just one person. A development research hope to make treatment less complication for many people who suffer the pain of illness. The story of sickle cell is first and foremost, blah, 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 blah. Once upon a time. Which fucking scientist starts with once upon a time? I'm not even reading a scientific document at this point. It's a fucking fairy tale. Once upon a time, in what is now the Sahara Desert, a child was born with heightened immunity to malaria. Important, because at the time, this part of Africa was wet and rainy and covered in forests. This is a 2018 article from BBC, and this is what they're running with. I'm going to go back to my 2015 article from Science Direct, and before that, I read this is the one before that, I think was like a 2022 article from Brown's University, I said. No, this one is from Brown's University. Let me get, no, August 16, 2022 from Brown's University. See if it give me origin. The origin and distribution of sickle cell disease. The sickle cell mutation first happened generation ago to protect people against malaria. We already know that, blah, 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 blah. Which is serious life-threatening condition, infection common in certain part of the world, including sub-Saharan Africa, India. It's pretty much saying the same thing. Okay, that's the Brown's University, and let me find the Science Direct. So Brown's University and Science Direct are pretty much aligning together. One is 2022, one is 2025. The only difference is Science Direct 2025 article traced the origin of sickle cell disease back to 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years ago, not 6,000, 7,000 years ago in no wet Sahara. The sickle cell disease, I read that already, emerged in Africa 50,000 years ago under selective pressure from malaria. The movement of Homo sapien to occur 50,000 years ago, migrating Homo sapien are theorized to have transported the mutation via the eastern coastal route passing through the Arabian Peninsula into India. The prevalence of the Arabian Indian haplotype en route in endemic region supports this theory, linking sickle cell disease propagation to early human migration pattern. So these are the keywords that he's looking at and go crazy. Arabian Peninsula, Arab Indian haplotype, not Afro-Asian haplotype. They literally says Arab Indians, like Mandami, the guy in New York right now. He's not you know, they would consider him Arab Indian and not Afro-Asiatic. So this is a 2025 article. There is nothing in it that says anything about the Green Sahara. It says region of sub-Saharan Africa and India. It gets to India through Homo sapien migrating out of Africa 50,000 years ago. There was no one on the planet called Berber or Arab 50,000 years ago. Shit. And y'all done run off the sisters them. Yeah, black people live in Canada, one love. So sickle cell is definitely in Canada. In fact, my first baby mom has sickle cell. So I had to do the test before we have kids to make sure that I don't have the trait. No, she don't have sickle cell. She have the trait. So I did test, make sure that I don't have the trait. So our kids will not have sickle cell, because it takes two parents with the trait or with the full-blown sickle cell. for you to pass it off to your offspring. Well, most likely. With one parent, you could still pass it off, but it's very rare. Truth story, and Canadians are much cooler than, where are you from? Brooklyn? Canadians are way more cooler than Brooklyn. Way, way more cooler. We over here drinking Tim Hortons. You ever hear about ice cap? You ever had an ice cap? You know what that is? It's not iced coffee. It's like coffee, but it's like milkshake. Pause. So it's kind of different. It's not that watered down iced coffee. You know? It's better than anything you find at Dunkin's. I tell you that much. Canada gay. I do agree. North America, period, is pretty gay. So if you're going to say Canada gay and not America, something is wrong with you, buddy. America have a transsexual problem right now. What are you talking about? Lil Nas X is not from Canada. What are you talking about? We don't have no international gay rapper. We don't do that in Canada. We don't have no international gay ass rapper. Canada gay, but it's mostly the white people or the other races in Canada are gay. Black people over here, I ain't saying you don't got none of them. You got them too, but we ain't promoting them. So cut that shit out. Y'all have Lil Nas X and a bunch of fruitcakes shaking booty in your face. Pause. On television. We don't play that over here. Canada has gay districts. So if you're gay, you go to that side. You live in the gay town. We call them villages. So if you're gay, you're from the village. If you're not gay, you live in the hood. That's how it is. Or the subs. Drake is a pedo. I'm not going to disagree and I'm not going to agree. Only thing I'm going to say is Drake spent 80% or 90% of his time in America. So if he's a pedo, we aren't the one harboring that pedo, in fact. If Drake is a pedo, y'all have problems. Why you're allowing a pedo to come in your country and y'all lock up Tory Lanez and have Drake running around with his pedo ass like Nature Boy? Y'all need to lock up Drake and free Tory.
So you want to know what I find odd about all this shit, all these different conversations, is the misinformation that we have come to accept as truthful, because we want to have what's the word I'm looking for? We want to give people more than what they actually deserve, and we want to take away from people things that they deserve. You know, that shit is crazy. We want to give people more than what they deserve and take away from people the things that they deserve based off of the information and the history that we've come to learn, or some of these people have come to learn. And to get them to unlearn that, that's the fight. They don't want to unlearn the things that they've been taught.
Listen, if Hebrew comes up right now, the same people that Afro just make Arabs, the Hebrew is going to make them Hebrew. If a Moor comes, the Moor is going to make them Moor. And if an Abo comes, the Abo is going to make them Indian. That's just how it is. If a Egyptologist come, what do we call them? Egyptomaniac, they're going to make them Egyptians.
How do all
only way they glorify Africa, Sabio, is if something else is attached. It can't just be Africa alone. And definitely it can't just be sub-Saharan Africa alone. It has to be Northern Africa, Arabs, Mediterranean. If Wale was here, Wale would bring Koreans and Japanese in it. It just can't be African alone.
Right. And what I try to do is I try to let Africa and their inventions and their tribes and their ways stand on their own. I may not do a good job, but I do point out all the time that people in Africa was doing shit all over the continent. In order for some outsiders to go in there and say, you know what, we're not going to take the lay people. We're not going to take the common folk. We're going to take the builders and shit. They had to have some motherfucking sense.
There was many kingdoms in Western and Southern Africa.
What is these people talking about?
Pretty heavy. Like, we're talking about pretty large populations. They probably never have like megalithic structure, and some do, like ancient Zimbabwe, you know.
Right, they got some old ass structures.
Timbuktu, Shanghai Empire, even though their structure was mostly made of mud brick, so it doesn't last like ancient Zimbabwe that use actual brick, so it's still there today. You could go look at the ruins. It's much more impressive than the freaking dumbass pyramids of Egypt. I suggest that we take trips to Zimbabwe. Stop going to Egypt. Give Arabs your money. The Africans were building stuff. They were very good at math. You know, I don't know so much about science, but they were very good at math.
There had to be.
And I'll give them science too, because West Africans were very good with brass, with gold, with iron, with silver, metallurgy. So I'll give them science too.
But according to Afro, we think Africans was just swatting away mosquitoes, not doing shit. They was just swatting mosquitoes until the Arabs and the white man came. According to them. I mean, according to us.
Yep, we're just sitting down, swatting mosquitoes. That's it.
Waiting on a banana. Banana trees don't even grow in Africa. Let me stop.
Waiting on what the hell they grow over there? Fufu?
Right. Waiting on fufu to drop from the tree.
Oh, man.
I guess they were eating mud pies while they was waiting on fufu to drop from the tree too.
You know, wearing of leather, using leather to make clothing. I believe, I'm not gonna quote, and I'm not gonna just put it out there like it's a 100% fact, but I believe it started in Africa. The processing of cowhide for garments. I believe that started in Africa. I could Google it. I could be wrong though.
I don't know. I ain't never heard of that. If that would be interesting. I could see it starting in different places, but it might have started there. I don't know. But what I'm saying is they need to stop trying to tell us what we say about African countries and African people. Because I ain't never said Africans was dumb. Our ancestors is just waiting on some magic to happen for them.
Oh, wow. Evidence. The oldest leather tool, sharpening stone, were discovered. Leather tool like sharpening stone and scraping, used for scraping hides, were discovered in southern Africa and dated to around, holy fuck. No, this is ridiculous. 82,000 BCE. Direct evidence of early clothes made from animal skin was also found in Country Binder Cave in Morocco, dating approximately 120,000 years ago. Fuck, what are we saying? Who is the butt naked Africans? The ones that make leather? The snake skin that you're wearing now and the crocodile skin that you're wearing, your nice leather jacket, your boots. Are you telling me that it's the same butt-picking Africans, booty-picking Africans? Make them leather for you over 100,000 years ago? Get the fuck out of here. Where is Afro? What he's going to do? Take this and give it to the Arabs now? That's what he's going to do?
Ah, shit. Pan-Islamism.
So, back to the question of we were sitting on our butt, swatting flies, picking mosquito or nose. We were also making gold, jewelry, iron tools, bronze mask, leather jackets, Timberland boots, Versace, Gucci, all the good stuff. We were doing that 100,000 years ago, nigga.
That man said Timberland boots. What they need Timberland boots in South Africa for?
It's a low-cut Timbs. You never seen those ones. It's a low-cut Timbs.
Oh, the local Timbs? The moccasins?
The moccasins. I know a lot of people would think leather tanning started somewhere in Europe or in the Mediterranean, Italy, Greece, somewhere around there. Africans, and yeah, it may not be the Africans we know today. 100,000 years ago, those were some real primitive motherfuckers. But guess what? They had tools. They made those tools, and they had the mental capacity to process leather into clothes. And I'm telling you from experience, that is not no easy feat. To treat leather to the point where you could wear it as clothes, that is not easy to achieve. You can't just dry a piece of hide and thinking that's it, unless you're using it for carpet. But to make clothes, it's a whole lot of process. It's a whole lot of chemistry in that and science. Well, what I'm reading here, it claims that this is evidence. It claims to be evidence. They have a few sources, so I'll go click on them. Well, Wikipedia is one of their sources. Encyclopedia.com is also one of their sources. And nte.co.za with a picture of an elephant is also one of their sources. Gateway Africa is one of their sources. Traditional Tanners from Britannia.com is also one of their sources. So
let me correct myself, because Truth Dorian just dropped the source. Appreciate you, Truth. I was wrong. Bananas do grow in Africa.
There you go. Bananas do grow in Africa.
I wasn't aware that they grew in Africa, because I never looked into bananas growing in Africa. I knew about plantain, but I never looked into bananas.
I would honestly think it was a Southeast Asian food, but Truth, I'm gonna go with what Truth Historian says. He's a source. He's a source himself. But there you go. We were doing stuff that is still useful to the world today. We were doing that. We weren't only developing vaccines, we were also making leather. I said leather jackets, moccasins, your belt, your big buckle belts. We're into all of that. Probably some primitive garments, some overall, you just pull it over your chest and whatever, throw it across your back, but it was still leather.
Yeah, I think they were doing some type of like a wax or something. Like it was some sort of gel that they were doing to make sure it wouldn't crack when you bend it. Yeah.
You know what? That's even smart, yo, because a lot of, as I said, tanning leather, that's the hardest part because when it gets dry, it gets brittle.
Yeah.
For you to bend it to make like the curve around your arms and your torso and stuff, it will crack. So you're definitely right. That's what I'm saying. It's not easy. There's a lot of science to make a cow skin or a cow hide or goat, sheep, whatever, into actually useful leather. We were doing that. That's something, that's a great accomplishment 100,000 years ago. The thing is, we want to claim stuff that we have no reason doing. There is no historical evidence of us doing it. There is no even logical sense why we would want to do it. Like crossing the Atlantic Ocean. No one can tell me why Africans just get up, go on a boat, and decide, hey, I'm going to cross the Atlantic Ocean for no reason. What was the reason? I don't even think life was that convenient for people to thinking, hey, I need to go on a vacation somewhere far away. Let's go to that, see what's across the ocean. I don't think life was that convenient for people to waste or risk life like that.
So I don't even know. I guess you can't be wrong. You got to be perfect in everything you say.
The thing is with the pseudo,
you can't learn something off of some things that you might have just not have thought about or looked into because you just didn't ever think about it, and you can't correct yourself. Should I correct it myself?
If they research without a bias, like I was searching if Africans, I didn't even type in did African started tanning leather. I started where did the origin of tanning leather, where did that started? And it sends me to Africa. If it sends me anywhere else, I would just declare that as the source and be okay with it. I want to try to twist it and make them Africans because it doesn't say they're Africans. The pseudo want to take stuff that other people did and give it to Africans. Yet still, they don't want to research what African really did for themselves. And if you really go down deep into it and see what African did for themselves, it's way more interesting than the pseudo nonsense that they're trying to push.
I mean, grab that link out the back, bro.
Somebody just told me banana was a Mende word. I didn't know that either. I don't speak Mende. How would I know banana is a Mende word? How would it? Unless I looked into the Mende word for banana.
Oh, wow. Vyasa is putting on the Timbs right now. Footprint could be evidence of first shoe. 3 small tracks sided with sandal-shaped marks found along the South African coastline. Of course, South African, where they start making leather.
Wait till you see how old they are.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking for the date right now. Oh, wow, they were moving 350 kilometers of coastline. That's so far well, for walking, that's a long walk. But I guess it's not like they get up and do it one time. It's walking over time, over generation. All right. So far, only a handful of tracks made by hominids from the Middle Stone Age have ever been found. And only in France, Greece, and South Africa. Bar one example from Western Europe, the three tracks cited newly discovered sites newly described in what's that? In Igneous seems to be older than most other. All right, elephants and bovine fossil tracks previously found close to the Southern Cape site were dated to have been between 70,000 to 130,000 years ago. So we're talking before Arabs, the Green Sahara, the Canaanites, the Hebrew Israelites. We're talking before all those little modern synthesis. We're talking over 100,000 years ago. In Cape Town, South Africa, not Cape Town, but the Cape region of South Africa, along the coast, niggas were wearing shoes. Archaeological record from the Middle Stone Age on the Cape Southern coast has been described as remarkably rich with evidence of artwork and heat treatment of stone tools, already pointing to early modern human behavior in the region. Seem like these people were actually thinking for themselves. They were moving. Like, who says they were sitting around picking cotton out their nose? Right here it says they have scored some 350 kilometers of southern coastline in search of tracks. Oh, maybe this is the archaeologists them walking. I'm just trying to comprehend what I'm reading. The site described in the paper were founded by members of the Cape South Coast Iconology Group, which since 2007, okay, yeah, it's the scientists or the archaeologists them that covered over 350 kilometers of the coastline and found a few tracks. Okay. The tracks were found at Kleinkrans, Gukama, and Woody Cape are quite small. Okay, the tracks found in Kleinkrans, Gukama, and Woody Cape were quite small and therefore possibly left by a younger hominid or similar sized individual. So the tracks that they found was most likely left by a child. Over the years, these sandy tracks hardened and were preserved in Elonite sandstone rocks. So that's how we're able to still see their footsteps. Some get hardened and preserved in the rocks. I guess they were walking in sand and stuff, you know.
If you couple that in with what they was doing with a couple of shells and red orca, you'll see that okay, that they're breaking into, as we can see, making some type of sandal.
Yep.
It may not be a full shoe yet, but it's at least footwear.
Yeah, they say it's a sandal, some form of sandal. But
Once you
exactly right.
couple it Once you couple it with they're using the ochre for skin protection and aesthetic values, you can start making the argument that yeah, we was already the grandfathers, if you will, of breaking into clothing and the aesthetics of it
Yeah.
and symbolic thought behind it. So,
And I know one
and
African cloth that
I
if
know
I
all that
research
from
it, it
this.
probably go way back. And you ever heard about a bark cloth? That's when they strip the bark off the tree and then like beat it or wet it to get it softened and then wear it as clothes. I think they do that in the Congo, like the pygmies and stuff. That's a form of garment, but you know it's not as sophisticated as a leather because it's like a tree bark. But that form of clothing probably been around before leather. So that would have dated back way more than 130,000 years. Africans were wearing those. They still do. Some tribes still wear their barks.
Yeah, ain't no way they can convince me that humans wasn't at the point of if even if we don't call it advanced for us, you had to have a form of advanced footwear to get across the Bering Strait.
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say by that? When you start breaking into these cold regions, you're not traversing that land barefooted. You're
Nah.
getting
Hell
frostbite.
no, you not.
Right.
Just being able to make a sandal and put it on your feet and it works. That was technology in those days. You could hunt more, you could move faster, you're more confident running through the bushes. Yeah. But what this shows me though is that they have a thought process, you know, they have a curious mind. I would even say a scientific mind.
Yeah, and when you look at to where they're in that time frame that we talking, roughly 100,000 years ago, most
Niggas walking
certainly,
across the Bering Strait barefoot is crazy.
with that red orca, you can make the argument that we're breaking into the first schools because you'll see them creating this in mass production. And in
Yeah,
order to do that, you have to teach.
you have to teach.
You have to teach. There's no way around it. So you can even make the argument that this is your, what do they call it? Proto. These are your proto schools. This is your proto employment.
Yeah, that's some form of industrialization right there. As even if we don't want to look at it as how we look at things in modern days, but in their days, that would have been technology, that would have been development, you know, that would have bring convenience for a lot of people. And who knows how far they took it? Because remember, when we find evidence, the evidence only show less than 10% of the reality of that time. You know, we ain't gonna find everything. We only find what is preserved.
Oh shit, I left that paper and pen. Damn. Oh well, I just gotta get one when I get to where I'm going. Fuck. But how did y'all even get into Scipio Africanus? How did that conversation even start, Vyasa?
And me showing how these nicknames are attributed to people in history that can confuse us.
Oh, so it all started
So
with
his
Nino. So it went back
yeah,
to
from
Nino.
from Nino, that the Negro and his awareness of Africa or involvement in the transatlantic, and over time getting the nickname the Negro, I used an example to show how these nicknames could be manifested in history by pointing at Scipio, and how if you don't properly research it, you can get things conflated and find yourself teaching false history or adhering to false ideas. So,
Yeah,
and look how that worked out in live time. It instantly became no. Um, his name is before Africa. You get where I'm going? All the arguments that
Right.
manifested,
Right. He had the name Africa, Africanus before Africa. Like shit
and
crazy.
yeah.
never mind that the fact that I tried to toss out his brother getting Asia as his victory name for his military endeavors in Asia. So
The origin came from truth historian not agreeing with the Columbus voyage being accomplished and successful only because the navigator was black. Once that disagreement
What?
started, she paid
What?
Psycho cash app.
Yeah, that's
He
the
got it, and it was up from there. I was rolling.
Hold on.
that's
She
one of
passed
the
that mic over.
oldest talking points.
She kicked True
She
Story
dropped
off
him,
the
yo.
panel.
She dropped him, yo, off the panel. I was
Wow.
dying. I couldn't even stay on the panel. I came back up like an hour later, man. That shit was hilarious. He'll tell you in the chat.
and Truth didn't cuss that girl out.
Right. I don't know where that came from. Truth did not call her a bitch or out of her name. Uh he was just making reference to him being black and shit like that. I don't know where that other extra stuff came from. So I wish he wouldn't have said that. But he wasn't up here, so I just
That's
let it
what made
go.
me join the conversation, Dev, is I couldn't let her do Truth that way, but him not being here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to make everybody is the less aggressive part. I already went off on her about something else, so I don't want to be the mean guy. You know what I'm saying? That nigga you got running your panel, because if she said Truth called her a bitch, I mean, what you think you gonna say if I'm direct? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo,
Was it the time when Truth asked for a source? When that same
the whole entire time.
Nino, El Nino, something, Nino Black come up?
Yeah, the whole entire time. I think she was
No,
doing the
he
same
only
thing.
asked for a source. That's all he did. He asked for a source. He didn't call
Mm.
nobody bitch, or he wasn't even being disrespectful.
Yeah, she only said she was gonna show a picture. She never said anything about encyclopedia, or at least the time that I was listening. Now I kind of tapped out after he said, "Go ahead, pay it and drop me." I was out of there after that, boy.
Man.
But yeah, he came back and after she was gone and everything was calmed down. I mean, literally, the last, if you go to the last 45 minutes of the stream, you can go step by step on the screen and laying out what y'all tried to do an hour ago. He was actually able to do it last night, but obviously it was different people and I don't know, trigger words. Y'all know how it go.
Yeah.
We didn't
The
get there.
information is not even that hard, yo. The pseudos are, I think when you want something to be right so bad and you're so excited, as soon as you see a trigger word, like if you want it to be Israelite or Hebrew, and you see anything related to Jew, Israelite, or Hebrew, you get tunnel vision and you can't read nothing else. You only see that one line and you run with it when the source actually is speaking against everything that you're standing on. It's the same thing that happened with these young ladies that come up last night. They wanted it to be true so bad, like when Akasha, she sees like Scipio Africanus, the elder and the son, she immediately jumped to his daddy name was Africanus, so his name must have been Africanus. She wanted that to be true, and she was so, I'm not going to say she was excited, but she got tunnel vision because we're all reading the same source, and nobody else agrees with her on that and the same source, you know? The flat earthers, the FBAs, the ABOs, they all do the same thing. Find one trigger word that confirm your bias, and you forget about the entire source. You forget about the next line that is going to debunk everything you're standing on. And they will proudly present the source, thinking everyone is going to see that one word that they saw, and everyone is going to hawk onto that one word and ignore everything else.
Nah, that other lady was on some extra other FBA when she got around to the part where yeah, black men wrongly accused of jail and prisoners should be released. The head started nodding. He came around and said, Dr. York and GQ just snapped. It was over after that, boy. He
Nah,
was like, Dr. York need to be out of jail.
come
I was
on.
like, okay, lady. Yo.
York. You don't
I
know.
tried to save you, yeah.
Yeah, you really got caught up in the pseudo wash. Dr. York, polite. We can't really say
Rod, he was trying to quote Rod Hayes. I'm like, okay. I'm trying to find the guy when he said black people was on Mars, and I just said, you know what? He's all over the place. Let it go, man.
So we were star traveling too, astro traveling.
Man. Yeah, she's on the we was everywhere. We was everywhere.
When you get talking points, you know exactly what it's gonna lead to.
Yeah.
We are not Africans. That's literally where it's leading to. If we're from Mars, we're from Europe, we're from Spain, we're from America, we're from Arabia, we're from China, Japan, and Korea. We're not from Africa. That's what they're trying to tell you, that we are not from Africa. We're Martian. We're from the planet Riz. We're from everywhere else but Africa. We just somehow end up in Africa for a little while, and then we got sold off to America. That's the narrative. Yeah, we got sold off to America by the Africans. That to show you that we are not Africans, because why would the Africans sold us? Sold us because they know we're different. They sold us because they know we're the powerful, God-chosen people, the Hebrew Israelite Moors, the Arabs from East Africa, who from Asia, who come to East Africa with the E1B1A and brought it to America. You know, we're the first Martian. We've been space traveling from God knows how long in eons years. And don't forget, we are from Pangea. Don't forget that we used to ride dinosaurs. We tamed dinosaurs. And on top of that, the earth is flat.
I'd rather see this back and forth than physical bullets or bat and endless chaos on the streets on disagreements. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be future discrepancies and campaigns that'll be launched.
I rather this too than the FBA debate.
Yeah.
Those debates, it forces you to get disrespectful with individuals, but it forces you to stick with the sources. You only get disrespectful when you start to lose. But the FBA, it started off with disrespect. You're gonna be xenophobic. You're gonna be disrespecting everyone that doesn't agree with you. That's usually how those conversation goes.
Yeah, that the other dude, let's see, FaceTimer or something like that. I was trying to check out where he was from. Because it sounded like he was from either West Coast or that was kind of hard to get where he's from. But yeah, we was trying to keep it stable for a minute, man. Once the Black Navigator Scipio topic came back up, I knew it wasn't gonna be able to come back after that. Because Truth literally read the description about wide nose and curly hair and this and that. And when he showed the picture of the statue, it didn't have kinky hair or wide nose. It looked like some damn Swedish guy from Normandy or something. Goddamn what? Hey, what the hell?
Yeah, the pseudo will do that. They will take any sculpture from any culture and make it black. The Olmec heads were black. I think it was after one of those guys, we had a big argument because they swear Hannibal from Carthage was black. And I know a lot of black people don't like to hear that because they hold Hannibal as one of the great war hero who defeated Rome on the back of an elephant. But when you see the sculpture or any historical picture, even the coins of Carthage, the one that, they don't show a black Hannibal, except for that one coin that was minted in Italy by a guy that have never been to Africa, who was only romanticizing of Hannibal, never met the guy, never seen an African elephant, romanticizing about Hannibal, and created a nappy hair looking person, you could say a black person, but drew a Indian elephant beside him. And Hannibal did not write Indian elephants, he wrote African elephants. And the coins that show the historical accuracy with Hannibal riding the African elephants does not show Hannibal with a kinky hair. It shows Hannibal looking like a Greek, a Roman, or what Carthaginians would have looked like at that time. Not to say black people wasn't living there, but they weren't the ruling class at that time when Hannibal of Carthage was in power. He was most likely a Berber with Mediterranean ancestry. And I believe from what I read at that time when we were going back and forth, it literally says his ancestors was from Rome or Phoenicians. And then they try to twist that into saying, oh, the Phoenicians were black. And I'm like, okay. Same thing the Hebrew does. You show that a historical Israelite was actually a Canaanite. Oh, the Canaanites were black. When you discredit the individual, then they change the whole ethnicity to black.
What's up with it, Lila? And everybody new that just came in. What's up with it? We're trying to keep it rolling on a Sunday morning. We've been kind of slacking on the stream, so at least try to get this Sunday out for the weekend before we start another week. I didn't want to go 4 days in a row without doing nothing, man. So shout out to Q for pinning the link up on the last stream, but had a little glitch on the stream, so this is the second one actually. You might see another title with about 2 hours. But yeah, it wasn't no porn bomb in that. So we gonna rock this out all the way out to Stocko tomorrow night. Actually, there should be no downtime. Y'all saying y'all wasn't live? Y'all should be able to get all the stuff that y'all been holding in the whole week, out between now and tomorrow night. So no excuses.
Was you here a couple of weeks ago when we was talking about the Etruscan coin? I mean,
What's that, Pastor?
we was talking about that coin. It's the Etruscan coin. Was you here a
Yes.
couple of weeks ago when we was covering that?
No.
Somehow that got brought up, but yeah, you was spot on. But that's the name of it.
Yeah,
And
because
the
at
idea
that
was
point,
they minted it with a black face on it so they could invade the lands over there, kind
yeah.
of woo them over. So they put a black face on
So
it.
you
That's
know the coin I'm talking about that was minted somewhere
hmm
in Italy.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
called the
yeah.
Etruscan coin.
Because
Yeah.
at the time, I think all of those guys, Blue, Afro, all the pseudos were coming at me, and the only person that knows what I was talking about and could put some defense to my way was Psycho. And when Psycho told them that Hannibal wasn't black, Psycho confirms that. That's when they kind of start to wind down. Because they were all on me like, yo, this guy really don't like us and he's taking away our glory. How could you take away Hannibal from us? He rode an elephant into Europe. Like, the nigga wasn't black, yo. Let's get over it. They were like, we got Shaka Zulu. We don't need Hannibal. But guess what? We can't appreciate Shaka because he's known to be black. All his pictures look like a real freaking 6'7", 240-pound nigga. All of his pictures. And they never yet want to talk about Shaka and give him that praise. Always want to go to some Berber or some Arabs or some Carthaginians. And these same people will tell you, the same people who claim that Canaanites are black, Phoenicians are black, Greeks are black, Romans are black, will tell you that Ethiopians and Somalians are not black. They draw the line at Ethiopia and Somalia. But we'll go all the way to Russia and tell you that the Russians are black. It's ridiculous. They will tell you an actual African, dark-skinned African is not black. But find 1,000 ways to make olive black. Oh, olive skin, you know olives are black. No, you ever see a ripe olive? You ever see a black olive? Olives are black. I don't know what you're talking about. The Greeks, the Phoenicians, the Italians, Spain, the Spaniards. We all heard that the Spaniards are black. I think that even came up earlier in the Nino debate. I forgot his name. Nino the Navigator. Yeah, they will tell you that the Irish were black because the Irish were slaves in America, neither of which is true. They are not black and they were never slaves in America. But they will stand on that, tell you the Irish are black. The Somalians and the Ethiopians are not black. And if I keep bubbling, they're gonna tell me that Jamaicans aren't black either. That's what it's gonna come down to. Only person can get away with such pseudoness is Lance. If you ain't Lance, don't be talking about no black Russian, black Middle Eastern, black Arabs, black Canaanites. Only Lance. Yo, some of you in the chat needs to hit the link and come on the panel with all that arguments. Like Suave and Aaron, y'all need to hit the link.
I can keep that crash out shit on the
Hit the link, but remember Dev is here, so be careful.
Yeah, I'm trying to get everybody a chance to get up.
Oh yeah, Wale will tell you that the Japanese, the real niggas from Japan who lives in the mountain with the afro, I sat with them and what they told me, I cried. They told me that the shell is from Africa and they use it for money. And they call their town Voodoo. It's just you guys don't know, man. They're black. They're black. I'm telling you.
That's beautiful, cousin. That is beautiful.
They say, Wale, are you a black man? Nah, I ain't human. I'm not even human. I ain't human. Shout out to Wale though. We talk on Instagram, not Instagram. What do you call that?
What's that?
WhatsApp.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good though.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah. He's been posting quite a lot on WhatsApp. He has a new rope making machine.
Oh, okay.
So Wale, he's making ropes now.
Oh, okay.
His house still standing.
Yeah.
He's good. He said a tree fell on the side of the house, so he probably just cut it down with a chainsaw or something.
Yeah.
When you say that you're human, you're adopting a social construct.
Social?
Social.
Oh boy, the social construct argument, that's going to be a big ass debate. That one is brewing for a while now. And I don't think I'm on the crowd's favorite side of that social construct argument because I'm going to have to stand on science. And when race and science kind of cross path, then we kind of have some form of delineation going on there. Because race warriors do not accept social construct.
But they have to, because everything are social constructs. Humans make social constructs to categorize and make simple.
That's exactly what the purpose is, to categorize people and things. Even
exactly, social construct.
Yeah. To be honest, even science is like, there shouldn't be a delineation there because science and social construct, when it comes to these biological things, there is a connection. There is some intertwining going on there or overlapping. But if you take the social construct out of race and make it strictly scientific, you're going to run into problem. And if you make it only based on social construct and don't imply anything scientific, I could see that being an issue too. So we have to find a way to forge a balance. But I don't think that's going to happen after some big ass debate, a few crash outs.
Yeah, that race conversation that is very nuanced.
It
And
is, but it's brewing though. It's brewing. Trust and believe it's brewing. Because Psycho doesn't agree with the social construct. Psycho says race is scientific. Right? I don't agree with the race is scientific. I don't think Domo agree with it either. A few people don't agree that race is scientific and we're sticking to science. But a lot of people do agree that it's scientific. I think even Q-Butter touch on it sometimes. And I think he's drifting to the scientific side. So it's all right. When it's time for us to have that conversation, we're gonna have it. And in this one, it's not even a win or lose. It's coming to a consensus or having an understanding. You know, if they could make their point where I could see the scientific accuracy in it, or you know, the scientific connection where they're trying to make it, I'll accept it. I don't have a problem with accepting it. In fact, I want to accept it. I want race to be biological, but so far the evidence hasn't yet presented itself. Race is real, and it's a social construct. That's my standing on it. It's how human categorize other human beings. It's literally one of the first step of delineation, where I could look at a Middle Eastern person and their hair doesn't look like the African hair. You know, their facial features doesn't look like the African facial feature. Their culture is slightly different, and language, a lot of things, so much things is different that if we were just to call everyone Homo sapien sapien, there would be a lot of confusion. Who are you talking about? So, you know, and nationality alone would not help because people migrate. And as we see, there is no nationality that only have one race of people. Even in the most secluded places like Korea, Korea, Japan, and those places, you're still going to find other races. You will find black, you will find white, you will find Asians that are different from the Orientals. You will find Eastern Asian and Western Asians. Phenotypically, we don't look alike, but that's only phenotypical because genetically, we are so much alike, it's ridiculous. We're 99.999% similar. You do not find that similarity not even amongst lions and tigers. Hence, they are two different species, the equivalent to what the psychodem would want to classify as race, you know. But amongst human beings, we haven't yet been apart long enough to speciate for one or any ethnic group to develop unique genes that can't be found in any other population. There is no gene currently, there is no gene that is unique to any one population. You know, you will find the same gene in black, in white, in natives, in Eastern people, Asians, Indians. The only difference is you're gonna find it at different percentage. It's gonna show up at different rate. For instance, certain genes that you find, like when you talk about the haplotypes, you'll find in sub-Saharan gene pool, chances are you're not gonna find it very prevalent in, say, a European or an Asian gene pool. But the reason why you can't claim it to be African, because you will still find it in European genes and in Asian genes. The only difference is the frequency at which it shows up. You know, so if you're finding it, say, in the African gene, 8 out of every 10 people, maybe you will find it in Europe 1 out of every 100. And yes, the percentage is way lower, but it's still enough to say this gene is not unique to this population. You know, like in species, when a population become a species, it has genes that you will no longer find in its cousin species. For instance, lions and tiger, house cats, and a wild cat in South America. They're all felines, but different species. If the Native American weren't discovered, and say America itself wasn't discovered for the next 10,000 to 20,000 years, then it's almost certain that the Native Americans would have become another species. And even so, it's not definite, because there was still southern migration happening with the Micronesian and Melanesian and Polynesian people. So they could have been bringing in a fresh set of genes to the Native Americans. But chances are those that are stuck in the north, especially Canada and certain places in America, they would have definitely become their own species. They would have been Homo sapien something else, Homo sapien extreme, or Homo sapien ultra. That's what they would have been. Ultra Homo sapiens. Brooklyn Digital. We had Carl Kanai genes. Yo, true. You're such an old head. Like, I haven't heard about no Carl Kanai since I was like just starting high school. Do they still make Carl Kanai?
Nigga said Carl Kanai.
Yeah.
I'm drinking my first cup of coffee in about.
True. You know, in Jamaica, we wear the dress code is khaki. You know khaki? It's khaki and Clarks.
Oh,
almost look like them West Coast niggas in their dickies.
Hey.
Khaki and Clarks. Over there, I think they were dickies and chucks.
So the topic about being able to tell if bones, ancient human bone remains, being able to tell if they were black or not came up also. And yeah, I was thrown under the bus. I said, if a white man got his arm chopped off, and a black man got that arm chopped off, once the skin and flesh and the muscle went away, there's no way to look at the bone and say, this one was the white man and that one was the black man. Especially if they're not in the place of origin, where they were from, I guess?
They can tell, but
I'm saying somebody from Norway. If somebody from Norway came to Canada and got attacked by an animal or something like that, so you're saying they can go in and say, boom, this motherfucker was from Norway, just by the bone, nothing else.
They could make a guess, and they would do that based on current populations.
Yeah, I'm taking skulls and everything, man.
But if you only have that specimen and you didn't have modern DNA to compare it with, if for some reason in the future human being doesn't have modern DNA to compare fossils with, then the only other way they could use to tell to try to determine the population, and this would be a very gross generalization, and it would be very, very, very vague. They would have to use stuff like bone density.
Yeah.
You know, and doing that, it would almost be impossible for someone to pinpoint a bone back to a country. You know, they could put it to a larger population based on the size and stuff, age, size, and gender. They could say, well, based on age, size, and gender, it's very similar to a sub-Saharan African, or it's very similar to a Eastern European, or an Indo-European, or a Southeast Asian person. And that would have been a guess, because again, you know, they're just comparing bone density and say, hey, based on the bone density, you're from this tribe. And I don't think any scientist would have gone out on a limb and do that, because the evidence to support what they're saying would have been so slim. They would have probably been laughed out the lab or laughed out the room. But if you got the modern DNA to compare it with, that's easy, because you just get genetic sample and do like a ancestry similar to like what they do with the ancestry test.
Yeah.
And tell that this person is from this region. Now they could even pinpoint countries and stuff. Or closer to, you know, a few countries.
Yeah, they already have the established data set.
Yeah, but without that, there is no way to tell. Because you can't just put some genetic information under a microscope. The most you will know from putting genetic information under a microscope is if the specimen was a human or some other form of ape or a other form of animal, like say a feline, a canine, a bovine, something. That's the most they could tell.
Also male and female. So
yes,
at the base of the skull,
based on
the females have the small opening.
The pelvic region, male and female by that.
Yeah.
But in those cases, though, it's much more precise, because you only have two choices, male or
that's it. Yeah, it's either or. Yeah,
either or. If they say your bone density brings you back, makes you a sub-Saharan African, where in sub-Saharan Africa you're from, then they can't tell you that. You know, without more information, without present genetic information, they can't tell you if this person was East African, West African, South African, somewhere in the Congo, in the Green Sahara. They couldn't tell you that. But Psuedos would run with it, though. Man, Psuedos would run with it and make their own wild interpretation that scientists or no archaeologist stands on. They would be just making claims.
Yeah, at some point, I did thought that, there was a place where, hey, eventually when everybody settles down and calms down, this is before the internet. I really did think that we would be able to put the puzzle together to, place origins and eliminate, pseudo claims and being able to distinguish, hey, these people did this in this year, in that year, these people came up. You know what I'm saying? I thought that things were, but like I said, it seems like the later in time we get, the less we do have access to information faster, but I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. It's like a whole bunch of extra non-related fantasy shit just mixed in. I don't even know what the purpose is. What is the purpose of not getting to the bottom of what you're looking for? So what's your objective? Are you trying to find the origin of yourself, like your flesh? Touch your knee. Are you trying to put yourself in the place of origin? Or do you want to try to eliminate what you don't want to be? I do not want to be a slave. I do not want to be a subject or somebody poor or somebody with no nobility, not a title. It's just all over the place.
Mm. Well, I'm not using Chat GPT. I upgraded to Gemini. So according to Gem, no, you cannot determine a person race based on genetic information if you have no prior genetic information about the individual. Race is, this is going to trigger some people. Race is not a genetic marker. Race is a social construct. The term race is primarily a social and cultural classification of people based on shared physical trait, nationality, or culture. It is not a fundamental biological or genetic division. Genetic overlap. The vast majority of genetic variation, 99.9%, is shared among all human beings. Genetic difference between individuals within a single racial group are often greater than the average difference between people classified into different racial groups. This is one of the biggest debunk for that brewing argument, because if two West African can have a wider gap in genetic variation, meaning they're not that close as each of those individuals would have been close to, say, someone from Scotland, it just shows race is not biological. What makes those two African person black or African or under the same racial umbrella has nothing to do with genes, because one of those person might be closer to a Chinese, say a Nigerian person, never been to China, have no Chinese ancestry, no Chinese grandparent, great-grandparent, or anything of that sort. African their whole life. And someone, say, from Senegal, same situation, African their entire life, can have more diverse gene amongst them than say that the same individual with a Chinese or a Scottish or a Russian person. You can call it pseudo. I'm reading what the freaking Gemini says right now. No single race. No single race gene. There is no single race gene or small set of genes that can accurately and exclusively define a person race. At some point, we're going to just have to accept social construct and just argue in the back of our head that this is fucked up and they're lying to us. Just so you guys know, AI does give sources. If you ask them for the source, they will give it to you in a heartbeat. You're not like Afro and those guys that's going to beat around the bush. So they do give sources. They ain't just talking out there. They're rare.
What's that? That's what y'all trying to say in the chat? Y'all trying to back up the dominant gene, the black gene theory? I remember when that was used to be popular.
Yep, the dominant gene that makes us superhuman. There is no single gene. That is very important. No single gene. And the second statement is even more important. Or small set of genes. Because I'll get that there's no single gene, but there could be a combination of gene that only shows up in a certain population. We don't even have that. There is no single combination that any population can claim. None whatsoever. No single gene and no combination of genes. Trait commonly associated with race, like skin color, are determined by a complex interaction of many genes and are influenced by environment. The role of genetic information. If genetic information means data that is not specific to the individual, i.e., general population statistics, typical traits associated with a group, this information is used to identify an individual race. This information is useless for identifying an individual race. If you guys think I'm being dishonest, ask me to source it up and I'll put it on the computer, share it on the screen so we all could read it together. This information is useless for identifying an individual race without any biological sample from that person. For example, knowing that people with a certain ancestry often have dark hair tells you nothing about the ancestry of a specific individual you know only has dark hair. And this is the thing with phenotype. You can't use phenotype and say, hey, this gene causes this kind of phenotypical trait, so it must be white or it must be black. AI is saying it's pseudo. Phenotypical trait goes across many borders, across many boundaries. For example, knowing that people with a certain ancestries often have dark hair tells you nothing about the ancestry of the specific individual you know. Only that they have dark hair. In summary, this even gives a summary, a full freaking statement. Without any genetic data from a specific person, you have no way to determine their genetic ancestry. And even with genetic data, you can only determine ancestry and related trait, not a socially defined race. Would you like more about the difference between genetic ancestry and social race? Should I keep it going? Am I going to get any pushback on it?
Yeah, you will. Why? Because there are some things that I might agree with you with, but the thing that is being left out of the what you're reading, and why I am quick to ask people to read things like Metamorphosis, Airs, Waters, Places, what is that paper about gold people, silver people, bronze people? These ideas were using things like what you ate, where you were born, to make these what you would call proto-racist claims about people that they were encountering from other lands. And this is where the word barbar or Berber gets its origination. Why? Because these people were outside of what they were considered civilized. And if you didn't fit a certain paradigm, you weren't human.
All right.
So the proto-racism can be overlooked, and that's what's being overlooked. That's why it's important to read things from like
racism. It's true, but even that was started based on social construct because they have no scientific evidence back in those claims.
It isn't about the science. You cannot force science into a world where science wasn't. And that's the problem where that's the thing that we gotta stop doing.
Okay, good. Stick a point there, Stevie, because that's important. In that case, then don't try to make race scientific. You can't force science in places where science wasn't. In that case, don't try to make race scientific. Race did not start based on science. And science to this day still do not support race.
No one's making it scientific. What we're saying is that it has some ideas that you would consider pre-scientific.
No, we would consider those scientific racism. And
melanin is a scientific thing. It's biological. You have to take biology into the conversation, even though it wasn't considered biology.
All right.
We gotta look at the things they were using, the biological makeup of a person, the things that you ate, and how the water that you drink, and you might have, and how they misapplied these things to negative attributes, which we would consider racist or proto-racist. This is how these things develop.
I do not disagree, but it's not coming from science itself. It's coming from, even if they were trying to implement science,
logical,
intertwined with, it was overwhelmed with racism. Hence, we call it scientific racism. But hear what they're saying about the biologists and the geneticists. Race is overwhelmingly considered a social construct by the consensus of modern scientists, including biologists, geneticists, I butchered that word, and social scientists. While certain physical traits are inherent, the concept of dividing human into distinct race as traditionally defined is not supported by human genetics. That's what the biologists, geneticists, and the social scientists are saying. They're saying they would not consider race biological in any way, even though there is some physical trait. It's not enough.
And I'm not either. I mean, I'm saying that race is a compilation of different ideals that, if you look back through history, you can see them developing. I'm not saying it's all based in science or biology. That's why I used the word the other day and people laughed at it, but I've been saying it for a while. It's a socio-bio-theopolitical construct.
Yep.
You got to put all those into it. You got to look at the sociology, the biology, the theology, and the political aspects of creating this thing called race and racism.
Yeah. The visible physical difference traditionally used to define race, like skin color, hair texture, and facial features, are controlled by a very small fraction of the human genome and are often the result of adaptation to local environment. Example, skin color and UV exposure. These superficial traits are not reliable markers for borders, deep-seated genetic distinctions. Historically created, the concept of race is a rigid hierarchical classification system emerged during the age of European colonialism and was used to justify slavery and social inequality.
So,
although, let me just read this one part because I think this part is important. Although race is not biological, it has very real world effect. Racial categories shape a person's experience, access to resource, opportunity, and how they are often treated, often resulting in systematic racism and health disparities.
So again, this whole thing, I understand and Memphis asked a great question in the chat, and I think I want to ask you this to see what you think. Because something is a social construct, does that mean it's real or valid?
No, it's very important. It's very important. And to me, sometimes it's even more powerful than the biological, I don't want to call it construct, but I'm going to use that word, the biological construct, because in social construct, you have the ability to define your reality, your social reality, or your social experience. And yeah, it's not going to be easy, but like, for instance, they did classify us as less than human, and we redefined ourselves to be human, and we fought for our dignity as human beings. A tiger cannot fight to be a lion. A tiger cannot fight. There's nothing a tiger can do in his will to be a wolf. Biological constructs are so concrete, it relieves you of choices. You don't have a say in the option. There's nothing you could do to change it unless you're going to butcher yourself like those people.
So taking that into consideration, I mean, what you just said about biology, if there are some things that pseudo-scientific ancient people who weren't equipped with the tools that we are equipped with, they were making what we would consider reaches and fallacious claims about people. With that,
yes. Anthropologists back then were very biased and racist. Anything outside of Europe would be subpar, and sometimes not even classified properly. So yes, there was a lot of racism and biases happening in these classifications.
So does that downplay the biology of other folks and how they might have classified themselves and or how they looked at themselves before the European misclassified them or put them into these taxonomies we call racist?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
One, European use race as a means of power to make themselves more powerful, hierarchical control. And they leave other people in a situation where you got to fight for yourself, literally. You know, you got to fight for yourself. If not, if people weren't fighting to reclassify and redefine themselves, then the Asians would be black right now, especially the Indians and the Sri Lankans, the one them that phenotypically and visible have that melanin. They would be black and they wouldn't have a choice about it. But when they were classified black, the Japanese, the Chinese, the Indians from India, not the Americans, were classified black. They fought, or colored, I should say colored, not black. They weren't classified black, they were classified colored. They fought and pushed back and let the world know that no, we're not colored. We're Chinese and Japanese and we're
it's not an argument. We're having a conversation. It's not an argument, Lee. No one's arguing about anything.
No, but what I'm saying though, that just shows you the power of social construct, that if you're determined enough, you can change your reality. With biology, you can't do that. You can't do that with biology. And the messed up thing with biology is,
so if you can't change your biology,
no, you can.
And your phenotype, because phenotype would be what? Biology, right?
It's such a minute part of the genetic makeup that scientists, it is biological. It is biological, but it's very minute.
Cool. I understand that. But it's a part of the biological makeup of individuals, right? Of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, there is somewhat biology to this concept of race.
There is biology. And when it comes to, you got to understand though, the genetic part, like the autosomal genes that you would pass on, it's not that part of your gene does not constitute so much. Like what makes race is such a minute part of your genetic makeup. You know, it's mostly influenced by environment. It's mostly hence why people in Papua New Guinea, Aboriginal Australian, even though their direct ancestors are from Asia, probably look like Chinese and Japanese and Koreans, they are very dark-skinned people. They're very dark-skinned people with most of the phenotype that you will find in African-American, sub-Saharan Africans. The reason why they're like that is not because we share genetics. It's because we share similar environment. And over hundreds or tens of thousands of years living in those environments, your evolution pretty much converge. No, so we're evolving similar, but not from the same branch. I think that's called convergent evolution.
So what needs to be looked at, and I'm gonna keep saying this, is how people misapply things to construct this shit we call racism and race. The misapplication of genetics and biology and cranial shapes and bone structures and nose structures led to the misapplication and the pseudofying of biology and misapplication of science to this thing we call racism and race. But these phenotypes and genotypes exist in people, and we can't deny them and try to act like they're not there.
You're absolutely right, and science do not deny them. Science don't deny them.
So when we say race is a social construct, that's what we're doing. We're denying.
No, we're not. We're not. We're putting it in its proper context. That's all we're doing. We're not denying it.
It's a social construct.
Why is it a social construct?
I said everything is a social construct.
In a sense,
stop minimizing. So stop minimizing it, and let's just talk about it for what it is.
I'm talking about it for what it is, and I'm telling you, like it's not scientific as we want to make it.
So I'm not trying to make it.
I would love it to be scientific, so we could say we're this and we're distinct and we're that and we're that.
I'm not trying to make it scientific. What I'm trying to get, all I'm trying to do is show how misapplied scientific ideals were used. That's it. And once we can understand the misapplied scientific ideals, then the conversation can start moving forward. It won't be this where we get stuck on calling it a social construct to downplay the genotypes and the phenotypes that these Greeks and Romans and Arabs were using to say these things about others. And that's what we do when we say it's a social construct.
That's not what we do, Sabio. All right, let me just read this real quick. The relationship between race, genetics, and phenotype is complex, as the consensus among scientists is that race is a social construct that is not a meaningful biological category. Despite this is the part that you're mentioning, that they are 100% aware of it, despite its correlation with certain visible inherent traits, in bracket phenotypes. In short, while gene determine the visible traits, that's a biological part to it. Yes, your nose, your hair texture, your skin color, it's determined by genes. The society used to define racial group, the scientific categories of human genetic variation do not map neatly into these grid social classifications. Phenotypes, this refer to observable physical or biochemical characteristic of an organism. These includes everything you can see or measure, such as skin color, hair texture, eye shape, height, blood type, and even a certain disease like the sickle cell trait. So they're not denying that there is biology to it. They're saying is the biological marker that makes up phenotype, which is pretty much the benchmark for race for races. That biological marker is not enough.
Hey, I mean, so I don't think we're disagreeing. I think we're just having because I don't like minimizing this thing, race, to a social construct. I don't think we're doing it the proper justice. And this comes from reading the things that I read by the race scientists, the race scholars who are studying this, the Snowdens, the Kim Halls, the David Goldenbergs, the Benjamin Isaacs, some African scholars. I can't say their name because they're so difficult. But they're all saying placing it in a social construct category means we can just put it off to the side and we don't have to deal with the real implications and of how these things impacted societies then and are impacting societies today. So I think that's just the major holdup between us, because I think we're saying a lot of the same things. I think the social construct part is where I have a holdup at, because it's just like putting it off to the side and say just because it's a social construct, then we just got to live with it. We got to live with the dynamics, and we don't have to address the dynamics of it.
No,
No, it does the complete opposite.
How y'all figure?
It gives argument when you sit back and prove it's not scientifically real. You can argue the humanity of quote unquote any race is humanity at that point.
What you mean by that?
When races existed and we subhuman. But science proves that no, race isn't real. That this is just political, social construct ideologies, that there's no scientific basis for it. Now you can make the argument, okay, then give me my full humanity. It makes, by putting it in the social construct, you get to argue the social implications of it.
And what this really is saying is that
There's
no hierarchy
above.
amongst race. That's when we say race is a social construct, we're saying there's no biological hierarchy amongst race.
I understand.
On the genetic level, there is no superior race.
I don't think I was ever saying there was a superior race or there was biological markers for. No, I don't think I was ever saying that. What I was saying is that this concept used pseudoscientific ideals, and we will acknowledge this, based in biological and environmental things that they were exposed to, and they applied these things to those people to create this concept called race. So yes, it isn't a natural thing. No one's denying that. But all I'm trying to say is we have to categorize it correctly and not just act like it popped up out of nothingness.
Hold on. Aaron Savage, the scientists are not just white. That's another pseudo statement, thinking scientists and scientific consensus is only white people. No, especially in cases like these, they propose these studies to more diverse scientists. So they would find East Indians, Asians, Africans, African Americans, not just white, especially in studies like this where they're looking for a scientific consensus. Because white, if you're just doing white on something like race, there would be biases. So to avoid stuff like that, they use scientists of many different backgrounds.
Right.
It's not just white. So the scientific consensus is not the white man's word. Nope. The white man's word is what Tariq preach. That's the white man's word.
That show got a lot of black scholars on his race, African scholars on his race concept. And a lot of them are saying it's unfortunate that some of them are writing from a Christian, some of them are writing from a Muslim perspective, but they all lean a lot of them will say what you guys are saying about it being a social construct, but they will also say that the early, what you would call proto-scientists or pseudo-scientists, though they were using what they would consider biology, environmental sciences, and things like that to make these claims about other people, which may have been fallacious because they ain't never been in a community, or they might be secondhand, or they might have seen these people in glancing and passing. But they make these assumptions and they place these phenotypes, these genotypes, and these ideas on these people based off of in their pseudoscientific ideas, and that led to what we're talking about today.
That's exactly what happened.
I've been
Exactly what
telling
happened.
people to read this book for 12 years in these YouTube streets. The Myth of Race, the Troublesome Persistence of an Unscientific Idea by Sussman. Everything being discussed is in that book. Damn near verbatim, chapter for chapter. Only thing we haven't talked about is just naming the key players by name.
And
What's the book called, Bryson? Well, I might know that.
The Myth of Race, the Myth of Race, the trouble and persistence of an unscientific idea.
I'm gonna save that in my note.
This concept is actually fun. Hey, Dev, you sleep? I think Psycho trying to join the panel.
Oh.
Somebody went got Psycho. My bad, Psycho. Come on. They dragged him out, man.
What up, Psycho? What up, Mark?
Yeah, I'm back here too, nigga. Fuck out of here, son. I've been here before Psycho.
Real quick.
Real quick.
Let me read what I said, because this nigga ain't read it right, or maybe I didn't write it right. Without science saying that, aka that there's no difference in us, that we are all the same thing. Without science saying that, the white consensus is we ain't even human at this point, Sabio. That's what I said.
Got you wrong. I got you wrong.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I just realized I shoot at you for no reason.
Okay. And see, this is what I'm talking about.
Let me hear what you're talking about, Sabio.
And this is the misapplication of them people taking their science or their pseudoscience and going around the world and telling other humans they're not human. You too, based off of what they were considering human. So we cannot use that in these conversations and say that that's scientific. I'm saying it's not.
You're not hearing you not hearing what me or Amin is saying. We're not saying nothing about what you're saying.
We're actually saying the opposite.
The opposite. We're saying literally the opposite.
Real science that debunk that pseudo narrative. Real science.
Without that, then we would still have the pseudoscience, which will say that we are subhuman.
No, and that's exactly what I'm saying.
You just said that.
No, I did not say we were subhuman.
No,
at
I mean,
all.
not you didn't say. I'm saying the opposite is what you're saying.
What I'm trying to get y'all, what I'm saying is it was those ideas that led to the idea that humans outside of a certain area were subhuman, hence barbarians, heathens.
It's going on.
Yeah, but Sylvia, think about it though. At that time,
hold on, chill out. These ideas I have been is distinctly saying were pseudoscientific ideas.
Why aren't those ideas still around, Sabio?
Chill out.
No, just answer that. That'll answer the whole question.
That's an important question.
Why are those? Hold on, Sabio, chill out. Just answer that one question.
No, I'm not answering. I'm going to answer.
Exactly. You're going to run away from it.
I'm going to answer everything that you said if you let me. Stop. Just chill out. That's all you got to do, bro. So when I mentioned them looking at phenotypes, using things like airs, water, places, this was them using what they were considering science. This was pseudoscience because they were misapplying the food that you ate, the water that you drink, to the way that you looked.
Gang, we agree with that.
Chill out.
No, I can't. You going down a road we all agree on. The problem is, why isn't that science around anymore? Why isn't that pseudoscience around anymore?
Sabio, when they were pushing that narrative, they were pushing it as if it was scientific. They weren't pushing that as a social construct. They were pushing it as if we have factual evidence that Europeans are different from Africans. In fact, Africans are not human.
Hey, stop making new arguments. Stop making new arguments.
It's the same argument.
I mean, can I finish? Because he interrupted me, talking about why that shit ain't around.
But you talk about shit that we agreeing with.
Why isn't that the narrative right now? I read to you over and over that biologists,
I don't know if it's going over your head or not. Like
anthropologists,
going over my head.
It got to be.
Science,
no,
it's
my topic. You niggas haven't read. You haven't read shit.
Oh shit!
Hey, can y'all chill out and stop?
I know what I did read. I read that none of that shit is true.
I
know what I did read, goofball.
Again, bro.
I don't know which point you're trying to stand on.
What?
Hey, can y'all chill out? Nobody would even let me finish and make my point, so you won't know. You guys are trying to make it for me. What the fuck is going on? Shut up.
You niggas ain't got no respect for you, Savior.
No,
I don't have no respect for them either.
All right, so just move on.
So again, all you have to do is just chill out, and I will make it. So, as I was saying, those concepts, which are no longer scientific, were used to create this thing called proto-racism and racism, which led to this thing called racist. Without these things, we would not be having this conversation. So that idea of humans being superior, I'm almost through. I wouldn't have had to reiterate it and recalibrate it if you wouldn't have interrupted.
Because this is come on, hurry up. The football about to start, Sabio, and I've been listening to y'all for a minute. It took me like 20 minutes to get up here. Can you wrap this up? Because I want to get y'all all agree. So I'm the motherfucker who don't agree. I'm trying to give y'all a little bit of friendly pushback. Is that cool?
Cool. So because all I'm saying,
expected, Cycles. Well expected.
All I've been saying is that race and racism are not scientific, but we have to treat them we have to use the same ideals that help. We have to know these things in order to talk about it. We have to know what was used to create this concept, the biology, environmental concepts, and shit like that. We just can't say it popped up out of a vacuum because they thought they were superior.
Right. Now, most people should know about scientific racism, and most people should be against scientific racism, as am I. Right? These are old concepts that were studied by people when evolution was first starting to become popularized and promoted to be, pushed out to society through schools and academia and everything else. And you had a certain segment of people that study anthropology and biology that branched off and started, going deeper into race, and they formed their own ideal called Darwinism, right? We hear this a lot in these spaces, right? People like to talk about Darwinism a lot, and they associate Darwinism with Charles Darwin, which is a flawed concept because Charles Darwin wasn't even alive when Darwinism was created. I got to stress that because Charles Darwin did not start Darwinism. It was just named after him because these people were strong components of evolution. But they had some misunderstandings about evolution, and they had some things wrong, and their racist views, their social, political, racist views steered them extremely far to the right, where they just started coming up with some wild concepts that, again, has been thoroughly debunked since. But because these wild white, white wing type concepts came about, and they were so far to the right, what happened is these progressives came in and fought against this. Shout out to them. But what they did was they ended up taking things too far to the left. So now we went from being all the way on one spectrum of this concept of race, which is very nuanced, it's not cut and dry. It's literally not black and white. Literally and figuratively, it's not black and white, right? So it's very nuanced, right? But they took that right wing perspective and took it all the way over to the left. They didn't leave it in the middle. They took it all the way over to the left to now we're saying things like, race is just a social construct, which isn't inaccurate, but it's not the full truth, right? It's very, like I said, this is nuance. Like, because when you just brush it off as just a social construct, it's not telling the full story, because that social construct is centered around things, right? It's centered around the yields, expression of these yields within the genes. I heard Amin talking about differences between species and everything, and humans don't differ enough within our genetic pool in order to separate us into different subspecies, right? And I find it interesting because that's a common talking point, because now you're talking about FSTs, and when you're talking about FSTs, and that's what they use to kind of determine to separate different subspecies within a species. When you look at, I've done a presentation on this. I gave many examples of animals. I believe wolves and coyotes fall under this dynamic. Wolves and coyotes have the same separation of FSTs as humans do.
Yeah.
Race. Somebody said something?
No, go ahead. But
Oh, okay, yeah. The human wolves and coyotes have the same FST separation amongst that humans have amongst each other, which is very low, right? We're talking less than 1%, right? Like, it's not a huge difference. But when you're talking genetics, 0.001% is a difference, right? So, like, it's very small, but it's the same FST ratio. So, but we classify them as a different subspecies. We do not call coyotes wolves. We do not call wolves coyotes, even though they're all canines, right? Like, so when it gets to humans, it becomes very touchy and everything else. And science, and I know people going to hit me with the common consensus, and I know what the common consensus is, and the common consensus goes against what I say. But there's a reason behind that. And the reason behind that is because, again, what I just said. In schools nowadays, I can even show you this left-wing article where they pretty much tell you that it is promoted in order to debunk. It says continue debunking scientific racism ideals. So the Society of Geneticists encourages its members to become more actively, politically, and socially to reflect their views. This is encouraged within genetics. Right, and this is a left wing site that's saying that this is what they do, and they do that for a specific reason, to push back against scientific racism. And again, I get it. Shout out to them for doing it. But what happens is they take it way over to the left, and now race is being completely dismissed altogether. When people still study anthropology, if race ain't a thing, people going to display anthropology, and I know what they're going to say. They're going to say, they're not studying race, they're studying geographical populations, right? They're studying ethnic groups, right? Because that's what they replace race with in science, right? Because again, it's a social political movement within the scientific community that try to kind of muddy the waters of race and kind of just make it all one race, the human race. That's a social political thing that's being promoted. So they're leaving certain things out, additionally, leaving certain things out to kind of fit their narrative, because they kind of need race to be, not a thing. Again, because their idea is if we make race not a thing, racism goes away. This is their logic, right? This is their mindset behind it, even though I disagree with that. But that's their rationale, right? And so I've been talking for a minute. I'll go ahead and throw it back to y'all.
No. Fuck these niggas. These niggas been talking all morning, so I'm ready to hear.
Hey, that was a nice way to pull what I've been trying to say, Psycho.
But hold on. Well, I don't know when you hold on, Xavier. Hold on. So Psycho, I don't know when you came in or picked up on what they was reading, but this goes back to partially what was happening on your panel last night, as far as being able to determine for anthropology, like skulls, bone structure, specifically, hey, this
That's
bone right here,
craniology.
this
That's
bone
craniology.
right here came from a black man, and this
Yeah,
bone
that's
over here came from a white man.
Real quick, that's craniology, right? That's very specific to skulls and everything else. And yeah, it was a lot of racism within that. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just saying, hey, there's no way to determine it unless there was already a preset or established set of data within Ghana, within Nigeria or Congo or wherever to match up of what was found or what was being searched for. We have to know what we're looking for identicals, like you were trying to observe. So I think that's, I'm not sure like where you came in at, but
I came in, Amen was already going in. I was just listening.
Yeah.
I was just listening, but yeah.
No, it's cool, man.
Is craniology pseudo psycho?
Yes.
The way old anthropologists and people that study craniology used it, yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah,
but it can have some information.
Yeah, I about to say that's also nuanced because it's not complete. It's pseudo to say you can identify every skull as a certain race, right? That part is pseudo, but there are some consistencies there.
Exactly. It's literally similar to the haplogroup argument where they're taking one thing and making it do what it's not supposed to do. When they use craniology, they're now trying to talk about your characteristic, your traits, your intelligent level.
Intelligence, right. That's what it's
even
really.
as far as the morality. And that's, you can't get none of those information from craniology, but you could tell if a skull belongs to a baboon or a gorilla.
Right.
That's valuable information for any anthropologist or archaeologist.
Yeah. Now I agree with you
could even tell, like, for instance, the ancient Egyptian, they have a very distinct looking skull. So the cranium would shape different from, say, someone from, say, even Gaza across the border. But that doesn't tell you anything more about the person, that this population may have done something to form their skull. What they usually do with babies in some culture, Native American too, is tie their head when they're very young and the skull is still soft. They would tie it in a certain shape, so when it hardens that way and grow that way. Native American used to do the flat forehead, where they tie a plank on the baby's forehead to make it flat. Egyptians used to tie their head like with a bandana kind of shit to make it like, give it that push up shape. I guess to make it shaped like the crown of Egypt or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you could look at the skull and tell that this person is from a certain population if you know how those people would have buried their dead and how the skeleton of those people would have looked. But you can't tell nothing else. You can't really tell if the person was dark skin, light skin, if the person was a warrior or not, if he was a good person, a bad person, if he was intelligent or if he was dumb. You can't tell that. But they used to use craniology.
That's the racist part. That's the racist part. And that's why they study craniology. Was their whole purpose of doing that was to do the IQ thing, right? Because white nationalists are obsessed with IQ. This is what the bell curve was all about, to try to support the whole claims behind craniology studies and everything. So yeah, that all that, I got a lot of racist undertones to it, so you have to be careful when discuss, even though, like I said, it's nuanced because it's not completely false. It's not all the way accurate either. Because like I said, it's a lot of, like I said, this whole political game when it comes to this race thing. You got both sides doing a tug of war. Both sides are doing a tug of war. And I'm in the middle of this whole fight. I see the problems on both sides with their argumentations.
I don't think the scientists are being extreme. I don't think they're going far left though. Because
Psycho, remember when I asked you, I think it was maybe like 3 or 4 days ago, maybe a week ago on your panel, I asked you a question about science. Like, how do we know? Because you have two opposing scientists maybe saying different things, right? How do
Yeah, I can
we
pull them
know
up.
what's true if we not the ones actually becoming the scientists ourselves and getting the information for ourselves? Don't we really just got to go off
That's the
consensus?
beauty of science. That's the beauty of science. You
I
can
agree.
always do
I
your
agree with
own
that.
experiments. You can always do your own tests, your own observations. Like you don't. I mean, the common consensus is what it is, but you can always do your own experiments and everything else to try to push back against it to prove otherwise. Right? That's
I
the
agree with
beauty of
that
science. It's
100%. But
not religion. It's not set in stone.
my thing is with that though, the people who don't do it for themselves, if they going off consensus, but yet consensus is screwed. What the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Skewed.
Misconstrued.
Yeah, skewed.
Misconstrued.
Yeah,
Skewed.
or
Yeah.
misconstrued. Skewed. I'm really
Yeah.
looking for skewed. If
Mhm.
science can be skewed by certain consensus or certain narratives that's being pushed politically,
Mhm.
we- everything can be questioned if you're not the one doing the studies.
I mean, and certain things can be. I don't like saying don't go what the consensus says because that is giving the open door to pseudo shit. So I don't like saying that. I'm saying everybody's open to push back against it, but have some facts and some evidence to support their claims, right? Like don't find these little fringe people that are just saying things and don't have anything supported. Because like again, this is a common consensus about race being a social construct, but that's based on the numbers, not because like I said, a dude by the name of David Reich, David Reich, right? This dude's a whole Harvard medical professor. He teaches at Harvard, a medical professor. He agrees with my position on race. Right, you got Richard Dawkins. I throw Richard Dawkins out there a lot because a lot of people in these spaces know who Richard Dawkins is because he's a staunch atheist who promotes evolution and taught a lot. He taught me a lot about evolution, truth be told. So I rocks with his information. He agrees with my position on race. Right,
Yes,
he's
he
another
does.
geneticist. So this is not. When they say common consensus, that don't mean all scientists, because I hear people a lot
agree
say,
with that.
you
I
can't
agree
pull
with
up no geneticist that agrees with your position, and I start pulling up names and then they get stuck. Like people gotta be careful saying that because this is still an ongoing thing. It's still an ongoing discussion. It's just very nuanced and sensitive. So people walk on eggshells with this. Unlike other things like, the size of the earth, which is not political and stuff like that people like to push back on and say, oh, don't go against the common consensus. No, there's nothing political about this. There's nothing to be, you know what I mean?
Because look, Psycho, I'm still salty. I lost that $100 to you, right? About that DNA shit. Because all the information I read, and even from what Amin is saying, it leans towards my way. But when you found that piece of evidence you found, it's like it's weird, bro. It's weird.
What evidence is Psycho found though? Because what Psycho is saying is not really going far off from what the scientists are saying.
No, Psycho found a white person that had, I guess, no African DNA. But when I do all my research, all the stuff I come across says everyone has African DNA because that's where Homo
The
sapiens.
argument was, yeah, because I think I was talking about how people could be 100% European based on DNA tests and 100% sub-Saharan African based on DNA tests and everything else. Because I'm obsessed with this topic, so I look at DNA results and all this other stuff and everything else. And I've seen 100% people as far as the DNA goes. Now, mind you, DNA goes back roughly around 5,000 years. These DNA tests.
That's where you got me at. That's why you would on the technicality.
and they go roughly back about 5,000 years. And yeah, you can find people that are 100% Asian, 100% European, 100% sub-Saharan African with no admixture. They exist.
Yeah, I think I came up in that area where that wasn't really nobody was really disputing that. But I could see why some of the younger or newer generations would have an issue with that, especially after they life started in Africa has been pushed as of late. So yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
And well, out of African theory, a lot of people get confused by that. You know, like if you don't study this stuff and don't really, you just like hear like a surface level person, like surface level knowledge of it. Somebody just says it on the panel, and you just hear it, and you just kind of. A lot of people get the perception that there was one wave of black people that just left Africa and populated the earth, and that's not really how the African theory works, right? They kind of just exclude that there was a whole bunch of, because when they talk about that, they talk about the modern humans. But they exclude the fact there was a bunch of there's a couple of primitive populations that left Africa prior to modern humans even being a thing and was already populating the earth, right? And then when these modern humans came around, they started interacting with these different humans, these primitive humans, and started competing with them, mating with them, this, that, and the third, everything else, until eventually they got wiped out genetically. They just gone. Right, so like, not all the way, because you still got remnants of them within different populations. Denisovians is within Asians mainly. You can find Denisovian DNA within Asians and Neanderthal DNA. Actually, Asians have the highest percentage of Neanderthal DNA. Oddly enough, not white people, as Asians. They got the highest percentage of Neanderthal DNA, with white people being number 2. And yeah, of course, black people got the least amount. On average, the least amount of Neanderthal DNA, and the only Neanderthal DNA you can find in a black person comes strictly from admixture. Direct admixture. That's the only way they can have Neanderthal in their DNA.
But Psycho, you do know when they do like an ancestry test, what they're measuring or comparing to is a geographical region.
Psycho,
correct.
check out the comment Pure. Check out the comment Pure just made.
I agree that someone could be 100% European based on their ancestry test,
but they still gonna have DNA of African.
No, not only that. Saying someone is 100% European, I know it sounds weird because Europe is predominantly white, but that doesn't mean.
No, that's true. Yes, you talk to haplogroups.
It doesn't mean white though. It just means it's giving you
It's a way to gauge it. It's a way to gauge it, but it's not an end all do all. I agree, because you talk to haplogroups.
Yeah, and
hold on. So did I win the bet?
Yeah, you won. Race is
no. I said European DNA. I didn't lie. I said European DNA.
But it don't test. That's why I said look at Pure comment.
You see the way that they classify race. Maybe it needs to be reclassified for it to fit in biology, because the way they classified it now, it's just not going to fit in biology. Because someone could be 100% African and not black based on their ancestry. If they're Berber, they're 100% African. They're not black.
Yeah, yeah. Because Berbers kind of float around. Berbers floating around the Mediterranean. So yeah.
And what would make someone from Papua New Guinea not black then? Because
people bring up Papua New Guinea. I look at them as Asians.
So racially, their race is black though?
Nah, I wouldn't call them black. I wouldn't call them black. They have dark skin. They have dark skin. I would call them.
What them called? To me, to be black, they would be considered Asian.
To me, that's why I call them, right? Because to me, you gotta be sub-Saharan African in order to be black. To me,
you see why it is a social construct though, because
and that's why I can't argue against the social. That's why I say it's both. This is why I always say it's both. I don't say it's not a social construct.
I see what you're saying about Darkins, and I do agree with him. And this is what I was trying to tell Sabio, that human views, like scientists like Richard Dawkins, their views on race is that it's a spectrum of social construct, but with a very little biological significance. And I think that's the part that's been missing. the little biological significance. But
yeah, I mean, the social construct is based on phenotype, right? Which is genetics.
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's
but
what the social construct is centered around.
It's like 0.1% of your overall genetic makeup.
Yes, we're talking a small percentage. Yeah, you're talking very small because we can breed with each other and this, that, and third. So it's not large differences there. But we also was able to breed with primitive humans, who we much more different than. But way more different than
the gap to speciate isn't really that far, 0.1. Yeah, it's very small. But if we go up to like 0.8, then we definitely would have speciated. We definitely would have separated into different species where maybe some humans would have problem procreating with other humans at that point. Just like you mentioned, like the coyote and the wolf, they can procreate sometime and have hybrids, but other time, majority of the time, the procreation fails. Just like lions and tiger, they can still have offspring because the difference is like around between 0.5% to 2%. That's the difference. And within those,
I'm glad you brought up tigers, because like tigers and lions, yes, they can procreate, but they're not going to be fertile though, right? Like their kids ain't going to be fertile,
and that's because they like we as human, we are still at 99.9. I think
we do have.
They're like 98.1% or 98.7% similar.
Right. Now, when dealing with tigers, though, you have different subspecies of tigers.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Now, when you just keep it within the tiger, you just keep it within that same species. There are different subspecies of tiger within tigers. And you wouldn't even know the difference, like, unless you was somebody who's an expert in animals and that's your thing, you study zoology and all this, that, third. Yeah. You would, them differences are so minute, you couldn't tell the difference between one subspecies of tiger from the other subspecies of tiger, because they look exactly alike phenotypically.
Yeah. It's just size difference. It's really just a size difference. And I think the Siberian tiger adapt to the cold. So it's just minor difference.
Right.
But with human though, it's so similar because those subspecies, it was formed because of the environment that they end up in. And for what they're saying for human, a lot of our phenotype is not based on genetic. It's literally is influenced by your environment.
Yeah, I mean, environment definitely plays a role in how our alleles express themselves. But our alleles have expressed themselves in a certain way for so many millennia that we became a subspecies. I believe, like again, is a reason why choose to express themselves a certain way. Like me being like, I can live, my generations out here in North can be out here for 200 years. They still going to express their alleles the same way as we did when we was in Africa, right? Like they're not going to express themselves any differently just because I'm living up here in this cold climate, right? Like, so that's why I say I think we separated enough to be a subclave of humans. But
you see, earlier when me and Vyasa was going through some African invention, we're showing Africans making prototype shoes and tanning leather as far back as 130,000 years in South Africa. So that to show you that they had a lot of time. They had over hundreds of thousands of years. We over here for 200 years, it wouldn't make a difference. Like the Native Americans been isolated for, you could give them 20,000 years, and they were still considered Homo sapien sapien. Maybe if they were isolated for 50,000 years or 100,000 years, they would have become a new species, or definitely a subspecies.
Mm-hmm. What about those pearl divers out in Asia? They actually developed a longer spleen than other modern humans and that's how they able to even do the pearl diving the way they able to do it. And hold their breath long.
Hey, that's a very interesting group of people, Psycho. The pearl divers.
Wouldn't that be a genetic difference amongst?
It would. But this is it though. Why we have to reclassify race? If we're gonna classify them as a race based on that that mutation that they have, then we couldn't call them Asian then, because other Asians don't have that mutation. We'd have to call them something totally different, a new race. You know, and that is why the social.
But there are genetic differences amongst populations, though.
They are. Honestly, based on what I'm reading, the scientists aren't saying there isn't genetic significance to race. What they're saying is how we currently construct race. I could read it if you. They're saying how we currently construct race. There is no clear marker. It's hard for you to find a clear genetic marker to define a race.
I agree with that, and that's the social construct part, and that's the part I don't push back on. That's why I said it's both, because the social construct part is just what you just said. Like, kind of like, where's the line drawn at, right? Like, at what point is somebody no longer black as far as their generation, right? When did Grace Jones' generation disappear? Was it with her son or her grandkid? Right? At what point did her generation no longer, her gene pool no longer become black? And that's the social construct part, and that's the stuff that people go back and forth about. And that's the stuff that I kind of go back. I go back and forth about the social construct part. I just want to keep the conversation honest and acknowledge that this also is genetics, right? We also talking about genetics because we talking about phenotypes. Because that's what we're basing it on.
And you know what? I think a better way to phrase that question is when do humans become subhuman? At what point do Africans outside of this social construct or where this thing was being constructed, when do they become, what makes them any less human than those Greek and those Roman philosophers? When did they fall outside of the human family? And that's where we have to start at.
Well, they were always human. Scientific racism.
We don't
subhuman, then accurate science come after and reclassify everyone as human.
I mean. That is what I call extra. So you hit it on the head at the beginning. Repeat what you said at the beginning and stop right there.
Well, scientific racism
decided to call them subhuman. So at that point, everybody before that, if everybody was human, what led to them being classified as subhuman? What?
Because to them, white people is human. If you wasn't white, you wasn't human. And this is like they were
psycho. Right. But what environmental, societal factors led to them saying that these people were barbarian?
Tribalism. Tribalism existed before this race concept. Tribalism has always been a thing. Like you're not going. Us saying race ain't real ain't going to kill tribalism. We just going to argue over Democrats and Republicans. We're going to argue over FBA and Pan-Africanism. You're never going to stop tribalism. So that's why it's a fruitless fight for geneticists to die the genetics in race to try to eliminate racism, because you're not going to eliminate racism by just saying it's a social construct. Racism is never going to go anywhere.
I would argue that they were already racist before the social construct, because the reason why they classified, say, sub-Saharan Africans as non-human, it was based on phenotype and culture. Based on the culture that they were living in and how they look. It was those two things. You know, Africans didn't do stuff like the European does, probably even dress like Europeans, didn't eat like Europeans, didn't talk like Europeans, and did not look like Europeans, which led to the unscientifically, pseudoscientifically social construct of race. And then scientists come after and declare every human being 100% human and go as far as we are the same species.
But see, I mean, because what you're saying is when, like the word sub, what made the African subhuman? This is what we have to get into when we're talking about this.
It's racism before racism.
Hold on. We have to stop just saying racism. This is why I say we have to look into things like how they were applying certain foods. Like, okay, say they talked about the water in a specific area, and they say this water was tepid, undrinkable. Then they're going to apply certain characteristics to that undrinkable, dirty, unclean water that you will have.
Yeah, and that's a cultural part.
Based off of your environment. And then, say, for instance, it's always hot. So now you got dirty water in a hot, dry area. And now these things are going to make you less prone to do what? It's going to make you lazy because you're hot. You're not eating. You're not drinking nutritious water. And this is how these racist ideals were propagated to make people less than human.
Right. Now
you become cowardly and thieves and shit like that.
Right, but they didn't need race to do that. They said that about their own people. They said that about Irish people. Right. They didn't need race in order to do that. But real quick. Let me address some comments in the chat. Because people up here talking about all these non-scientific people coming with pseudo information. Y'all literally just dismissed these geneticists I just named that agreed with me. Are you going to call Richard Dawkins non-scientific? See, this is the part that pisses me off about the conversation. Because this is when we start getting disingenuous. I literally just named a Harvard Ivy League school professor who agrees with me. And then y'all talking about non-scientific people. Go call Harvard and tell them that they professor is non-scientific. Go holler at them. Go holler at Richard Dawkins, who's a well-respected geneticist in his field, and tell him he's not scientific. Because I'm repeating what they said. I'm not up here freestyling. Let's get this clear. Psycho ain't freestyling nothing. So if y'all want to say it's non-scientific, I'm showing you the people to go call non-scientific. Go find those scientists and tell them they're not scientific, or argue with them with your non-scientific asses.
Dawkins is not Darwin. I know y'all love to say Darwin was a racist, which probably is true or not true, but Dawkins, I wouldn't consider him like a racist. That's all we call racist. He's not like a, overt racist. Maybe he's an undercover, but he's definitely not vocal. So I think you might be mistaking Dawkins for Darwin.
That's what they meant. I guess I don't know. Yeah. Charles Darwin came up with the concept of evolution and everything else, I don't defend the concept that Charles Darwin was a racist. I hear people say he wasn't racist. I wouldn't say that. What I do say is he did not discover evolution to support racist claims.
And he did not start Darwinism.
He didn't start Darwinism, right? Actually, that's correct. Now, Darwinism is racist in itself, but that was not created by Charles Darwin. So, like I said, these conversations are nuanced, and we need to just be honest with these conversations. Stop just saying bullet points.
But Psycho, I think they're confused because they don't know if you stand on race being a social construct or if you're claiming race is biological. I think
I'm saying it's both. I'm saying it's a social construct that's centered on our biology.
Yes, it's both. Without the biological aspects that was pseudoscientifically misapplied, as we will all say, as we will all agree, those things led to the racist scientific uses of these things later on. So yes, there's some biology.
Even though the biology that we're talking about is less than 1%, even it's just 0.1%. You're saying that's enough to consider race biology.
Do you see how you minimize every other thing just to try to focus on one thing?
No, I'm giving you the scientific data. Amongst human, the phenotype falls within that 0.1%.
Why don't you look into Airs, Waters, Places and read that for me? Just read Airs, Waters, Places.
Is it a scientific document?
It's a treatise on science. It's one early treatise on the different peoples and what they were considered or what we were considered pseudoscience.
Darwin definitely was a racist, though.
Yeah, that's cool. It don't make a difference.
Was centered around his political views, though. His studies into evolution was centered around whatever his social political views was of his day.
I mean, he felt that Europeans was hierarchically better than
that wasn't his claim. That was people that came after him claim, and they labeled it Darwinism.
What about in his journal, the Descent of Man?
Oh my goodness.
Descent of Man. What did he say in Descent of Man?
He got a racial, like a distinct racial group. Like he describes how Europeans are more evolved.
You got a copy of it, Aaron?
That's Darwinism. That's not Charles Darwin work.
Let me read something from Hippocrates.
Darwin himself is describing this, not the people who read Darwin and then came up with their own stuff. I'm talking about what Darwin said.
You have to read the Descent of Man to know what he was actually talking about. In Airs, Waters, Places, this is what
the fuck? I read it. That's why I'm saying the shit I'm saying. Fuck is you talking about?
On Airs, Waters, Places.
Fuck about Airs, Waters, and Places, nigga.
Foundational text by Hippocrates that links human health to environmental factors like climate, water quality, and geography, emphasizing prevention through lifestyle, diet, and hygiene. It's considered a key work in public health, discussing how location, seasons, and water sources affect disease and physical traits, and is a cornerstone of the Hippocratic School of Medicine. So, but they were using this to misapply these things and make people less than human. So when you read gold people, silver people, bronze people, these things in Airs, Water, Places is used and also in metamorphosis.
Don't nobody care.
I know, but we're talking. That's why you don't understand race and racism. That's why you're out of the loop on this conversation. Because
me and Amin agree, you goofy.
Yeah, y'all agree on the.
No, we agree on science.
Y'all agree on the social construct.
On science. We agree on science.
But race is a social construct, though. If you're gonna argue that, then you're not being scientific.
Explore environmental influence. Explores how climate, hot, dry versus cold, wet air quality and water sources, brackish, soft, hard, impact the body and predispose people to certain illnesses. There go one slap. So that's pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying.
Geographical variations. Compare different regions like Asia and Europe to show how location shapes the physical appearance and health of inhabitants.
Right. Now, the Origin of Species that came out in 1859. The book that you're speaking of came out in 1871. He was expressing superiority amongst white people and Aboriginals of Australia. That's what he was referencing. But he was an abolitionist.
Yeah, he was against slavery.
Yeah, he was against slavery and everything else. Again, I don't hold the position that Charles Darwin was not a racist. I feel like all white people of that era were racist.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about whether or not his works were centered around racism. I don't think it was.
Who said Dawkins?
Going on the line for no Darwin.
No one said Dawkins. I said Darwin.
Darwin.
We're not talking about Dawkins.
I made a mistake. I meant Darwin.
Okay. And we ain't talking about his info. I'm talking about him himself. He was a racist. That's the point I was making. His info is still used today. I understand that fact.
I've seen sources that says he was a racist, but they base it on the time. Like he was pretty much a product of his time. Like they're saying that he may have racist tendency. I don't know. They're saying he's a racist, but he's not a racist. But Darwinism, that racist pseudoscientific organization, was not started by him. It was started by, I think, his family members, not direct family members like his
Can
kids.
any of y'all prove Darwin was an abolitionist?
I think his nephew or his uncle.
That's what all the writings say. But you got something contrary?
So where it comes from is kind of important to our history too. But hold on, I'll show you one of the pictures. I can share my screen. Hold on. There you go. Let me know when it's sharing. Is it sharing?
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry,
Black
Dev. I can't
Navigator.
see. My bad, Dev. I can't see. Damn. Good morning to you too.
Mr. Black Navigator, I'm gonna drop you on the panel.
Who paid to drop through? Yo, that
okay, it's sharing. I think it is. So where you want to go is to a dude named Josiah Wedgwood, and this dude right here. Let me just go cut to the chase. He does a couple of things. So this picture right here that I'm sure everybody has seen, right? Am I not a man? It says, am I not a man and a brother? It was the first like abolitionist symbol, and it's done by Josiah Wedgwood. Now that is his, pardon me, y'all, maybe great uncle or something like that. Here, y'all I could do this live.
So basically two generations back, or
so his family over in England, through Wedgwood and others. Here you go. See Wikipedia, the Darwin Wedgwood family. So y'all don't see I'm making it up. It's a Wikipedia page. Y'all could do this yourselves. So this is where this connection. Now his family, as you can clearly see, is connected to this, but not Darwin directly. He's not a part of any abolitionist societies or anything like that. As far as on the record, I think there was like a couple of contributions to some anti-slavery something back in England or something like that, but nothing directly. And I only say that because there's a book that came out a few years ago, and it tried to like paint Darwin in that manner. I forget the name of it, but that's where that that kind of stems from in his association with it. But
I never heard that until as literally.
But what's happening in
like before 2020, I never heard that nowhere.
But what's happening in popular culture at the time is what y'all see.
Yeah.
So I tell you, popular culture is the weapon. So what's happening in writings and people against Darwin is things like this. Now we are putting on one of the big points is, oh, why ain't no monkey and all that stuff. That's one of our things when who was it, Ankh or Psycho or whoever back in the Wotopian days would mention, proto-Wotopian days would mention Darwin. I ain't no monkey or ape. Well, the white folks was saying all that first when he came out there. So this was a popular song. Y'all can see it, Too Thin or Darwin's Little Joke, a humorous song. And there he goes with the monkeys. And this is where you're supposed to be over here, because that's the look of the black person at the time when the coon, as they put him in popular culture. So that's where you are. And you are into the story. Now the song, just so you see, Darwin's Little Joke. And here go the lyrics. I want them up upon my life, strangest things now come to pass each day. When Darwin to a fellow brings our ancestors so great. It's very funny, odd, and queer. He says this manly shape this form to all the girls so dear descended from an ape. It certainly is most absurd. The fact can never be. My great granddaddy was never a monkey up a tree. And then the chorus goes, it certainly is most absurd. The fact can never be. My great granddaddy was never a monkey up a tree.
That's 19th century?
This is in the 1880s.
Okay. Late.
This is
post Civil War.
Yeah, this is after. This is when, and as you can see, look who makes the music. Even music by who? Orangutan. Orangutan supposed to mean it's from who? That's right, the Irish. The Irish were performing these at the time. But there was something else I had. See if I can find it real quick. Where is it? To address what y'all was saying or how it got into like science in that fashion. Damn, I can't. Hold on, y'all gotta give me a second. But anyway, that's just one part of it. I'm gonna find the specific thing and I'll show y'all in a second because I thought I had it, where it goes into, you know, that whole science thing that y'all was talking about previously. Where's that shit at?
I think the science thing is also generalized because the word science. Yeah, science will not include every single aspect of whatever.
Here you go.
Okay.
So let me know when y'all can see it, please. So the paper y'all might want to get, I forget. I think this might have been written in the 70s. I think 70s or 80s. So it's from a bigger book, but it's called The Ascension of Anthropology as Social Darwinism. This is what y'all talking about before you dump out the window. It's not Darwin. It's the social Darwinism. It's how it gets into the quote unquote sciences. So I think there was right around here. Here you go. The laws of, here you go. 1896. So the laws of science and the law of the land. In January 1896, Daniel Brinton, president of the AAS, which is the Science Society, the first professor of anthropology in the United States. So there you go, right from the beginnings, wrote in Popular Science Monthly that the black, the brown, and the red races differ anatomically so much from the white that even with equal cerebral capacity, they never could rival its results by equal effect. This is the social Darwinism part when we talk about, smarts and all that shit. So we see it creeping in right from the beginning, right? In April of the same year, what happens is John Wesley Powell, the first director of the Bureau of American Ethnology, they go your ethnogenesis, first director at the Smithsonian, concurred with Brinton, where he lectured at the U.S. National Museum. Powell explained the laws of, there's your word, evolution do not produce kinds of men, but grades of men. And human evolution is intellectual, not physical. All men have pleasures, some more, some less. All men have welfare, some more, some less, so forth and so on. 3 weeks later, at the opposite end of the National Mall, Melville Fuller, the chancellor of the Smithsonian Institution and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, joined the court's majority opinion in Plessy versus Ferguson. This is when 3 weeks later, after we see its introduction into the science, you see what I'm saying? Of now how it's built into this whole scientific look at all of
political, this. Yeah. Not only is the science, it's also political now.
See, tenets of social Darwinism emerge as important things for the legal, scientific, and business communities, yada, yada, yada. I just wanted to just add that to the conversation, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't get into the arguments about Charles Darwin. I guess into the evolution thing. I know the scientific racism is centered around his name, but again, he didn't start Darwinism, and Darwinism is an old line of thought, again, social political view that has thoroughly been debunked now. But one social political view has taken over the other. And that's all I'm trying to say. Same way everybody is looking at scientific racism today as pseudoscientific. I think 100 years from now, people are going to look at the race being a social, just being a social construct is going to be viewed as pseudoscientific. And again, for the same reasons, people are inserting politics into science. And that's where the issue starts becoming muddy.
We see it right now with the gender shit, the social politics.
Yeah, gender shit. That it takes place with the gender shit too. I agree. Race and gender politics is heavily skewing those studies.
About the rainbow shit.
Yeah, like because now they say the same thing about gender that they say is race. They say it's just a social construct. That's why scientifically they can support the claim of you can be whatever you identify as. They use science to support those claims. The same science that says race is just a social construct, they use that same social science ideology to say gender is just a social construct. It's not scientific.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, you can be what you identify as. It doesn't necessarily mean it's fact or truth. It's just what you are, right? The problem is when I think, in my opinion, when now you put it into the public spectrum, where you now expect me to treat you and address you as such because you call yourself a giraffe or
the translation. Yeah.
That's where I personally think the problem is. Like, yeah, you free to call yourself whatever you want, but then when it's always
like that, right?
You don't. You expect me to treat you like a woman because you want to call yourself a woman and you're a man. That's different. I get
that's a different thing now.
But see, it go past that truth when you got kids and teenagers who are allowed to go and get things done to their body.
Well,
that
now
science is. Hold on, hear me out. That science in 2025 is socially backing now.
Well,
so it go past just misgendering a person. It go to actual physical consequences from science that's not agreed upon amongst all people in science.
I know, I agree with that. I agree with that, but that's something totally different because you mentioned kids in particular, and kids have guardians, so they can't make them decisions on their own.
No, they going past the guardians. They going like science is making it where they can go past. Well, not science in per se. Science is allowing the social people, the people who talk about it, to now allow kids to go past their parents.
Yeah, but the kids still have the guardians, right? A 12-year-old cannot go and say, I am a woman and cut off my penis.
I don't know at 12, or maybe at 15, 16.
Well, either way, I'm just saying the point of kids. So to get into the past that is the point of now this is societal things coming into play, right?
I agree.
That they plan with. So that's something a little bit different. And I was just talking about the right to get what Psycho was saying. Like, yeah, Aaron, you could call yourself a Maserati. That doesn't mean that I, treat you
as a fucking car.
Yeah, like a car.
That nigga said a Maserati.
You get what I'm whatever the thing is. That's where I personally think like problems came in, and I know Trump came in repealing all that stuff, and that goes down more socially, that in the workplace where you get your pronouns and all this other, confusing stuff starts to emerge. He, him, her, they, them, all of that type of stuff. Which is just confusing to me, and is that this, y'all? Like, we've been up here. Why do any of y'all sexuality needs to come into the conversation?
Thank you.
So, if I am in a factory doing work, why does anybody's sexuality need to come into conversation?
It has no purpose or need at the workplace at all. None. Zero. Zilch. But the second they start talking pronoun stuff, now your sexuality is, is up for debate or whatever the case may be. Like you leading with that, right? And that's an issue.
Right, because you're leading with, and I think they tried with this change and something, but you're leading with how you're choosing to have sex. You get that's all right. That's what we're saying. Like, okay, that's the dude.
They don't want you to. So, they don't want you to have an opinion about it, but they lead in with it.
Right. Like somebody like how you know is this old joke how you know somebody's a vegetarian, and the answer is because they'll tell you. Right? It's the same thing. Like, why are you leading with that when you are here building widgets? People still say widgets. That's some old shit. Damn. Building websites. How about that, Aaron? That work better?
Yeah, that always messes me up. Like, how do y'all lead with this stuff? Turn around and complain about people having an opinion when y'all constantly putting it in our face. Pause, like constantly.
And so, it's just another example in our days and times of how these scientific and social worlds collide, and or political.
And don't most workplaces have rules that, like at your job, where they say like no political stuff, like you can't wear things political or whatever, right? Like I can't wear a shirt that says Black Power, or somebody can't wear a shirt that says MAGA and stuff like that and everything else. Most work environments, professional work environments have this policy, right? You can't wear anything that's political for certain, but it ain't like that with the gay stuff. They get to lead with theirs. I can't go into the workplace and lead with Black Power. I'll get fired. But they can go in there and lead with their sexuality and nothing happens.
Well, and I'm not, this is one of them political things, but doesn't it go because then they will put under a protected class or something like that? And so being
Black Power should be a protected class. You know how many people get bodied in Black Power on average?
They're saying that he was best protected on the plantation, brother. That's your problem. Once you got free, they said you was gonna have problems with that. So get your ass back on that plane.
They started allowing all that shit when them ESG scores came out. When they start making people do them ESG scores things.
Help me with that. Which one is that?
The environmental, social, and governance score for companies.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going, man. Let's go. What's that?
No, that's when you was allowed to start, being political at your job and shit, because and they start pushing these narratives so you can get a good score on your ESG.
And so company. What? ESG allows you to what? Then get access to government funding or something like that.
Yeah, funding, your capital. You feel me? Not only that, just you look better in society. You feel me? They talk down on the niggas who didn't do it or didn't have, because the ESG score involved the DEI stuff, all that type stuff. So people who didn't do it, they was frowned upon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's new to me.
And for the record, I did not call that woman a B word. No,
that was see, Truth. You really caught the brunt. It really wasn't for you. It was for
that's what I was trying to tell her.
But you started talking, and then you got aggravated, and then
because I was
stopped talking.
I knew she was yelling at Madon and the other crazy guy.
It was a lot of over talking. It was more than just them two talking. But yeah, when she said that, especially me and nobody that was on the panel, when she said that was really co-signing that, I would just let her get that off. We had already kind of like go ahead and hit on some other issues, and I didn't get lumped into the same thing you got lumped with by not agreeing with the person that helped the white man come over to America was black, and we should celebrate him for helping the white man out. I didn't want to get dropped the next time I hit Psycho Panel. Come on, check your parents out. Drop it.
Are you saying she? I'm glad she. I told her, Psycho, get some money. Get some money, Psycho. Let her drop me. God damn it, shit. But did you saying she came back with like more information? Is that what happened?
She came back over here, and no, she did not come back with more information.
Okay.
Got back into another argument. With the same artist, we pulled up the overall profile, and we tried to lay out the mother and the birth records and the childhood, but it was like you said, it was so much emotion going on. We really couldn't nail it down, bro. The other woman that tried to co-sign Dr. York saying he should be let out of jail because they did him wrong.
Excuse me, slow down a little bit.
That kind of people off too. Yeah.
Dr. York came into the conversation?
Yes. Huh? He should be free because the justice system is crooked, and they always put cases on black men, which would include him, and keeping us down. Yeah, he was all over the place. So
yeah,
that. Yeah. Go ahead, Psycho. My bad, yo.
Yeah, as you can see, the whole gender thing. This is another political, just like I said, political BS. I can show you where the racial BS came from too. It all started, like I said, before the 70s and everything. This all started in the 70s. Same thing with the race thing. All in the 70s is when this whole progressive movement started taking over science. And they started trying to flip the definition of gender to mean something other than sex, right? Other than your sex. And the person who did that is John Money, right? Now let's get to him real quick. Let's see who this guy is, because a lot of y'all probably don't know.
Can they go further back than that, Psycho, to like the 20s and the 30s in Germany?
Wait, hold on.
This dude right here is the dude that made it, that made the whole gender is a social construct a thing. He's a sexologist or whatever the fuck they call that shit. He specialized in gender roles and sexual orientation.
Wait, hold on, you're going too fast, man. Come on, this is great. What is this? He advanced the use of more accurate terminology, such coining the term. So he made gender roles and sexual orientation. This is what?
Yeah. Now, as you can, but wait. Let's scroll down. Y'all can look all this up yourselves. I just want to hyper focus on one particular thing. Let's get to his personal life. What does it say about his personal life?
Money was briefly married, never had any children. He was partly bisexual. Oh my God. Okay. Money lived an eccentric lifestyle.
Right. Stop right there at the bisexual part. His main thing was there are 3 different types of gender, right? Male, male. I might be saying it wrong technically, but basically it was male, female, and neutral, right? He might use different terms, but that's basically what he was saying. You got male, female, and neutral. And being that you got neutral, gender cannot be attached to sex, right? And look what his sexuality was. And you telling me, but y'all can't tell me this isn't like it's not bisexual.
But this is science. Gender.
Wait, hold on. I'm just curious. Wait, chill. How you gonna go when it said Aboriginal? The last page on that word was on that page was Aboriginal, Psycho. And you gonna cut it off? Right yes, right. Exactly. What is it?
His house had a collection of anthropological art from his travels abroad, including his studies with Aboriginal communities in Australia. Oh, that's what it said.
Oh, the Aboriginal. What?
But that's where that whole ideology comes from. If we can get to the race thing, if you want to get to the race thing where politics got inserted in that, look no further than Richard Lewington. Richard Lewington in the 70s started propagating the whole idea of race not being biological, race not being real, everything. The 70s started all that stuff, man. All that stuff. You want to look at when biracials were no longer considered black, look no further than the 70s. I can give you the person who started that. That was political as well. But it was also attached to Lewington's ideology of race being a social construct and all the other stuff and everything else. A lot of that was centered around those works. But yeah, it's a lot of politics that get inserted into science that we need to understand. When these certain narratives just start coming out of nowhere, like gender is just a social construct, race is just a social construct. We got to start finding out where did this ideology come from? How did that become a thing when that was never a thing before? And people just kind of just accept it. Like, okay, the studies say this, that's what it is. Well, okay, well, who came up with these studies and why? They're like, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? What was wrong with
Grandma said I'm an
different things?
Yeah, I'm back, yeah. So what's going on?
Grandma said you were Indian, Marley, not an African.
Nah, son, nah, B.
Psycho, I say that shit started before the 60s and
If my
70s.
family was to say that from where they from, the Indians would look at them like, yeah, Indians. So what the fuck is we?
Nah, that gender shit, gender and sex is biological. It's not social.
Yo, Dev, share my screen. I want to
People
start.
claim things to be social just because they want to tweak it. They want to make changes. But if something is biological, you can't just go change it at will.
So I just want to show this real quick. Some shit with Psycho.
I mean, real quick, Drew, just let me ask. One question. Is age biology?
Yes. Age is biological.
Okay.
In fact, there is key biological features that happen, or mechanisms that happen at certain age, like puberty, menopause, and many other stuff.
Okay.
So, Psych, I want to ask you: is this where the Asiatic race comes from? Because this is something I'm curious about. So, y'all see the title?
What year is this? What year is this?
1942.
Okay.
The FBI today.
You need Afro for this one. The Asiatic.
I'm going to ask y'all because it has to deal with race, if I remember this right. The FBI today announced the arrest of 81 members of 3 Negro religious cults, which allegedly teach that Negroes owe allegiance to Japan and should not register for selective service. 11 reputed leaders of the organization were charged with sedition, and the rest were charged with violation of selective service law. The cult claims to be
this is women who I was in relationships with.
Hold on. Let me finish where I want to get to the point. I'll scroll down, Molly. I know you want to get in here. This is the part, pause. As such, well, let me name the groups first. They are known as the Peace Movement of Ethiopia, the Temple of Islam, later known as you know what, and the Brotherhood of Liberty for the Black people. We used Black people back then, of America. This is the 1940s. So FBI agents and the Peace Movement of Ethiopia claim 4 million members. That was a lie, in 46 states, and teaches that Negroes are citizens of Liberia instead of U.S. I just got more cloudy, but Psycho, this part. As such, the FBI says they are told that that they belong to the same race as the Japanese. Y'all see it? I'm not making it up.
Was this the Nation of Islam that did this?
Yes, sir.
I was about to say it had to be. Yeah.
Damn, this shit is great.
That's why I asked you the year. Yeah, that's why I was like, this had to be the Nation of Islam.
I love you, Japanese. Looking nigga, you.
Yo, true.
Because that's typical of the Nation of Islam to reject. That's typical of the Nation of Islam to reject military services. That's typical of the Nation of Islam to reject military services. We go on the war to fight against Asians and shit. That they've historically done that. So that's pre-Ali. Mm-hmm.
Oh, whoa! So Ali wasn't the first one.
Ali was the first one because when he had the, you got this part. This is your town because that Canaanite temple. First, he has that, and he's getting stuff from some of this Blavatsky stuff where she is getting with this whole Asiatic thing as well because she fucking with the Indians and some other theosophical shit she forming. So it's steep from that part. And DeLawrence, you a coconut, you know about DeLawrence.
Yeah. Everything you're talking about, I'm thinking like, is that where it started? The whole Ethiopian worship.
So they have they have Ethiopian. Hold on. So that's just because let's center ourselves, right? Pause. Because what's going on in the world is what's going on with the struggles in Ethiopia, right? And so you got that element. But then you have DeLawrence early on.
Yeah, that was big in Jamaica. That was.
That's what I'm telling you. Those books are banned in Jamaica. DeLawrence's book, I think they're still banned in Jamaica. Right. So this is where you guys get a lot of some of those roots that you think is so African. Some of those is coming from DeLawrence as well. But
DeLawrence, wasn't he a white man? German.
Would you like to see him?
I saw him before. I look it up. I say I grew up with that.
Would the chat like to see him? Because this, I mean, if y'all want to take it,
you don't call it no. You know, everyone talking about it and making such a big hype. The Lawrence this, the Lawrence that. If you have a Lawrence book, it's better than having a Glock with a switch.
Okay, so here we gonna go. Just Dev, I can show you the Lawrence. Like I say, better than I talk about it, right? So here you go. Let me know when it's sharing.
Shit.
It's sharing.
Don't tell me that's where freaking.
That's where it all came. So I'm gonna show you, and your Kemite stuff and your Mojo stuff. Please let me know.
Okay. and Leonard Howell and
here you
those
go, my
guys.
brother. Here go one for you right here, folks. This look familiar. Look how this is a white man, by the way. Look what's on his turban.
Yo.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Okay. So this is what's going on at the time.
Holy shit! This is scary.
Oh no, it's gonna get more real. So So what happens and what was DeLawrence and them selling as well?
True. Go back up a minute. Wait, 1 minute.
Yeah. I have a better picture.
Dressing right there.
I have a better
I grew up seeing that dressing in Jamaica. Not the
I know you did.
The entire thing and the head wrap, and they would call them like they would treat these guys as if they have special powers.
Correct.
These guys would run the whole community.
Correct. So chat,
they'll be
what
more
we're
powerful
do is,
than the politician, especially if you wear that turban.
I got you. So what I do is there is stuff that you could have access to and stuff that you can't. I have stuff that you can't. But that does not mean you cannot go to Google chat, my peanut gallery, brethren.
Yeah, I see it. That's
and type in L.W. DeLawrence and go to images, and you will see what? You will see that same picture. Look at it closely. Look at that. It's right there. You see that Asiatic Ike symbol. This is before.
You're telling me that the Jamaican Obia man is from fucking
yeah.
India?
Okay. Let me go back to break that. I tell you, don't do it because I'll take it all away from you. All of it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is mad scary.
No, yes.
You're telling me that the Jamaican.
Slow down. Let me take something. Hold on. Let me go forward.
It's from Morocco.
Okay, so here you go. Let me take your mojo away. Here go your mojo lucky bags from Curio right there. And guess who's slinging this? DeLawrence and them. Okay? So as you see, here go your mojo bags and a lot of stuff that you was getting, thinking that this from Africa and all that stuff a lot of time. No, this conjure stuff was shit that they were selling niggas down there. They called Curios. Cureo. But here go the Kemites because they sat in the corner like they shit was not literally from this, huh? All of that Fez and Pharaonic stuff. This is 1934. Oh, my fault. Here we go. I'm not showing the tab. Here you go. Sorry, folks. 1934 in a black newspaper called the New York Amsterdam News. This is how it's in the community. And what are they selling? Get our new big catalog of occult spiritual books. There goes your Egyptians, huh? The finest catalog of occult and spiritual books ever published. And what is it? The Great Book of Magical Art, Hindu Magic, and Indian Occultism. This is DeLawrence.
That's what I'm saying. The freaking voodoo man, the Obeah man is from India.
Yes. And what is it right here? This is back when in the nigga newspapers, Egyptian stuff, Kemetic kooky, all of it is the same sauce. The white them. There you go right there. Kemite saying they're exempt. There they go right in the midst. And guess what? DeLawrence was in where? Chicago. Guess what's also in Chicago? The University of Chicago. And guess what's there? All that Egyptian Ethiopian shit them white folks was doing there. They have the Oriental Institute, do they not? Well, guess who ended up going to Chicago? Your man, Noble Drew Ali. Did he not? Okay, next. So now you see in the catalog, you see what? Where is it? The DeLawrence Company. Where is it? Go get GQ and them. Chicago.
Chicago.
Huh?
Michigan.
You won't never call me a liar. I'll give you the proof.
That's at the that's where the Hilton Plaza is right now. Exactly. 179 North Michigan is the Hilton Plaza right now.
Okay, what else we got for you? I might show you a little bit more. Huh? What's this? DeLawrence beating niggas up. What? Slick man lures boy from Africa, beats and robs him. Dr. L.W. DeLawrence, operating a cult philosophy agency and head of the Brotherhood of Magic, fails to hypnotize Mitchell D. Williams and breaks the chair over his head.
Hold on. Did you say the Brotherhood of Magic? Hold on.
You saw it.
Brotherhood of Magic?
If the plans of attorney Dennison out of Dago, L.W. Lawrence, now he lived on Dev. This is his address, 117 North Wabash Avenue, maintaining the occult philosophy agency. You see this nut ass shit, huh? Or the Brotherhood of Magic.
The Brotherhood of Magic.
In a few days, the head of this mysterious concern will be placed on trial for assaulting an African boy by hanging a chair over his head and for misappropriating all of his money. Nigga, you did what? The victim of this scheme with the high-sounding name is Mitchell D. Williams, a youth from Lagos, South Nigeria, on the west coast of Africa.
Yeah, the Wabash Avenue is City Hall.
Turbans. I got turbans. We got Asiatic shit, all from DeLawrence.
Yo, this leads back to all the Moors, the Asiatic, the
all of it.
The Hebrew.
All of it.
All of it.
Okay. The federal government has taken up the case of DeLawrence, W. DeLawrence, head of the Black Rose and White Willow cult. Here's another one. The police raided DeLawrence's temple, psycho, at 3340 Michigan Avenue, Dev, yesterday, after the story told by Miss Augusta Murray, who escaped from the temple. DeLawrence, his wife, and a gang of Negroes, Indians, and white women were arrested. The chief deity of the temple was found to be a regular cigar store Indian, before which DeLawrence worship. They got I told y'all, you ever been in them old tobacco shops if you're a certain age, that wooden Indian in front? They was worshiping that shit. He had these nutty ass niggas doing it. And you calling yourself abos. Before which DeLawrence worshiped and forced his followers to worship in Chicago. The story told by Mrs. Murray was to the effect that DeLawrence forced his white women followers to undress and weigh in when entering the cult before himself and a bodyguard of Negroes. I'm not going further. You won't think I'm making this shit up.
Was Elijah Pooh one of those bodyguards?
I'm not telling you no more. That's all you get for this.
Yo, that's sick because I said, growing up in Jamaica, we all hear about DeLawrence on a national stage because his book was the one book that was banned in Jamaica.
Banned in Jamaica.
Yeah, I think he himself was even banned from Jamaica.
And all type of shit.
But he did left his influence because people believe in that shit for real.
Banned in Jamaica today, chat. That crazy Asiatic white man.
It's wild how it tied into the conversation from a few days ago.
We had enough problems dealing with hurricanes, earthquakes, gunshots. We don't have time for DeLawrence and his bullshit.
You got magic. Hold on. I'm still confused on the Brotherhood of Magic. He tricked people into the Brotherhood. He had what?
Sabio, people literally believe he had powers for real.
The grift
is now at the head of your black woke-topianism and many chambers is a white man, DeLawrence, as you see, and then a little bit short time later comes who? Madame Blavatsky. So the mother and father of your woke-topian studentess is a white man and a white woman.
You mean not
Blavatsky was a white woman? What the fuck?
The what?
Yeah, Blavatsky is a white woman.
Madam, wait, hold on. I got some time today. Devin, can you please share my screen when you get a chance? Because you won't call me a liar. The peanut gallery knows. You see it your goddamn self.
Yeah, Madame Blavatsky is a super Roman.
Okay, chat. We can do this together. I'm just gonna type. She's a one word. She like Prince. All you gotta do is put one name.
One Love. They still
Here she
still in a blackout right now. They still
the
don't
mother
have to, but they're good.
of Negro woke-topianism. Here she go. That's Mama Dear right there. Helena Blavatsky, let's read just a tad, was a Russian-American mystic and co-founder of the Theosophical Society. In 1875, you fresh off the plantation and they got your ass, huh? She gained an international following as the primary founder of what? Theosophy. Primary founder as a belief system. Theosophy is a lot of what woke-topianism is. Y'all see that right there? Huh? Do y'all see that? Now look close. Stay looking. Stay looking. Hold on. Let me go.
The Indians.
No, hold on.
The Naxos.
Hold on.
The Hebrew.
Hold on.
Is
now,
that a monk in the middle?
Remember your symbol. Now I just typed Nuwabian symbol and look at this. Remember what I just showed you 2 seconds ago? You're gonna think it was magic, nigga. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Did you see it? You're gonna think
How
it's
did
magic.
you get here though from race? How the fuck did you get all the way here from race?
You're gonna think what just happened was magic. That says New Wabian Nation. Huh?
It's magic, nigga.
Let me go back now. I'm back on where? Theosophical Society. Right before your very eyes. Goodbye.
This is what you call magic. Rebellion.
Damn, you all right, man? You ain't falling down no stairs, is you?
That's crazy. So you mean to tell me that these Asiatic black men is running around following white people, white men and white women?
I'm not telling you nothing. I showed you, Negro.
Okay. I know you
when we hear that one locks, that one rat tail hair, the Chinese pants, even the Chinese shirt, we're fully shawling.
I can't stand truth.
Never know where that fantasy come from. Niggas just
shit, I showed you. Well, I know you showed me, but you showed this a while ago about Blavatsky, and I had to look into her after you showed that first symbol. I was like, wow, she was really fucking people up. But don't tell me these niggas really fell for the bullshit that she was pushing true.
Yes.
You got your helmet on, Sabio?
Everything.
You said you got your helmet on.
All that bike riding, man.
Look, one thing you should do, Aaron, is sit back, because you was the first bus rider with the helmet on. Shut up. You sat in the front seat. Shut up, dude.
Hey, Dev, let me take one more way. I'm on the road. Let me just take one more way. This ain't got nothing to do with niggas this time. Well, maybe. Not directly. Could you share my screen real quick? We're going to take it all away. I might ruin the Jamaicans, but y'all might catch a stray.
I want to see it. I want to know what these Rastas talking about.
Indirectly, watch though.
Is there? Oh, are you Slavic?
Is there can you share my screen, or you
don't they have an Ethiopian church, Ethiopian Orthodox?
Yeah, that's really old. That's actually really old, though.
Yeah, but they use that Star of David symbol too.
Man, the Selassie wasn't messing with you niggas. You know that. Cut that out.
You know, Rasta have their own 12 tribes.
Psycho, you can share my screen? Is that possible?
You know that truth?
What?
You ever heard about the 12 tribe of Israel? Not the Hebrews, the Rastas.
Yeah. Okay. Come on, man. I lived on Gates Avenue, which was the head for which one of them? The Bob Beta niggas was down on Gates and Marcy. I told you I used to go there. First time I went there, I was looking for weed, man. That was the dude, and that's the dude who started. I don't think he was the Bobo.
You get some fresh weed, eh?
I thought they had the weed and they built
Yeah,
that
they had
shit.
the Jamaican plug back in the 80s, man. You had to have the Jamaican plug.
Look at it, y'all can Google it right there. It's still there. It's on Gates and Marcy, and that's where the rosters was. And that ended up, I didn't know this at the time. It's like one of the world headquarters for one of them sects. Who is it? The Bobos or one of them. But they end up.
It must be the Bobos or the 12 tribe.
Well, here you go, y'all. Because
they strictly about Africa. They don't care about all of this religious stuff. But the Bobo and the 12 tribe.
But here's the thing, though. They also have Psycho. You're going to love this. I think they got beef because part of the doctrine is some alien shit, too.
Where?
No shit. No bullshit.
Where?
That's right?
Who has alien shit in their doctrine?
Yeah. These is dreads now.
Yeah.
Straight up Itil and Vital niggas.
I know what you call it.
Okay,
what's my man name that used to come around here always praising Garvey? Jamaican dudes always praise Garvey, and he was into the alien stuff. And
what's his name?
He used to come around here all the time. What was his name again?
Prophet.
That's him. Yeah, he was into the alien stuff, and he was a Rasta. He was all into the alien stuff.
All right, it's probably true. Prophet is a Bobo. He's a Bobo Shanti. But true, the Bobos
he was in St. Vincent.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's the St. Vincent type. He ain't no like tradition. He off-brand coconut. Yeah, that's it. I forget his name, but he was at the head. Yo, Deb, can you share my screen real quick, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. All right.
So, chat, this is just so like we not alone. Let me show you how nutty this is. So, yo, Gandhi, when you picture Gandhi and all that old ancient Hindu shit, yes? Well, guess what? That's some bullshit too. Let's read this paragraph. In approaching Asian religion with respect and treating its religious beliefs seriously, Blavatsky and Alcott influenced South Asian society. In India, it played an important role in the Indian independence movement and in the Buddhist revival. The Indian independence leader Mahatma Gandhi developed much of his interest in Hindu culture after being given a copy of the Bhagavad Gita by who? Two theosophists. Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? Gandhi developed much of his interest in Hindu culture because none of that shit was there. How he talking about? You think he was walking around some sheep with some glasses and all that Hindu shit? They wasn't doing that shit. After being given a copy of the Bhagavad Gita by some two theosophists, so alongside her support for Indian rule, Annie Besant, who is one of them Hindu queens, white woman, had also supported home rule for Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and what have you. So you see theosophy even influencing Gandhi. That shit ain't no ancient shit that niggas was doing. All right, keep going now. I just don't want you to think the black folks was the only one that got hit by this.
So you need to tell me these pseudos was going around affecting everybody with their pseudo bullshit.
I showed you Gandhi ain't know that shit till that white woman came around.
So
Gandhi's a piece of crap, by the way.
Gandhi was a racist
piece of shit.
Yeah,
I agree with everybody on that. You have to know. So was Mother Teresa, but we don't want to go into her.
Mother Teresa was a scumbag too. She was a piece of. She killed a lot of people.
He was a grifter.
Literally. Yeah, she was a grifter. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can't really hold any human beings away from. Okay, don't say nothing bad about that. So yeah, if she in there, you know.
Only
mother
Jesus.
or not. Yeah.
Only Jesus.
Only who? Truth.
He's too.
You know what I said Jesus birthday about. I didn't stutter.
Yeah.
Jesus,
I got a lot
sweet baby Jesus.
I can say a lot about.
Well, you do because you're a demon. Don't start on a Sunday. Let it go. Praise him.
If Jesus was alive today, he would have been a MAGA.
Shit.
No, he wouldn't have been no MAGA.
Yes,
MAGA would have hung him.
No, he wouldn't. No, they don't. That's their Lord and Savior.
MAGA don't wear no
their Lord
dresses.
and Savior.
Long hair and a dress. Maga don't dress like that.
Yo, Dave, that's Canada right now. I want to go drive today and I can't.
Right. I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you how much we got last night. This just last night. Just last night. Just last night. This right here. Just last night.
They came around and that pocket.
Yeah, you can't even get out. You can't even get out. You got to show out. Everybody got to show out in this parking lot. Everybody has to show out.
But you got to understand. Like you got to really look at by the tires. That tells you where it's really at, because what you just showed was where the people swept it up. They was like trying to clean out the aisle.
No, there go his tire right there. There go his tire right there. There go his tire.
Yeah, that's about a quarter inch of the car. Well, not a quarter inch, but a quarter of the tire. That's not bad. That's not bad. I can shovel out that easy. That's not that.
You talking about you can tell about the lineage?
It's so cold that it's not even melting though.
No, it's not going to melt. It don't look like it's going to melt no time soon.
No, that ain't melting. No.
They say snow is God trying to make us white. Oh, my bad.
Where you at, Jeff?
They've got to be in Chicago.
I'm about 100 miles west of Chicago.
Middle of nowhere?
Yep. Nowhere. Yep.
Okay.
Free dirt.
Yo, this goddamn single digits out here is colder than the motherfucker.
This DeLorean's guy gone all the way over to Gandhi too?
No, it's theosophy, because theosophy starts with this connection to the ascended masters and all that stuff, and then them going through Asia, and of course now them rummaging through everything from India to after Egypt and China and all this other type of stuff. So they actually have what? They have the capital and the resources to go and dig up stuff. So even the natives might not have that ability to go and do all this stuff. One, they might not have the inclination, and two, they don't have the resources. But then the white folks come in and, see them. We literally see them creating these countries in historical record, right?
Right.
And rummaging, but now Blavatsky and them other white women get, they get another. It's just like the gentrifier of today. If you look at that, who gets the free pass first in your ghettos? The white woman, don't she? Yeah. So it's the same thing that goes on. A white woman could go to the roughest. They ain't nobody gonna touch it. They all gonna put her on the pedestal. So they go to slums and get all this information. All of a sudden now she becomes this whatever. Yes, actually, excuse me, Pasha Beverly is the father. Black man is actually the father of all of that, because Blavatsky stole a lot of his work. He's also the king of cannabis. Deb, you buy your screen, or you still helping the white man snow? Because I was going to share my screen. So once again, you don't have to believe.
Go ahead. I got you. Go ahead.
The screen is sharing. And so what I mean is what I just said, so we can learn this, how the black man come in this. So y'all can go to Wikipedia, and his name, the father of pseudo, and reefer, by the way, I'm going to prove that, is this man. His name is Pasha Beverly Randolph. New York, stand up, goddammit. Here goes some Abbo shit too, because his wife's name is Mary Jane, and she was an engine. This shit is crazy. Pasha Beverly Randolph, and this is where sex magic comes from.
Disgusting.
Sex magic. Watch this.
Mary Jane come from this dude's wife?
Mary, watch it. You're not gonna call me a liar. I'm gonna show you. I told you, you won't leave. He said nothing. I showed. Here you go. Pasha Beverly Randolph was an African American medical doctor, occultist, spiritualist, trance medium, and writer. He established the earliest known Rosicrucian order in the U.S. Who did it? Black man. He may also have been the first to introduce the principles of what? Erotic alchemy. Erotic alchemy. You see it. You won't call me a liar. Randolph grew up in NYC.
Hold on. Ain't that what they repackage as Kundalini?
There you go, brother. Tantra too.
Tantra, yeah.
And then you mixing it with the reefer. He did it. He
He created
legally
Spanish
could
fly.
do it.
Did he create Spanish fly?
My brother watched the psycho. Don't ruin the magic. As a teen and a young man, Randolph traveled wide because he was a free black man, as you can see here. Okay. As a teen and a young man, Randolph traveled widely due to his work aboard sailing vessels. He journeyed to England, through Europe, and as far east as Persia, where he was interested in mysticism and the occult. This is before Blavatsky and DeLawrence led him to study with local practitioners of folk magic and various religions. He befriended occultists in England and Paris, so forth and so on. He was doing trance mediums. He was also, by the way, an abolitionist. Spiritualism comes in through him. Y'all can read this because it's a Wikipedia page. The Rose Cross he did, the first one, y'all, black man, was 1858 before you got free. And the first lodge was in 1861. The oldest Rosicrucian order black man in the U.S. This group still exists. And today, but it avoids what? Sex magic, because he did it. Let me keep going. But his magico-sexual theories and techniques, there you go, form the basis of much of the teachings of another cult fraternity. Watch this, the Hermetic Brotherhood. Who was that? Alistair Crowley and them. That's
Egypt
right.
Now. We're going back into the Egypt now. The book of
You're going to Alistair Crowley and all them demonic niggas. And then you see that what? The order's relation is any to the mysterious brother of Luxor. Spoken is not clear, but whose is that? But the connection to the Theosophical Society is there. But let's go back to here. Black man. He was a Rosicrucian. Here you go. Sex and gender. Randolph had an unusually extensive, here you go, psycho, expansive view of what? Gender identity, considering earthly gender to be provisional and referring to God as both male and female. In the book on love, he wrote, I believe in love all the way through, and while I live with help every man and woman, and the between-tees. Between-a-tees is what they call him. Let's click on that. A non-binary. He called these niggas in the 1800s.
Is that where we get Batman from?
You see it. Between-a-tees. Huh?
Between man, between
when I
exactly, Sabio, because before we say Batman, we always call them between man.
Wait, hold on.
Man.
We're gonna get further. Earlier, y'all was talking about all this race and psycho got Neanderthals and people over here. Well, goddamn it, pre-Adamism, I got all these books, also came from this nut-ass nigga. Randolph was a believer in pre-Adamism, the belief that humans existed on Earth before the biblical Adam, which leads to them be popping up in other places, and wrote the book Pre-Adamite Man. What? Demonstrating the existence of the human race upon the earth 100,000 years ago. Black man, pseudo. He wrote this bullshit. 1863, you wasn't even free. But he also did that. Wide range of sources to write his book, from where? Esoterica and ancient religions, because he was a traveler. Well, in the book, he claims that Adam was not the first man and that the pre-Adamite man existed on all continents and the globe 35,000 years ago to 100,000 years ago. In his personal life, where's she at? He married the Irish woman first. You won't call me a liar. They lived in where Mary Jane worked as a healer and dispenser of Native American remedies. Some of it was marijuana. I'll get to that. Huh?
Wow.
Right.
Mary Jane was his wife. So now what we gonna do is watch, because you won't.
And her name was Mary Jane. You can write
I showed you. You don't gotta believe me. You don't gotta believe me. Mary Jane, his first wife. Let me get to the cannabis part though. Paschal Beverly Randolph, and I'm just gonna put cannabis. Cannabis. Here you go. The hidden hash master of the 19th century was who? Okay, so here you go. Watch, he gave you indica and all that shit, my nigga. Black man. One of my favorite, but he was a major importer of hashish into North America. Randolph came into contact with the herb in his adventures searching for occult knowledge.
Niggas been selling drugs that long.
An important figure in spiritualism, Randolph was also a Rose Christian grandmaster and a sex magician. Huh?
Hold on.
Randolph considered the use of cannabis.
Holy shit.
Conscious Pippin been around for a long time. My bad. Go ahead.
Yes, bro. Hold on. Y'all gonna love it. Let me consider the use of cannabis. Remember, he got sex magic. Here come the reefer. The use of cannabis products is part of a much older esoteric tradition. Randolph, as the mesmerist before him, found that hashish constituted the perfect food for the soul. If he had been searching for years for the wine of life, he had found it, blah, blah, blah. Hashish, the real secret of wisdom. There is no doubt, this is what he says, that Confucius, Pythagoras, and his disciples, the alchemists, hermetists, Illuminati, and mystic brethren of all ages used to exalt them while making their researches philosopher's stone, which was the reefer, saying that they was high. Randolph's first experience with cannabis preparations came through French occultists and Rosicrucians under the Arabic name Doan Mesh, the medicine of immortality, a pure form of the drug said to have been prepared by adepts in the East. Randolph considered the plant to have both spiritual and medicinal properties. Randolph and his first wife, Mary Jane, patented a variety of cannabis-based aphrodisiacs and medicines. We got sex, magic, and reefer, such as fine male and amyl, and the differences he attributes to effects. Watch this cycle. Leaves one wondering if he has stumbled upon the opposing effects of what? CBD and THC. Let me keep going. He touted the first is especially suited for nervous exhaustion. Don't you go to the dispensary now and they tell you this shit? Oh, use this brand of indica. We'll get to that. And the second as panacea for passional excess. Oh, Lord. Together they were the best aphrodisian, there go a word, in the world. John Pack with Genevieve, blah, 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 blah. In reply to the newest, this is him. Let me say that nearly all the hashish I bought with me from Europe, showed you, imported the reefer, and none of it fit to use is exhausted. The balance I will sell $4 a bottle for a bottle. I mean, $1 bottle with full directions on how to secure the celestial, how to get high, and avoid the ill fantasies, so you don't have a bad trip. I have only 25 cases of reefer left, and out of 350, so that those who want the genuine Oriental article must send. This is 18 motherfucking 60 black man importing reefer, huh? This is him. Hashish, its uses and abuses. He wrote this in 1861. Being experienced of 3 souls during this illumination by the means of this terrible drug, the thrilling revelations of this pamphlet, yada, yada, yada. Read it your damn self. Huh? Black man, reefer, sex magic, huh? And Rosicrucians, huh? And Blavatsky, what she did was take a lot of his shit to create, to get formulate her theosophy.
Is this the origins? Is this the origins of the black woman is God?
After you smoke some reefer, it is. Or maybe it's the Indian woman in the abos is right. Huh? So
I mean, that's sex magic, isn't it?
Ain't it? Speaking of sex magic,
you deifying the black woman's coochie. I would say that's sex magic.
Okay, smart guy. What you won't do is call me a liar on sex. I know you're not, though. Sex magic. Here you go. Chat. This is for y'all. Sex magic. Where's the book? Let me go to archive. Here you go. We can see it together. I probably got it saved. Nope, I don't. Really? I'm not logged in. Here you go. Sex magic. Here you go. A 19th century black American spirit. Oh, no, this is Denny. This is written 1997. I wouldn't do that to y'all. We want the original. We're going to click on his name. And what's this? The Rosicrucians. The Rosicrucian. I thought they had the one on sex magic in here. They got his Rosicrucian stuff, as y'all can see right here. Here goes Rosicrucian books. Okay, hold on. We're going to get to it. Sex magic. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Sex Magic book. Here we go. Sexual Magic by who? Paschal Beverly Randolph. Get your freak on and your reefer too. Huh? Y'all see it. It's taking a while to load. Pause in this case especially. But here you go. Sex Magic. Black man. Why is this taking so long to load? Y'all want the book? Here you go. How can I put it in the chat?
Drop that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, see,
Andy Mean said he got the book already.
Right on. But yeah, no, I ain't lying. There you go. I put it in the chat. Y'all can say it. So this is where you can get your freak on. But PB Randolph, what was it? Indica, because I think he brings the indica strain. Let me type it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me include indica. Oh Lord, this is on Facebook. We don't trust that bullshit. Full text of Sex Magic. So indica must be in here. So y'all see that it's the full text. We're gonna go to find. I'm gonna type indica. So no, that's indicated. Indicated. Oh, okay. No, that's indications again. Indicated. No, this is all indicated. It's not indica. But I had read something before where he was breaking down the strains or whatever. Where's that shit at? It ain't in here, obviously. Nope. What was that called? Cannabis indica. Here we go. From Canalib. Here y'all go.
There y'all go in the chat. That's it.
This one is called Cannabis, Magical Herbs, and the Occult. All right. And so I'm going to search for indica. INDIC. Shut up. Hey. Why does it keep getting indicated? Indications, indicated. Boom. Oh, here you go. What's this? So hemp, cannabis, indica, then Indian Orient, hemp, cannabis seeds. Who examined this? This white boy examined that though. Anyway, when he brings it here, he starts to market it. Maybe I got a newspaper article as all these different varieties and strains and shit like that. Where's that shit at? Oh man. Somebody snoring? Who did that?
Nah, GQ gone already.
GQ. Here goes the primary. This is 1858. This is him mentioned in the abolitionist newspaper, so you can see his abolitionism. Where's Randolph? See, while the blood of the Randolphs runs in your veins, never forbear to speak the blah, 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 blah. Paschal Beverly Randolph. And he's speaking on abolitionism. You see? So that's that. I'm trying to find, I think I got one where he was selling weed. Where's this shit at? Which one is this? This is on Pre-Adamite Man, Sabio. And he was on a drunken spree running through town in Ohio. It says committed. Oh Lord, Paschal, the nephew of him, and a large number of physiological, spiritual, and theological works, and the founder of the Rosicrucians committed suicide. This is his death note at Toledo by shooting himself through the head. Randolph had been on a drunken spree for several days, and he was morbidly jealous of his wife. This the white woman he married. He was about 50 years old, a ripe scholar, well-traveled, and blah, 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 religious matters. Killed himself. Probably high on that reefer.
It said, but he was a true. Don't skip that line. It says he was about 50 years of age, a right scholar, and had traveled all over the world, but was a go back.
Hold on. There you go.
That part is important.
Yeah. But was a lunatic as to religious matters.
Was a lunatic.
Yeah, this is also written by white folks, so we could take that with a grain of salt.
That's Toledo. That's Toledo, Ohio.
Yeah, he killed himself in Toledo.
But we know religion makes people what? Lunatic.
Well, so do that reefer he was smoking, because he must have had some ooh-wee. The first reefer in America like this? I mean, you know, that he brought over here? And you got books talking about you got sex magic along with this nigga had freak. He might have been the first nigga with a freak off.
Man,
that's what I'm saying. You can't ride with that, Sabio, because it's a whole bunch of people that's not lunatic that are also heavily religious.
I think
how many of them naming wifey Mary Jane though?
Yeah, I know a lot of people that's not religious and even more loonier than the motherfucking religious nuts. Like literally.
Hey, a lot of people are lunatics on both sides of the spectrum.
But I'm saying though, I'm not gonna pin it on if you hadn't to fuck with religion, you wouldn't have been crazy. No, I'm not gonna do that, y'all.
I'm not pinning it on that either. I'm just saying that was important for this particular person. That's what I'm looking at.
Oh yeah, that particular person. But yeah, in most of these cases, I'm saying they were already at least on a particular spectrum, either headed down that path or already halfway crazy before they even got into the quote unquote religious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just looking at him in particular because all the crazy shit he been on since he been man, this whole man, this nigga crazy. He should have been in a asylum.
That would have helped him.
I don't know. Who was that you was just showing? Truth, was that Randolph?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
You was just showing.
This one?
Yeah, who is that?
That's a black man.
Mm-hmm.
Is that one of them Ethiopians?
No, that's black. That's how we had to play baseball.
Oh,
this was the team called African Zulu Giants.
Oh wow!
And he played in the grass skirt and looked like that. And see, Prince Rosto Mobo, the color Al Shatter Baseball, will go through his crazy antics at the African Zulu Giants meet the Bark El Centros.
Oh wow!
Randolph Park. Mm-hmm. New York, by the way, in case anybody was wondering, right?
That game was in Tucson, that particular game.
Oh, my bad.
They were the Zulu Giants were like here you go, were barnstorming teams. So you got them here. You see, the Zulu. This is when they were the Zulu Cannibal Giants.
That was an entertainment uniform, black.
No, this is how they had to play baseball.
Right, that's what I was telling him. He was making it seem like they was doing something that was out of the ordinary.
No, this is exactly what it was. See, here's the treat of all. Oh, hey, I some of y'all ain't seen this. I'll show y'all one in a second. So they're playing in those baseball leagues. So here's the treat of all baseball treats. The Colored House of David and the Zulu Giants teams will stage a game Friday in Lafayette Park. This was in New York, I think. Archie Robinson, businessman, manager of the Colored House of David, yada yada. So they're playing like that, right? It usually, here you go. Now, as to the Zulu Giants, they are the real attraction, made most unusual because of their garb and general appearance. As their name indicates, the Zulu Giants appear in grass skirts and even perform barefoot. Certainly no ball team of that type has ever appeared in Princeton, although the team performed at Vincentius a few weeks ago. Aside from their general appearance, the Zulu Giants are really an aggregation of diamond stars, right? So they're real baseball players, but they had to dress like that, and they have names like Colo and Limpopo and all these Wahoo and Niasis, which was a popular name of them. That's how they had to play.
Truth, go to the right.
Go to the right.
Wabo on the bottom?
No, that says Wahoo.
Okay.
But they also had they played all sports. So we had the Barnstorm, and we played basketball. So this is the Zulu Giants basketball team. You see they have paint on their faces and Zulu. I actually wanted to recreate this jersey. That jersey's hot. But yeah. And so we had to play, and they would play Barnstorm around playing other teams. This is the effed up shit that we had to go through just to play sports, because they didn't want us to ever beat them in the game playing serious. So it had to look like it was entertainment. Ironically enough, y'all want to, will this be a win for the FBA? Because I just saw this. So this whole
and that's what I was going to ask you. Is what? Anywhere in any of those sources, are they referred to as FBA?
Of course not. But here's one win for the FBA, since you want to hate on the FBA at the moment. I was trying to give them some shout. Guess what, FBA? We the ones was running around here playing these African face niggas. Check that out. Huh? Here you go. His name, y'all can Google it, is Maurice Hunter. He's the one that made all that African stuff hot. Far from the Zulu land, it was in a New York studio that bit of Zulu life was photographed with Maurice Hunter as the model. He poses in many characters and seen in many magazine advertisements. Shout out to the FBA. That's how all that African Zulu stuff they start doing. That's from a black man from Brooklyn. He got a Wikipedia page too, I believe, if y'all don't believe me. FBA stand up. We made Africans a thing. Maurice Hunter did. I know that hurt a little bit. I'm gonna take it all away if y'all let me go far enough. Here go to Zulu. Now, somebody you asked me about something. Here they go again. Here go to Zulus. That's how you gotta dress. Oh, Israelites. I think I saw Judah in the chat earlier. He saw this before. Let's make him mad. What they say? Who was the Zulus playing? The colored. Who were they playing? House of David.
Hey, yo.
Watch this.
King David.
You want to see what they look like, Dad? Hold on.
Not really, but
while you're there, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love the whole story too. First of all, here go the picture, folks. Here are your colored House of David. These niggas got on fake beards. I'm gonna show you why in a second. Fake beards. You see? What does it say? Colored House of David.
So now, did they have a white House of David?
Hold on. Now, what they would do, folks, is you go, well, why they the House of David? They must be Israelites, right? Well, this story is going to get even crazier, because what we have here, watch, folks, so y'all don't say he doing sorcery. I'm going to go back up top, and I'm just going to erase the word colored from the House of David and go here and show you that the House of David is a white cult. A Christian white cult. No, don't damn it too much, because they got video on YouTube of them playing against the Globetrotters too, and a whole bunch of people. But I'm gonna show you what the House of David looked like. Okay. And before that, here you go, Israelites. Be careful, because they were what, Sabio? What does that say? What's that word say? Huh? Huh? Who was using Israelites when? This is from 1933.
Yo, go get, where's Fordy at? Where's Fordy
at? See it? What that say? I'm gonna show you who they is in a second, but so you don't say I'm making any of this up along the way. Huh?
Go get Fordy.
Okay.
Hey, yo, what's that face?
Yeah, bit much. But we're gonna keep going. So what happens is, I know I got pictures to show you before I go to the thing. Here you go. Here goes some of the pictures of the White House of David. See, HOD. You see them with the beards. Huh? You see? Basketball, baseball players. Let's take a little sidebar. We're going to go over here. We're going to go. I'm going to show y'all, so we're going to do it together so you don't think it's magic. Here you go. Babe Ruth, House of David. Babe Ruth, what is he doing? Babe Ruth got the. You ever seen Babe Ruth with the Yankees jump off with the bid like that?
Oh man.
Oh, well, where would this come from, Truth? What are you talking about? Well, folks, I'm going to go on Google, as you see, and just take off Babe Ruth, go to House of David, and show you that where's it at? Where is it at? Come on.
What up, True Lee?
Hold on. I'm going to go to Wikipedia.
You're going to have to put baseball up there.
Oh, yeah, but I need to go to Wikipedia because I don't want these niggas to think I'm doing special magic. House of David. What is it, Deb? It's a commune. Let's read. What do they call formerly the what? Israelite House of David is a religious group formed in Benton Harbor, Michigan in 1903 by Benjamin and Mary Purnell, white folks. The Purnells claim to be the successor of Joanna Southcott, another white crazy woman. Okay, the House of David was formed by Mary and Benjamin, right? Purnell published the Church of Ages or whatever. You know who they have a did it before. Charles Taz Russell, who did what? Come on, y'all. Charles Taz Russell did The Watchtower is sold by
Jehovah Witness.
That's right. This is your daddy of Jehovah Witness, white man. But we'll get back to him in a second. Back to the church, the House of David. Now you see in the House of David, y'all can Google this, I'm not making this up, that they were a goddamn cult who raised money by barnstorming, playing against teams like the Harlem Globetrotters, like Satchel Paige, and the rest of the Negro League players. You see it here. I'm not making it up. A cult, folks, a religious cult. Okay? So what they had was imitators, and it says right here, the most famous was probably the Black House of David, an all African American barnstorming team that played solely against teams of the Negro Leagues. You saw it. I showed you those niggas. Did I not? Did I not? Huh? So you see also, before you did that, this shit gets even crazier. Let me go back over here. Let me show you how I get even crazier for you. Because now, when we go back one, and we can put, what was it? Latin House of David. Oh, man, no. What is it under? This shit get crazy, Dad, because what they had, see, baseball professionally really, like, the leagues, like, there was sports for when the white folks would start going down to Miami, and it was entertainment. So they would get, here it is, the Cuban House of David. That's why I couldn't find it. So what they would get is the black folks who were the bellmen and all those other type of positions would entertain them by playing in baseball games. And so Abe Saperstein, who does all these other people down there. But it gets even crazier because the black folks started playing that they were Spanish folks from Cuba. Niggas from the South was pretending to be Spanish folks from Cuba who was playing for the now Cuban colored House of David. And then they would play these games speaking in these weird, like, made up languages. So it says the
like
color
Richard Pryor in the movie.
Yes, like Richard Pryor in the movie Bingo's All Stars was pretending like he was Spanish, because that is really what they were doing in history. This is here. They were going around pretending that they were Cubans. It says the Cuban Colored House of David of Santiago, Cuba, performed at Casino Park, or welcome, blah, 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 all communities. Those that welcomed them have read of their sensational baseball record of victories on the West Indies Isle and starting their American tour. Their unusual Spanish chatter on the diamond is a novel feature in itself. These are black folks from the Cotton Patch pretending they speak in Spanish because of the fact that
speaking Tut.
They might have been speaking Tutnese because of the fact that these bearded wonders from the house of David colony never shave or eat meat. Pause. We can readily understand why the butchers and barbers are not enthusiastic. You see, black folks going around playing like they Spanish, and for the sake of that, we can now go share this tab. I'm just going to type randomly from our shit from yesterday, right? But we're going to go. What was Richard Pryor's character? I'm going to spell it all wrong. In Bingo All Stars. Here we go. ChatGPT says, here you go. Here's this. The character is Charlie Snow. Within the story, he adopts aliases Carlos Nevada and Chief Takahoma. A lot of people gonna die because he was Engine 2. Mm-hmm. When trying to pass as someone else. Okay.
Now that you're breaking into that, after you do all this, can you hit the mascots, the child mascots?
Yeah, let me finish this first. His motivation, he dreams of breaking into the major leagues, which is the time in the film, the 1930s, our era, means disguising himself first as a Cuban. We saw the real in history Cuban House of David, then as a Native American. Oh my God. In hopes of bypassing racial barriers. Based on a true story. Huh? That's dead. Shall we keep going? Sure. I got a little bit of time. Now, you asked me real quick, share this tab again. So we got the Cubans out the way. Here go to other pictures of the Cuban House of David right there. Negroes, black folks, pretending they speak in Spanish. What? So now that whole mascot thing comes around because the first mascot is a little Negro boy. That's right. They made little flicked Negro boys be mascots. That's where the mascot came from. Here goes a picture of one before I find the main one. Governors had mascots. Here goes one from the little redhead nigger boy who was what? Senator Ramsey had previously used auburn-haired Negro as a mascot for President Wilson. And sorry, Domo, but here goes the Democratic mascot. Used. So his name was Clarence Duval. And then they made fun of Clarence Duval like this in media, right? But what we're going to do, folks, we're going to go back over here to the world so you don't call me no liar. And I'm going to type Clarence Duval. Now that I showed you I got the primaries, and you're going to see what? In the Baseball Hall of Fame, the first touring game, you got who? This tells you that story of when they go around and they take Clarence Duval with them. This is sponsored by Spalding. There goes your mascot. Mascots was nigger boys.
Do it together. So,
see it? See it? Huh? You see it? This is in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Clarence Duval, mascot. That's it.
Now you got to do him.
I do.
You know why I asked that. And I know you got some shit in there.
I want to let those breathe for a little while. Okay, let's go, Geechee Gullah. Why would they need to cosplay Cubans? I just showed you. I didn't make none of that up. And we could keep, I got more. The Negro League predates Pollard's Cuban stars by 7 years, liar. Let's go. Come on up. Let's go. Come on up. Because the white leagues was before that. Because now you got Saul Black going all the way back because the leagues were actually not segregated early on. They segregated them like early. Black folks was playing in the white leagues. Then they segregated them. But that's all here too. Once again, you ain't got to believe shit I say. Pollock shit is coming later, but I'm showing you the roots in Miami and why they would even have to wear the costumes was the point of it. So how you guys doing out there on a Saturday, a Sunday? Everything good?
We waiting on him.
Yeah.
Anybody get your arrow to Sister C gifts left? Yes, gifts yet? What do you give somebody for arrow to Sister C? Tariq said books. What kind of books should we be giving?
The Book of Negroes.
Ooh, good one. Should we give the Book of Negroes on arrow to Sister C? Should we do that?
There's only one book.
Okay, well, since you said it, I was going to stay quiet. Can I share my screen? Once again, you don't got to believe me. Here you go. Let me know when it's sharing. Is it only one book was the question? Here go the answer for you. Is it only one book? Book of Negroes. Watch this, y'all. Primary source. Well, we go to the National Archives, and they have exactly that. Okay, so here is the primary source for the Book of Negroes. Okay, so the war broke out in 1775. The black loyalists fought with them. They were called the Ethiopian Regiment, amongst other names. And when the British got kicked out, they was promised that the black folks who fought with them, that they would take them with them and they would be free. And so George Washington, like I mentioned, was fighting to keep the niggas. And they said no. This was taking place in New York. So we have no way of seeing who they are, so forth and so on. They're arguing. But the Book of Negroes, because New York at the time became the encampment that they had all the Negroes who fought with them were living. They brought them all from around the other colonies and brought them to New York. The British were not necessarily against enslaving, but argued that they had offered a binding promise of freedom to black loyalists during the war. And compromise freedom was offered to black loyalists who had self-emancipated prior to the ceasefire in 1786. Right? So meanwhile, enslavers were permitted to bring evidence to a joint Anglo-American board to prove ownership of black loyalists. Now, it's showing you that the white people who are now supposed to be Americans because they done won the war want their niggas back. The ones who ran and fought for the British. But the British, those who successfully gained their freedom from American enslavers were entered into the Book of Negroes and assigned to a ship departing New York. And so this is what happens, but this takes place on something called, like I was trying to say yesterday to the silly FBA people, this is all documented in something called Evacuation Day, which is the day the British left. And on that day is when these things were taking place, and they began to take their black folks with them who fought in the Ethiopian Regiment. So it says, Boston King, who was a black man, who fled to Charleston after the British captured it, making his way to New York City, noted in his memoir, we have a primary that news of the Treaty of Paris diffused universal joy among all parties except us who had escaped from slavery. So except the ones who have fought. What happened? Rumors spread amongst the city's black population that fugitive slaves were to be delivered up to their masters. So they thought that the white British wasn't going to fulfill their promise of taking them. This is Boston King's actually important to black history. So you can see Gullah, I think, because he was born in South Carolina in Charleston. Gullah, nigga, African, big face, nigga. Ends up going to where he's important because they first go to Nova Scotia, and then those Nova Scotia settlers end up going to be the first people of Sierra Leone. Those same people. So that means that the people who were on plantations in America are the same people who are the what? People to go and establish Sierra Leone. Thus, when you have Freetown, this was for the free black people who from America who fought in the Revolutionary War. The city of Freetown was founded in March 11, 1792. 196 African Americans under the guidance of Lieutenant John Clarkson at the foot of the cotton tree, and the city became a settlement for free and freed Afro-American, Afro-Caribbean, and liberated African slaves. Thus, that means the capital of Sierra Leone was founded by FBA. Are we clear? No magic. Where did these people come from? They came from the plantations. Here's an example once again, people like Boston King and other black people from plantations went to go for the British. Now, how could they do that, right? Because that's a great question. Well, it was the first time you had a proclamation to be free. What do you mean? Well before Abraham Lincoln comes around, there is something called in 1775, the Dunmore Proclamation. So what does that do? First paragraph. Dunmore Proclamation, 1775, from the British governor of Virginia. Proclamation declared martial law in the colony and promised freedom for all indentured servants, Negroes, or others who joined the British Army. They became known as Black Loyalists, also the Ethiopian Regiment. Those people, I just want to go slow again, from Virginia, South Carolina, all them other places where they have you on plantations, run to the British enclaves, fight for them, end up going to Nova Scotia first, then end up going to be what? The founders of Freetown. That's why it's named Freetown, Sierra Leone. Thus, that's your family. You see how we did that? How's it your family? Because they were people of places like Virginia, Charleston, wherever, Albany, who fought for the British. They were called Black Loyalists, African descent, who sided with the Loyalists. That's why they were the Black Loyalists. They didn't call them Black. Yes, they did. They were called Black Loyalists. The white ones were just called Loyalists. So these ones are Black. But nonetheless, this was during the Revolutionary War, not the Civil War. Some 3,000 Black Loyalists were evacuated from New York, like I said, to Nova Scotia, like I also said. They were listed where, Truth? In the Book of Negroes. See how it comes up again? As the British gave them certificates of freedom and arranged for their transportation.
Certificate. Do we have one individual name for that capital of Sierra Leone, or
what do you mean? What do you mean? As far as what the people who went there?
Yeah, an actual soldier or whatever.
Okay. Boston King. Boston King from Charleston, King who had been born a slave in South Carolina. Once again, he's into the Book of Negroes, right? He migrated to Nova Scotia because that was a British colony, right? And then he immigrated to Sierra Leone. So yes, we have plenty of names, he being one of them. Boston King, once again. Although
you saying Boston with a B? Oh, my
with
bad.
a B. Right? King and his wife decided to immigrate to the new British colony, the Province of Freedom, in 1792. It was established for blacks from London and Canada because they were in where? Nova Scotia, which is in Canada. The Black Canadians, numbering nearly 1,200 and traveling on several ships, established their own settlement of Freetown. Boston King from Charleston, South Carolina, became one of those establishers. At first, Boston was employed by the company to preach to their native Africans because they brought Jesus with them, despite the fact he could not understand their language. Soon he opened a school, later traveled to England, schooled himself as a teacher. In 1794, the Sierra Leone Company sent King to England as a teacher and missionary, and yada, yada, yada. So do we have people? Yes, we have quite a few people who we have the same story of being enslaved in America, going to fight for the British, and ending up in Freetown. Yes. Okay.
Free.
Is that clear? Like,
yeah, FBA stand up. Sure. His wife was FBA too, right? He didn't mix race inter.
King married again in Sierra Leone after Violet, his first black wife, died of malaria. Okay.
What's up with the FBA? Delineate? Ethnogenesis? What's up with it?
So then when you go, I don't know, Ethiopian regiment.
You want me to check back when all the football games is over with? All right, we got all this shit on tape.
Ethiopian regiment. So this is a primary source from 1795 speaking of that Ethiopian regiment. Let's get to it exactly. It says, now dumb or the government walk not in the ways of God, but in the ways of Sanballat Tobias, the Jews' enemy, who ended Nehemiah from building the walls of Jerusalem, yada, yada, yada. Moreover, he set up the banners of the king, his maker, and stirred up the Ethiopians to rebel. Now the Ethiopians was bound slaves to the people of the provinces. It was not for the dumb war. It was not for those to break the bonds of the Ethiopians. He said it wasn't up for you to write the proclamation to tell them niggas that they could be free. Was it ever known hence that the days of our forefathers that any man could bring a clean thing out of unclean? I think not. So basically, you niggas nothing but slaves, right? So you see that this is 1795, April 27th. And they're referring to them as Ethiopians. Why? Because the regiment is called the Ethiopian Regiment. They're using it because these are biblical people, and at the time, as we know, that Ethiopians was supposed to be the niggas in that whole bit. Here is 1776. We hear that a number of the inhabitants of the Queens County on Long Island who have received arms, ammunition, bounty, and from the very humane Captain Vanderpit for the pious purpose of murdering their own countrymen have received orders from General Howe to march to Virginia to affiliate of the Lord Dunmore. We've read that. They being looked upon as actually in the king's service. Several of the most respectable, it is said, are to be complimented with commissions in his lordship's Ethiopian battalion, now raising there. Dunmore was leading in Virginia. Black folks were running away to Virginia to fight. See, this is called a primary source from 1776 in the Virginia Gazette. This ain't my words. That's that right there. Here's another one from 1776 where we hear that Lord Dunmore, with the remains of his Ethiopian regiment, joined his Britannic Majesty's troops on Staten Island on the 13th of this month. I told you all of them ended up gathering where? In New York. So as you can see in where? 1776. Now that they done lost the war, that they're trying to get up out of here and going to the port cities, particularly New York, to gather, to get the ships, to get their ass to one of the colonies. So now, when you got later, you see this is in the vernacular. Now, when the country is founded, when they start doing all of that stuff that I told you about in popular culture, and you got them being referred to as Ethiopians. Here's an Ethiopian opera on 1844 that is in Peel's Museum, I think. Was this Peel's? Right? When they talking about, there you go, early on, this is supposed to be the missing link, and they talk about they having the Ethiopian opera. And they also have what? This is 1840s this is on Christmas, mind you. So now you see where you are Ethiopians in popular culture. Southern songsters will introduce a variety of what? Negro extravaganzas and conclude with an Ethiopian opera. And they held Ethiopian concerts. See how we got it from the pre-America? We use Ethiopian regiments and referred to as Ethiopians and so forth and so on. But now they're taking that term and twisting it where now it's going to be the source of humor. And when they identify you, because now there are white folks in blackface who call themselves Ethiopians. They saying that they're going to represent who you are to the world. They control what the world see you as through these Ethiopian concerts. Ethiopian serenaders, they give you the names of the white people. And what are they doing? They're doing songs, glees, choruses, comic scenes, burlesque lectures. They're playing the banjo, congo, tambo, and bone castanets. The music taken from the most popular operas of the day, interspersed with Ethiopian melodies. Those are supposed to be those slave songs. Telling you what they're doing. This is in real time. The Ethiopian serenaders have been received with the most unqualified approbation throughout the United States, and yada, yada, yada. The second Ethiopian concert will be given at the Hanover Square. We'll see. And then they becomes the minstrels. And this is where you then get what people know as the minstrel. Because that is that. Let me give you some more live so y'all can see this here. So then when you see, here you go, y'all. Y'all gonna like this. Y'all gonna wake up now. Here you go. Then when you see, let me go to the site. share this tab. So then when you see this and you see you and your pimping mannerisms and such, you see that clearly, you'll realize that that's not a picture of you. That's a picture of a white man in this blackface doing Ethiopian songs. You ain't pimp. That whole pimping thing you come from who? From him performing like this. Right? And so where's the proof? Well, what is this from? This is a song called Dandy Jim of Caroline. It's actually a pop, one of America's top songs. And it's what kind of song is it called? Can anybody read that? No?
Is it Darby?
It says Dandy Jim from Caroline. But before that,
okay.
After that, what does it say?
Ethiopian song?
You see? So what kind of songs did the minstrels, see the group?
Yeah.
Sing? They sang Ethiopian songs. Because the Ethiopians are the white men now in blackface. Before they are minstrels, they are called Ethiopians. You get that? This song, you see? This is the actual shit. They are called Ethiopians. Dandy Jim from Carolina is a popular, some people might have sang it in school or somewhere shit at some point. It's one of them songs. So now you see in 1840s when they got events with Thomas Rice, who I told you is the original Jim Crow. Well, what is Jim Crow performing, y'all? First night of the Ethiopian opera of Bone Squash Diabolo. So Jim Crow, the first pop star, a white man walking around in blackface, was an Ethiopian performer who performed in Ethiopian operas. Yes? Did I make it up?
Everything's laid up.
I made it up.
It's still 18th century, right?
This is 1842. The first minstrel show, I'll show it to you rather than tell you, doesn't take place until a year later, and I'm going to show you where that came from. In 1843. Here's the actual shit from the show, Virginia Minstrel's first show. This is the second one. 1843. This is the first time Virginia Minstrels is the first group that 4 men get on the stage in that semicircle and perform in the show. Prior to that, they are single performers known as Ethiopians. So when 4 of them got together and sat in that and did what? Perform and took the name minstrels. Why? Because Virginia was the home of the original slave, because the presidents of them was Virginians and they had Virginia Negroes. Then they have the whole 1690 thing. So when you think of Negroes, the pure Negro slave is the Virginia slave. So they use that name to signify, right? You following me? Dev? Because I want you to see this. So I don't want you to think good. I'm thinking, is that Aaron? I know Aaron. Okay, good, Aaron. So look. So now you see minstrels. I told you they were called Ethiopian. So why would it be minstrel? Well, we know minstrel is an old word and it has to do with the music performer. But why specifically this? Well, all they did, because what happened a couple of months earlier was a group of, watch this crazy shit so y'all don't think I'm making it up. I'm going to type Tyrell. It's going to come out with that. A year earlier, look at the year, 1842. A white group of yodelers came to America and blew up, and they were called the Rayner family or Tyrolese minstrels. So the white dudes, because the name minstrel was so hot because some white yodelers came, once again, this is 1842. This is 43 because it goes into 43, but you see it, look. And they're torn around the country and blew up. And so because they blew up, now the dudes who come less than a year later take that minstrel name and attach it to Virginia. So instead of them being these yodeling European minstrels, they are Virginia or slave minstrels. And that's where you get Virginia minstrels from, and then minstrel being associated with a blackface performer. They were called what prior? They were called Ethiopians. So you go to Tyrolese minstrels and you will see that these are the people. And they came, I swear to God, y'all can look this all up. They came to America and they had Buddha. They was all hot because turn around the country. And now everybody talk about the minstrels. So with the white dudes, they was just talking, fucking, we gonna go and make some bread. We gonna all sit around and we gonna make fun of niggas. And we gonna be Virginia, which is associated with who? Negro slave. We gonna be Virginia minstrels. That's how you get the whole minstrel thing. Because I showed you, what were they prior? They were Ethiopians. So you see yodeling, right? So if I type Control F, Tyro, them same people, says 1830 journal that Anne wants me to go hear the Tyrolese minstrels. Ain't no black minstrels. Ain't no minstrels in America. None of that shit yet. There are Ethiopians. The yodelers came to America, make the minstrel thing hot, and now you got Virginia minstrels. Virginia minstrel. Ain't nothing y'all can do. No magic. Boom. 19th century, blah, blah, blah. 1843, early beginnings. Tells you that they toured with the circus. They had friendships. They made songs, whatever, but they were single performers. They would perform at the Chatham Theater with the third performer, Pierce. Now they asked somebody else. They danced and people sang because they have the Jim Crow's a dancer and the other dude does Zip Coon is a singer or a buffoon. Don't make me prove that too because he's a buffoon. So now you got them now sitting around doing this. The renowned, what are they called? Ethiopian minstrels. This is the first one before they all get together. 1842, who just left or who just making it hot? The Tyrol minstrels. So the Ethiopians decide to become Ethiopian minstrels. It says after they practicing, then they took their instruments down a hotel and performed for the first time as the Virginia minstrels. Crickets? No?
Nah, that shit is almost comedy, but it's not because it is.
It's funny, right? It's crazy as hell, right?
I'm like, do I come off mute and laugh to show?
Yes, man. This shit is crazy as hell. Yes.
And what makes the Virginia minstrel show claiming to be an Ethiopian that becomes Jim Crow, and most of us really attribute Jim Crow to thinking after Reconstruction, not 1843.
No, it's before the 1830. Here you go. Once again, don't believe me. It's gonna be a million Jim Crow clippers I got come up. Jim, I ain't even spell it right. Jim Crow. All right, so we'll go out see if I can find an early one. Here, this Jim Crow Mania. This is 1837, so it's before minstrel show. The editor says that a Jim Crow mania appears to have seized upon all classes, and that Negro songs are now all the rage. These are performed by white people, not even Negroes. From the drawing room of the Duke of Devonshire down to the hovels of the unmasked dustmen of Maiden Lane, to the latter of whom the song is well suited. Basically, it said this type of song is suited for bars and shit like that. So, concealing the fact that Jim Crow owes his temporary triumph in England to one of those lapses of human nature, and blah, 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 blah. This is a white man who does what? We think very little of the Negro songs as sung by Mr. Rice. He's doing alleged black songs. We weren't even singing the songs that he was singing.
Damn.
We did not sing those songs. That was made up by him, and a lot of them were like taken for rhythms and stuff from Irish songs, Irish shanty songs, Irish boat songs, and shit like that. And so they became. This is where people start to get hurt. They became delineators of Negro life. Damn. They were actually called delineators.
So,
right?
What all the niggas are doing now?
I'm just telling you what there is, and then you can put your own thing on it. Pause. So what
I've
you
seen,
see?
I've seen the delineation. I read about a little bit about it. I was like,
So
this
what
shit.
we'll do is we don't want to do that. What we want to do is go in here and type delineator.
Oh
shit! If I spell it right, hold on, delineator. And then we will go and find out that this is 18. We can go to an early one in 1859 to do it, but I don't want to scroll. Okay, here's one for 1848. Mr. Rice, there he goes again. What is Mr. Rice? A delineator of Negro peculiarities.
That is hella fun.
Is the star of attraction at this place of amusement at the present time. Okay.
FBA just knew that was a present day word.
That's not
we're delineating.
one-off.
Nigga, if you don't hear that going across every fucking black YouTube space today.
So what we do is we have a billing that says, this gets more specifics on how the shows go. This is on Broadway in Manhattan. The temple of what, y'all? So y'all don't think I'm making up. What kind of temple is it?
Ethiopian minstrelsy.
Okay, this is 1858. And they have who? And now they have Wood what?
Wood minstrels.
Okay, they present their grand and versatile entertainment, popular culture's a weapon, and what? What are they?
Delineation of Negro character.
So who is presenting to the world Negro character? Is it you?
Nope. Thomas J. Rice.
It is white folks in blackface presenting to the world the peculiarities and oddities of Negro life and character. This is how white folks in the world learns about you, not from you directly, but via these things. Because for the first 50 years of our country, at least the most popular entertainment was
delineation.
The minstrel show.
I know. I would call them delineators.
So what you have here, and then we can get into like, what does that mean? What do they do? I can give you a description somewhere about what they do. Comic delineators, right there in all capitals, of what?
Negro life.
Life with their humorous sayings. You niggas always got some sayings, right? Quaint acts and laughable what? Peculiarities will satisfy the most mirthful. You niggas are singers and dancers, while the dancing, instrumental performance, etc., cater to all tastes.
Hey, this is as funny as when they say the marketing one, but keep going. How to market to Negroes. This is another one of those.
So what we'll do, we'll go further, and so it's just not, you don't see it's just one of this was the actual culture. We can go to, we got one in 1843. Remember, the minstrel show is popping up, and we got tremendous attraction admitted for one shilling at Peel's New York Museum. Right, was what was the Mr. C. Jenkins, the much admired tenor singer, enable delineator, and beautiful banjo player, Master Nimrod, the unequaled Ethiopian dancer.
My Nimrod.
Because
what happens is, archer, nigga.
So what to do now? Let me get crazy. So let me show you how the magic in front of your eyes. We're gonna go to this screen, right? So the makeup of the minstrel show, two main characters, right? One of them being Mr. Tambo, right, and Mr. Bones, right? So who are Tambo and Bones? Okay, this is some bullshit. So they were in the minstrel show, but we're gonna get to the real stuff. So we go to Christie's Minstrels for one, right? So I'll type Tambo. See? It says the structure grouping that they the first act of the standardized 3-act minstrel show with the interlocutor, that's the master of ceremonies, in the middle, and Mr. Tambo and Mr. Bones on the ends. So Mr. Tambo and Mr. Bones were on the ends, and they were in blackface, and one held the tambo or tambourine, and the other one played the bones, which was supposed to be the jawbone or the instrument that the black slaves was playing. Okay? So then you have that setup where you have Mr. Tambo and Mr. Bones, as you can see in this one right here. Here's Mr. Tambo on the right. See, you got the Tambo. These are white folks in blackface, mind you. More on tambourine here, and then on this side you have Mr. Bones, who has the bones in his hand. Okay, now you see that's Mr. Tambo and Mr. Bones. So what happens is you got the minstrel show being performed like this for all these very years. They are known as end men, right? The end men were Mr. Tambo and Mr. Bones, and they engaged in an exchange of jokes between the group's songs and dances. It was customary for Mr. Tambo to be slim and Bones to be fat. A character called Mr. Interlocutor sat in the middle of the group, acting as, what did I say? The master of ceremonies. And they did songs like Zip Coon and all this other stuff. Okay, folks, now that we got that foundation, when you look at, okay, say circus master of ceremonies, and then we go to just images, and you see that this is the dress of the minstrel with the tails. Remember Dandy Jim? The tails, the top hat in this fashion. Because that character's dress came from the minstrel show and the interlocutor. And this is the first black in master ceremonies of Barnum and Bailey Circus. And he is dressed exactly like the minstrels. And yes, Uncle Sam's look also came from the minstrels because that was the popular pop stars of the time, and they predicated how the fashion would be. Now, Mr. Bones and Mr. Tambo, who are the end men, they become what? They become, ready? Your first 2-act comedy groups when the white folks take off the blackface. Thus, you have things like Rowan and Martin, or Abbott and Costello, or all the other very 2-man comedy groups. Those are extractions from the minstrel show, just in whiteface now. That's it.
Somebody was saying look up Master Juba. That predates all of that.
No, it doesn't. Master Juba's around. Okay, when we pull up those primaries, all right, here you go. So Master Juba is around, yes, but he is having his, he actually performs in the minstrel shows, but he is having his own beef because that story is even crazier, Dev, because Master Juba ends up having to fight for the crown of who's the best black dancer. Now, who was he fighting against? He's fighting against an Irish boy because the Irish boy said he was the best Negro dancer. His name was Jim Diamond. And so now you have this big battle where you have Jim Diamond dancing against, here you go, Jim Diamond. Remember those words now? Now it's all going to make sense. 1841, as y'all can see, before the minstrel show, Jim Diamond is performing doing what? Let's read this. So Master Diamond's benefit for this night only, the Ethiopian opera, right, is performing. He's doing a comic song and what have you. He's doing nigger comicalities, banjo melodies, and breakdowns by Master Diamond and Billy Whitlock. After which pleasing selection of arena entertainments to conclude with the laughable Negro opera of Oh Hush. Now, this Mr. Diamond, I'll show you him in a second. I just want to show you that we got the primaries for him too. Here he goes. by the ladies that place to see the Ethiopians in capital letters, right? This is 1845, right? The black stars, they call them black stars, right? You see this, they're referring to them as black stars. The first one is Master John Diamond. So now that we got that, we could go right here. So y'all can do this part and type, I don't know what it'd be, Jim Diamond. See if it comes up. Jim Diamond. He don't got a Wikipedia page? That's surprising. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all live on Google then. Jim Diamond dancer. Okay, he does have a Wikipedia page. Here you go. You would think that this is a black man. Now that we're smart, we understand this is not a black man. This is what? This is a white man in blackface saying that he's best Negro dancer in the world. This is him on stage in the actual drawing from 1846 of him in blackface, two men, mind you, right? Doing this Ethiopian opera performance. Now let's go back. So now that we see John Diamond, I showed you the primaries prior, so don't say I'm just doing Wikipedia, was an Irish American dancer and blackface minstrel performer. Diamond entered the show business at age 17 and soon came to the attention of P.T. Barnum. They had a falling out, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Diamond was most famous, here we go, y'all, for a series of challenge dances. Against whom? He regularly advertised that he could defeat all comers in a dancing contest. However, Diamond soon came to the attention of a dancer whom Barnum had replaced with him, a young black man named Master Juba. Well, how did I start this? They was battling, right? Diamond and Juma fought dance-offs through the dance-offs, y'all. We had to dance against the white boy for the battle of best black dancer. I can't make this shit up. I can't make it up. You would think I was lying. Huh?
Break dance. They was break dancing.
Huh? We got to battle the white folks to let them people know that we are the best Negro dancers. Not this Negro, I mean Ethiopian, I mean white man in blackface.
This delineator.
Huh? Okay. This is what's really happening. So now we should put some even more respect on Master Juba's name, because he literally had for us to write to own the things that we hold dear, and that's dancing along with Duncan. Sorry, too much. But you get what I'm saying. So they actually battled in real life. So that's why that's important. But Juba ends up performing with, I think, the serenaders, Ethiopian serenaders. So Juba now, this is his real primary. This is, what is it? This is 1845, so around the same time, right, that the minstrel show popped off. Now Master Judah offers a challenge, primaries, from $100 to $1,000 to produce his equal in dancing, being acknowledged the greatest dancer in the world, having danced with John Diamond. Played myself. Go back. Oh, Lord, I did too much. What you get for doing too much? What you mean not public? Oh, it signed me out. How did it sign me out? This is some bullshit here.
They tired of you talking about them delineators, Truth.
What? Okay. Hold on.
You didn't expose too many delineators.
We back, y'all. We back, y'all. So now we see Master Juba. We saw the advertisement, so you see I ain't making it up. But I'm trying to see if they can find it. I think I got the exact one where he was doing that. But here you go. Here goes Master Juba. Don't cry now. That the wonderful youth of color, Juba, part of the American Serenaders, who was blackface performers. Are you going to see Juba? Are you going to see Juba? Juba is performing as Lucy Long. Don't make me do it. Who is Lucy Long? Lucy Long. Miss Lucy Long has a goddamn Wikipedia page. Who is she? Also known as was an American song that was popularized by who? Let me make it bigger so you don't say I'm lying. Blackface minstrels. Master Juba was cross-dressing as a woman, playing Lucy Long, singing the song. Lord have mercy.
Mm-mm.
You would think I was lying. So these are the type of songs that they're singing in the minstrel shows. And now we see Master Juba along with others, not just him, obviously. All of those songs, America's top songs, are minstrel songs. Let's just go to blackface minstrel songs. Okay? Let's just run through the list. Buffalo Gals, you heard that. Camptown Races, very popular song that was in Bugs Bunny. Carry Me Back to Old Virginia. Claire the Kitchen. Cold Black Rose is that's one of America's top songs.
Cold Black Rose? Oh,
yes,
wow.
sir. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Click on it. Cold Black Rose, do you see the song sheet?
Cold Black Rose?
Huh? White folks in blackface, that ain't you. Uh-huh. Cold Black Rose, 1830s, before the minstrel show, sung by who? Who sang these songs?
Delineated.
Ethiopian. That's right.
Motherfucker said delineated. He's stuck on that shit.
And then I told you before that they were called buffoons, and Dev thought I was just making slick talk. Let me prove him wrong on that bullshit. Sabio, buckle up, brother. I said, watch close, brother. Watch close. Okay, watch close, because I don't want you to say I'm lying about nothing, because I know y'all get real particular. I called them a buffoon. Watch this. Go ahead. I'll let you finish, because I'm going to get this one out. Pause. I called it a buffoon. Okay? Now, watch. George Washington Dixon. I told you he sings Cold Black Rose as well as Zip Coon. That's clear. I told you that. Now, why would I say buffoon? What was he known as? He was an actual singer. No, he was an actual singer. See, Daddy Rice is known for more for his dancing. He was doing a dance called the Virginia Reel. That was supposed to be Jim Crow's dance. Well, this guy was before Jim Crow got hot, right? And he was singing Zip Coon and other blackface songs, but he was a real singer. And he was, see, Zip Coon. That's where it comes from. There you go. Who sings it? G.W. Dixon, George Washington Dixon. So y'all don't say I'm making this shit up. Okay? And so now what you got is Dixon doing this, but he's known as it is in this advertisement, because I gotta find it. I said buffoon. I'm not running for that. I'm gonna type buffo in here. He was known as what? He had taken on the epitaph, the American buffo singer, right? You see this? By 1829. Well, what is a buffo, folks? Let's click on it.
A buffoon?
This is how the connection. Watch. Opera buffa is a comic opera. What were they doing? Ethiopian what?
Delineated.
Opera.
Thank you, brother. Ethiopian operas. Which were what?
Two comedians
comic
on the end caps.
operas. And the people who sang in comic operas are called what? Buffoons. Did I make it up? Did I make it up? So they're making fun of you in their Ethiopian comic operas by playing the role of a buffoon by singing these songs and doing Negro oddities and peculiarities.
You niggas are delineating buffoons, and y'all don't even know it.
Did I make this shit up, though? That's
Do
what
the
I care
buffoon
about. You don't
language,
say I
Truth.
lied about none of this shit. Huh?
Do the buffoon language.
Hold on. Dixon. Real time. Where he at? I know this nigga somewhere in here. George Washington Dixon. Where he at? Maybe I got it under buffoon. Buffoon. No, I ain't got it. I can't even spell buffoon right now. God damn it. Buffoon. Okay. So 1830. Would this one work for you? 1833, because yeah, this is before the minstrel show. So now we got an 1833. What y'all see here? What did I say? So y'all don't say I'm lying.
Zip Coon versus Jim Crow.
Oh Lord, now we got beef with who in the 1830s? How you have Ethiopian beef and ain't a nigga in sight? Pause, Jim. I told you they was fighting for who was going to be the most popular buffoon in America. Ethiopians. Jim Crow is the first pop star in American history. Zip will put it to you, mighty droll, and you get used to a certain. If you was a primate, a mere huckleberry, a permission to the Georgia nigga, there might be a chance left. But Zip Coon is coming. When you meet him, you'll run against a snag. Will you believe it, reader? The fame of Jim Crow, this is 1830s, has extended over a great portion of the globe. I said he was what? The first pop star in American history. This is 1830, was it 7? 1833. And they telling you what? Across the globe, he is what? Famous. By the last arrivals, we have received musical boxes from Geneva in which play the air of this ridiculous, laughable, vulgar, remember I said vulgar in the chat earlier, chat, and absurd extravaganza. In the most delightful manner, what must be the opinion in Europe of American taste and proficiency in music from the specimen of our original popular melodies or songs? We shall expect to hear shortly that Claire the Kitchen, Cold Black Rose, or some equally known favorite has been bought out somewhere as the popular Dev. Can you read this last part? What is it? The popular what?
Cold Black Rose.
American national song. Songs of America, the songs of the minstrels. I done told you a million motherfucking times. Huh? This is 1830s. George Dixon, the what?
The
Did I make any of this shit up? What is George Dixon? Huh? What does it say? Did I lie?
Not another buffoon.
Did I lie? What's on the screen?
A buffoon.
Okay, who is that? George Dixon, who I showed you, was Zip Coon. And he's a what?
A buffoon.
Okay, and he performed in what? Ethiopian operas. Singing songs like what? Zip Coon, Cold Black Rose, and others. You won't never call me a liar. Here go the lyrics, some of them. Sung by who? Who personated who? Sambo.
There at the Chatham.
He's saying, our rose, the cold black rose, I hope mine may be shot if I no love no rose. Dixon received enormous sums for his services, and his benefits were always bumpers. Jim Crow has made more money probably than any star in America for the last 12 months. You niggas will never call me a liar. This is 33. With the single session of the Kimballs, and if he chose right now, might now retire on a handsome fortune. But there is an end to all things, and Jim Crow is about to be fetched up all standing. A fellow in Augusta has commenced singing a new humbug called what?
Zip Coon.
Oh my God. From bad to worse. Because Zip Coon is making fun of who? That's right, the free Negroes who are building the country at the time. Building churches, organizations, schools, mutual benefit societies, early insurance companies. Oh no, we need a character to make fun of these uppity free niggas. That's what Zip Coon is. Nonetheless, Jim Crow was to make fun of the slavenly ones. So now we got it both covered, and those become the parts of the minstrel show. Let's go here for a second. This is the last one. Y'all can have it back. Ethiopian, I think it's, no, maybe Boston Minstrels, because that's the one that has the flyer. Boston Minstrels. We go to images. Where is it? You can see the parts of the minstrel show. You ain't never gonna call me a liar. None of you. I told you that the parts of the minstrel show are what? Watch as everybody. Oh, here we go. Are people watching?
Mm-hmm.
I see. I ain't gonna tell you because then y'all gonna say I'm showing off. Everywhere to the PhD niggas, I done taught these niggas. Now that we have got all our education, what does it say? The first thing.
The celebrated Ethiopian melodies.
And now we have an idea what Ethiopian means, yes? Yes, after all we just did for the past half an hour, we don't know it. We know who the Ethiopians are, yes? Yes or no? Serious. Do we know who the Ethiopians are? Yes or no?
I do.
Okay, good. That wasn't a trick question. So here's the minstrel show, folks. This is how it breaks down. I told you they make fun of the free niggas who was around and the enslaved ones, right? Well, here you go. It says the illustrations of the dandyism of the northern states where the free niggas are. And oh my God, ain't he dressed like who? A Harlem Globetrotter slash who? Uncle Goddamn Sam. And the interlocutor and the MC of the circus. Am I lying? So this represents the first part of the northern states, the free niggas. And then the second part of the show is what? The Ethiopians of the southern states. And oh my God. They're making fun of free black people of the north and the slaves of the south. So they took the Ethiopian operas, put these parts together, and now you got a minstrel show.
And don't they set it on top of the British crown? Doesn't that look like it when you zoom out a bit?
Where? British crown, whereabouts? Here?
Look at when you look at the background of it.
Yeah, no, but it's supposed to be like a theater stage.
Oh, that's the theater stage?
Yeah, because this is theater. This is where this is performed. But what you got here, as you see, who I told you was the end men. Mr. Bones, you see he's got his bones in his hand, and then they didn't put it in order, but you got next to him, Mr. Tambo. And they sat around in this form and did songs. This is what a minstrel show is. And who sang this? The Ethiopian Serenaders. Oh my God. Huh? And that's how it goes. And by the way, you see that look right there? You see they said we can never stand a droid straight up. We said that this is where JJ and that whole gangly shit comes from. It's because being a droid and stand up means that you're a real man and real strength and so forth and so on. So you'll never see us standing up. Look at the posings. So they're all going to be like that. You see, you can't even sit down right. Look how their legs are formed. You see? That's because we supposedly didn't have any control over our body. That's the whole JJ thing. But when you see this, and let's pay close attention to how you can't do things normally without looking gangly and what have you, we'll go here and we'll just say, and if we go here, then if we notice, like, wait a minute, this is all about basketball and all this, then why are these Negroes like this? Let's try to find an old ad so you can see how gangly and crazy they got them. Here's the prime example. Well, ain't this basketball? By the way, the minstrels had the same red, white, and blue on, just in the pants form, like the warm-ups. And look at this here. See how the imagery becomes a part of this, and we don't understand the root of these things. It gets buried in things like, wait a minute, now that does make sense. These niggas is performers. Why ain't nobody standing up straight and just doing normal stuff, just as gangly in the same clothes, by the way? If this was the color picture, you see that those pants are red and white, and then the jacket is blue. So then when you got that later, that makes sense. When you see all these ads, like, that makes sense of why they were. And we saw the Zulu Giants and all that, what they had to do just to perform. Okay, so we beat y'all by 40. We's just playing. That's how you can get out of the town alive, for one, because that's the reasons that the Harlem Globetrotters were doing the tricks, because they didn't want to run the score up and then be run out of town or possibly killed. So this becomes the stick. And by the way, Lord have mercy. They're going to think you lying up here. I swear for God. I swear for God. Magician. Let's see if we can find one for you. Oh, no, I ain't going to do that to y'all. Y'all going to start crying. Magicians. Let's find you some magicians. How about the Harlem Clowns? Because you were clowns. There you go. Clowns and magicians. That's what you are. You started off as Broadway clowns when you left Abe Saperstein and tried to do your own thing. And then knowing that, you had to just be the clowns because you took the character from the minstrel show. And then you became Broadway clowns. And those are the people who left the Harlem Globetrotters. So now you're a clown, and this is how you got to perform. Bueller. Comic Broadway Negro basketball players. These are the folks who left when Saperstein started jerking the original Harlem Globetrotters and they became clowns and musicians and all type of weird shit to stand out. Change that shirt, blah 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 blah. Order to wear the green victory shirt. These are the hobos. I think they were the Indiana team. There you go. 2 crack Negro teams. Oh, I don't want to go see no Negroes. Oh no, they're gonna be clowning. The New York Broadway Clowns versus the Harlem Hobos. And that's how this shit is marketed. Think I'm lying? That look familiar? That look familiar?
No cap. In my lifetime, we had N1, and they came to the city, and that shit was it was like a concert venue. It was everything combined. Like they had the MC dude on the microphone.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, bro. Let's clear that up. Let's clear that up. So we did that. Wait, hold on, because that's different. We actually did that, and that shit was dope. And they got a name. They were called. Here you go. This is where the music and the culture start coming together. See, the FBA don't teach you this. They were called athletic carnivals. And so what happened is, hold on, I can't even spell athletic right.
Athletic.
Oh, you got to put an E after the H.
All right. All right. So here you go. They were called what? Didn't make it up. Athletic carnivals. And we had these events where we would have sporting events, track, baseball, basketball, and then we would have musical performances that would go along with it. So the top bands would have it. Now, if anybody knows who Fritz Pollard is, since it's Sunday, do we know who that is? So I'm going to show you who Fred Pollard is. Fritz Pollard is important. Let's see, we're going to go here. And Fritz Pollard, you'll know, is whom? He became the first African-American head coach in the NFL. How many of us knew that on a football Sunday? Okay. And he was also with Bobby Marshall, the first Black American in the NFL in 1920. All right. So that's who Fritz Pollard is. So when you see Fred Pollard in his advertisement right here, you will see that. And Howard P. Drew also ran in the Olympics as well. So these are the people that's at these events doing all this stuff. And then as you can see, what does it say at the bottom? Dancing and promenade until 2 a.m. So we got sporting events and we got music and culture and food, and those are called athletic carnivals. So on holidays like Mother's Day and such, we would have what? Athletic carnivals. Oh, so this is for the Mother's Day nursery. Athletic carnival and summer nights festival at Alma Park, and it tells you what the events is going on. What? Mr. Edward Hill, president of Athman Athletic, will donate a set of medals for the 440 yards winner. Right, so these are people donating trophies and stuff. And so let's go down here. We see how to get there. Then they got the L train. Look at that, y'all. The L train. It's like the what's this? It's 1911. I think L just means train. I don't think that's the actual L train. Anyway, but you see all this is going on, right? And so I just say that to say that no, these were actual events where we got so the N1 and the Rucker Park and the Drew League music, all that stuff is cultural to us. We have that because then that extends to when we start playing against HBCUs or whatever, right? So here you go. So you got a basketball carnival where you got two black teams, Spartan Braves and Carlisle playing. And what does it say? Two big orchestras in attendance. Right? See how this thing is all tied together with the sports and the music and the culture. That's that's what we do. I just wanted to say that's like, that's what we did. Here you go again. Second annual indoor athletic carnival and assembly. Right? And these are 6 big track events, including a 1-mile intercity relay for the Mr. Bird A. Williams Cup. The final game is a basketball series with a small set of Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, mind you, versus the St. Christopher Club of New York. Music by the Excelsior Military Band, right? So then you go back and say, okay, what the hell is that? Excelsior Military Band. And then we find that what? They don't got it here? Damn. Look at this shit. We're going to learn a lot today. They will be celebrating, how long? 140? No, that's not right. Here go the Excelsiors right here now. They still around 139 years. Good God almighty. Here you go, y'all. They're getting awards from Dwight and them and everything. 1883, y'all. See? See? So this band will come to New York and go around, and there you go. So now we got the bands. The history still going strong. And so I'll tie to this music, this sports, this culture is, but we're void for some reason of knowing what our history is to do this, because it's just better to talk like, lineage and foundational talk instead of getting into, no, we actually did this shit. Let's, the people should know this.
Right. I respect that N1 connection for me too, because all I know is when it came, it popped so big. It had even the churches starting basketball groups, and our churches used to play basketball against the other churches after that. But
so what's the thing? You said it right. Okay, so you said it right. So what happens is these sporting things come out of, now they early become fundraisers for the community. You said a very great point. That's the point. You see? And they would do these type of things to raise funds. I'm showing you, this is in Bed-Stuy too, by the way. Sumner and Putnam, Corey. Sumner's Marcus Garvey Boulevard today, y'all. But this is what's happening. And so these events would then raise money for the little orphan children or the little whatever people, charity that they're choosing to to help raise funds for. Here goes another athletic carnival. And we see that the Excelsior Military Band is there performing. We got another basketball game, but it's connected because you mentioned church in particular is the early league is the people who are sponsoring the teams, except for the Smart Set, who are from Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, are sponsored by and running these events are sponsored by churches. So when you go, we could go here now. Hold on. Show the tab, nigga. Show the tab, nigga. Share this tab. Okay. And then we go to uh here you go. I just want to show you the church part. Black Fives basketball. You'll see that the churches sponsor things like this. Let's go to teams, history teams like the St. Christopher. Here you go. Here's the church. Here's the league. So we have the St. Christopher Club. This is who Paul Robeson played for. It's sponsored by the church. And this is one of the early basketball teams. This one was founded when? 1907.
Damn.
The club got its start in 1896 as a Bible study group formed to help keep young African American males off the seedy streets of what is now Midtown Manhattan because you were on your Great Migration. Correct. So now you see that you have St. Christopher's, which is a part of St. Philip's Church here, right? Is sponsoring these teams. And then you have like, who else was sponsored by the church? The Alphas. The Alphas were something different. There's a couple other ones. He don't have them all here. But yes, there will be funding that was then sponsored. These are the early teams. Now, what you're going to do since we're here is I'm going to take a moment to gloat and show you that the first basketball champions in American history came from Bedford Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. I just want that on record to be clear, and it was actually from Great Avenue. I want that to be clear now that I'm here. This was not the point. I showed you everybody else, but now I show you how to style rock. Corey, stand up. So you see here from Brooklyn, New York, they were called the Grave Diggers way before RZA did it. You see, the Smart Set, we the smart niggas, Bedford Stuyvesant of Brooklyn, was founded in 1904 and is credited with assembling the first, Dev, wake up, first formally organized, fully independent African-American basketball team, which debuted in 1907. Later the year was a founding member of the Olympian Athletic Club League, this is where the church comes. St. Christopher Club was a member, the Alpha Physical Cultural Club, which was some coconuts, but I don't want to say that too loud, and the Marathon Athletic Club of Manhattan. These teams played in the first league, and the guys from Bedford Stuyvesant were beating people so bad and winning the championship. Do you understand that? Are we clear on who were the first Black basketball champions in the world? It was the guys from Bedford Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. The Smart Set Athletic Club won the Olympian Athletic League championship title during its only 2 seasons, and they also won the first 2 colored basketball world champions in 1907 and 1908. Did I make myself clear?
Now that was pretty dope, yeah.
I just want the record straight.
So, out of all this, what I've learned is that the grifting, pseudos, and the FBA people are really delineators, and they don't delineating buffoons that really don't like being or don't respect the history of our people. And because they don't know the history of our people through all the struggles and fights and challenges we had to overcome, they will remain delineating buffoons, even though they don't know what they're delineating to.
You said it, not me, smart nigga.
Hey, that's what I'm hearing. I mean, more or less, they don't know the history of these ideals, where they come from, and they don't even know the words that they are using were applied and meant something to specific groups of people that were degrading and misrepresenting our people. And in order to not acknowledge that history, they will use the same tropes to identify as, unbeknownst to themselves.
If that's a fancy way of these niggas of saying these niggas don't know no history, I agree.
Well, more or less.
In the House of David, Israelite 1933, and then you showed the Cuban House of David, and then the other different House of Davids as well. I mean, so yeah, you put a whole lot into just a few hours, man.
The thing is, and I say this for the millionth time, like, don't say I said that I wasn't there. I wasn't born. My grandmama might not have been born. I showed you where I got all this from and what the proof was. So it ain't me saying this. That's the difference I want to express. Like I'll show you where I got it from.
You kind of punched on a whole lot of people's ideologies today, so.
Well, that's what I do, brother. Don't you know me by now, brother Moses? This is the shit I live for. I want to take down all of Woketopia.
1934, the Great Book of the Magical Arts with the occult and spiritual powers, and they got the whole Star of David or whatever they wanted to call it with the Unk in the middle. Or this,
yeah, that's the shit you be on, brother Moses.
The Madam
I'm not doing that. That's you and Sabio about to go at it. I'm about to go back in the peanut gallery because my people call it. So y'all can get into that part of the discussion. Have a great day.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
You're looking
What's
out,
up? Who is Life B? Life was B?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, y'all talking about reparations? Absolutely not. Oh, I thought y'all was talking about the FBA and pay. I'm on the wrong show. So we are. Are you on the wrong show?
That's the title of the show, though, Sabio. So he could be misled.
Hello. What does FBA have to do with reparations? Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Terms combine. Can I say it? Speak? Go ahead. Okay. I'm waiting. Okay, this is what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying, FBA, Africa, specifically Africa, needs to pay Black Americans reparations for slavery, and I have a plan for them to do that in 6 months. What we're not going to do is we're not going to go back into ancient history of when Africans was enslaving Africans. What we're going to talk about is how does FBA and reparations equate. I don't give a no. So please stop that.
Sabio, just let him get his stuff out, man. If you don't agree with it, just kind of wait to the end. I don't remember this dude ever being up here causing trouble. Just let him get whatever he got to get out, and then y'all can just go from there.
Okay, this is what I'm planning on doing. It's gonna start next year. This is how we're gonna make Africa pay reparations. We getting ready to go to every Russian and Chinese neighborhood because Russia and China owns Africa, and we're gonna boycott all their businesses, not just in Los Angeles but throughout the world. And we're gonna force China and the Russian community to make Africa pay reparations because these Africans coming over here, they benefit off of Black Americans. Just pay us what you owe. And some people say, well, Africans ain't got no money. Give us the diamond mines, give us the gold, or give us 5% of what they get per capita income of their economies. All those nations in West and East Africa that participated in the slave trade. And y'all don't have to like me, but it's gonna happen. Doubtful. Are you done with your stance? Because that has nothing to do with what you said. You just made up some whole shit, and all I want to know is how does FBA and reparations fall in the same conversation? Because Foundation of Black Americans are due reparations from those Africans that sold us, and they're gonna pay. It ain't a matter of if, it's just when. Is it this year or is it next year? But they will give us them resources or they money. They gonna give it up, like it or not. I know you probably don't like it,
But fact of the matter is, most black people, a lot of our people unemployed. Well, guess what? When them African nations give you what's rightfully yours, you don't have to worry about none of that no more. And
Wait,
the
most of
difference,
our people are unemployed?
Well,
no,
this
a
shit
lot
is
of our people are unemployed, but they gonna
okay.
have to.
Slow down, bro. Slow down, bro. We're not talking about unemployment. We're talking about a group of people who were enslaved by different nations. And those people that you are calling FBA are African American. I'm just trying to figure out how did the FBA people, this new group of people that just popped up about 6 years ago, 7 years ago, somewhere around there, how do they have a claim to a historically documented tragedy that happened to a specific group of people who already had a history and decided to call themselves African Americans, not foundational Black Americans? So how does FBA and the reparations align? You're not helping me understand that at all.
If a foundation of Black Americans are descendants of the people who came here and slaved, some of us, because some of us was already over here, but the ones that were descended, they gonna have to come, and the ones who came from slavery, they need the African nations need to pay them. They can give up some of their land and territory, or they can give us a fraction of the resources over there. They give them to the white Russian racist man Putin. Well, give them to us because you rightfully owe us.
Hey, so again, you're not telling us anything. You're just making claims.
Bro, are you a tether? Are you a tether, man?
I'm an African American.
You don't sound like one, cause sound
I
like you
am
don't want your money. You don't want your money.
Cool. Hush. All that ain't gonna work. I'm an African American. I stand strong in my Blackness and my African Americanness. So how does FBA and reparations equate? That's all I need to know. I don't need to know all this roundabout bullshit you talking about, because it ain't helping
Because
me.
we're descendants. Some of our people are descendants of the slaves that brought over here, and they owe us. Some of us. Right.
So when did Africans get to the Americas before the 1400s, 1500s?
Some of them came between in the 1700s and the 1800s. They started coming over here.
No, I said before. When did Africans get to the Americas before?
Man, this is tether babble. This is
he ran because somehow it's tether babble, or did he get kicked off the panel? Which one? Which one? Because he got a troll homeboy Madummy in the chat. So can somebody please join this channel? I think there's somebody in the chat at TMT Making Music who thinks Africans was in the Americas before the 1400s. Can you show us this evidence, please? Can somebody please show us this evidence? Because we've been waiting for this evidence for a long time, and I don't want to hear about no stone heads, no Olmec heads. I don't want to hear about no 3rd century ships over in Egypt, over on the Nile. I don't want to hear about no river boats, nothing. Madon, your homeboy T Making Music, one of y'all should have a source. Come on, T. The music, the link is in the chat. Come on. We know people. People have melanin. That don't mean dark people are Africans. That means they're darker than Columbus. Cool. The link should be in the chat, Michael Fuller. Scroll up. If anybody want to hit the link, it's in the chat. Just scroll up. Maybe before 1,000. Can you show us the source before 1,000? Because I'm pretty sure that I read a lot of things, and there's no history of America even been discovered in the 1,000. So what are you talking about? Okay, cool. Madon, can you show us this information since the information I read is wrong? Because there's a lot of people that agree with me, not with any of y'all. So they must be wrong too. Got somebody in the chat talking about the ancient continent of Lemuria. Ooh, this shit is getting crazy. The Esteban Moors. Can somebody just show one source of African ship technology? Ship, not boat. Ship. The ability to sail across oceans. In Western Central Africa, please. One of you guys that think Africans sailed across the ocean and settled in the Americas, just show us the ship technology. Mr. X, the agnostic, T, Madummy, somebody, please. Nah, somebody thought we was talking about reparations. He tried to bring reparations to the FBA side. You see, Brother Moses, you see how they could not ever go before the 1500s? I keep asking for 1300s. Can you please show us the ship technology? I don't care about a dugout canoe that was replicated in the 1800s when technology was better. I need to see the evidence, and I don't care about Mansa Musa's or Abubakari's supposed trip.
So the evidence comes from them calling, already insinuating that there was black pirates in the area. But
not black pirates. We're not finna do black pirates because black pirates could be applied to Blackbeard. Blackbeard wasn't a black pirate. They called him a black pirate.
Slow down, Sabio. Slow. You gonna give him too much. You giving him too much.
Hey, chill out 1 second. They called him a black pirate because he was doing things against.
No, Sabio, don't go down that road. I already know where he taking his claim. It's been beat up 1 billion times.
What, that pirates?
Yeah, they wasn't speaking Spanish when they found him either. But I see that True Story and just did
Show
He
and
did a
prove.
nice. Yeah, they wasn't speaking
Show and
Spanish.
prove.
I already showed it. Go to the book of the
And
SGI talks. Yeah, go to the book of the SGI
show
talks. Got
and
all the
prove.
sources.
Don't bring out a whole nother source that you saying you proved with that you already been debunked on your claims.
Nah, I proved it. I proved that they wasn't speaking no Spanish for sure though.
The claim
That's
is
a
that
fact.
the claim was that they was here before European travelers, and
Yeah,
that
when
was
they found them,
debunked.
they were speaking the native language.
We showed who brought those Africans here.
Nope. No, you didn't, because they would have been speaking Spanish
Yeah,
when they
we
found
did. You
them.
just
But
choose
they
to
wasn't
deny
speaking
it, just
Spanish
like
when
you
they
choose
found
to
them.
deny,
And that's where you
just like
died
you
at.
choose not to
I'm
get your
glad y'all said
CDIB
it.
card that's preventing you from getting this college education.
Yeah, they wasn't speaking Spanish,
Right.
but back to the drunken on the panel, the drunk. So I see that you bit yourself in the foot when you said that they was misrepresenting us within, as far as you talking about delineating. So what
So
make you think they wasn't misrepresenting us whenever they was putting the Ethiopian term on us?
misrepresenting.
Yeah, misrepresenting. Yeah.
You please learn how to talk. Misrepresentative. I don't even know how to say
Go
the
on and
word.
talk. Go on and talk. White boy.
White boy. I'm white.
Yeah. Yup.
Oh, you sure I'm white?
Yup.
Bet
You the
$1,000.
you. You the YouTube. You the
Bet a
YouTube nigga police. Yeah, you
bet
the
a bet
YouTube
a
nigga
bet a
police.
thousand bet
You acting
$1,000.
like a
I'm
wood.
bet $1,000.
Yeah, I
I'm
bet.
not white.
Let's bet two. Let's bet two. Hey, Predator,
Cool.
put a
Cool.
put a one
Go
in
ahead. Pay me. Pay me.
put a one
Pay
in the
me,
chat.
bitch.
Put a one
Pay
in the
me,
chat
bitch.
if he
Pay me,
put a
bitch.
one in the put a one in
Pay
the
me.
chat if he acting like a wood.
Pay me, bitch.
Put a one in the chat if he sound like a wood.
Pay me. I need my
But
money.
I see.
I'm finna
I
send
know
a
you
cash
need it.
app. I'm finna
I
send a
know you
cash
need
app
it.
for your broke
I
ass, because I know you ain't
I
got it.
know you need it.
Okay, 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 okay. So again, let's get back to the delineating buffoon that you want to be, because you think the white people were representing what our ancestors actually were, but somehow um you're different than them. You're acting just like the delineating buffoon by saying that our ancestors are native and aboriginal and don't have a history. So, yes, you are the white boy on this panel, you delineating buffoon. Thank you.
Yeah,
The
man,
floor
y'all
is
all in
yours.
y'all. Yeah, man, y'all all in y'all feelings about us trying to come up with a play to get reparations and saying, hold on, it's the difference between these black people and these black people. I mean, I really don't
Um,
see why y'all arguing so hard over
um,
that.
um,
But
so,
back to
so,
what
so,
all this. But back
so
to
the
this
stupid,
little mini
so the, so,
documentation. But
let me,
back to this little mini documentation that I'm
no,
gonna
no,
beat
no, no,
up.
no, 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 because you can't be, because you can't, refute anything that was presented by just talking. The one thing you're not going to do is refute anything with just talking points, bro. You're not that adept, you're not that astute, and you're not that smart. So please, if you're going to refute anything that was presented by Truth Story, use sources. We don't want to hear you talk about shit you don't know about.
I mean, he really didn't. He was really just broad, using broad terms to.
Actually, he
He's using
wasn't.
broad.
Very specific, like when he mentioned the house of David, and then the Israelite house of David, and then the colored house of David, and the Cuban house of David. Those were very specific, not broad.
Nah, He named all black people over here Ethiopians.
No, he did not. So you see how stupid you are?
So who was he talking about then?
You apparently you're slow.
So who was he talking about? Who is these Ethiopians?
He was talking about a group of white people.
Hold on, Sabio, because it's the same one who would sit back and claim the pirates that he's talking about are Ethiopian pirates in Panama, and yet he can't prove it. So if there's no
Can you prove?
Ethiopians over
Can
here,
y'all
who were
prove
those
that these was
pirates?
Ethiopians?
If there was no Ethiopian people over here, V-Note, who was those pirates then?
I'm saying, can y'all prove
No,
that
answer the
the
question.
people that they was
Answer the
trying
question.
to
We not about to do all this sea lining.
No, we
Answer the
talking about
question. If you
this
want to
little mini
be up here,
documentation.
if
No,
you want to be up
we're
here,
not changing the
if you
topic.
want to be up here, answer that question. Don't run from
you,
it.
you trying to get some get back on that topic, huh? I done
There
already
is no
beat y'all
reason to
down.
get back at
Why
you.
you keep bringing
There's
it
no
up?
reason to get back at you.
Why you
You
keep
just
bringing it
mentioned the
up?
pirates. You just mentioned pirates. Sabio didn't know where you was going. I do. You love to sit back and say these was Ethiopian pirates.
They said
But
that.
now you don't want the label of Ethiopian applied to
I'm
black people over
saying,
here.
why is
So who
white
were the
people saying
pirate?
that it was
Who were
pirate?
the pirate?
Why
Who were those pirates, Vino?
why was white people
Who were
back
they?
then saying that it was
Who were those
Ethiopian
pirates,
pirates?
Vino? Who was they?
Okay, so was it Ethiopia? Okay, so they was shipping. They was seafaring people. You agreeing that the
I'm
Africans
not
on the west
agreeing. I'm
coast was
asking a question.
seafaring
I'm
people?
asking a question.
So you
Who were
are
those pirates that you referring to?
no, that's who they thought. They thought they was Ethiopian pirates. So you gotta
So
stay
who
on
are
tune.
they? So who are they?
The people that they found was black people from America that were speaking the native language. They weren't speaking Spanish.
Prove it. Prove it.
They weren't speaking Spanish, man.
You think
Prove
laughing
it.
proves?
Prove that they were
Hey,
speaking their native
Laughing
y'all.
language.
proves something.
But
Prove
y'all
it.
to Google it.
Just
Y'all to
prove
jack.
it. Pull up your
Y'all to
source.
jack.
Pull up your
Y'all to
registry
chat.
screen.
Y'all to
Prove it.
ch- y'all to chat GPT specialist. Type it in.
Prove it. I don't use Chat GPT.
Just
Never
like
have.
you know what I'm saying. But just like how y'all uncle just got done showing y'all how to use the chat GPT to find out stuff. Type it in. Let's work. Type it in real quick. Sabio, I know you got the computer in front of you. Type it
Actually, I
in. Let's
don't.
get to
Actually, I don't. So don't
it.
ask me to type in shit for you. Type in your own shit. Because the one thing that I will do is if I have something that I want to present and prove, I will look for my own source. I don't need you to look for my source. So
It's
so
a
so so
moniker
so
now.
so so, so
Oh,
you
it's
want to
just a
show your
moniker
intelligence?
now.
So hey bro. If you want to show your intelligence,
Newspapers,
hey, if you want to show your
newspapers.
intelligence, if you want to show your intelligence, Google your own source, provide your own source, and then let us go through your source. Don't tell nobody
I
to do your research for you.
no, I didn't already did too
I
much
don't need I
research.
don't need you to
I'm
do
giving it to
I
y'all.
won't one thing I won't ever ask you to do, one thing I won't ever ask you to do for me is any research for me.
Okay, well I do know that newspapers are not primary sources; they're second and third hand sources.
Cool.
I do know
And they
that.
can and they can be used because they have what? Links to primary sources. And they can use what primary sources. So even
Hey,
though he
shoot.
used newspapers, you can use newspapers in what book reports, and all that because they lead back where to primary information. It's obvious
why
you
didn't
didn't do
he?
many book
Why
reports and
didn't he
shit.
show the primary? But
It's obvious.
true
It's
story.
obvious. It's obvious this man didn't do many book reports in school where he used newspaper articles to back up what he was saying. It's obvious.
Hey, what's up? Have you found your peoples in one of those slave ass yet? Have you linked yourself to one of those slave ads? Then link
What?
yourself to Africa? Have you found yourself? Have you found your peoples in the slave ass that's linking you back to Africa?
Nah, but I did find the DNA that links me back to Africa, and I
Okay,
did find.
so because you found the DNA, that mean they came on a slave ship.
Yes. Why? Because the history, because the stories told by my family told me this.
Yeah, your family.
So listen. We going off the one thing the Abos like to do. Grandma said, great grandma said, great grandma said. So these stories are passed down generationally, and from my great grandparents on, the Robinson side of my family was enslaved. The Bailey side were enslavers. My mother's side were enslavers. My father's side was enslaved. This is the history of my family from what I've been able to uncover. True stories and a little bit of records that's out there on them. It's not a lot of information on my family like that out there. So, but yes.
You still didn't say what country they from in Africa that was passed down to you. Were the Ethiopians? Hold on. Was your people Ethiopians back in the 1700s and the 1800s, like you were showing?
No, because the
Ethiopians,
Ethiopians, the Ethiopians he were talking about were not Africans. That's how stupid you are. They were talking about white people calling themselves Ethiopians as a pun on Africans, you idiot.
Also, Ethiopian is not an African term.
Shit. This nigga's so stupid. How stupid are you?
Where the word Ethiopia come from?
Ethiopia.
Okay.
So the term that the white people dressed up in blackface was using was a pun, a joke. They were clowning Africans. You dumbass. White people calling themselves Ethiopians.
That's the same thing they did when they found black people over here too, right?
When did they find black
They was just
people?
clowning them.
When did they find black people?
Where they just clown them.
When did they find black people over here?
And just mislabel them, because you just got that saying they just that they'll mislabel you.
No. Stop
they'll
being
put
stupid.
a term out there.
One thing you're not.
This is what you said.
One thing you're not finna do is get me to play your stupidity. I am not finna play
There go the OG. There go the OG.
Hey, the one thing we're not finna do is play in your stupidity. All right? We're not finna play in your stupidity. You're going to either elevate or you're going to shut the fuck up.
A true story. And what you gonna do when they take your cell phone when you go to Africa?
Do you see how stupid this nigga
Wait, hold on. You try to articulate that again. What'd you say?
What you gonna do when they take your cell phone when you go to Africa?
When am I going to Africa?
I'm pretty sure here soon.
How did you know that?
They got a third world program for y'all. For y'all niggas that don't want to be over here.
Who
that
said
always
that?
going against what's
hold
going
on.
against.
Let's go slow, bro. Who said that?
Yeah, hold on. You just cut me off though.
Yeah, because we're having a conversation. I'm not here to be lectured to. Who said that? Anything about going to Africa?
Right.
No, because the term Africa is every other sentence. I would think that you would be heading over there to do what you want to do and be with your peoples and to live a great life of the Africans.
What would you think? Why would you think that?
Because every other word is about Africa, which
Is that what you heard? Every other word about Africa?
every time I hear you, you talking about Africa.
When was I talking about Africa earlier?
When you was talking about Ethiopians.
Okay, I was talking about white people.
Told you, you dumbass.
But you weren't talking about going back to Sierra Leone.
One at a time. So that going back to Sierra Leone was people from Charleston, South Carolina, in the case of Boston King, in case anybody hold on, I'm gonna answer your question. In case if anybody wants to look it up, he has a Wikipedia page. Boston King was one of those people who actually went to Sierra Leone and was one of the establishers of Freetown.
Yep.
He's from America.
Every other day,
he was born in Charleston.
Every time you talk, it's a
Carolina.
subject like this. I'm saying every time you talk, it's a subject like this.
Okay, I'm a historian.
Okay. Is you gonna go over there and go talk to the people so you can go get you some more stories from the real people?
Go over where?
To Africa and go get it from.
I'm telling the story of people of African descent in America.
No, you telling the story from the abolitionists. I mean, the abolitionists.
Abolitionist? What is an abolitionist?
The people that was the anti-slave, the anti-slavery people.
Anti-slave is an abolitionist. Can you please show me where that word exists?
This nigga don't even know the words he be trying to use. It's abolitionist.
Abolitionist, yeah. It's all
So
good.
with that said, so you're saying that black people would not want to abolish slavery?
That they wasn't the ones that put it down like that.
That put what down?
The ones that stopped it. The ones that stopped it was white people. They didn't stop the slavery. So you saying black people stopped slavery?
So let me get this straight. There were people who took up arms, there were people who ran away, and there were other means that people actually fought for themselves to be free. No white man free us. There were colored troops who fought in the Civil War, who turned the tide of the war so we could be free. So we freed ourselves. Like there's a little cloudiness I hope to clear up. But you're wrong. So what did you want to specifically talk about?
Nothing.
Yeah, I want to talk about, because you was bringing up, because you be trying to, okay, hello?
Take your time.
Yeah, because you was trying to insinuate with this Ethiopian minstrel, the Ethiopianness, they misrepresenting the black people. And these is African terms at the same time that you placing that where you're trying to say, well, they talking about the Africans, but it's the white people that's talking about the Africans, but they talking about the Africans that's over here.
Hold on, bro. Come on, hold on.
In America.
Yo, so what you're doing, let's go slow. So what you do is you have a misrepresentation or misunderstanding what I said. This didn't have anything to do with Africans outside of the fact that white people were putting burnt coke in their face, calling themselves Ethiopians. And they, in fact, weren't even making fun of Africans. They were making fun of quote unquote Negroes or the black folks that they had on the plantations. Do you understand that?
Okay.
I show specifically in the minstrel show they're making fun of the free black people of the North, as well as the one on the plantations. That was in America. That wasn't in Africa. Do you understand that?
But you're insinuating that all them people is from Africa, right?
No, there were white people in blackface.
No, I'm talking about the black people that they're talking about, right?
The black people they're talking about are African descent. Yeah, some of them actually directly from Africa.
Descent.
Yes.
Okay, African descent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you really don't know that they really from Africa. You just know that they look like from Africa.
No, you're not clear on what African descent means.
He really isn't.
Nah, you just saying it basically that eventually basically what you're saying is that they Africans, but you really don't know what kind of African they is or how they got here. But they some Africans.
No.
That's all you're really saying.
No, that's what you're interpreting. You're misunderstanding once again what I am saying. I'm saying they're African descent. Do you understand?
Okay, so what do you mean by that? Okay, what do you mean by that?
That's a
Because y'all
fair
be
point.
making up
And in
y'all own.
context of
Because
what
y'all
they
make up y'all own definition.
hold on. Actually, okay, that's fair. So what we can do right now would actually, how about I just share my screen? I'm going to show you how I didn't make up anything, nor did the white people. Would you like to see what the black people were saying it? But before you
Oh, so
say
you saying that the white? Okay, so you saying that the white people from back in the
you have my
1700s
screen
and
showing?
the 1800s and the 1600s wasn't making up stuff. So you saying
Yeah.
that the white people back then was truthful,
All right. Just let
even though
me
you
know
saying they
my
was the most
screen is
racist.
all right.
Okay,
Like,
but you saying they the most racist, but you not second guessing their history.
all right. So is my screen showing, dude? Like,
No.
okay. So is Deb around? Because I don't want, like, I don't believe when I wasn't there. I'm not 300 years old, bro. As soon as he can share my screen, I will show you. That will make it easier. You don't gotta believe I wasn't there. But do you understand what I'm going to show you is numerous accounts of black people referring to themselves and other black people as African descent. They were aware by Boston King being born in Charleston, South Carolina, not the jungles of Ghana, that they were not Africans directly born in Africa, but they descend from Africa, in particular
But they
West.
peoples never called themselves Africans.
But you're going somewhere totally different. I want you to grasp the concept of why these people would even use the term before you dig into the term itself. Pause.
So why they using the term if they just calling them Negroes?
That's a great question. So this is why they would use that term. And I've said this numerous times. I think you heard this numerous times. So what happens like this in this whole experience is you have people, and in particular, Western Central Africa from various nations. Some people refer to them as tribes, whatever you feel comfortable, the bush, whatever works for you. But they were different people.
Would
So
they
they're
be
not,
considered Ethiopians at that time? The people on the West Coast would they be considered
you know what?
Ethiopians?
It's going to be dependent on the context and the literature, because for
Okay.
a lot of the literature, black folks were called Ethiopians because the people's reference was the Bible. So they take different references from the Bible to describe peoples. This was happening throughout history. That's why you have to
Okay.
understand what context is. That's important.
So would you say that? So would you say that's mislabeling if they getting it from the Bible and they putting it on people that they meeting in a new world?
What I'm
Is
saying,
that pseudo?
what I'm saying is, what point do you want to talk on? Is it just like ramblings?
I'm saying that y'all done moved every point around here.
No, we
One
were
nigga took me
talking
back to
about
Panama.
Ethiopia
One nigga took me over here. One nigga took me over here.
because are you punch drunk? I'm walking with you, but you're going all over the place. You were asking about Ethiopians. Why don't you?
No, I just asked what people on the western and central that you're talking about are
This
they
nigga don't know what
Ethiopians also?
he's talking
No, they're not. Ethiopia is not in West or Central Africa.
In historical times, would they be Ethiopians?
to. This nigga
Once
stupid.
again, it depends on the writing. Do you have a specific writing that you're referring to?
Nope.
Okay,
He just
so
making shit
it's
up off
not.
the top
So
of
it's
his head.
okay. So the historical is not a fact. It just depends on who's who.
No, once
This nigga.
again, history is facts, but when you're talking about these various things, they have context on why you might be talking about them or what you might. This is how people extract different meanings. All the words could have, it depends on what the word meant in the context in what you're saying. Just like fat and bad and all the other stuff that we might do. Context is a lot.
Okay. So who determines who's pseudo?
Who determines who's who though and what?
Who determines who's pseudo? And since you're the great historian, what
Thank you. I didn't
authors?
even say that, but thank you.
Yeah, because I
Nigga
appreciate
said
your work. What
pseudo.
what authors should Black Americans should not listen to?
What authors should Black Americans should not listen to?
Yeah, when it comes to
What
the
authors
Black history.
should Black Americans? How do you should not listen to something? Well, you said right. Okay, so let me just not play that. But seriously, it's just what you say is just so bizarre. I gotta go slow. So you're asking what authors So you're asking?
Yeah,
I think black people should read whatever
what
they want.
authors in the black people that's in America that they should stay away from? That's the pseudo, where you saying if you come with this information and talk about black history, it's not going to be credible.
That's a number of questions that you asked me, so I'll try to answer as many as I think I can extract from that. I don't suggest that. I think, give me a chance. I think black people should read anything and everything they want. That's number one. I don't think there's any book that, hey, you shouldn't read that. If you choose to read it, you should read it. So that's number one. Now, as far as what they extract from it, that's something totally different. Like plausibility and all this other stuff comes into play. That's something totally different. But the freedom to read whatever you want, I fully support that. Whether I don't even care. It doesn't even have to be stuff that I quote unquote agree with. You should be able to read whatever the hell you want. Is that clear or a little cloudy?
Okay, so what makes historical sources pseudo?
What makes historical sources pseudo? Okay. So in history, there's a methodology and various ways of testing and validating particular historical points. In this case, the historical sources. So there's a methodology, it's a practice to where you can, drill that down.
Would eyewitness accounts outweigh
so you
scientific?
Okay,
would an eyewitness account outweigh a DNA scientific experiment in 2000?
What, like, do you like what do? Okay, would an eyewitness account outweigh a what?
A DNA scientific.
Okay, give me an example of what you're talking about, like. The eyewitness accounts
Europeans
of water versus
of Europeans saying that they found black people in America.
Okay, what source is that?
I mean, I'm just saying Europeans saying they.
Right. I know you're just saying. I'm trying to get the specifics.
So I'm saying there's many sources. I mean, I'm saying there's many historical sources. So is y'all saying that?
How about using
that the DNA that we got to do DNA extracts from bones in the area to be able to prove what people seen in the area?
Do you understand that no one else said that but you? Just now. No one. The only one mentioning these things, just you and I talking. You're mentioning these things.
That's right.
You understand that?
We talked, but we don't talk before.
I talked to you about DNA.
Okay, so that's okay. So DNA is not.
Lie on me?
No, okay. So DNA.
Did you just lie on me?
Okay, so so you do agree that black people was found?
No, I'm asking you more importantly. Did you just lie on me?
I did lie on you. I apologize.
Why would you do that?
Because one time I talked to you and you went to as far as where is the DNA samples as far as for the bones over here.
Did I?
Can we prove it with some bones? Yeah, you said that one time to me.
Okay. So you didn't lie on me.
Okay, the whole point is
the whole point, like, do you understand now? You just changed it in front of the chat's eyes. Just like, are you okay?
I'm okay, man.
Like, you're trying to, like, I came up here, like, do you have a point?
Damn, I can't laugh. I can't laugh.
With your lies, that means you need to stop lying, bro.
Is there like, do you have something that you want to show? Like do like not do?
Nah, I was just talking about what you presented, and I have some questions about what you presented.
Okay, what was what I showed? What did you have a question on? Because I could pull it back up and maybe I could explain it. Maybe the chat missed something. What of what I showed? What do you have questions about?
Are you insinuating when you're talking about the Ethiopians, the Ethiopians this, the Ethiopians that, the Ethiopians this? Are you insinuating that these is all the black people within America that the white people are talking about?
Okay, so hold on. I don't know. Like, Dab, you want to share my screen? Is that what it is? Can you share my screen, Dab? Like, I mean, maybe it's. Hopefully, the chat is getting some out of this. I'm showing stuff. Like, we'll make it fun. But do you realize, like, this is like, wow. Because, like I said, you don't have to believe me. No, none of these people do. I'll show you exactly what are you talking about? So you ask me, so I'm saying no. I show everything that I'm saying. I'm showing you exactly what I'm saying because that's where I got it from. Whether I said
but
or Ethiopian.
So you insinuating with these terms that all the black people is coming from Africa.
Okay, so hold on. So by me talking about white people dressing up and calling themselves Ethiopians, somehow that means I'm insinuating that what black
because you trying to say that the FBAs, if it was black people during that time, these is FBA people, these is FBA's family members during this time period, and you trying to insinuate things.
FBAs?
You talk about delineating?
I didn't mention FBAs at all.
Oh, okay.
I mentioned delineators.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what a delineator is?
Well, you know your cheerleaders was. Your cheerleaders kept bringing it up.
Do you know what a delineator is?
And it was part of the. Nah, what is it?
Okay, so you say that you watched the presentation. That is exactly what an Ethiopian is. They were called Ethiopian delineators. So you're saying that you watched exactly what I showed, and I kept emphasizing delineators and delineating of Negro life. So for you to say you don't know what a delineator is, but you have questions about what I presented, leads me to question that you have no idea.
So what you're saying is that they was trying to.
You're talking about something that you clearly didn't see, and if you did, you did not get the information because I kept saying they're called Ethiopian delineators.
Or delineating buffoons, as I like to call them.
And they were delineating Negro life, which were put forth as peculiarities and oddities. Do you understand that? And I specifically showed you. No, let me finish this part, then you can go. I specifically showed you they were doing against enslaved black people as well as free black people. Did you understand that part? Take your time.
Yeah, and with the broad term of Ethiopians, and you trying to make it a connection and saying, "Oh well, y'all trying to get away from Africa, y'all doing this, but the culture is connecting y'all to Africa." Because you saying that this is our culture.
No, I told you this is the culture of America. It is called the minstrel show. It's a mockery of my people and many of the people who are watching. It is not our culture. It is, in fact, a mockery of our culture, which is the foundation of American popular culture. This is why I created the term popular culture as a weapon, so people can
So why did you bring up Rucker Park?
Culture was weaponized, and I'm now showing this is just one example of the various ways where popular
culture. So why you bring up Ruckus Park?
Why I bring up whom?
Ruckus Park.
What park is that?
Ruckus.
Rutgers Park?
Yeah, why you bring up Ruckus Park?
Number one, there's no such thing as Rutgers Park. Number two, hold on. Well, number two, this might be a point for you. This is a little something for you. You should really learn who Holcomb Rucker was. He's important for what he did. Just listen, hear me out, because I think he has a Wikipedia page. There are a number of schools and parks named after him. He worked for the Park and Recreation. What he did was take kids and show them a way so many of them can end up staying in school and going further in school and not dying and getting in trouble. That's the foundations of Rucker. This is important because it's tied to something, which is the name of my channel, by the way, called Each One Teach One as well, because that was the process where we need to teach each other like I'm trying to do with you. So whole cone Rucker itself is important. Now, number two, the reason that even came up was because Brother Moses came up here and started talking about the N1 tournament. And so me mentioning the fact that Rucker as well as N1 was more than just that. No, this is historical to us as Black folks in America. And I gave a live example of the 1900s, whatever, and they actually have a name and they were called athletic carnivals.
Right.
And I showed examples of that.
Right. And
I know
you
it's
saying that that's our culture because you saying that's where we come from. That's what, and you saying that.
Yes,
and it's based off the root is, and the root of it is based off niggas being called Ethiopians.
No, here you go. No, you're talking about something totally different. So I did show you where it comes from because a band that was in one of those things, the Excelsior band, I showed you that they still exist down in Louisiana, which is a great jewel for people to have, as well as I showed that was in that same flyer. Who do you know who is Fritz Pollard?
I think that's is that the person that came up with like the French University?
With the French University, you see? So
no,
you
not
claim
French University, but
video
Fritz.
presentation, and I mentioned and showed Fritz Pollard, who was at the Athletic Carnival being honored by people. Then I went to the Wikipedia page and showed you that Fritz Pollard is in the goddamn NFL Hall of Fame and is one of the two first Black players in the NFL, but that wasn't important enough for you to even remember. But you claim that you watched it. He was at the athletic carnivals. He is our people. Our people honored him at these events as well. Keep going, brother. Take your time.
That's all good info. I'm just saying, you trying to basing it all back to Africa.
No, I just on Fritz Pollard in the NFL, football, and niggas in America at an athletic carnival with a band from Bamaville. Where did you get Africa from?
What you using? Ethiopian? Let's look at Ethiopians. Make sure that we keep on. Let's make sure we keep highlighting Ethiopians. So we can make sure that they talking about Black. So we can make sure they talking about these Black people.
Dev, are you there? Is anybody there? Who is there? I don't want to talk about this. I'd rather show you, man. I ain't these talking type. What the fuck is you talking about? Like, you don't have to believe me.
It's not gonna change nothing with him. It's cool
no, it's
for
not
the audience.
It's the people watching.
It's not gonna change
this is
nothing
the most important.
Yeah, I know.
Don't believe nobody coming up here talking like, yo, make them show you something. And I myself included, like, nigga, I wasn't there.
Notice I'm still waiting on him to show that they was speaking their own language wherever they found these Black people at. Who 1 minute are Ethiopian pirates and the next they somebody else, but we don't know who this somebody else is, truth.
So if that's the case, why they weren't able to communicate with them then?
Okay, now what part of history? Like, where are you? Like,
nah, that was on some shit. That was on some shit with him. That's some shit. But I'll get back at you though. Yeah, but you Ethiopians. The Ethiopians. It's the Ethiopians highlighting and insinuating that niggas is Ethiopian.
No, here's a word for you, might help you. They was out here. See, you sound like a Bama. You know what signifying is?
What
what's that like?
Doing the whole time? Truth, he been signifying like a mug.
It's the thing, like you claiming all these things about your culture, and like once again, you're showing you have zero idea about it. Zero, bro. You don't understand that?
What that got to do with reparations? Like y'all niggas keep going. Y'all niggas keep going.
Are
Niggas
you
talk about
okay? So
FBA.
now we're talking about
Niggas talk about. Hold
reparations.
on.
Okay.
Because the whole thing about this whole going at, niggas going back into the history and saying that they delineating or saying that they making a
Mm-hmm.
difference between they self and the Africans that's coming over here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's
What
the
is
point?
all this? Okay. What is all this getting to?
Okay,
Because
great
we
point.
trying to get to something else. And
Good.
when you saying that basically,
Okay.
y'all taking away the culture.
Okay, so the thing
What the
is
hell that got to do with anything?
hold on now. See, so you
But
want
it's good history though.
hold on. Where are you trying to take it to? Because then I can tell you what the point of it is. But where are you trying to take it to? Because you're taking it
The
somewhere
whole FBA.
Hold on.
The
Let me
whole
go.
FBA is about reparations.
Okay.
And making the difference saying that the black people over here is different from the black people that came in later.
Okay.
And the nigga just saying, okay, well shit, if a nigga just saying this and nigga just is trying to take the black people away from they already American culture. Like what the fuck is nigga talking about?
Well, hold on, Sabio. Because what happens is I don't know what you mean by taking them away from their own American culture. Do you know what Black History Month is?
Yeah, February.
Okay, do you know what that is?
No.
Okay,
I don't know what
so
it
it's
is.
a time that we've had since Negro History Week, actually even before, because we did it on the plantations and everywhere as well, is sharing our history so we could try to keep it together as best as we can in various forms and celebrating the people that we choose to champion and honor as far
And
as
that's interesting that you said that because we
well,
sure
it's not
didn't keep the
interesting that
languages.
I said it. It's
So why we
interesting.
didn't keep the
Hold
language?
on, bro. Hold on. Let's go slow. It's interesting that Carter G. Woodson and others before him even did it, and thankfully did. By the way, this is the century celebration of the Schomburg Center alone. So we've been doing this for well longer than that, but
How
at
long?
least the century.
How long we been doing this?
Our first history book written by Black folks in America was 1841, and we've done it even before that.
And them niggas, hold on. So these niggas didn't ever keep their language?
Keep what language? Once again, these were people from
But they're African languages that
good
was
question.
passed down to them through their parents.
Good question. So what we did, these are people from various nations around West and Central Africa. We kept remnants of it. In fact, it's still in our languages. It's an excellent book and person. People in the chat, y'all can look this up right now, especially my Gullah Geechee folks. I need you to look up Lorenzo.
Just the Gullah Geechee.
No, let me finish. Lorenzo Dow, D-O-W, last name Turner, Turner. He probably has a Wikipedia page. And then actually, Vino, could you do that for me right now? Who is Lorenzo Dow?
Yeah, man, I already did that, and they saying that
who is
they saying he's a person that studies speaking, and they said that he the one that connected. They said that he was the first one that connect. I guess the slaves over here to Africa from the way they was talking, but he only used two words.
Not the first one.
Okay, so what was it? It was a song.
I'm asking you, why don't you read it?
It was a song. It was a song.
It was not a song. Can you read it?
It was a song. It was a It was a Mendy song.
Who was Lorenzo Dow Turner? What did he do?
Man, I don't know what he do. I'm wrong.
Then read it.
I'm wrong. What did he do?
I don't want to read it myself. You should.
I'm wrong. I already read it, and you said I was.
Always been
I
wrong.
already read it. You said I was wrong. I already read it, but you said I was wrong.
Can you go to Google and go? Can anyone in the chat? Because I don't want to do it because you won't say it's me up here.
I already read it, but you said it was wrong.
That's not what you read. Could you read it again then, please? Take your time and Google.
Yep. He supposedly heard a song.
No. I just read it. Not
he supposedly heard a song, and he took out two words and connected it to Africa.
Come on, bro. Be serious.
I mean, I'm on my phone. I ain't at the computer right now.
There's internet on your phone. That's how you're on StreamYard. Come on, grow up.
Hey, go on and pull him up, or let us know who he is.
No, I'm asking you.
Yep. Who is he? That's so important to this conversation. That we got to talk about him. That we got to do a whole lecture on him.
You haven't said
please
anything.
let us know why.
That's the point. You have no idea.
I'm saying,
That's exactly the
please
point.
let us know why. Please let us know why it's important to this conversation.
Look him up, and you'll know.
And he gonna solve the problem for FBA.
Lorenzo Dow Turner was an African-American academic and linguist who did seminal research on the Gullah language of the Low Country and of coastal South Carolina and Georgia. His studies included recordings of Gullah speakers in the 1930s. As head of the English departments at Howard University and Fisk University for a combined total of nearly 30 years, he strongly influenced their programs. He created the African Studies curriculum at Fisk, was chair of the African Studies program at Roosevelt University, and in the early 1960s, co-founded a training program for Peace Corps volunteers going to Africa. I think there was something specific he wanted. Gullah research.
And whenever you do a deep dive, on that, whenever you do a deep dive, that's the same thing I said. That's the same thing I said.
No, let him finish. Go ahead, Savio.
Same thing I said.
Shut up.
Let's get to the deep dive.
Okay,
Vito.
Go ahead.
Hush. Lorenzo Dow Turner is best remembered as the father of Gullah studies. His interest in the Gullah people began in 1929 when he first heard Gullah speakers while teaching a summer class at South Carolina State College, now university. Although established scholars didn't view Gullah speech as a form of substandard English, Turner sensed that Gullah was strongly influenced by African languages. He set out to study the language. For the next 20 years, he made trips to the Gullah region in coastal South Carolina and Georgia, interviewing Gullahs and making detailed notes on their language. He also made recordings in the 30s of Gullah speakers talking about their culture, folk stories, and other aspects of life. As part of his studies, Turner traveled to several locations in Africa, specifically Sierra Leone, to learn about the development of Creole languages, as well as to Louisiana and Brazil to study Creole and Portuguese, respectively. He did research at the University of London School of Oriental and African Studies on various African language systems. He wanted to be able to provide context for the obvious Africanisms he discovered in his Sea Island research. Such depth and breadth allowed Turner to locate Gullah culture and language within the broader complexities of the African diaspora in the New World, firmly outside the reductionist theoretical model of cultural assimilation. I'll stop.
Oh, I'm so glad that you brought him up because whenever he did, whenever he interviewed the people from the Sea Islands down there in the Carolinas, those were their old family songs. They never said that those was African songs.
So those were
they never said that those was African songs.
Good. So
and since you saying that stuff was always passed down, that they always practiced their stuff on the plantations, they held their traditions.
That's true.
How they don't know that those was African songs?
Okay, so it's not only in that, it's in other cultural aspects that you get down as far as hoodoo, mojo bags, and everything else back in them backwoods of Sea Islands. So they kept it, can hold on because they're isolated communities. There's other research that they still have in their culture that you can see that point to these people. Rice country is one of them. How about that?
No, this is the oral history that was passed down to the people that were singing the songs in the 1930s.
This is what's happening. No, okay, we can move on from that. We're going to give you the same people because they're from the same regions, right? This area is known for the special basket weaving and all this other shit that got to do with rice. Well, guess what? It's the same methodologies that they got over there and where? Over by the rice coast in West Africa where they took the people from. So they kept those cultural roots as well over there. That's why they have them in those Carolina regions. That's why they took some of the people. You understand
Was
that?
they grew? Hold on. Was they growing? Hold on. Was they growing rice when they first got to Carolina?
When
Was
they
that the
first,
first
no,
thing they was growing when they got to Carolina?
That's a great question. The first thing that they're doing was indigo. In fact, it wasn't rice.
Okay.
I know it's
so
okay.
what's all? Okay. So you saying that the people
okay.
couldn't? Okay. So you saying that the people
I
couldn't
know.
learn how to do? So you saying that the people couldn't learn how to do whatever else? I mean, whatever the new skill or whatever the new trade was
Okay,
coming
that's a
through.
great question. Here's how I'll answer that. Uncle Ben's on a fucking box of rice. It's called Rice Country now down there. What you mean they didn't know
Yeah.
how to
All
do it?
right.
Are you
Yeah.
this
All right.
slow?
Yeah.
Are you this slow?
All I know is
Literally,
that the
you
dude
can't
that you
even
brought
do
up,
it, and that's
the
why they
dude
were
that you tried to
afraid.
bring up, whenever he went down there in the 1930s, they wasn't saying that these
He
was
didn't
no
go
African
down
songs.
there. He was from down there.
Well, whenever he went and did, well, he wasn't saying that he's from motherfucking Africa,
Where did he say he was from?
from South Carolina,
Okay,
from
and the people
America,
he studied were where?
from the Carolinas and Georgia.
Correct. So he studied their culture of the people
They
where?
not saying that it's African songs.
Oh, he just this
Where
nigga
did he
just
It
study
took
the
a,
culture of the people?
it took a, hold on, man, it took somebody coming from Europe, an African coming from Europe, and heard two words in the song and said demons, many words. Two words.
Where was he from?
He
Is he an
didn't come
African
from
from
Europe.
Europe?
He hold on, truth. Hold on, truth. He wasn't from Europe. He's from Oklahoma.
No, he's not. I'm not talking about the white boy.
Yes, he is.
I'm talking about the African, but that was hooked up with
I'm talking about
that was hooked up
Joseph
with the
Apollo
Lord
in
dude or
his
whatever his name
research
is,
in West
motherfucking South
Africa
Carolina.
and how he tied that
No,
song
you're talking about
together.
the white boy that came later on. We talking
What's
about the
his
black
name?
dude
What's the white
early in the
boy's name?
game.
What's
Yeah,
the
I
white
got the
boy's name?
nigga book right here. What you talking about, the
What's the
nigga?
white
Hold
boy's
on.
name?
Why niggas playing with me? Why niggas
Huh?
playing with me, nigga? Yeah, nigga, don't play with me, nigga. Hold on, nigga. Why niggas playing with me?
Go
Hold
ahead.
on, nigga. Let me
Phone
show you this,
open
nigga.
up
I know exactly
books.
who the white boy is, nigga. I got
You
his
got the
book.
book right there, but you don't got Google.
Yeah, nigga, I
I
got
got
his book, nigga.
books.
You
But
talking
you
about,
don't have
nigga?
Google. Correct. This is fascinating. Keep going though.
Hold on. Let me get this.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Another name for the audience that would be a good one to tie with Turner is Ian Hancock.
There's a whole bunch of people. I
And
just
I'm
wanted to
bringing
know
that up.
You got
Go
a
ahead,
whole
Truth.
bunch of people. This is just silly. Watch this. He's a goober. How about that? Now, people go look at where goober comes from. But
I
take
don't
your
think
time.
he could have goober. I don't think he can
He's a
have that
goober.
one.
He's a goober.
Who, Vito?
Goobr. What's a goober, chat? Because he's one.
Yeah. Yeah, but they all over the place.
All right,
A
just
nut?
turn the pages in the book and get to the one with the white boy you was looking for. Focus.
A Goober
Look, listen to the
Yeah.
pages, y'all. How many pages
It's
in this
good.
book?
It's a lot of pages.
And you ain't read none
A
of
lot
them.
of pages. It's a lot of pages. Matter of fact, it's his whole little argument
Okay, find his
because he
name
was the
first.
lawyer.
Find his name
Because
first.
he was the lawyer.
Find
Because
his
he was the
name
lawyer.
first.
Because he was the lawyer for the Black Seminoles,
What's
and
his
this is his
name?
whole argument book.
What's his name? I have to. Yo, this
Hold
is where you're
on.
gonna be interested.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
That's why I just said Ian Hancock and
Yeah,
Joseph
hold
Apollo.
on. This right here. Hold on. Let me get my camera right.
Thank you, Ghoul. Can the chat please look at Ghoul's answer? That's why he's a goober.
Yeah,
This is so
that's
perfect.
what Vito is. He's a country bumpkin, also known as a country bumpkin.
No,
A
he's a
goober.
goober. It fits for what we're saying. Look at the chat.
A
What that
facility or
say?
food person.
Okay, so what are we showing
What
here?
that
Take your
say?
time. What's the book
That's
first of
also
all?
What that say?
Hold
what
on.
country
Just
is
what
Is
you
that?
think. Just show it.
that the same
What
dude
book
that
is
you
that?
said?
Hold on, my man. What
Huh?
book is that?
It's you know what I'm saying. This is his whole little
What
argument
book
book.
is that?
This is his whole argument book.
Yo, my man, what book is
Going to
that?
court.
What book is it? This isn't hard. Pause. What book is it?
The book.
This is a book. This is a
Look,
book right
y'all.
here, man.
Look, y'all. Nah, don't
Hey,
try to. Now
this
you
is
gonna
the
get.
book right
Yo,
here.
look, y'all. Look at the bullshit. Look,
This
y'all.
is the
Look at
book
the
right
bullshit
here.
he's doing, y'all.
Hey,
Look at the bullshit. You
hey,
see, y'all? Look. You just
this is a
killed
book that
yourself.
been in the family
You just
since the
killed yourself.
'90s. This is
Chat.
a
Look
book
at
that been in the family since
he
the
just
'90s.
killed himself.
And if you
See?
know that
Oh,
he
Harry,
was the
you make
lawyer
them kill
for the
themselves.
Black
What
Seminoles
book
when we was
is
trying to get
that?
our reparations,
What
and this is his
book
whole.
is that?
This
What
is
book
what
is
it says. This
show the
is the
cover?
brief.
Okay, no.
This
What's
is
the
the
cover?
cover. This is
Look,
the cover.
it's not the
The
cover simply
a
because it's
brief
kind of ripped off, you
a
sad
brief
savage.
history.
Of
This is
what?
the cover.
What's the name of it?
This is the
What's
cover.
the name of the book?
This is the cover right here.
I can't see it, man. Just read it.
What you mean?
Can you
A brief history of the Seminole freedmen
by whom?
by Joseph A. Apollo.
Okay, and who is that? Joseph A. Whom?
How many times did I say Joseph Apollo, y'all?
Chill, let him
Yeah, that's
know.
who the dude that he talking about. That's the
And
dude he talking about.
who is that?
Savio. I mean,
Why you
not
yelling like
Savio, but
that?
not Savio, but Viasa. Who is it,
Since the
Viasa?
audience is good at this, anybody in the
Who is it?
audience, look up where Joseph Apollo is from.
Kenya, but let him
OE.
go. He's from Kenya,
My bad,
y'all.
too.
The
He's from
guy
Oklahoma.
Nigga from
he
Europe.
told us to go and that
He
he's
from
quoting
Europe.
from. Yo, can somebody
He's from
please
Oklahoma.
share my face?
The nigga went to Pullman City North.
Now wait, go okay. Where he went to
Y'all
school at?
niggas talking about, man.
Now hold on.
Y'all
This is
niggas is
Look how he
about to
crazy.
go.
switched up. Hold on, y'all. While ago, when I
Nah,
said he
Viasa,
from
this the
Europe,
dude you brought up, Viasa. This the dude
Joseph
you brought up.
Apollo,
We was
Joseph
talking about
Apollo
somebody
is
else, but
from
you brought him up.
Oklahoma, and you said I got the book. I got the book right here. I
Gotcha.
got
I
the book. I
got
got
it.
the book. I
I
got the
got it.
book. Why would you go get
And
Joseph
that boy from
Apollo if you're
Ethiopia.
not talking about Joseph Apollo? Make that make sense.
You say, why would I go get the Joseph Apollo?
Oh my
What you say?
goodness.
The
You got it,
turtle
true.
slowness of this
Yeah, that's
nigga.
not a dude. Nah, that's not the dude. The dude that found it was a African that was going to school somewhere up in Europe somewhere, London somewhere. And the dude that he brought up first, they had hooked up. And he was the one that had heard the word or whatever and said that it was two words in the song and it's connected back to my tribe over there, a Mindy song. That niggas talking about. It's like I said, he tried to bring that up by saying, oh yeah, it's some more African shit, but the people that he interviewed never did say it was an African song. These was just family songs that was passed down to them. Thank you. Yeah, I mean everybody go home, show over with. Everybody go home. It's over with. Show over.
What are you talking about? Ain't nobody leaving. Ain't nobody went nowhere. Don't nobody know what you're talking about, but ain't nobody went nowhere.
Hey, yo, Goon, Blue. Nobody up here can let y'all in at the moment. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not until Dev gets back. Truth, you still there?
So can you like
help us figure out what were you trying to talk about? Because we don't know.
No, man, I just got done because we also tried to bring up Joseph Apollo when he came later in the game, and y'all talking about somebody in the 1930s. Joseph Apollo is in the 1980s.
What does he have to do with anything that we've been talking about, though?
What you mean? We also brought him up.
Oh shit! Again.
I'm still waiting on this white boy who tied it all in together with two words. That's
It
who I'm
wasn't no
waiting
white
on.
boy. It was an African.
Oh my goodness. He said the white boy from Europe.
No, I
Who was
said it was an
a
African.
African. Now it's an African who went to Europe.
Yeah, he was in school over there.
You realize the whole audience heard you, right? The panel
Yeah,
heard
they
you.
can. Yep, I said African. You can rewind it on the playback.
Be allowed to talk.
It's over with.
Mental case.
Yet we still ain't got these names.
You say what? Yeah, well, what's up?
Great mental case. And you think that shit is cool to be a mental case.
You still there, Sabio?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, that shit don't make no sense.
Nah, these dudes is insane, yo. Like he totally thought Ethiopians was talking about Africans. Like this, like he obviously didn't pay attention to nothing you presented. And he just wanted to be contentious as he normally is.
No, he just gives credence to the term mythomaniac. Emphasis on the maniac part.
Man. He's stuck in myth. He's stuck in myth making.
He's when you use it to define lion, yes.
Right.
if it was theological or cultural based or folklore based, I wouldn't have any disputes towards people in their myths because it's myth.
Right.
But when you're lying, yeah, he fully defines mythomaniac based off
Yeah.
lying for the grandeur in it.
Right.
Where you go? Okay, what I missed? Where you go? Where you go?
He
You went
ran.
somewhere.
He brought up Joseph Apollo, even though he wasn't talking about Joseph Apollo, and he was talking about a white boy that proved the two words to Gullah in Africa. But then it wasn't a white boy; it was a African in Europe. That's what you
Okay,
missed,
so
True. You missed the same bullshit as always.
so they what the Gullah is white people, the Indians. What is it?
No,
I
he
can't
was
keep
trying to
up with
say
all
it
this
was
shit.
a white boy that proved the two words, and then he's using the
And
song and going
is
to
this the
Africa.
whole? Then the Gullah is really the Gwale
That's
and
That's no. He's using the white boy as linguistic research and getting away from Turner. Joseph Apala is the one he's referring to, and he's not from Europe. He's from Oklahoma City. And in his research going to West Africa to research the Gullah, you'll see him noting notoriously time after time that he wished he had known that he never had to leave Oklahoma, because if he studied the Afro Seminoles, Black Seminoles, he would have seen the Gullah language and culture right there. Now, the man that's responsible for tying Afro Seminole into the Gullah dialect and proving that it's a pidgin language is another white man by the name of Ian Hancock. And if he was really about the culture, he would know this stuff, but he doesn't.
okay. So can I put the here, VR? So I'm gonna give you a link. As I for some reason I can't post in the chat, then you can post it.
I don't have the key. I don't have the keys
No,
for
no,
it.
here it is. Join the chat. If I do this, connect, what's gonna happen? And then I go here, boom. Choose the account I want to do with this one. What channel? What am I on right there? YouTube. This one says YouTube. Let me use YouTube. Okay. All right. How many fucking continues do I gotta press? Whoops. We have trouble connecting. Yeah, this is what happened to me before. For some reason, I can't post into the chat. So I'm gonna put it in this back chat here, and then you can give it to the people. So this is just another way. If we want to understand the people, there's various ways. Like you can use that, and you can go to click on exhibition objects when you get there. And you're gonna say, why are you showing us African stuff till you realize it's not. Mm. Niggas be stupid. So, heard any good pseudos lately?
Yeah, I have true story. And there's a guy in the
Okay.
chat talking about Lumeria is a real
Lumeria.
land.
Lumeria. We're back to Lumeria. Yo, that's the thing. I think, let's be honest for a second. Does pseudo need a remix?
Yes. Yes,
This
they
shit
need a
kind of,
remix.
yeah, it's kind of boring now. I don't know if it's because of the algorithm or
Before
what,
y'all
but
get to the fun stuff, did you get that link where it showed his family is getting some of those pots? True.
Who, Dave the Potter?
Uh-huh.
I did when you gave it to me before.
I think I put it in the Discord.
Yeah, you gave it to me.
I clicked on your link and instantly seen that and had to ask. All right, y'all two can continue. My bad for interrupting.
All right, so for the Slavic dude who keep talking about Lemuria, the Lemuria theory disappeared completely from conventional scientific consideration after the theories of plate tectonics and continental drift were accepted by the larger scientific community. Bro, just stop. Get out of pseudo idiocy.
Said double dutch jumping wordplay. Oh my gosh. Ola's not happy, I don't think. But that seems to be the thing. So often, like, okay, why is it like always them the main ones talking about Africa? Who are we talking about Africa like that?
Man.
What am I missing? Who was even mentioning Africa? I was mentioning white boys in America.
Right. You was talking, man, white boys in America.
Is this what they mean? Let me ask the peanut gallery. Is this what they mean by learning disorder?
Yes.
If you was referring to what just happened, yes.
Okay.
Was
Absolutely.
you here when we was breaking down Mythomaniac?
Yeah.
That's
how
a
I gotta
lion.
go, peanut gallery. Is this a learning disorder? Learning disability? Okay. So is there something in your biochemical makeup that you just don't have the ability to learn?
No, it's because they haven't taken the proper steps to actually learn the things that we're talking about to to properly understand or reify and talk about this information properly. So the disability started at a young age.
Look this up, True. Capital N, capital A, lowercase c, and then type in system. And that part of the brain controls reward overall. At least that's where they point to. But it also controls lion. And it increases because you get a dopamine rush and the attention of lion.
Mm-hmm.
So no, it's not the inability to learn. It's that addiction of lion and the dopamine and the attention. What is it called? It's a pathological liar at this point, is what we just seen.
I think Charlie Murphy or somebody refers
or
to
what
it as
was the
habitual
one?
line stepper.
What was the one that you liked? Prison psychosis.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Mm.
You
Google
mean
says no, they're just slow.
Are you talking about the brother Bane syndrome?
Mm. So at this point, is the revolution a battle for the algorithm?
Maybe.
No, I say that's our grandchildren's battle.
The brother Bane syndrome.
Ours is to put the Negro in the present. Therefore, we not absent from the future like you preach. That's where we're at.
I think it's a battle for the algorithm, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, because the first thing people leave with is they be rocking on Clubhouse or TikTok. Group X does, right? Don't you often say the elbows is all over TikTok?
I don't get on TikTok though, so
Don't need. So I wouldn't know.
And do the elbows need something? Because there's been a lot of FBA talk in 2025. Are the elbows like losing membership? What's going on?
I got one for you though. Was there pseudo wars in the black newspapers
Hell
to
yeah,
sell
there
a
was pseudo
story?
war. Hell yeah. I
Was they
keep trying to tell you,
banging it out?
grandparents was way more pseudo than you niggas will ever be. That's what I keep trying to tell you. Where you think you get all this spooky, weird shit from? It's in your lineage.
So are we at revolution, or is this a continuum? Is it a evolution?
Oh, it's a continuum. I showed you that you was Noble
Instead of
Drew Ali had a
revolutions,
cape and a
evolution.
crystal ball.
A cape and a crystal ball.
A cape and a crystal ball.
Super nigga. I mean, super Asiatic nigga. Super Asian man.
The hell?
He gonna read your future and save you by
Pseudo is native to the American Negro.
So
It's
you
like
mean to
fried
tell
chicken to us, if we being honest.
you mean to tell me this nigga was gonna read your horoscope, tell your future, and then go save somebody from a burning building?
I dare you wear your hat in your nana house. I dare you.
That's a superstition. You gonna get struck by lightning or something.
You wear your hat in your nana house if you want. Now one of you niggas will do it.
What happened at Big Mama's?
Mm-hmm. You going right down there and they got that little white line of chalk at the threshold right there. You ain't going in there. Tell me I'm lying.
Don't put no umbrella up in that house. Don't bring no wet umbrella
If
in
they
my
got
house.
the white line across the threshold, how many of you brave niggas crossing it? I'm starting with you, GA. You know you ain't crossing it, and neither one of the rest of you Bammers are crossing that line. You ain't going nowhere in there.
Only pseudoism my grandma had was you can't wash clothes on New Year's and you gotta eat black eyed peas.
And turn the lights off when it's lightning outside. God damn it!
Turn them damn lights off.
Yeah,
Don't
we had
be
to go
running
through
and
that as
jumping
kids.
when it's lightning. You get struck. Don't
They
walk under
wouldn't
that.
turn the lights off. You
Don't
couldn't
walk
be on
under
the
that ladder.
telephone. You're gonna get
You
electrocuted.
niggas was pseudo before the slave ships. Yeah, I said it.
Don't walk under that ladder.
All
You better
type of
walk
roots and
backwards
monkey
to see the
foot.
black cat.
Mojo bag.
Rabbit feet.
Pouring out liquor. Oops, did I go there?
Libations. Damn. The ground getting drunk, truth.
Silly nigga still pouring out some good liquor for some dead nigga. He gone.
He gonna drink it in the dirt. He gonna drink it through the ground that you pour it on.
What you doing is wasting that hard-earned money you done sold some crack to somebody for what? To waste it on the ground?
Oh shit! The ground gonna drink the liquor.
Ain't this some
The
shit?
ground gonna get drunk with you. In the spirit of drink.
Sure did. You jotting around. You remember your uncle who had
First
the
of
shirt
all,
open with the
E&J
taco meat.
makes
Hold on,
excellent
brother. Let me say
fertilizer.
this.
Y'all
You
not
was
gonna
riding
sing
around in the
libations like
back
that.
of that big ass caddy, and what was hanging from the mirror? Them lucky dice, wasn't it?
Them fluffy
Wasn't
dice. Them big fluffy dice.
Dev probably still got a rabbit's foot keychain, if we being honest.
The Dev
Tell
made
me
his
I'm
own
lying.
rabbit keychain. He caught that damn rabbit himself.
And cut his foot off. Nah, that nigga Dev had the whole rabbit.
Pseudo is genetic.
Damn.
Nigga said pseudo is genetic. God damn.
Damn. Not genetic.
They was up here. I showed y'all 1,000 times up here smoking reefer, listening to Cab Calloway, following Father Divine, and these crazy ass niggas. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Listening to minstrel songs.
Sweet Daddy Grace was baptizing niggas from a Johnny Pump in Baltimore, Maryland. A whole Baltimore getting baptized with a Johnny Pump while he's sitting on a throne drinking orange soda. These are the facts. That's how you got saved. Mm-hmm. These are facts. Sweet Daddy Grace did that.
Swing low, sweet chariot.
And how your uncle a preacher and he's illiterate? Huh?
What?
Everybody got a illiterate preacher uncle in their family. Tell me I'm lying.
No. We're not finna do that
Because the
with you.
word comes by the spirit, truth.
Am I lying?
We're not finna do this. No.
Sabio, yes or no? Do you have an illiterate uncle preacher? Yes or no?
I probably did. I don't know. I probably did at one. But
if I'm
pretty
being
sure.
honest, you sound like one of them niggas. I bet you the women in your family, one of them started a church. Tell me I'm lying.
Nah, nobody in my family.
No, you ain't got one of them mothers, the divine spirit people, or she Pentecostal, but she a little bit different people in your family. Nope. You sound like the type, nigga.
Nope.
What you went to you went to one of them off-brand churches?
Nah. I went to it was a pretty big.
You was a Jehovah's Witness. Just say it. You was a door knocker.
No, I wasn't. I went to a pretty big Christian Baptist church. It's just in California, it was New Life.
It was just
Sabio
Mexican.
got them black.
New Life.
Sabio got them
Nah,
black
New Life is
Catholic
that
vibes.
newfangled shit. That ain't Baptist. New Life is one of them Pentecostals I call the Vision churches.
It was New Life Baptist Church.
New Life Baptist Church. We're gonna do some homework. I bet you. That's one of them Vision churches. New Life Baptist Church.
I don't know what it was. I was a teen.
I'm telling you what it is. We're going to look it up. God damn it.
I was about 12, 13 years old when I was going to that church. I don't know what they was talking about. I didn't know that. I just was going because mama said we need to go to church, and it's the church we wanted. She decided to go to.
And you know what? You still got the devil in you, so you ain't go to the right church. And pause.
Oh, shit. You stupid.
I'm just saying.
Hey. Apparently, Jesus wasn't smart enough for me.
Jesus wasn't smart enough for you. Negro, please. It's a goddamn shame, man. Molly ain't been in her a minute. I hope Ice ain't got him. He ain't said a word in a minute. You notice Molly and Amin been quiet. Is it a Jamaican sweep today? Hold on. Let me check the news. Maybe they rounding up coconuts today. Because, chat, these niggas ain't said a word in hours. I'm a little concerned.
Is Ice
Yo,
in Canada too?
Stop. This nigga said a Jamaican sweep.
It might be a sweep. It might be out there. Molly and Amin ain't said a word in hours, y'all. It might be. I'm telling you. Check your neighborhoods. Golden Cross open right now? I bet you it was them Africans that did it. I bet you it was.
Truth, what hip hop show you going to bring in New Year's?
I don't know. I had tickets for the Raekwon show. I don't know if I missed it or not. I think it was yesterday. Whoops. Hold on. Maybe it's tonight. I need to go. Sheesh. about to sell my ticket. I didn't miss it. That shit is today. I ain't going to that shit. Raekwon ticket for sale. I ain't going. Shit, 8 o'clock. Hell no. Too old for that shit.
You no longer giving links.
Say what? Nah, shit. I think I go to hip hop shows all the time. I'm just not going tonight.
I'm just, built for Cuban links. You no longer built for Cuban links.
Shit. Yeah, I'm Wu-Tang forever, my nigga. I don't know what you talking about. Forever. I don't care what none of y'all saying.
So who had the best show for 2025?
Who did I see this year? I saw Benny the Butcher earlier. Oh, actually, the best show I went to was I saw Ninth Wonder. What was it? A month or so ago? Month and a half ago. That shit was good. Only thing messed up, he got some new rappers he dealing with. He had to get him some shine, but nah. Ninth Wonder got busy one night. Sorry, I didn't go to Young Boys concert chat, so pardon me. Where else did I go this year? Did I see Nas this year? This year went by fast as hell, yo.
Too damn fast.
Hey, yo, is it true? Where Domo at? I need to ask me. Actually, I could look it up myself. Somebody told me they canceled the jobs report for October. Is that true? Let me see. My state is a new slogan. Highlights everything wrong. Trump violates military drug trafficking. Yo, son, I know this ain't really happened. Yo, it's over. Yo, son. I'm reading. Trump's birthday replaces MLK Day as a free National Parks Day. It is officially over.
What? Wow.
U.S. residents will be able to enter the parks free of charge on what the Trump administration refers to as patriotic days, which will now include Trump's birthday. Yo. Yo, check this out, chat. Entry to national parks will no longer be free on Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth, but American visitors will be able to enter the parks without a fee on designated Patriot Days, including President Donald Trump's birthday. Oh shit, it's over, son.
You see what he said about Juneteenth this year?
Yo.
So wherever there's artifacts of African American history in national parks, they're going to be charged to see that shit now, because of this piece of shit. Well, there go Madame Boy making America white again.
Here you go. Check this part out. In what the department call America First pricing, non-U.S. residents will be charged an additional $100 fee to access some of the most popular parks on top of existing entry fees. This dude is off the meat rack, son. So now it says beginning January 1st, 2026, the National Park annual pass will cost $80 for U.S. residents and $250 for non-residents, ensuring that American taxpayers who already support will see the greatest benefit. It says as part of the directive to curtail diversity initiatives across the government, federal agencies earlier this year barred events. Hold on.
Curtail diversity? Wow.
Hold on, man. As part of the Trump's directives to curtail diversity initiatives across the government, federal agencies earlier this year barred events commemorating MLK Day, Black History Month, Juneteenth, LGBT Pride Month, and Holocaust Remembrance Day. Trump himself did not publicly acknowledge Juneteenth this year, instead that there were too many non-working holidays in America.
Yep. That's why I asked y'all if y'all seen what he said this year.
This nigga say,
Now
y'all could get
add
that. Y'all
everything you
better
just
not.
said. Add everything you just said with that blackout report. It makes perfect sense.
MLK Day is up out of here. So I saw it come to fruition and die in my lifetime. Yo, this is crazy. Yo. Damn. Black folks just told yo, son, they ain't gonna have nothing.
He's making America great again or white again.
It's the point where you could literally just erase this shit. Like, nope.
Right. Take somebody's history and says, I don't like it. Let's get rid of it.
And I can say, no, we're gonna have President Trump Day.
We're gonna make it President Trump Day.
Yo, and I go hiking and I actually use them national parks. Yo, it be mad foreigners in there, son. That's who go. People come from all around the world and we go hiking and all that shit like that. Only Americans do that.
But how's he putting his birthday on MLK? I had to look it up. This motherfucker's birthday is in June.
Yeah, no, because they're now celebrating. So that day that you can go to the national parks, right, is going to be done. So he's then putting this whole, what did I say, patriotic thing, which will include his birthday being in one of them days you could go free to the park.
Oh, I got you now. Damn, and his birthday is June 14th, and he said he removed Juneteenth.
Right. And he's probably going to petition for his birthday to be a national holiday before he gets out of there. And that'll replace Juneteenth. And he'll have Trumpteenth or June Trump.
Right. So it'll be perfect.
So Walmart going to have to sell orange velvet ice cream.
It'll be perfect for the Madons of the world. Why? Because it lines up with Juneteenth. And it's Trump's birthday, June 14th, which is one of the Juneteenth days.
Trumpteenth.
Orange velvet ice cream.
Yeah. I can see it now. Trumpteenth, okay? He gonna have like them celebrations and gospel choirs on plantations. Whew. Dystopian, that's the word they use.
Dystopia.
Was Idiocracy a prophetic film? Did it predict all this?
You stupid.
I don't know. Predict me a
I'm
black
serious.
robot.
You know what I'm talking about, Sabio, because you replied.
Oh man, you hella crazy. He asked the Idiocracy. I didn't even watch that movie.
You guys are making me sad. I'm about to go to Trader Joe's and buy me some white people food. Goodbye.
Damn. What you finna go buy? Some dried bananas?
That was cold talking for micro dosing and hugging trees.
Right. You finna go hug some trees. Nothing wrong with that.
I've been up the whole stream. I don't know if I can keep rocking out till somebody get back that can maintain it and at least
What
end
you
it
ain't
if
nobody?
everybody
Ain't nobody?
disappear.
What you holding it down right now, Vyasa?
Somebody gonna have to, or it's gonna be a dead air stream.
Cause I mean I can stay on, but I just can't let nobody up.
Yeah, that too.
I don't have the ability to let nobody on the panel. So maybe GA or GQ can join and damn, where was he at earlier when we was talking about the House of David, the White House of David and all that? Damn. Damn. Babe Ruth and shit. In the House of David. The Israelite House of David.
I kind of want to know who that big ass Goliath was in that picture. When he was showing the basketball team, that was a big motherfucker.
Yeah. I guess he didn't hear when we just distinctly said we can't let nobody on the panel. Gotta wait till GQ or Q or Psycho or Dev or somebody join. But yeah, man, this shit crazy, yo. Been through a lot of twists and turns with these people today. And it seems the only people that have any evidence are the ones who know what they're talking about. The myth makers and the believers just want you to believe. Avocado toast, come on, truth. Tripping, bruh. Green stuff on bread. I guess. To each his own. Man, it's been a long, crazy day. I still got 6 hours left. Shit. 5 hours. 6 hours. Yo, I mean, Marley, y'all there? No. Man. I'm gonna have to start sharing my screen with some of these sources and shit that I be having, especially on certain topics and shit. I'm gonna get back to doing that. I don't know who got the keys. Somebody got them. I don't. Mm-mm. Vyasa, did you watch that? Did you watch the fight last night? I watched the replay.
No, I ain't watch it.
It was interesting.
No,
I
my
think.
kids rule the TV.
I think Cruz would have won if he wouldn't have got them low blows, those points taken away from them low blows. It was an interesting little fight, though. I watched it this morning, the replay of it. Should I post this should I post this before I present it? This is Racism, Origin and Theory by Benjamin P. Bowser. And this is coming from the Journal of Black Studies. This is a review of the theoretical development of the concept of racism. From its 1960s activist roots, the concept lost its theoretical content in its 1970s popularization. Now, racism describes virtually anything having to do with racial conflict. The concept is reintroduced and used to analyze the post-70s race relations propositions. The declining significance of race, symbolic racism, colorblind racism, and unconscious racism miss the structural regressions brought on by the Southern strategy to mask indirect and covert ways to continue racial oppression. As a result, the new Jim Crow was missed in race relations since the 1980s. A reconsideration of the theory of racism calls for a strategic approach to race relations research. Research should focus on the etiology of racism among European Americans and the central role played by white elites and the media in maintaining historic, cultural, and institutional arrangements. Again, as I was saying earlier in this conversation, we have to go back to the beginnings of what they were using to make these claims. Racism's earliest usage has been traced to the 1902 edition of the Oxford English Dictionary as a description of U.S. policy toward Native Americans. For the first half of the 20th century, the term was used interchangeably with racialism. The term's use is relatively new in the social sciences and began with Ruth Benedict's Race and Racism and in Edmund Soper's Racism, a World Issue. In both books, racism described incidences in the world community of animus between groups based on visible physical differences. With the possible exception of the term prejudice, no other word gained such popular usage in the United States to describe social conflict as did racism in the second half of the 20th century. Two developments popularized the term. The first was used as propaganda against anti-Semitism and the racial eugenics that targeted Jews in Germany in the 1930s and during the Second World War. The second popularization came from U.S. civil rights activists during the 1960s. Activists saw the political independence of former colonies in Africa and Asia as hollow prizes that did not change the economic dependence of newly independent states on their former colonial masters, Kwame Nkrumah. Domestic U.S. civil rights victories did not lessen economic inequality between Black and white Americans in the South or elsewhere. In addition, a civil rights movement shortcoming was not having a specific strategy to effectively combat the covert and indirect ways that racial hierarchy was maintained in the North and Midwest. This shortcoming was the basis of the Black Power critique of the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference highlighted this shortcoming in their unsuccessful attempt to address racial economic inequality in Chicago during the summer of 1966. A better understanding was needed of what they were up against and how to change it. This article has 4 objectives. The first is to revisit the concept of racism that evolved from 1960 civil rights activism to note its theoretical promise. The second objective is to show that the major concepts of racism that took the place of the original notion in interpreting race relations since 1970 did not fulfill racism's early promise. The third objective is to outline what the activist concept of racism would be now if elaborated as theory and used in race relations. Finally, this article will suggest a way to advance the activist theory of racism and to make it a useful tool in contemporary research on race relations. Just a little synopsis of a little paper y'all could. I'll post it in the chat. People may want to look over it. It's not that long, only 19 pages. Oh, come on.
What's up with it? Y'all ran a reparation dude off?
Who? Vino, he
Oh
ran
man,
himself.
he dipped instantly. The
No,
reparations
no,
dude.
it was another dude before him, wasn't
Yeah, he dipped instantly.
it? Oh.
I think he
I guess
disappeared
You
before
didn't
you
come
did,
through?
Dev.
Huh?
I think he dipped before you did.
Q didn't come back through?
Who?
Q.
no.
No.
Right. Oh, good. He'll be through later.
Savio, was you here for the exchange between what's worse, classism or racism?
Yes, I heard that. And when they were talking about classism is worse than racism,
Yeah, where you stand with that? I already know, but
I disagree.
just to kill
Racism
the dead air.
racism is way worse than classism because it within classism you still have what they would consider racist, and those races makes up what you would consider different classes of people. So no matter how you want to look at it, racism leads to classism, and but somehow you got, I don't know, the shit stupid. That's like, yeah, but yeah, I lean the opposite way.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was telling them. That racism births, if not births, extends classism.
They don't understand
And
that though.
and it's I guess the what do you call it? What's the escalator staircase effect? That if that mechanism is racism, it puts white people at a higher class and it pushes blacks to a lower class permanently. But the mechanism itself is the racism. So like I couldn't understand that argument at all.
Yeah, I think they were just being contrarian at that point, yo. I think that was just them finding a way to be contrarian. Nah, not all of them, because like Pastor, I really think Pastor really accepts that, and maybe the other person who was arguing with him accepts it. I don't know, but it kind of showed me that people need to do more reading and studying on shit. But you know, who knows?
Man, you try to get that shit.
What there?
We're on the last 2 minutes of the Cam Ward versus Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I think Cam gonna win that one.
Yeah, I'm just proud to see both of them out here not hurt, man. Just, whatever, man.
Right.
Just cut
I thought they both played well. Shout out to Cam Ward. Looked like he about to win the game. But for rookies, I thought they both played well. It's kind of hard to ask a rookie to go out there and have a perfect passer rating and have a winning record their first year quarterback, and that's asking a lot. And I think the reason why we expect that now is because of players like Ben Roethlisberger and Russell Wilson and Mark Sanchez, they were all rookies who had winning records as rookies. So I think sometimes we forget how rare that is to have a Dak Prescott that has a 90 plus quarterback rating their first year starting at quarterback as a rookie, not being a first or second year player who sat behind another quarterback, but actually playing in your rookie season. That's hard to do.
Yeah, but we on FBA on the panel though. What's up with the movie and everything?
The FBA thing, man, you know, at first I was kind of disagreeing with Psycho and some of what some of the Pan African brothers was saying about it, but the more and more I look at the behavior and what's being said, you know, it's just looking more and more like it's a Aboriginal thing. And, you know, I had to give Psycho his credit. He was correct in a lot of what he said about it. I don't agree with everything he said about it. But to me, it's really just roasting Africans on YouTube. And it ain't, I mean, I don't really see no real seriousness. You know, it's not like, you know, they're going to Washington, or it's not like they reaching out to the government to officially be classified as foundational Black Americans. Like, it just don't seem like it's serious enough where, you know, I would take something like that serious. I understand the discrepancies that take place between Black Americans and Afro Caribbeans and continental Africans. I done seen all the little beefs we got, right? But for me, if they was really serious about it, they wouldn't be going back and forth trying to roast nobody. It wouldn't be a bunch of content of them just complaining about all the discrepancies they have with continental Africans. They would be on their business, you know, working on legally making it an official nationality, working on galvanizing the foundational Black American community. So to me, it's just too immature and there's too much childlike behavior involved in it. That's my take on it. You know what I'm saying, Dev?
All right, man. Oh, they fucked this up. God damn, they fucked up. I don't know why they won't put Shadurian on the 2-point conversion, but man, they had a chance to tie it up. Shout out to the rookie tight end, went up and grabbed that motherfucker shit.
Did the Titans win the game?
Yeah, it's 2 points. Yeah, they're gonna close it out.
Okay, it's a good game, man. Let me go on into the dispensary real quick. Because I want to see the Bears and the Packers. That's going to be the game right there.
Yeah, that's the main showtime. I think it's going to be -6 wind chill.
Yeah, it's like 8 degrees. It's like 8 degrees right now. I don't even want to step outside this fucking building, man.
Yeah,
I got to get the fuck up out of here, man. I can't deal with this shit no more. You can't even take your hands out of your pockets.
Yeah, man.
This morning it had to have been like -2 or -3, man. It was cold as fuck when I had to go to work this morning.
You know, nigga, Black people walked across the Bering Strait with no shoes on, right?
Who the fuck said that? Hell no! I ain't agreeing with no shit. Like, who said that?
That's how they got to America, man.
Is this the Aboriginal argument?
Yeah.
Sabio, as much as we have disagreed and argued with the Aboriginal brothers, with the whole Black people been here the whole time. Like, if you saying that Africans somehow got on this side of the earth before Christopher Columbus, which I know you disagree with that, but I could kind of understand that argument. But to say that they've been here the whole time and they never came from Africa, shout out to Top Cat, this cool brother, but I can't agree with that at all. I'm sorry, I just disagree with that wholeheartedly. So no, that didn't happen.
What? That Africans were here and they walked across the Bering Strait?
No, I can't believe they got over here like that. No, because isn't their argument that they've always been here and that they're not African at all?
Part of it.
I'm just disagreeing with that aspect of it, because I do rock with some of
I do rock with some of what Ivan Van Sertima was saying about black people being in the Americas prior to 1492, but to say that as a human you started over here, like I don't disagree with the out of Africa theory when it comes to humanity. So when they say they're not from Africa, they don't have no African blood or no origins, I gotta disagree with that. That's not true.
The out of Africa theory has nothing to do with the peoplings of America. Because the peopling of America is millions, thousands, hundreds of thousands of years later. So the way that Americas got populated, and if there's any evidence from anything outside of Ivan Van Sertima, because his shit has been thoroughly refuted, I get tired of hearing that shit. Like, all we've been asking for is evidence that shows Africans selling from West Africa, Central, West, East, North Africa, South Africa, anywhere before the 1300s. Like,
And they have not been able to provide that evidence for anybody.
I'm almost through. We can believe that if we want, but until there's concrete evidence, it's like me believing that there's a teapot floating around Venus. It's a claim without evidence, and it can be dismissed.
I understand your discrepancies and the way you broke that down. I get it, Savio. Hey, y'all bear with me for one moment. I'm about to go into the dispensary. They don't want you to have your phones out. But I'll be right back out to jump on the panel. Give me one moment.
So, Slavic Brotherhood, are you going to, you know what, I'm going to just time you out because I'm tired of this shit about Lemuria. Might as well talk about Tartaria too. Shit. And Atlantis at this point. Shit. Might as well make all the fake lands, fictional lands, real. Atlantis is real too, right? It's a sunken land too.
I used up all my energy last night, Kim West. I'm trying to not overdo it. I'm trying to keep the ship from blowing up, basically. Yeah, I was watching that game on the Nashville station. What go mine at?
Man.
So what channel was that? WZTV? Yeah, give it up to WZTV in Nashville. Channel 17. When I go mine, come back to. Country ass announcers and shit. Let's, you just timed him out for a couple of minutes, did you?
Yeah, only 5.
Okay,
He only
yeah.
got 5 next. He'll be all right.
What up with the price? Yeah, I'm trying to hold out to Keisha for restart another one. I will take this into the sunset. You know, get dark at 4 o'clock, so it's get dark on the East Coast. Sunday, everybody enjoying the last of the weekend. A couple people got some snow. I was supposed to go get some soup, but
And you want to know what's crazy about him talking about Lemuria? That's supposed to be the land of lemmings and stuff. Nah, for real. Lemurs and lemmings is supposed to be the land of Lemuria, where lim and lemmings came from. But it was supposed to be also like some Garden of Eden, where everybody lived in harmony and spiritual harmony with nature or some bullshit. But yeah, it's supposed to be the land of lemurs and lemmings. That ain't information I wanted to know. I just happened to read up on Lemuria, and that was in the shit that I read up on Lemuria about. It was a while ago. The boring ass Sunday.
nah, it ain't boring. Just we gonna reset more. That's all. It's gonna be cracking in a minute. No problem. No problem. Just setting my screens back up. I didn't know it was gonna be cold all week. It's a real blast. What's this? Oh, okay. According to a new survey by Global Traffic, INRIX, INRIX, which city in the United States has the absolute most worst, the most trash traffic in any given day? They base it on congestion time, distance, I guess accident. This may even be on a global scale. Not a lot of people drive, so they're not Really familiar with that? No problem. Well, the answer is it's not L.A. It's not New York City. But yes, right down the street. No, not the Bay Area. Chicago, Illinois. Based on how they shit set up, yo. When you get through factoring in tollways, you having to pay to get on certain highways, and we got an area called you can get with GQ on this, the Hillside Strangler, where 4 lanes come down to 2. In the inbound east, people going downtown route on 290, coming out of the airport. Of course, everybody in Chicago knows about the Kennedy never ever being wide open, if you will, at any given time. That's in the state 90. Essentially going in a horizontal northwest direction. No real way to get to anywhere convenient on the south side. World famous Dan Ryan Expressway seems to be packed with commercial vehicles and other things, crowded, not allowing to travel in the express lanes, even though some people break the law. So I'll factor all that in. And even if you do have more vehicles out west in LA, Frisco, and New York City, I think Chicago does have your congestion situation on lock. It's just when construction, boy. New York City, woo, being on the George Washington Bridge for 90 minutes. I'll never ever want to do that again. LA is LA. It's always been Los Angeles metro area. It's always been more cars than what the system can handle. So you may be going good for like, 15, 20 minutes. When you get on the 405, so we let Domo get y'all up on the shortcuts on that. But yeah, Q will tell you, as long as you stay in the outer areas of New York City, it's not that bad. On 278, Long Island Expressway, you have intermittent congestions, but definitely down in the inner boroughs of Queens, Bronx, and Harlem areas. Brooklyn, of course. You're going to be surrounded by people trying to get all different directions all the time. So, no way around that. Yeah, I was trying to find some general news, but literally, that was the only thing that I really saw. I don't know how much more Trump news I can actually handle. I think I'm at my limit. Y'all let me know if he did absolutely something that I should be surprised about. But this old petty back and forth, every little nick and break wind alerts that we get every time he calls, way past that. the Epstein files would be pushed away. What were people looking to do? I don't know what was in the files that people were looking like. Okay, so once those were actually out, what was the next bomb that was supposed to drop? I never got it. Release. Shit, I thought somebody had some info. I don't want to hear or see repeated photos of this fool acting like a old clown drunk nut. That ain't nothing for me to say, oh, that's bad. He should be in jail and impeached. He should be impeached for acting a fool. No, he done way more egregious shit than that. If that's all you got, obviously there's probably some more info, but like I say, I don't know. I think people like to see other people go through anxiety. It's like they get a thrill off of it.
Well, I'm looking at some shit on YouTube, Dev. And this is crazy. This is a teenager mauled to death down in Brazil because he decides to jump into a lion enclosure. I guess he deserved to become lion food because he thought the lion was a house cat or something. So 1 minute, let me check this video out, see what happened to this man.
Yeah, I'm sure that I don't need those videos on my feed. So just keep me posted on what happened, man. I know if I start getting those videos, shit, that's gonna take me back to the faces of death. Shit. I myself have several, more than one faces of death. I don't need no video. Nobody else almost dying. When I already been through it before the age of 21, and one time in my 30s. The flock cameras. Yeah, what's up with it, Corey? Yeah, everybody know. Everybody waiting on find out what a flock cam is. You probably can. Smart devices, right? Oh, okay. 16 degrees, 6-degree wind chill. A camera that can read your license plate. Oh, okay, yeah, that's been out, yo. Boy, you gotta go all the way back to fucking 20 shit. Obama, like first Obama, at least. Maybe even before that. Some metro areas. Shit, it used to be folks walking up and down town looking at motherfuckers like. Yeah, they got the cars now with the little what you call it on it. They making straight bank too. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to type in the dark. Oh yeah, there's plenty of people that know who own them, yo. Private companies. Most of them come from Silicon Valley. There's a couple of them come from Israel. Yeah, it's not top government secret info. Okay. There's some, yeah, y'all having a deep discussion in the chat. Shout out to y'all. We're gonna loop this one, the next one, and then the one after that one gonna take us cycle. So it's all good, bro. That way everybody have a chance to promote their business, give their opinions, keep us alert on any activities, notices, progress. and things of the sort. I think science fair gonna be pushed back like a week from holiday, I think. So we'll wait to come back get comfort on that. We're gonna be up in the Brooklyn, New York area. Zayx Institute. Putting in overtime, preparing for various projects. It's better and better everywhere. Yeah, trying to pull up some trivia. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, shout out to all the people that came up on the panel too. Yeah, had a little mishap on the last stream. Restarted and still watch it out. Restart. Get into the evening hours. And all the moves you want to watch. And did that fall the whole time? You going, Ola? Peace out, man. Appreciate it, everything. We probably still be going. You come back later, even if you come back tomorrow, we still be going, man. I love it. Just like the old days, TV station. No, I don't think you've been drinking today, man. Took some time off, man. You flood your body with constant alcohol and not let it recover. That's basically what I've been doing. Shit. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, boy. Woo. You have to be damn near dying for me to get up or make a move. So the government got turned back on and everything back to normal now. I'm not sure. Is we still going to war? What's up with geopolitics? Not sure about that. Yeah, just kind of all the way out the loop on every single bit of entertainment news. You don't really do nothing except pass the time. So